identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real US-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vick's VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vick's VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Before when I get off, we'll have a couple drinks with my friends, and the day I got my DWI, I was driving around from bar to bar. I was going too fast, and I hit a U-Haul truck. The DWI cost me around $12,000 with lawyer and court costs. I had a smart start device in my vehicle. I needed to blow into it every time to start my car. I was embarrassed, so I would duck down or hide so no one would see me.
Drunk driving isn't worth it. Drive sober. No regrets. Sponsored by TxDOT.
For over 30 years, CertaPro Painters has been part of countless memories. Every wall tells a story, and we've been proud to help write them. We are more than just your local painters. With care, craftsmanship, and certainty. From the first brushstroke to the final smile, our promise is simple. Your home, beautifully painted and worry-free. CertaPro Painters, that's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Friday Night Lights. Fielder's Choice Sports Construction makes them happen, y'all. With over 25 years of experience and 500-plus sports fields built in and around Houston, Fielder's Choice will get it done on time and on budget with plenty of strong recommendations to back it. ADs, coaches, superintendents, we want to help with your next project. GCs, architects, and engineers, call us. Let's grab lunch. Parks and rec directors and private sports organizations. Trust me when I say you want to see what we can offer. Go to FieldersChoiceInc.com. That's FieldersChoiceInc.com. Or, heck, give me a call at 713-829-0010.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Best in the Game, available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. All right, let's do it. We are here today, baby. We are here. I know a lot of you are off today. Hey, as we normally do, because we're celebrating presidents today.
Oh, that's right.
Presidents.
Happy President's Day.
Happy President's Day to all you
presidents.
To all you presidents out there listening. Happy
who have
presidents.
been just universally loved, 100% approval rating sure.
I choose to celebrate any president of your company, president of your coin club, any president. Yeah, any president. We're celebrating you today. We know there's not a lot of you out there. So as Seth and I want to do on long weekends where we actually come in on Monday and work because we like our jobs, check in with us on the text page. Make sure we're not just talking into a vacuum, a cacophony vacuum, where it's just the two of us sitting here echoing in an echo chamber.
It's a big weekend for you and I include you in this because I think, this first weekend without NFL football, a lot of people are wondering, hey, what the hell are we going to do with our lives? And of course, there's NBA All-Star festivities. The Olympics, which have been, I really enjoyed just sitting down, plunking down, and watching the Olympics.
Been doing it a lot more than I normally do. I
really?
That. Yeah. Amy, I think Amy likes it, so we pop it on the TV there. It is a dead time right now for sports.
It's a dead time, and you know what? There is something. Maybe it's weird because obviously the Olympics used to be supposedly all amateur. We know that various countries violated those. Looking at you, Soviet Union, you bastard dogs. Yep. But that it was largely amateur. And over the years, they allowed professionals to start competing, and it lost a little bit of its luster. There is something about it now that everything is professional everywhere in America.
Yep.
That high school kids are getting NIL deals. I feel like I don't know. I know it's a sliding scale, but the purity of the Olympics has almost been restored to me a little bit.
Well, you are able to see the ones in this. I think this goes for college football as well, or college sports. You're able to see the guys that really, really, really care.
Yeah.
Like now that everybody's on the same level. I mean, obviously not everybody's getting paid the same, but pretty much everybody is at least getting paid something. Then I do think now that we're all getting paid, I say we like as if I'm one of the athletes. Now that everybody's getting paid, you can really tell the ones that are in it for the love of the competition.
The one that really moved me, I think it was on Friday, was that Ilya Malinin, the Targaryen fella there, that the figure skater. He was like 2 years old and was by far the favorite, just had a huge lead. It was all but a guaranteed. And then he just completely choked in his final performance. And the kid got up afterwards and gave the best post-game interview. I'm going to call it a post-game interview.
Yeah.
I think I've ever seen in somebody in that situation. Just was very.
I didn't see it.
He was emotionally distraught.
Yep.
It was Sean. He started off, and it was one of these classic things. It very relatable to other sports. Where all right, he had such a big lead. Was he going to go out and just do his original routine that he had planned? The super aggressive triple, quadruple, quad something. I don't know.
That's the quadruple kid, right? Like he's got some quadruple move. Yeah.
And you can almost see that he was he went out and it looked like he was kind of hedging throughout it, and he ends up falling a bunch of times, not hitting his stuff. And you could see just the enormity of the moment got to him.
Yeah.
And he just switched up. He wasn't on the attack anymore. And he fell apart. And he just feels so. The Olympic athletes are still. They have their world championships every year and everything, but the
every
Olympics,
4 years.
They come once every 4 years,
Yeah.
and that's the big kahuna. And when you see them fail or triumph in those moments, it's just different than other sports.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's crazy.
Especially the summer ones to me are the ones that get me, like the sprinters. I'm like, you got like 9 seconds. This is it.
Yeah.
Once every 4 years. I know there's multiple heats and things like that, but it's so much training for such a small sliver of actual performance.
And that's the part where C.J. Stroud has a horrible playoff performance. He's going to have a chance to do that for the next 10 consecutive years, as long as he doesn't keep playing exactly the way he played in the Patriots game.
We hope.
He's probably going to have a chance to do that every year for at least the next 10 years. But this figure skating kid, he's 22 years old, and you think, he's got 21. He's got his whole life ahead of him. I don't know. What's he have, like 2 more cracks at the Olympics when he's in his prime? It's nuts.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
It's fun to watch for sure. Speaking of competition and being more competitive, I watched some of the All-Star Game stuff yesterday, the stars and the stripes and the world. A little more competitive, I would say.
It was, it's
all right.
Wembanyama comes to play.
He's a tone
That's
setter.
one thing that's very clear.
Yep. He was a tone setter. Anthony Edwards said that. Anthony Edwards was the MVP. If you missed it yesterday, they did the 3-team round robin. The stars were the young guys. The stripes were the old guys. So they have part of the element that I've been proposing embedded in this new format, the olds and the youngs in the United States, and then they had the third team that was the world team that had all the Doncic's and the Jokic's and whatnot. Şengün was on that team. And they did a round robin, and in the end, in the final game, it was the 2 American teams, and it was the young guys running the old guys off the floor.
Yeah.
47-21 was the final score. It's like the old guys were like, I got to go to bed. I'm tired.
Yeah, it's we know what it's like. You get to a certain stage in life where you realize, like, does this really matter?
What are we doing here?
All right, you know what? I'm going to let the kid win. All right, yeah, there you go. Good for you. I guess bolster your confidence.
I guess if you're Adam Silver and you're trying not to do press conferences to talk about tanking, we'll get to that audio later. You probably got, I don't know, like out of yesterday, you probably got most of what you wanted, which is, okay, the young guys want, the young American stars won. So, it shows at least symbolically that we've got some young guys here that can be the face of the league.
Yeah.
The guy who's the actual future face of the league played on the world team, and that's Victor Wembanyama, and he was out there playing like it was Game 7 of the NBA Finals, so that's good. So I would say if you're Adam Silver, you got more good than bad out of yesterday. I mean, the rest of the weekend still is what it is. Like the slam dunk contest is kind of a nothing burger for me anymore. all the different skills things or whatever. Like, none of it's must-see TV. The part that I don't understand are the people that sit and watch it and tweet about how bad it is.
Right,
you know
right,
what I mean?
yeah.
Like, no one's forcing you to sit and watch it.
There's a little bit of a hate-watching element there, I think. It's all right. And especially for NBA junkies, I could get that. Because there's NBA junkies, the people that watch League Pass every night and are just, they're into it.
Yeah.
Now they have their little pause where they don't have meaningful basketball going on, and their one little chance for it is being pulled out from underneath them. And that I could see where they get upset about that.
And I guess maybe if you do it in a way that's funny and you're kind of live tweeting it, then that's good. I mean, you're just building. I mean, I get that people are just farming engagement in the end when they're doing it on social media, but like the ones that are like, wow, this is the biggest. People that clearly just regular people tweeting about it, that are like, God, this is the biggest waste of time. And I'm like, well, then watch something else.
What were your expectations
Right.
going into it? Yeah. It's really what leads to most misery in life, Sean. It's when your expectations are dashed, and you feel like somehow after years and years and years of all-star insignificance, they went into this year thinking, this is the year. Don't let me down, NBA. This is the year that I know it's going to be a hard-fought, gritty battle to the end, and everybody's going to fight. There's going to be the dunk contest is going to be just like the Michael Jordan.
Right.
Yeah.
Nope.
No, you're just stupid. You're stupid for having set yourself up for it.
Now, I feel the most Payne and Pendergast friendly topic to come out of the All-Star weekend is Kevin Durant's alleged burner account.
Okay. Yes. And
should we set this up for people who haven't seen it? Maybe
please set it up for me, Sean.
Yeah. So we know Kevin Durant is big into the burner accounts.
Right.
He's admitted to having them before. Burn on Twitter.
Yeah, he'll mix it up with people and kind of monitor and see what people are saying about him. Jump in, etc.
He'll respond via burner accounts, but he'll also respond via his own account as well.
Yeah.
He's not solely. He's very active on Twitter, admittedly. So I guess yesterday, the account in question is currently under the name of @GetHigher77.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's Get Higher or whatever, but this is an alleged Kevin Durant burner account that, by the way, I checked this morning, and the tweets are printed on that account right now. So you can't follow it unless they approve of you.
Which feeds into, for people who really want to believe it's real, they'll say, oh, why would it go quiet if it's not Kevin Durant's account?
Right.
Always ask yourself in these situations, why would an imposter try to do exactly – a Kevin Durant imposter is going to – do the same things that it thinks Kevin Durant might do.
Yeah.
That's always the counter to that. Yes.
So some screenshots have been leaked. Now, keep in mind, this @GetHigher77 has less than 100 followers.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that. Screenshots have been leaked with this user thrashing Houston Rockets players Jabari Smith Jr. and Alperen Şengün. Allegedly, the man behind the username is Durant. In the text, Durant – so these are texts. These are really DMs, I guess, on Twitter. Yeah. Durant talks to someone else about how Şengün is the franchise player yet can't shoot or defend. He also says they can't trust Jabari to make a shot or get a stop. In pretty colorful language, actually, too. I mean, the DMs called Jabari Smith a phrase we don't use anymore for mentally challenged.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
So that was in there. He also, this particular tweeter, the alleged Durant burner account, takes aim at Devin Booker, a former teammate on the Phoenix Suns, saying that Devin Booker would get all the credit when they'd win, compared him to a dictator. Kyrie Irving took some from this alleged Durant burner account. This guy saying you would think that James and I were pooping in his cereal, but he didn't pooping. Mm-hmm. Talking about Kyrie. So there's a lot in here, man. There is a lot in here of these with these screen grabs and the allegations. The allegations, real quick, Seth. The allegations are that it's Durant, and then what happened yesterday is people were tying the exposure of these DMs to Durant walking around on the floor at the All-Star game during the pregame and shoot-around festivities, looking at his phone.
Looking disengaged from what was going on around him and everything.
Or very engaged in what was happening with him on social media.
My general rule with all of this is whenever somebody has an alleged burner account, I just wait for the people that actually know how to do the hardcore cyber research of figuring out who's tied to which account and everything. Because it's so frustrating. You see people who look at what might be an imposter account saying, wow, this is exactly what Durant would do. Clearly it's him. Oh, look, they've blocked the same people Kevin Durant has blocked. Clearly it's them. No, but that's exactly what an imposter does.
A good imposter.
Does exactly what Kevin Durant would do.
Yeah.
So I just treat it as complete garbage unless I hear something from Kevin Durant admitting to it, or if I see somebody who actually does the research to dig into and figure out that it's actually Kevin Durant. There's just no way of knowing. So, and yet at the same time, it's kind of like crypto. If enough people want to believe it, then it becomes a real thing.
Yep.
So, okay, it's the collective subjective. If enough people want to believe that it's Kevin Durant's burner account, and then Kevin Durant ends up having to address, then that's an actual real topic, even if the burner account has no way, we have no way of knowing whether it's real or not. Oh, I'm so frustrated.
If you had to guess, do you think this is Kevin Durant?
I don't think so. Yeah. I don't think he'd be so sloppy as to be just kind of conversing with random people on X about his teammates. Like, he knows.
Now.
Yeah.
The Twitter handle for this is GetHigher77. You get into a certain frame of mind.
Oh,
if you're either a little drunk. Yeah, right. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
If you're not of a clean state of mind, you might get a little loose on social media.
That's true.
I've been there before, not with what Ben was just playing right
Wait
there.
a second. It's called Get Higher. Wait a second. Yeah, Kevin Durant readily talks about his use of marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously it's him. Right? He's doing exactly what Kevin Durant would do.
I get what you're saying about that. I get what you're saying. Like, you're trying to be an impersonator. You try to be the best impersonator you can possibly be.
Yeah. So Frank Hill, of course, that's not John Gruden. That's actually Frank. That's not Frank Caliendo. That's actually John Gruden. He's saying everything that John Gruden would say,
it's
and he's saying it in his voice. Clearly, that's actually John Gruden, not Frank Caliendo.
He's wearing a wig and a Raiders hat too.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I don't think it's him. I think Kevin Durant seems to be. He seems to really like being a Rocket and playing with these guys.
Yeah.
Outwardly.
This
I don't know.
Just the time-tested advice my father gave me as a young man. Deny.
Right.
That's always the he was world class. He was a master gaslighter before anybody even knew that term.
What gaslighting was?
Yeah. He would have had you convinced that he invented the term if once people started using it. Yeah.
Okay, so the Rockets' next play on Thursday.
One time I literally spilled the milk. And I denied it, even though he saw me doing it, and he couldn't have been more proud of me.
Oh, really?
For just adamantly denying that I spilled the milk.
Stick with that, kid. Yeah, stick with that mode. That'll get you places.
It took like 20 years of therapy. But
The Rockets' next play on Thursday at Charlotte. At Charlotte. So I'm assuming Kevin Durant will get asked about this, right? I mean, it seems like a logical thing to ask about.
I would imagine he'll give this is the kind of thing, because it's these
deny.
All these receipts. I'd say even if it is a real account, deny,
Mm-hmm.
unless somebody goes in and just figures out the smoking gun of IP addresses or something, then I don't think that anybody.
Right. I mean, they can if they want to dig deep enough, they can go find out.
And it might very well. I would guess it's probably a fake burner. It's an imposter burner.
Yeah. I would say
it gets dicey even discussing these things, because you're going through multiple levels of deception. We're like, well, no, it's not a burner. It's an imposter burner.
Right.
Even though a burner is kind of an imposter account to begin with.
Yes. All right, we got a lot to get to here on President's Day.
When we first started this journey, 15 minutes ago, what I meant to say was how I filled the void this weekend. Partly was I switched over to ChatGPT from Gemini.
You and Gemini broke up, huh?
Not yet. I'm still kind of two-timing.
Oh, my God.
Because I'm going to keep – I still have my Gemini access because of my Google One account or whatever, and I got to keep that because of the storage. So I don't know. Gemini is just wearing stockings and a prairie dress.
You like ChatGPT, don't you?
ChatGPT is coming in hot with just fishnet stockings and a tattoo.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. ChatGPT is opening up new worlds to me.
What exactly is it that ChatGPT does that's so alluring to you?
I started messing around a little bit because the image generation is better on ChatGPT, so I started trying to use it for thumbnails for my YouTube.
For your YouTube, yeah.
And I started off in kind of a conversation with ChatGPT where it was almost like I had a mentor. I did a 3-hour meeting with ChatGPT where I kind of figured out long-term goals, strategy in the short term.
For your life?
For my
your
YouTube account.
Okay, gotcha.
In such a way, and it was so much more informed than Gemini. It's giving me accurate information. A lot of times with Gemini, when I talk stuff about YouTube, I can tell that Gemini doesn't understand the YouTube algorithm as well as I do, which is weird because
it's ironic because they
Google.
own it.
Yeah. Whereas ChatGPT is spitting out fast. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. A little weird. That's like your neighbor knowing more about your wife than you do.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I saw Brandy left a little early for work yesterday.
What exactly does Brandy Payne like? I don't know. Let me ask her neighbor. Knows better than Seth. Yeah. That is weird, though. That is strange.
Brandy switched up the coffee shop she's going to with friends. And they're different friends.
And there's only one of them.
This one's a guy. Yeah.
All right.
And it's me.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a President's Day Monday. Mr. Optimistic is up and working on President's Day. That's good to see. So appreciate you, Mr. Optimistic, being up with us. A few others of you. Good morning and happy Monday. Thank you very much. 5834. Yeah, thank you. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So we had Mike Toman in studio on Friday, president of the Texans, new headquarters coming in a few years. We're a month into the post-Texan playoff law. We're a month in now to the offseason. What have been the biggest stories so far? Just a recalibration as we head into combine season, free agency. Business is about to pick up. So where are we with the offseason of the Texans? And one of those stories picked up a lot of steam this weekend due to one video that surfaced. We will get to that coming up next. But let's get you guys out to West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land right now. Ruben Mendoza and the team out there. Chris
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We had Mike Tillman, Houston Texans team president, in studio. Did you see what I did there, Seth, just now?
Yes.
I said Houston Texans.
We'll discuss it later.
Yeah, because let's get into the topic.
We'll explain why. Yes.
Yeah, Seth and I are getting super smart. Houston Texans team president Mike Tillman was in studio with us on Friday to talk about the new team headquarters. And I was looking at the calendar. I'm like, all right, we're a month removed from the loss to the Patriots in the playoffs. So it's almost like, first 30 days of what's happened in the first 30 days of this presidency. So what's gone on with the Texans since they lost in the playoffs? And I would say and honestly, part of it was the new headquarters that made me think in this fashion. But the other thing was the Tank Dell video that surfaced over the weekend of him working out and how yoked he is from the waist up. My God.
From the waist up is key. Yes.
Yeah, it's key. It's key. We'll get to Tank. We'll get to Tank. Yeah, it's very key. It was a bit of a backhanded compliment. So I started thinking, like, okay, what have been the biggest stories so far? And I think if I were counting them down, top 5, I would say, and maybe we feel this more acutely because we were at the hotel with all these guys in San Francisco, but my God, there were a lot of Texans at the Pro Bowl games this year.
Yeah.
6 of them to be exact.
Again, for an event that people decreasingly care about, it's always still exciting when you find out that your guys are there.
It's recognition.
Yes.
It's recognition. Particularly, I would say, Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter getting named as substitutes to that game.
Yeah, and I think both of those guys they've kind of got a little bit of like an insider's appeal. I feel like both of those guys are players that people around the league, film watchers, ball knowers, if you will, but then players themselves will point out. Like a lot of other NFL players will talk about Bullock and just how he shows up out of nowhere and his range. You hear the opposing team's offensive players talk about Bullock a lot. And then also, with Kamari Lassiter, so much of it was that people were so dismayed by his slow 40 time that they were just convinced in the draft process that he couldn't possibly be a good cornerback. But he's, in a lot of ways, he really shows up on film because of A, he's a good cornerback, and B, because he's super, super physical.
Yes.
And that just jumps off the screen to opposing teams. So we've heard a lot of opposing teams talk about Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, perhaps more than the national media would.
Yep, that's number 5. Number 4, they made some changes on the coaching staff. Jake Moreland, tight ends coach, let go. Ben Bowling, who's one of the assistant linebacker coaches, let go. Mike Snyder was an off assistant. Those guys were all let go. I think it's probably a broader coaching staff bullet point because of some of the changes that maybe weren't made that people thought could have been made, or retentions.
The retention of Dino Vasso.
That's a big story, too, yes.
Interviewed with 4 teams for defensive coordinator, and Dino Vasso has been here for all of Derek Stingley's development, all of Kamari Lassiter, all of Kalen Bullock, all of Jalen Petrie. He was here before D'Amico was here, and he's been a very critical part of that defense getting to where it is. Derek Stingley, when they announced that Dino Vasso was staying, what did Derek Stingley said?
It was a tweet. He retweeted it.
Best in the world.
Yeah, like best in the world, greatest coach. Yeah, like elite. He loves him. Stingley publicly loves Dino Vasso. So that you're right. That of all the coaching staff changes and non-changes, Vasso is probably the biggest one.
I think if you look at the 2 most dominant position groups on the team, the defensive line and the defensive backs, you feel really good about both those assistant coaches. Yeah. Rod Wright, and I know, you might say, well, look, Will Anderson was going to be good no matter what. Well, okay, Daniil Hunter was already good. 2 things about that. One is the defensive tackles have consistently played like the best version of themselves.
Yeah.
They're taking multiple guys who have come from multiple different places, and they consistently play their best when they're here. And the second is that as a former defensive lineman, I've watched Rod Wright coach, and I get jealous of the players who get to be coached by him. He really knows his stuff.
Yep, you like it. That's number 4. Number 3, this is the one we'll spend the most time on. Tank Dell. News that it appears that Tank Dell, and this came directly from D'Amico Ryans and Nick Cacerio on our show last week, that it seems like the expectation is that Tank is going to participate in at least some of the activities this spring. Yeah. OTAs, minicamp, whatever that may be. This is a long cut, but it's a good cut. And Seth, you said you played this on your YouTube channel.
I played this on my YouTube. I put some highlights of Tank Dell from 2024 over it, and a lot of people were moved by the highlights, but B also they liked this conversation. Yep. They complimented our questions especially.
Okay, so we're going to play this cut, and then we'll lay out what we saw over the weekend from Tank.
I mean, I think we were kind of like, well, maybe there's a shot at the end of this past season. Didn't really work out that way, but he's kind of ready to go here. I think he'll be able to start hopefully in April. Like I said, he's there training just about every day. So the big step for him will be once he's out of a rehab mode, when you actually get on the field and you actually start, let's say, running and cutting in more true football-type environment, what that actually looks like.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Nick. I'm very curious about that because you guys have access to so much sports science and high-level equipment and things like that. Are there ways that you can tell with Tank, not just like straight line speed type of stuff, you can measure that with a stopwatch. Do you guys have mechanisms to be able to see that he's still got that same change of direction and twitch?
Yeah, we're fortunate. We get a lot of it on the players, and we use it to really, it's twofold, to help educate them and also to provide some benchmarks. So as a player is coming back, hey, here was his kind of baseline previously. All right, here's where he is now. All right, there's some things that we can do to help modify the training to kind of get to that point. So, because in the end, you want the athlete to be in as much balance as possible. I think sometimes you might find maybe there's more of an asymmetry right to left. Okay, what can we do to help? But you have information. And the good thing about Tank, he's been with us from the beginning.
Yeah. So you can see how fast he was running his routes.
So here was his miles per hour. Here was his some metrics. Here was his force plate jump or whatever we're measuring. All right, then where is he now? So it'll be probably a slow-moving target, but you do have some benchmarks of information because we have a lot of data in our system which we can utilize.
What are the early signs? Are you able to discern anything
overall yet? I mean, he's probably not quite to where he was, but he's trending that way.
Was there a moment at the end of the season where you guys had to break the news to him that, man, it's just not going to work out?
No, I think he kind of, knew at some point, like, all right, and then he kind of transitioned his mindset as well. And like I said, his attitude was really good. I mean, he's obviously disappointed, but he was doing everything he can. And as soon as the season was over, I mean, he had a big smile on his face, like, all right, like I'm ready to go, which is great. So he's not discouraged. Tank's a great kid. I mean, you guys have been around him, so we'll see how it goes.
Not gonna lie, that was a pretty good 2 minutes of radio right there.
The part that I think people find most interesting, or at least I do, and you did a good job of asking this question, was about the data and the GPS monitoring and everything like that. And then, and one thing that Nick mentioned too was the strength disparity from one leg to the other, all of that stuff. They've just gotten a lot better at being able to measure and diagnose that. And those are the kinds of things that can, when you do throw somebody back out on the football field, and it looks like in workouts they're okay to go, and it looks like in the weight room they're strong and everything, that's when you could get re-injured, is if, guy's actually just been able to mask it pretty well, and he's trying real hard, but there's still a lot of imbalances. I feel better about it with Tank, partly just because of the modern technology they have to be able to assess that stuff.
Okay, so this begs the question. There's a video that Tank himself put out over the weekend. What was he? He was carrying 2 dumbbells by his side.
It's just called a farmer's walk.
Farmer's walk? Okay.
So you're walking with a couple of dumbbells.
Yep.
So it's kind of like a whole body exercise because you got to use your core and your grip strength and everything else to keep walking. And it's a dumb exercise that looks like, okay, what's the big deal with that? It sucks. It sucks if you do it long enough.
Yeah, well,
as a former kid that worked on farms, I can tell you. Carrying stuff over long distances sucks.
It's not fun.
Yeah.
So the big takeaway people seem to have with Tank in that video is his legs are really, really, really skinny.
Yes.
Like really skinny.
That was my immediate takeaway too. To the point where I ended up I spent way too much time looking at Tank Dell's thighs this weekend, more so than I usually do.
Did you go back and look at his eyes from before the knee injury?
Yeah, well, through his pants.
Yeah, like highlights.
And I had to do a little bit of the X-ray vision imagination thing, but he's always had ridiculously skinny legs.
Of course.
To the point where you worry about him.
Yes.
He's just, you look at him and you think, he looks too small to be on a football field.
Some would argue that maybe that's why he suffered a couple season-ending leg injuries, because his legs are so skinny. Yeah.
The hard part was a lot of people said, wow, there's a leg size difference. And I'll be honest with you, the problem in trying to figure this out is that he's got a full tattoo sleeve on his right leg.
Yeah.
And then his left leg is the one where he injured his knee in 2024.
Yes.
And there were some angles where I thought his left leg looked definitely skinnier than his right leg, and then there were other angles where I couldn't really tell a difference. I think that if you were, for me personally, yes, I would love his legs to put on some more strength and muscle mass and what have you. I just don't think that where he is right now is necessarily all that different from where he was before the injury.
I don't either.
Ridiculously skinny legs.
I don't either. I'm always optimistic on these things. So I'm like, you're wrong about his knees. Hey, by the way, second biggest story, CJ's new haircut. First biggest story, Texans' new headquarters. So those just to round out the top five. I think Tank is the third biggest, behind the haircut of his best friend CJ Stroud, the third biggest story, based on engagement and whatnot.
Oh, and to pay off on what we talked about earlier, Sean and I were talking about search engine optimization before the show.
Yeah.
And
as we always do.
Saying Houston Texans in the first 30 seconds actually really helps you with the search engines. For people like our listeners who are looking for Houston Texans content.
And if you want us to stick around for a long, long time and be the best in the world, we need to execute. Yeah. And that's what we did. We said Houston Texans.
Same thing if we say Houston Rockets or Houston Astros.
Yeah.
We're gonna say a lot of Houston Astros today.
We're going to say Houston a lot.
Yeah, that's right. Just Houston.
Just Houston.
Houston.
All right, let's get to some Houston headlines and actually some national ones as well. We'll do that coming up next. Headlines. Stay there.
Underdog is available in Texas. We're talking about how you feel.
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, today's headlines. Let's start with the NBA, the All-Star Game weekend. The new format, I would say, was worth doing again next year. I think Adam Silver can go 1 year without tinkering with the format. I enjoyed the stars and the stripes and the world all engaging in a 3-team round robin.
Seems like people cared about it. The players themselves did care about it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. The olds, the youngs, and the world all combined into one melange of basketball. So ultimately, the young American players, the team stars, they won. Anthony Edwards was the MVP. Victor Wembanyama, I thought, showed really well. There's a lot of, you know what there was a lot of this weekend, Seth? Two things. Tanking talk, which we'll get to in the 7 o'clock hour. Adam Silver had to address that. And two, with LeBron clearly on the decline. This is the first year that I can ever remember there being a debate as to whether LeBron belonged at All-Star Weekend.
Right.
In terms of his caliber of play. There was a lot of face of the league talk going on. Like who is, and I thought for a long, long time that the NBA is going to have a post-LeBron issue. But it seems like if they were to do a poll on this sort of thing, it seems like Wemby is ready to take the mantle. And you can tell the way he played in this All-Star game, the intensity with which he played, I think, fed into that a little bit.
It's an interesting debate that people get into about who is going to be the face of the league, because sometimes it takes on a tone of almost who needs to be the face of the league. And it's just nothing that you can actually shoehorn somebody into. It's not like with the right amount of publicity or this or that or something, you create, this is going to be the next Michael Jordan, or this is going to be the next LeBron James.
Right.
The guy has to do it on the court, and then he grows into that role.
He's got to want to be it, too. There's like Anthony Edwards, I'm not even sure he wants to be the face of the league. Like you
got to win a boatload of championships, too.
Yeah,
or make a difference.
Or at least be in competition for a championship. So I would say overall yesterday, pretty successful day for the NBA. You can weigh in on the base power text line if you'd like, 713-572-4610. Astros news, this happened after you and I went, or actually it was right as we were ending the show. The news came down right as we were ending the show, and you and I didn't see it in time to react to it in real time, so we'll react to it now. Joey Loperfido, Jesus Sanchez traded. Jesus Sanchez, who was just abysmal for the Astros after getting picked up at the trade deadline, offensively and defensively. Remember some of those plays he'd make in the outfield?
And it got worse and worse because, remember, and we knew it at the time, when they first signed him, look at he's smiling all the time.
He laughs all the time.
That's cool. And then you realize, including after these egregiously bad plays in the outfield, he's still laughing.
He laughs after strikeouts.
This is not the time.
Right. I need him to hate his failure as much as we do.
Joey Loperfido is nice because he had about as emotional a press conference as you'd ever seen from a guy that's just gotten traded. It seemed like everybody in the organization loved him. It seemed like Joey Loperfido loved being here.
Yeah.
And, of course, you got to get rid of a guy like that.
Well, they picked up Kikuchi, which it's hard to say that wasn't a really good trade.
No, I know.
It was a
at
good
the time, though, I was skeptical of Kikuchi. So at the time, I was very much I'll call out my own fraudulence here. Kikuchi ended up being a really good trade.
No, a lot of people thought it was an overpay. You're absolutely right. They traded Loperfido, and they traded Billy Wagner's kid, and they traded Bloss, the pitcher, and turned out to be a really good trade for the Astros. And now Joey Loperfido is back. And as I think I heard Paul Gallant or Reggie Atatula, one of them say, the ladies are going to be happy about that. Joey Loperfido, easy on the eyes for sure. They also signed Kevin Biggio to a minor league deal with an invite to spring training. Of course, Craig Biggio's son was a fifth-round pick several years ago out of Notre Dame, was part of that whole crew of Blue Jays that were second generation or had relatives in them. You know, you had Yuli Gurriel's brother, you had Bo Bichette, and you had Vlad Guerrero Jr. and Kevin Biggio. You had a bunch of guys that had ties to previous generations of big league ball players. And it hasn't worked out as well for Kevin Biggio as it has Bo Bichette and Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Yeah, and then as far as Loperfido and Sanchez, I'd say my favorite way to grade a trade is to see what the opposing fan base reaction is.
Oh, yeah.
And Blue Jays fans not happy at all about Loperfido. Yeah.
Okay.
It makes sense on paper. I mean, Sanchez has been a better player than Loperfido in his career. Loperfido just hasn't played as much, nearly as much as Sanchez. They're about the same age, but Sanchez has been in the league 3 or 4 years longer. But I think just as it was here the first time around, he's a popular guy in the fan base and in the clubhouse.
Well, the Astros dumped $7 million or $6 million in salary.
That part was nice too.
Yeah, they dumped some salary. The NFL, this probably deserves more than the minute that we have on it here. But the NFL owners won a grievance over the Players Association, forbidding them to post the results of the annual Players Survey about the quality of the workplace that they work in, which I would imagine the McNairs were probably fine with it getting posted because the Texans always scored really, really well in that survey.
They got increasingly better over the last few years to where they were they got an A- or something last year. They're one of the top few teams in the league in terms of the grades. There was a report that Woody Johnson of the Jets was one of the owners who was really hell-bent on the NFLPA not
trash
publicizing
franchise. Of
this
course
thing.
he is.
Yeah. And, of course, the NFL issued a statement talking about all the reasons that this was the right ruling, and the NFLPA had a different version of events. They're just it's still going to leak out.
Of course it is.
The NFLPA isn't allowed by the CBA to just publicize all this stuff.
Hand it to Schefter.
Individual people who have access to the results are probably going to be leaking this stuff out.
Yes.
My thought was when I found out that Woody Johnson was at the vanguard of getting rid of the public results, I thought, how will Jets fans ever figure out whether their team is bad or not? How will they know if it's a horrible organization if they don't have these reports?
I thought JJ had a great point on this. JJ retweeted Schefter posted the memo from the NFL about this. And then JJ retweeted Schefter's tweet and said, NFL won't let actual players grade the workplace they attend every single day, but they'll allow a third-party grading service, he's referring to PFF, Pro Football Focus, to display their rankings on national TV every Sunday night.
Yeah. I don't know.
They're letting them grade the workplace. They're just not letting them publicize the grades.
Right.
Yeah.
The owners desperately just don't want to actually face any criticism above and beyond. They don't want to be criticized at the same level that the players get criticized.
That's right.
Because they're right as super rich, annoying bastards.
Yep. Yeah. You're absolutely right. It's
so they're still going to do the report cards. They're just the NFLPA is not going to tweet about it and have a whole website dedicated to it.
The whole who owns the colors and the shade of blue of the Tennessee Titans and whatnot became a topic again this weekend.
Yeah.
When the Titans changed their logo, they changed their team's logo. They went from the Titan T with largely dark blue
shield look.
with the flame coming out the back to just a circle, like a circular shield with the Titan T 3 stars, but the color scheme is largely Columbia blue.
Yeah.
The Texans are renting so much space in Amy Adams' shrunk brain right now.
I kind of like the new logo. It's more simple. It's simple, and and a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people made the comparison to the old Cracker Barrel, getting their new corporate design of where it's so much more boring.
Yeah.
I guess. Look, I'm not going to pretend I know much about visual arts or anything, but that's the trend these days is towards simplification. I like logos that you can draw on your notebooks during study hall.
Oh, okay.
I've always
Easy
been a fan of a logo that a kid can just sit down and doodle and without any actual artistic ability do it. So I kind of like the simplification.
That makes sense.
Oh, you know what? I had to do this. I was visiting my mom this weekend.
Yeah.
I had to correct her on her Texans refrigerator magnet placement.
What happened?
She had it straight up. That way,
tilted.
Instead of tilted.
It's tilted.
Yeah.
Boy, that is a well-actually of all well-actuallys.
I dressed her down
moms
for a good
right
5
there.
minutes.
Yeah,
Yelled at her
that's
about
your
all
mom,
the ways
man.
she's embarrassed me.
Yeah. Everything I've heard, your mom's pretty cool. That feels
I did. It was very gentle. Well, she is recovering from kney replacement.
Oh,
but
okay.
This is a lesson she needed to learn.
Yeah, while she's in pain. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, by the way, Cougs, Iowa State tonight. That's a big one. Number 3 at number 5 tonight. If you're looking for some college basketball to watch. All right, heading into the 7:00 hour here. The most ridiculous proclamation of last offseason became even more stupid this weekend, and it was by somebody else in the AFC South, not a Houston Texan. We will have that for you and a whole lot. We'll do Acknowledge Me at 7:20 today on the show. A lot to get to here on a President's Day edition. Stay there. But if you're looking for a place to go eat today, I can tell you who's open on President's Day. Beck's Prime.
West Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the most ridiculous proclamation of the offseason last year came in the AFC South, but it was not the Houston Texans. It didn't come from the Texans. Nick Cacerio is not prone to making bold proclamations like the one the magnificent Gladstone made less than a year ago about Travis Hunter when they traded up from 5 to 2, gave up multiple picks, including their first-round pick this year, which Cleveland will have, to move up 3 spots to get Travis Hunter because he was going to revolutionize the sport of football. Let's go back in the Wayback Machine to late April of April 2025, and hear from James Gladstone introducing Colorado cornerback / wide receiver and Heisman Trophy winner and number 2 overall pick Travis Hunter.
Yeah, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person. He's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him. From the football field to the city, to the game of football itself, Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
Got to get the applause.
Oh, good applause.
Yeah,
good way to be impartial there, Jacksonville fan.
That was a press conference. Bravo, Gladstone. Bravo.
That woman that would go on to give the motivational speech to Liam Cohen after the playoff departure was in there, too.
Oh, she was probably there, yeah.
This was, now remember, this would have been 10 months ago. We already hated James Gladstone at that point.
Yes, we did.
It was in spring training last year when you and I were in that Airbnb along with our boss, Parker, where we were first introduced to James Gladstone. Yes. And we could tell immediately, boy, guy's annoying. Then this guy, the great thing about that speech that he just gave was that you can find it almost verbatim in a couple of different scenarios on draft day, where he had these things memorized, and he was on the phone with somebody else, and he basically gave this same speech. He was doing an interview with NFL Network or ESPN, basically gave this same speech, and ChatGPT spit out a good speech for him. But the first year GM congratulating himself and his organization for making a draft pick of a guy that's going to redefine the way we think about football, because this guy can play both ways. He can do things that anybody else and nobody else has ever done before, at least since teams started platooning football players. Fast forward 1 year, and everybody who didn't see the news this weekend, Travis Hunter is going to be a defensive back this year who sometimes plays on the offensive side of the ball. Yes,
according to Cameron Wolfe of the NFL Network, the Jaguars' plan is to make Hunter a starting cornerback. So, they got a starter out of the deal.
Yay!
And play full-time on defense while only playing part-time at wide receiver.
Right.
So
is
So is he only partially revolutionizing
I think
the
he's
sport
partially.
now?
He's not revolutionary because there have been a lot of guys who have been defensive backs who play some. J.J. Watt's done this. Lineman who's played a fair amount of tight end. Mike Vrabel. Go back to various guys who have played both ways as receivers and defensive backs. That's happened before.
I think Stingley could do this just as easily as Travis Hunter could do this.
If Stingley didn't have his injury history, I think he probably would have already done it. His ball skills are immaculate.
Yep.
But. Yeah, this is just not necessarily all that big a deal. And the fun thing about this is that I think by and large most people like Travis Hunter. I like Travis Hunter. I thought that I never want to say never, but I don't think people realized or appreciated just how improbable it would be that he'd be able to play both ways. It's just, it's amazing what Ohtani has done, but it's still even harder to do something similar to that in football because of how physically taxing it is.
It's a full contact sport.
Yeah.
And he's a
smaller guy.
He's a smaller guy, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And it just, it was cool that he did what he did in college. It was really, really impressive. But to do in the NFL, it's just ridiculous. And for them to start off right from the get-go saying, yep, this is our plan. We're going to do it. And they had him doing it, splitting time, back and forth. And he ended up getting injured, like 2 significant injuries in his rookie year.
Yeah.
He got injured during training camp, missed a bunch of games, then he goes on IR his rookie year. Yeah, this was not going to happen. And the only way that trade ends up making sense now is if he ends up becoming one of the best cornerbacks in the league.
Even then,
because the trade, you could make comparisons to the Will Anderson trade. And the compensation, et cetera, probably, it was the Jaguars, I believe, was a little bit more aggressive in terms of trade value
like
at the time and
points
everything.
on the Jimmy Johnson chart or whatever, yeah.
The difference is that the Texans had a boatload of draft capital because of that little thing, remember the Deshaun Watson trade?
Yeah.
They just had a boatload of draft capital, so it wasn't as expensive to the Texans in terms of percentage of their overall draft capital and everything. And it was an aggressive move, and it was much criticized at the time. It ended up working out. Really, because it only makes sense if Will Anderson becomes one of the best edge rushers in the league.
Which he is.
Within 3 years, he became one of the very best pass rushers in the league.
He is the second best defensive player in football, according to the AP voters.
And it's also it's also his leadership and everything else that comes along with it. He's the perfect football player. I love him. So with Travis Hunter, it could still work out that he might be that caliber of player. But one thing that the GM didn't have to do as the kid's being introduced before he's even signed his contract to play in the NFL, is introduce him as a guy who's going to redefine the game of football itself.
That's exactly right. And yet the Jags were 13-4 this past season. Empirically, James Gladstone did a good job as the general manager of that team.
Right, and Travis, he's shown a lot of promise as a defensive back.
Yeah.
And I think that's where there's still time for it to work out really well. Mostly today we just celebrate James Gladstone being such an annoying Silicon Valley upstart type. You know who he is? He's one of these people that they convince young business people that they need to spend $200,000 on their logo and branding before they actually produce a product.
Before they make something.
The sizzle is more important than the steak. You'll never make it with some logo like what, IBM or something. No, you need a snazzy name.
That's right. And an animal.
You need something like Microsoft.
Yeah. The trade is actually very similar to the Will Anderson. So there were some day 3 picks that kind of went back and forth that largely are just shrapnel. The main picks that got traded, Jacksonville moved up from 5 to 2. They gave up their second-round pick in that draft, which the Texans also did to move up from 12 to 3. They gave up their first-round pick next year, which is now this year, which the Texans also did. And ironically enough, the Texans pick, I think, landed at 27, and the Jags pick landed at 26. So the two trades wound up being very, very similar in terms of what was given up. Yeah, after the dust settles. Very, very similar trades. It's just I don't know that it's hard for me to believe that Travis Hunter is ever going to get to Will Anderson's level, because Will's playing at a level now that very few people get to, period.
Well, I mean, that goes back to how do you evaluate the guy on draft day? And the appeal of Travis Hunter was his ability to play both ways.
Yes.
If you believed that fairy tale, if that was the mythology that you were going to attach yourself to, that's what made him that valuable. As a wide receiver or as a defensive back, he wasn't nearly thought of as a guy like Will Anderson was as a pass rusher. And so the fact that you're already giving up on him playing both ways.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a far too aggressive trade based on you wanting to believe a fairy tale of this guy playing both ways.
There's a secret sauce that needs to come with it if you're making that big a trade. The secret sauce for Hunter was his both-way ability. The secret sauce for Will Anderson was the exponential effect he has on the culture of your building.
Yeah.
They're both good players. They're both Will's a great player. Travis Hunter's potentially a great player. That two-way thing, though, is, if it comes to fruition, is worth that extra draft capital. the same. The nice thing for the Texans is the thing that was a secret sauce for Will is a very stable, predictable thing. Easy to predict that he's going to be really good in the building.
If I was look, they believed in the cult and the mythology of Travis Hunter. If this was a real world religion, and I were to sign up for a religion where they said, yeah, we're gonna guarantee you everlasting life, just not even in heaven, on this earth, and all you have to do is tithe 50% of your salary every year. If after 10 years they came to me and they said, like, hey, by the way, that whole everlasting life thing, turns out it's not true at all. But we do have some commemorative coins to offer. They go, like, no, crap. No, I spent too much. But that's what they've gotten with the promise of everlasting life. Is
Travis
been dashed in the earth with Travis Hunter.
They're still coming after Drake May up in New England, huh?
Yeah. Well, this one, Houston Stressens had asked, hey, is Drake May getting the kind of hate that CJ has gotten because of his bad playoff performance?
Yeah.
And I think that, for one, I don't think he would. I don't think it's justified that Drake May should get as much hate as C.J. Stroud did for his performance, because Drake May didn't throw 4 interceptions in one half of football in that game to just put it completely out.
Cataclysmic failure by C.J.
Yeah, it wasn't as bad a performance, but Drake May didn't have a good performance. So I think, and this echoes some of the things that I heard Boston radio people saying before the Super Bowl. People that were pointing out, like, hey, guys, like, I know you don't want to hear about the strength of schedule and everything, but Drake May hasn't actually looked all that hot in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the hosts on WEEI, Dan Ball, who just flat out calls Drake May a baby.
Are you not ready for the game and go mute and don't say anything to your offense and don't say anything to your coach and don't make eye contact and blow right past them and throw your helmet down on the bench after you have a bad series and have your head coach have to follow you along the sideline going, let it go, let it go? That's what bothers me here, Andy. It's one thing if you just lose and accept that you're the lesser quarterback on the lesser team. It's another to be a baby about it. I'm sorry. It's another to be.
B word came out quick.
It's another. You can't compete in the NFL if you're going to be a front runner. If you're going to be a great leader in the face of the franchise and a leader of men when you're winning, and regress and not be a vocal part of what's going on your team when you're losing. You cannot compete at the NFL level if that's the way you're going to operate when you're losing to a very good team.
That's right. In fairness to Houston Stressens is there a bunch of body language talk the same way it was about
that
CJ
sounded
Stroud.
like body language talk.
Apologies to Houston Stressens on that. The discussion was about the body language, the leadership, all of that. That's at least one guy there who's pointed that out. A lot of these mic'd up moments from the Super Bowl have ended up looking really good for Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, good for Vrabel, yes.
But a lot of it is also Vrabel looking really good by him being the guy who's trying to bolster the confidence of his young quarterback.
He's Drake May's therapist out there.
Remember, there was that also, the mic'd up from the championship game when Josh McDaniels is on the sideline with Drake May, and he's saying, hey, it's gonna be hard, man, that we just got to do it for one half. And Drake May looks up at him and says, it's hard.
I didn't see that one. Oh, my God.
He said something like, it's so hard.
Oh,
and I don't know if he was talking about the football maybe or something, but I don't know. You're very good at monitoring other cities' radio stations.
Yeah.
Start to see if there starts to be some body language and some leadership questioning of Drake May.
I should call in and start it up. I should be like, Sully from South Boston calling in.
I feel like to get on.
I don't think you're talking enough about the body language of Drake May.
I used to try to call other radio stations just to try to, just to get us some content to use.
Yeah.
And the problem is, if you're not a known caller and you haven't established yourself, especially on some of those Northeastern shows, they take a lot of callers.
You'll sit there on hold.
It's hard to get on.
Yeah. You'll sit on
especially
hold.
I'd have to get some service where I fake my area code and everything. Because usually it would be like, okay, the Texans are playing the Bills. I'm going to call up the Buffalo. They see a Houston area code, and they're like, screw this guy.
Can you do the old star 6-9er still?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I know, but I think now with your cell phone, there's things, there's services you can use where you can make it look like. Well, I know I get about 20 calls a day from fake phone numbers, so I know that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, Sean, or not. I try not to brag about this stuff, but I have been pre-approved for quite the sum of a
of loans
that I never applied for.
Yeah. I get some of those. Probably not to the volume of loan that you do, but I get a few.
Oh
of
no,
those.
that's all bogus. It's not. I don't even know what it's all about. I applied for credit for something like 2 years ago, and ever since then I've got all these pre-approvals rolling in.
Oh yeah. Maybe I'll call in and give Patriot fans this stat that they don't want to see. Boy, this almost makes me glad that the Texans didn't make the Super Bowl, because I don't think they would have beat the Seahawks.
Yeah, let's count our blessings.
Yeah. Well, let me read the stat here, and you tell me. 18 of the last 19 quarterbacks who lost their Super Bowl debut never got back to the big game. And I don't think the Texans would have beat the Seahawks. I don't mean to be negative about it, but the Seahawks looked like they were beating pretty much everybody that day. So maybe we should count our blessings that, if the Texans are going to make the Super Bowl someday, that they get there at a point where they're favored to win and they can beat whoever it is across from them.
If you don't win it your first time, you're very unlikely to ever never go back again.
Read it again. 18 of the last 19 quarterbacks who lost in their Super Bowl debut never got back to the big game. The only one that did, Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts lost on that really, really controversial call against the Chiefs back in 2023, and then or in 2022. I forget what year it was. And then he won it against the Chiefs a year or two later.
I don't know. Ever since I made a pledge to myself after this Texans team twice now has made the playoffs after starting 0-3, and I should say this Texans franchise. Two of the Texans teams have made it to the playoffs when no other team this century has done it. When the Texans made the playoffs this year, I said, I'm going to swear off any of these historical, can't be, improbable this, improbable that. It's hard to get back to a Super Bowl in general.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
And then you factor in the fact that in the last 20 years, you've had two teams, especially in the Patriots and the Chiefs, kind of soak up so many of the Super Bowl victories that it's hard to, if you're not one of those two teams, it's hard to.
You're on the wrong side of everything. If you're not a Patriots or a Chief,
Yeah.
you're on the wrong side of everything. We asked people to check in that are listening this morning, because it is, for a lot of you out there, it's a holiday. So some of you are being probably super lazy and not getting up at the 6 a.m. hour. I get it. Listening on my 15-hour drive. From my second home in the North Georgia mountains to my primary residence in Bay City, Texas, left at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Please keep the show entertaining. Good luck with that. Stop at Buc-ee's in Calhoun, Georgia, and we'll stop again in West Columbia. I love it. It's a guy who plans his trip around the Buc-ee stops.
It's interesting that he's permanently lives in Bay City or Baytown.
It's his second home is in the North Georgia mountains. His primary residence is in Bay City, Texas.
So he went to the mountains in winter.
Yeah. The Georgia mountains. So
but it gets cold up there.
It does. No,
I got to talk to him about my planned trip to hike the Appalachian Trail because this is commonly what people do, Sean. I'm going to bore you with this for like 7 minutes, but
just
it's going to
bore this guy. He's trying.
It's going to keep our North Georgia friend entertained.
Okay.
So the Appalachian Trail stretches from Georgia to Maine, and a lot of times when people want to hike the whole thing, 'cause it takes about 6 months on average. You start off early in spring in Georgia, and then you finish up in Maine. You try to get there before the winter weather comes.
Oh yeah.
Because if you do it the other way, you got to start off where it's a lot more hilly and it's a lot more potential winter weather if you start off in spring up in Maine.
Yeah.
This is the thing, though. You know me and crowds. I don't like them.
No.
So I don't want to start off in Georgia where apparently it sounds like it's just a band of merry, jolly, hikers and whatnot, all talking to each other and everything. I don't want that.
You don't want that.
Yeah. This guy might have some intel for me on how I can maybe script
Do you want
that.
me to? You want his number? You want me to send you his number off the? I know you're trying to stay off the text.
No, I'm not gonna. I won't follow through.
Okay.
So, but we'll keep him entertained.
Well, he can text us.
Else?
You know what? Text us and give Seth some Appalachian Trail hiking advice.
You know what I had a lot of this weekend was deep winter wilderness survival. I was watching a show where somebody, the classic, it's 20 degrees below zero and somebody's running through the woods like in The Revenant or something, and they fall into a stream, and you're like, oh, all right, that's it, they're dead now. Like,
right.
You're not gonna, if you don't build a fire and dry those clothes out and everything. So I tried to figure out the reality of all of that, and it turns out it is more achievable than you might think. depending on what material clothes you have and how you handle it. The big key is you need to wring those clothes out.
Yeah.
You know, they'll still have an insulating quality if they're damp.
Just damp.
Yeah.
They just can't be soaked.
But then ideally what it's got to be, though, it's got to be wool or some high-tech fabric because if it's cotton kills.
Yeah.
This is what us old-school mountaineers will tell you.
Yeah.
Cotton is just miserable in cold, wet weather. It'll kill you even faster than being naked.
It'll stay damp for a long time.
And it just sucks the heat away from you.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, so in some of these movies, when you see somebody fall into a river and it's 0 degrees out,
right?
And you're like, well, clearly they're going to die.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
If they know what they're doing, if they have their Chat GPT with them on their phone, they can manage it with their cold, dead hands to figure out exactly what the next steps are.
Their phone survives going into the river with them as well. Then are these waterproof these days? These iPhones? Are they?
There's kind of water. They're water resistant.
They're water resistant because I have them in the I put mine on the shelf of the shower sometimes. To listen to music ever, and it'll fall. And then it gets stoked. The speaker doesn't work for a little bit, but then it starts working again.
Yeah, I don't know if you can submerge them to 10 meters or whatever.
Right, that's my question.
Yeah, I've gotten my wet. Well, you remember then what the kids wouldn't understand is the early iPhones. It was like you could drop it like this, 6-inch drop.
Yeah,
screen
shattered. Yeah,
shattered. You remember those days?
I do.
It was so frustrating.
I do.
I can't believe it ever caught on, these smartphones.
I can't believe that Apple Care ever became a thing, and Apple decided, hey, we'll Apple Care, what is it, like $14 a month?
I don't know.
They lost out with my family. My kids dropped so many phones.
Yeah.
So many phones. I'm surprised they kept covering them. So, are you ready to acknowledge some people? Let's acknowledge. Let's acknowledge some people. It's a Monday. We do Acknowledge Me at about 7:20-ish every Monday. I will say a name, somebody who accomplished or did something noteworthy. I'll say because it's not all positive. I'll say a name. Ben, Gary, our producer, will give the Roman Reigns hotkey, and away we go. Drake.
Acknowledge me.
Noted musician, rapper, singer, songwriter. It's a Super Bowl leftover that we just didn't get to last week. I want to acknowledge Drake for losing $1 million betting on the Super Bowl, that's a lot of money, obviously. I'm more interested in which outlet took his action because it's a big bet for a sports book.
This is an odd acknowledgement. I'm eager to see where you're going with this.
Well, this is one of those ironic acknowledgements. I will admit.
Okay,
yeah. All right. Drake, and after losing $1 million betting on the Super Bowl, that he's switching back over to casino games.
Which
as we all know, has a much greater than 50% chance of winning.
Yes.
I knew you would like this. Because we had some blackjack take. I did some blackjack take. Oh, it was my take about having blackjack be part of hiring NFL coaches so I could see how they react quickly to risk-reward situations. And you made the overarching point, which is you probably want a coach that realizes that blackjack in general is a losing situation and chooses not to play.
Yeah, playing any of the games
I was mad about how good a point that was. So I put this in. This morsel is for you, Seth. Drake switching over to other activities that pay off less than 50%.
I think the thing is, he probably in a casino, people realize, all right, long term the house is going to win, but I might have a little stab of glory here or there.
Drake does.
I feel like most people know that. But with sports betting, I think the great thing about sports betting is, and as I'm careful with how much, I've got a very strict limit. But the great thing about sports betting is, by and large, you're going to win 50% of the time. It's of those, and you get to still feel like it was your skill and your acumen, and I made that decision based on this, and that's why I knew I was right, and that's why I was going to win. Yeah, but it's all settled up. The house, long term, the house just wants they want 50% of people to win, 50% to lose.
Yeah,
and the helps you in that regard.
Dude, college basketball. Okay, so I don't bet a ton of basketball.
And just to be really clear for the people that don't understand. Winning 50% of the time puts you in a cash negative situation.
It does because of the
Vick.
Yeah.
For those who don't understand the whole,
If you win 53 or 54% of the time, you're laughing. I mean, that's good in sports betting.
And it's still a cash flow issue if you want to make a living at it.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I placed my first college basketball wager of the season this weekend for the exact reason that you and I were talking about earlier in the show. It's kind of a dead time right now with football over, and I'm like, all right. So I text my son James, who does his fair share of college basketball handicapping. And I love college basketball, but in watching it, when I have a betting interest in it, all of the ugly warts of college basketball show up, like how undisciplined the players are and the bad shots they take. It's
a
so
lot of
much
things to get angry about when you're gambling on college basketball.
It's the same thing with college football. It's just a much sloppier version of the professional sport. And the bet that my son James gave me, said, Pops, take I like Providence plus 7.5 against St. John's. I said, okay. It was at Providence. St. John's is a significantly better team, but okay, I take it. Boy, Providence is winning this game like 40-39 with about 13 minutes to go. They're in this game, and it feels like a game they can easily stay within 7.5. And then some idiot on Providence, it was the biggest story of the college basketball weekend, the one game I bet on. This idiot with the last name Powell on Providence, who has a haircut to go with it, clotheslines some guy on St. John's, starts a bench-clearing melee, gets a bunch of guys kicked out of the game, and St. John's goes on a run like a sleeping giant. St. John's immediately goes on a 9-0 run. I'm not covering anymore. I'm like, Amy's like, what? Amy's like in the other room folding laundry, and she's like, what are you yelling at? I'm like, I'm yelling at these idiots on Providence right now.
Hey, tell me if this is real or not. I didn't go back to see whether I was reading fake news or not.
Yeah.
But I know for sure that there was a guy who stormed the field at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
People called him a streaker.
No.
And I was so disgusted.
I am too.
That the guy had he not only had pants, but a shirt on as well.
Right.
That's not a streaker.
No.
Like, what the hell, kids?
No. Not a streaker.
But he stormed the field. The story I saw was that he had bet whether there'd be a streaker in the Super Bowl or not.
Oh.
I don't know, and I did zero fact checking on that or not. How would that usually work with if you do something like that and it turns out that you actually affected the outcome?
That's a good question. I have no idea. Yeah, okay. I have no idea. I mean, I don't even know an outlet where you can get yes or no on a streaker, so I certainly don't know.
It might have been fake news.
Yeah.
I'm not presenting this as news to our audience.
Okay. All right, I'm going to acknowledge the Houston Texans.
Acknowledge me.
I'm clicking on the link to the tweet. I saw the same tweet you did, Seth, and for whatever reason, it's not opening up for me right now.
I can't imagine why not.
Maybe it wasn't real news.
It's not opening for me. Oh, no, I've got it.
You do?
NFL teams ranked. Again, we have zero clue the legitimacy.
We are caveating that this could be pure folly.
This is by a guy with a Twitter account about fantasy football that has 4,012 followers.
Okay.
That's all the fact-checking we've done on this.
That's it.
But we're going to run with it.
Yeah.
NFL teams ranked by number of appearances in the Epstein files.
So like all those emails of involving,
Commanders are first with 18, allegedly. 49ers with 17, allegedly. All the way down to 32. You got to scroll down or Control F to get to your Houston Texans.
The only team.
With zero. Zero references in the Epstein files.
They don't brush up in that corner of the universe, all right?
I would imagine if this
guy
were legitimate or true, I'm guessing this has something to do with most of these references or when people are talking about getting tickets to a game or something.
Maybe.
Or maybe gambling on it or something like that.
To the point, you mentioned the top few teams there on that list.
Yeah.
Washington
that would make a lot of sense.
Well, and that was news that Josh Harris's name, the owner of the Commanders, was in. His name was mentioned in some of those emails. So that part checks out. And so if that part checks out, I choose to believe the bottom of the list checks out as well.
There's got to be a lot of. Because obviously there's a lot of people in the Epstein files who just they're randomly were part of somebody's secretary or this or that or anything. But if you're one of those people. When you first get the notification that somehow your name is in the Epstein files.
I'd be terrified, right?
It's one of those things when you know you haven't done anything wrong.
Nothing.
You might not have ever even known Jeffrey Epstein was involved in the business or something. That moment when you find out that your name is in it,
dude.
And then until you figure out exactly how and why and where.
Yeah. Well, I've watched enough HBO series where people get framed for things they didn't do.
Yeah. You know that just by being in the neighborhood somehow, is there something that I unwittingly did or something?
Well, in your digital fingerprint for the rest of your life.
It's gonna Google
your name. How high up is that getting pushed on the search engine?
Even if it ends up being nothing at all, and nobody tries to make something of it.
Yeah.
But when a future potential employer Googles your name,
right?
And one of the first things
Epstein
that pops
files.
up. Matter of fact, he was in the Epstein files.
Right.
So, but the Texans don't have to worry about that.
No, they certainly do not. Zero. According to this
Deshaun
guy.
Watson not in the Epstein files?
Guess not. Well, he's not a Texan anymore. So
I know, but even if he had the
back in the day, yeah. All right, Chris Paul.
Acknowledge me.
Not in the Epstein file.
Not in the Epstein
I don't know.
file. I'm not sure. He's officially retiring, so he is done. He was let go by was Toronto the team he was on last? I know the Clippers let him go.
People were hot about some of the Clippers.
Well, the Clippers congratulating him and giving him a video, and they're juxtaposing that to how unceremoniously he was let go from the Clippers this time around in his second chapter. They basically, like in the middle of the night, put him on a train in Atlanta back to it might have been a plane, back to L.A. He's officially retiring. And it made me think, and the Rockets appropriately, I think, gave Chris Paul a salute, good luck in retirement video, because the greatest regular season in Rockets history could have been a great postseason, too, if Chris Paul hadn't pulled his hamstring. That 2017-2018 season was a lot of fun, man, with Chris Paul and James Harden going out and winning 65 games. I didn't realize this, or maybe I'd forgotten. When Clint Capella, Chris Paul, and James Harden all played in games together that season, they were together. The three of them played in the same game 45 times that season. The Rockets were 42-3 in those games.
You had two starting offenses rolling out there.
You did.
It was just
you always have either CP3 or James Harden on the floor at all times.
It's like when the Astros basically had two top of the orders in their batting order.
Yes.
When it was like, okay, you get to your fifth batter, and that's actually your second leadoff guy.
Right.
I think that's where the most iconic moment, because a lot of people were talking about his great moments with the Rockets in 2018. It really was, and when he tweaked his hamstring in Game 5, that was the series. The Rockets had the Warriors where they wanted them, and meanwhile the Warriors kind of knew they had the Rockets where they wanted them, because they didn't think Chris Paul was going to be able to withstand how much they were going at him, and they were hammering him and making him run, and it was just the inevitable happened.
Well, that Game 5 of that series, when Paul pulled his hamstring with like 2 minutes to go in the game, was one of the most paradoxical experiences as a sports fan, because winning that Game 5 on paper was monumental. You now just have to win one game, and you're going to get a Game 7 at home to knock off the greatest team of this century, the Golden State Warriors, with Kevin Durant. And you couldn't even enjoy the last 2 minutes of that win because Chris Paul left with a hamstring injury.
I remember Mike Meltzer the next morning just basically saying, why was Steve Kerr smiling and so happy at the end of that game?
Yeah,
and you go back and you watch, and it's like Steve Kerr just knew. All right, well, they don't have Chris Paul. That's we got him right where we want him here. We're going to be just fine.
He knew. Hey, let's get this one in here while we're doing Acknowledge Me here. Drew Brees.
Acknowledge me.
A great story that involves him punking former offensive line coach for the Saints back in 2008, I believe it was.
Yeah, Doug Marrone.
Doug Marrone, yeah, part of the Bill O'Brien inner circle. Doug Marrone. Here's the story from Drew Brees.
You want to hear a good Carl Nick story?
Please.
So we draft Carl Nicks out of Nebraska, like 5th round. It was just a steal because he was one of the most giant human beings you've ever seen, right? Like 6'4", 360 or something. So we have a bunch of injuries. All of a sudden, he's starting at left guard. This is 08, his rookie year, like week 2 or 3. So like, dude, he's fish out of water. And we're short now at O-line too because the guy had gotten hurt. So we're hot practice outside New Orleans, and he's taking every rep, first team, second team. So he's like 35 consecutive plays in, and he's just dragging, sucking air like it's thick outside. O-line coach Doug Marrone is just on him. I'm stepping up into the huddle again to call a play, and Carl is just kind of bent over, just sucking air. Marrone, just to kind of make a point, he goes into the huddle to grab Nicks to, like, stand him up. And I don't know what came over me, but, like, I just have a rule that when I step in the huddle, it's my huddle. I want all eyes on me. I'm leading this. And so when Marrone stepped into the huddle, I didn't even think about it. I just reacted. I grabbed Doug Marrone, and I threw him out of the huddle.
Oh, my gosh.
And I said, I got him. And I looked at Nicks, and I was going to kind of help him up and be like, come on, big fella, let's go, And Nicks just kind of stood up, like bowed his chest down. He looked at me. He's like, man, nobody's ever going to touch you. You got my back, boy. I got you.
That is awesome.
It was very Will Campbell-like in his.
Yeah, that was on the New Heights
Fight to the
podcast.
Death.
That was
yeah,
Jason
it was Jason Kelsey with the reaction there.
Yep.
I enjoyed that just because, as you referenced, Doug Marrone and Bill O'Brien, very tight, and both just a couple of guys that just seemed like it's almost like they want to. They need to prove to everybody that we're Northeasterners and we do things a certain way.
Right.
We're just like that. But Marrone grew up in New York City, and but Bill wants to believe that he's a Southie from Boston or something. And it's nice to see him put in their place sometimes.
Yes.
It's nice to see somebody who's like, sit your ass down. All right?
There was a disproportionate amount of Texan fans celebrating that story. Because of the 6 degrees of Bill O'Brien.
Because of the Bill O'Brien feel to it, yeah.
Yes.
I sent that to Mike Meltzer reference again. Meltzer and Gallant both went to Syracuse, where Doug Marrone was the coach for 4 years. And Mike enjoyed it. Paul stood up for the honor of Jones. He's actually pretty good there.
Yeah.
He was. I mean, he took them out of the depths of insignificance. And I think, what did he end up? His final year, 8-5, and then he got the job with the Bills.
Yeah, he got the job with the Bills. Yep.
I think he lifted them up a little bit. He was like their Deion Sanders. Doug Marrone, Deion Sanders. People
confuse them
put
all
those
the time.
two guys in the same bucket.
Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The biggest topic at NBA All-Star Weekend had nothing to do with the All-Star game, but it is an important topic for the NBA. Could Adam Silver get extreme on this? We will tell you what it is coming up next.
Hey, don't be extreme when it comes to your retirement plan.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The two biggest topics at NBA All-Star Weekend, oddly enough, had nothing to do with any of the All-Star events. Probably that part's probably a good thing for Adam Silver, because in years past, when the actual events themselves at All-Star Weekend have been a topic, it's been in a negative light. And I think I'm seeing mixed reviews on yesterday. You know, it wasn't like balls to the wall by everybody, stars, stripes, and world teams or whatever, but it was certainly more than what we're used to seeing in a normal East versus West All-Star game.
It was, and I think that the care level, I guess, would, on a scale of 0 to 10, I don't know, what's good for an All-Star game or something?
A positive integer.
5 or
greater
6
than
or 7
0,
or something.
yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I thought there was some level of caring going on out there. I mean, like Wembanyama looked like he really cared. Kawhi looked like he really cared. Yeah. And they gave some good performances. You're never going to get just tough, gritty defense all over the place.
Probably not. Probably not.
But the news coming out, I think this is par for the course with most major sports weeks anymore, like whether it's the All-Star week or the championship week. A whole lot of the other accessory news becomes headline. Like the week leading up to the Super Bowl, there's almost always something not related to the Super Bowl itself that ends up being the big news story.
We didn't talk about the game till Friday that week.
Right,
yeah.
right.
So one of the big topics at the NBA is tanking right now, because there are teams that are taking it to the extreme. And Adam Silver has been, I guess, bringing the hammer down. I mean, fines for NBA teams are kind of whatever. I mean, these teams are making money hand over fist. But the biggest one was the Utah Jazz got hit with a $500,000 fine because they were winning a game last week and sat their two best players in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
For the entirety of the fourth quarter, they sat their two best guys, and they ended up losing the game. And we all know where this is going. They're trying to get more ping pong balls or whatever method it is the NBA uses to decide the lottery these days. They're trying to up their probability of getting a better draft slot. Here was Adam Silver saying they're looking at everything when it comes to anti-tanking measures.
We got to look at some fresh thinking here. I mean, what we're seeing right now is not working. There's no question about it. And yes, is there more I can do? Have I attempted not only to respond to behavior we've seen, but send a clear message that we're going to be scrutinizing everything we see going forward? Absolutely. But I don't think that's the way to manage this system long term of I know it when I see it, or people in the league office. It'll lead to very unhealthy relationships between us and our teams.
If I could follow up.
Sure.
Is there any talk of taking draft picks away from teams that do this as opposed to fining them?
There is talk about every possible remedy now to stop this behavior.
Yeah, they've got a big regular season problem in the NBA.
It's so many different areas at any given time. And they'll address it and make some improvements. So the load management was getting so extreme, and to the point where, you almost started to not look forward to marquee matchups between the better teams, because teams would just say, well, no, mathematically, our best chance is just to go rest these guys, rest our best players to be sure that we can really win the games that we know we can win. And this is where, when people worry about analytics ruining sports, I don't mind it at all on the play side of things.
Like decisions
like
in game.
On-court and decisions and everything. It gets annoying to hear people talk about it sometimes, but that's cool. It's one or the other. Okay, you can make a bad decision with your old horse sense, or you can make a bad decision because your analytics are bad. Whatever. You're still playing the sport. I think when it comes to some of the stuff with analytics, and then also with private equity companies being involved in ownership, or just a more financially sophisticated level of owner these days in general, that you're starting to see a lot of the math-driven decisions in the offseason, or on whether to care about winning or not. That's where, for basketball especially, it seems like, man, they're mercenaries as owners.
Yeah.
It's one thing about the players being free agents or anything. It feels like the owners are just so willing and not give a damn about, all right, well, you know what, if we suck for 5 or 6 years and there's no attendance or whatever, screw it anyway. It makes sense financially.
Okay, well, one of the solutions that got brought up, well, you heard at the end of that clip, that was David Aldridge, who's covered the NBA for decades, asking Adam Silver, have you thought about punishing teams by taking away draft picks. Now, keep in mind, the NBA draft is only 2 rounds. Not like the NFL draft where we're like, yeah, we're going to take away a draft pick. A 6th rounder 3 years from now. Take that. So, I mean, and granted, 2nd rounders in the NBA are just kind of, they're the equivalent of like day 3 picks in the NFL. But
these teams we're talking about are a lottery pick.
They're lottery, yeah.
Well, if they took a lottery pick,
if they took away a 1st round pick, then you're talking about punishment. The other thing that came up, not in that clip, but it's been discussed before, but was brought up as a topic over the weekend, is let's do away with the draft. Just make all the guys coming into the league free agents, like you're getting recruited in the real world to go work for a big company.
I've 100% been a fan of Forier, who has a lot of annoying, weird takes that he just keeps coming back to year after year. Florier's been saying this forever, and I've felt it forever too. It's un-American that we have a draft.
Yeah.
It's very un-American that we say, hey, you showed a lot of promise as a college kid. You worked your butt off. Looked like you might be best in the land.
Yeah.
You will have no choice in where you go to work.
Say hello to your new employer, the New York Jets.
Yes, yeah. And the thing about it is, I think people fear change, and you wonder, oh no, but what would happen? The better teams, people could stockpile players. That's the beauty of doing it when you also have a salary cap.
Yeah.
It's that some teams are going to make really bad decisions on guys that are, whether he's a number 1 overall pick or a free agent, it's still a risk. You don't know how good a guy is going to be until he gets into the league. So NFL or NBA, I feel like if you wanna take a flyer on some college kid and pay him $30 million a year before you even know if he's going to be any good or not, that's like risking a draft pick.
I always look at this, something that extreme, I always look at it through a selfish lens, like through the lens of, okay, how would the Rockets operate in a world like that? In a world where there's no draft, you're just recruiting players, bringing them in, trying to convince them to play for you. And obviously they need to make some tweaks to how the salary cap works in that environment. I don't want to go down that road. Let's just pretend it's a simple world where you can recruit guys, and if you got the room to pay them, you pay them. I think the Fertittas have created a very attractive place to come play.
Yeah.
Between the culture in the building now, which is I think really good. I think there's an allure to playing for the Fertitta family, which has a lot of hotels and casinos nationwide. I would imagine that there are some cap-friendly perks that players get if they go to stay at the Golden Nugget at any of these places. I would imagine, maybe concert tickets or whatever.
Even suggesting that.
I said cap-friendly.
Yeah, I guess.
And I think too, Houston is a place where guys like to live. There's a no state income tax. The weather's warm for most of the year. There's a disproportionate number of athletes that have played, some that haven't even played here. I mean, Shaquille O'Neal was never a Houston Rocket. He's got houses here in Houston, Yeah,
he definitely doesn't live here.
Right. No, but there are guys who do that live here that he's an extreme example.
He's got a child,
yeah. Yeah, but there are guys who play here for a year. I mean, Cecil Shorts played here for one season. Yeah. He decided to put his roots down here in Houston. That's just one example. So I think the Rockets, in a world where there's no draft and you're recruiting guys here, I think Houston would be a real attractive place for guys to come play.
That's the other crazy NFL idea that Florio has that I also agree with, but is I wish all teams were just publicly traded corporations. Just to,
he was on that.
You can actually buy stock in it, and
he was on that soapbox over the Super Bowl week this year.
Yeah,
like a few days back, he was. Yeah,
I thought about that as a way to try to do an upstart league. It's just like, you know what? We'll publicly trade shares in this team.
That'd be fun.
And you could you have your board of directors. And everything.
Man.
I feel like just by virtue of having some transparency in a board of directors, a lot of these teams might not make so many stupid decisions. When has a large American corporation ever done anything stupid?
Duped people and made stupid decisions? That's not, you're right, Seth.
If you feel like not enough NFL teams are illegally dumping toxic waste into rivers, I've got the solution for you.
Yeah. These guardrails are foolproof. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Bold predictions in the NFL. A bunch of the experts from ESPN made bold predictions. I'm telling you, a few of these land on the Texans' front lawn, and I don't like them. I don't like them one bit. We'll get to those coming up next.
It's that time of year again. Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Monday. A lot of you have the day off. If you do and you're tuning in, we appreciate that. We appreciate that you think that listening to our show is the best way to spend free time that you're getting away from your employer. Not with your family or with your spouse or going out to eat breakfast with them, but bringing me and Seth with you wherever you go. That's a really, really good decision by you. Bold predictions by ESPN writers. This is the same article, Seth, that you and I touched on last week, where the great Ben Solak, and yes, we are calling him the great Benjamin Solak because he was the one of these 11 writers that picked the Houston Texans to win the Super Bowl in 2026. They will be champion of the earth, according to Ben Solak. These writers
obviously the smartest person
clearly
covering sports today.
Clearly. Well, we'll see how he does with these predictions. They each made bold predictions as well, and I like running through these this time of year because some of them, none of the bold predictions that I saw here at least have to do directly with the Texans. Like none of them are saying the Texans will do this or Will Anderson wins defensive play. None of that. But there are some that affect the Texans. Right off the top, Matt Bowen is one of their writers, and he says Trey Hendrickson signs with the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh.
I don't like that.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Leatu Leitu's really your only pass rusher there, and the Colts defense kind of was let him down.
That is going to be a big ticket item, though. You know, the Colts, that really, if they were to do that, it does make me wonder what their threshold is for signing Daniel Jones. You know, what does that look like?
Right.
The word is they're looking to bring him back.
Yeah, they want to bring Daniel Jones back. It's not altogether clear that Daniel Jones was actually a better quarterback this year if he was just getting a good bump from A. They started off with a strength of schedule that it was as weak as the Patriots' strength of schedule.
Yeah. It was bad.
But B, he also just had that bump that quarterbacks sometimes get from being in a new scheme and people not knowing quite what to get out of him. And then he started to fall off before he had his first injury. Mm-hmm. And then obviously he tore his Achilles after that. But I hope they spend a lot of money on him.
I do,
That'd
too.
That'd be awesome.
I do, too. Trey Hendrickson in the division, I'm not down with that. I need to see the Texans shore some things up on the offensive line before I can just dismiss other AFC South teams upgrading their defensive front.
They have Leatu has come along well, and I think he didn't have double-digit sacks or anything this year, but he was a productive pass rusher.
He looked good.
But then they've got good names, like Kwity Paye. Mm-hmm. They've got Ebukam and Tyquan Lewis. Mm-hmm. Those three guys combined for 9 sacks this year.
So they got some. Those are their version of like Derek Barnett and who am I? Danico Autry, like sort of the backup guys.
Yeah. Except that they're their starters.
Except they're their starters.
Right. Is their starter. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'm saying if they sign Hendrickson, that's what those guys would become.
Oh yeah. But I think those guys are all free agents too.
Oh, okay. So
they got nobody.
Yeah, Chris Ballard's got work to do, man. Okay, I'm gonna skip around here a little bit, Seth, to the ones that matter to the Texans, and we'll come back to some other ones. Whoever Maldonado is, the writer with the last name Maldonado, predicting the Bills acquiring A.J. Brown.
Oh.
I don't like any of these predictions that have the Bills. What did we do last week? It was
it was Alec Pierce.
Alec Pierce last Friday on the free agency list. I don't like any prediction that has the Bills getting a weapon, a downfield weapon for Josh Allen.
They are just so obviously in need of this. Their GM, who's just been to czar of everything football.
Brandon Beane.
Remember he got angry at the Buffalo radio host a couple years ago for suggesting that they should get receivers. And Brandon Beane said, we're fine.
Yeah.
We're fine. You guys are stupid.
Yep.
And it became very obvious, like these last couple of years, that they need receivers on the outside.
Khalil Shakur's a nice player. He shouldn't be your best receiver.
You've got one of the best quarterbacks in the league with hardly any option for downfield threats or anything on the outside. You've got a nice slot receiver. And, Josh Allen's getting older. He can't continue to be a guy that runs around and does Josh Allen type of stuff. Yeah, that would be the smartest thing they could possibly do.
It is
get A.J. Brown,
and
then as long as it's weird. Does A.J. Brown cause drama or does he not? It's weird. He does a lot of stuff that I feel like on any other team you'd say, oh, this guy's a headache, this guy's a cancer. And yet with the Eagles, it never rose to any kind of actual controversy because A.J. Brown would express that he's disgruntled, but then the Eagles organization would say, yeah, it's cool, we get it.
I think, I think the key here is the Eagles organization.
Yeah.
Which is Nick Sirianni has he has a team that lives in chaos. It's not just Jay Brown. He makes a bad hire at the offensive coordinator spot. So now Jalen Hurts is sulking about things. And Saquon Barkley doesn't like the fact that he's down 1,000 yards this year compared to last year. And that's always been a team that's been a high-drama team. I think if you take A.J. Brown's act and plunk it down in an environment that's normally free of drama, then it probably sticks out a little bit more.
Well, and I think with A.J. Brown, you think about the two quarterbacks that he's had in Tennessee and in Philadelphia, they're not awesome passing quarterbacks the way that Josh Allen is.
Right.
And that the level of drama you'd probably get out of A.J. Brown is naturally going to be a lot less because he's got a quarterback that can really throw him the ball.
Maybe. I guess what I would point, did Stephon Diggs seem like a lot in Buffalo? I think he did, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so I think A.J. Brown, plunked into a different environment if he were to act the same way. Now, your point is a good one, which is Josh Allen's going to get him the football. Josh Allen is.
I guess that would be also with Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs had to deal with a coordinator change and also him aging a little bit to where they were going to use him differently.
Yep.
I don't think A.J. Brown's quite at that point in his career yet, but who knows?
I got two more here that tie into the Texans, and then we can hit some of these other ones. These are bold predictions for the NFL in this offseason and the upcoming season by ESPN writers. Writer Moody says Chiefs sign Travis Etienne. I don't like that on two fronts. One, I think Travis Etienne on the Chiefs, where Andy Reid likes running a lot of those screens and likes using the running backs in the passing game. We know that. He
does, yeah. But he also just doesn't use the running backs that much. But you're right. He uses them effectively in the screen game.
In the screen game, but the bigger part of it to me is I wouldn't mind the Texans swiping old Travis Etienne from the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
If that's their solution. I think we can all agree the Texans need a better solution at running back right now.
I think we can also agree, though, too, that a lot of these intra-divisional trades between the Jaguars and the Texans haven't worked out for either side much. There's a lot of like, hey, we got
Christian Kirk was the one this year.
Well, Christian Kirk this year. I'm thinking of the nickelback there a few years ago.
Aaron Colvin.
Yeah.
Aaron Colvin, yeah.
And we've done the same. We've sent a couple of guys over their way that they haven't been all that enthralled with either.
AJ Boye was good for a little while until he wasn't. But I just like Etienne's game. They need someone like that. To me, we did this exercise last week. My dream scenario is somehow Jeremiah Love finding a way to get on this team. It would have to be through a trade up, a significant trade up. Does Nick Cacerio have that in him to trade up to go get a running back? We don't know. That would be my dream scenario. But if the next tier for me is someone like an Etienne or a Brees Hall that threatens a defense in multiple ways.
Yeah, well, the thing about Etienne is that he's got a swarm caliber to him. Like he runs hard. He runs hard when he's in the right system or when things suit him and fit him. It seems like he's very much wired that way. Mm-hmm. I remember watching some of their games this year when we were still trying to figure out whether to take the Jaguars seriously or not, where, man, it looked like Etienne was doing everything he could to win some of those games. I think D'Amico would love him. He's still he'll be 27 this season.
Yeah, he was drafted in that Trevor Lawrence draft in 2021, so he's 5 seasons in. Jordan Reed predicts Chris Jones, the defensive tackle from Kansas City, becomes an All-Pro again. If that were to be the case, that would be problematic because the Chiefs are in the AFC and the Texans. I don't know if they play I don't think they play the Chiefs this year for the first time in a while. But Chris Jones becoming an All-Pro again, I don't know.
That's kind of a weird, I think that's a little bit of a window into the malaise that there is in Kansas City right now, where a lot of the big name guys and the guys they pay a lot of money, they're just not getting the performances out of them that you'd like. Like Travis Kelce's a big name guy. Travis Kelce got back on track this year in a lot of regards and was more consistent, and yet as the season went along, he, like in the Texans game, he basically single-handedly lost them that game.
Yep.
Chris Jones decides when he's going to show up and play. The Texans game was annoyingly one of the games where he decided to show up and play. But Chiefs fans are very agitated with him being one of the highest-paid guys on the team that just kind of every now and then shows up. I don't think one extra year of Mays and perhaps Pat Mahomes might not even play at the beginning of this season is going to be what fixes Chris Jones' consistency.
I disagree with that prediction. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that. I disagree. All right, some of the other ones here that aren't necessarily Texans related. Okay, Aaron Schatz. He's like the godfather of the Football Outsider stuff and DVOA, right, Seth?
He invented DVOA.
He invented DVOA. He has the Giants in the NFC East going from worst to first. And I have to imagine that's largely because he's a huge John Harbaugh guy. I'm guessing he's a big John Harbaugh guy. I think that's the only way you can have that take is if you think John Harbaugh has a transformative effect on the New York Giants.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out exactly how anybody expects Jackson Dart to make it through an entire NFL season.
Through the first month.
Every interview I've seen with Jackson Dart is him being adamant that he's not going to change his style of play.
Right.
Because he's tough, you see.
Change it for nobody, man.
He'll point out that I played this way my whole career, never got hurt in college, as if playing in college is the same as playing in the NFL. But not to mention that his style of play isn't good quarterbacking. Like he pulls the ball down and runs as soon as he can. That's going to get found out, man.
Yep.
You're not good enough, no quarterback is, to run with the frequency or to bail out on passing plays as quickly as he does. He's just a little bit of a better-looking Tim Tebow at this point.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Why'd you got to throw shade at Tim Tebow's looks, man? He's a handsome guy, no?
No, I think, but Jackson Dart's a little bit more handsome.
Yeah,
I would say, but in that, he's more athletic than Tim Tebow. He's more of an actually good runner.
more fluid than Tim Tebow.
Tebow wasn't actually. I think some people mistook him because he could run, people mistook him for fast. He wasn't fast at all.
No.
He was just a really sturdy runner.
Sturdy and willing to run, yeah. Meanwhile, Jeremy Fowler has the Giants making the playoffs. What's with all the Giant love?
I would say is Jackson Dart just has better hair than Tim Tebow.
He does have.
Other than
He's
that,
got
they're
nice
about equal.
hair. No, you're right about that. You're right
Who
about
was that you just mentioned?
Jeremy Fowler saying the Giants are going to make. That's two of the 11 people in this thing. 2 of them are predicting big things for the Giants this year.
The big thing about the Giants is A, I don't know about Jackson Dart. B, I think the right side of their offensive line are both free agents.
Yeah.
So that they finally got their offensive line kind of on track, and now everybody might be leaving out the door, including the offensive line coach. But also, the one good thing about the Giants is that apparently Joe Shane has just completely been castrated. That he's the GM, who we could never figure out exactly why does he still have his job. He retained his job, but it sounds like John Harbaugh is pretty much in control of everything.
Yeah.
And Joe Shane is a director of personnel.
Yes.
But who probably has very little decision-making ability.
He's probably still getting his full salary, though, so he's excited about that. It's not cheap to live in the New York area there. Getting a lot of people reacting to the running back conversation we're having. Brees Hall or bust, if for no other reason than Brees Lightning is a spectacular nickname. Is that his nickname, or did you
it's
just
the best way to make your decisions.
Yeah, nicknames. Marketing. He would be reunited with a lot of Iowa State guys. That's where Brees Hall went, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because Jaden Higgins had a couple nice quotes about Brees Hall this year.
Yeah.
The Iowa State pipeline.
Big time. So that's a good recruiting tool. If you want Brees Hall, we're basically Iowa State South. So there's that.
It says that is his nickname, Brees Lightning.
Brees Lightning? Okay.
People might be more aware of it if anybody watched the Jets other than when their team is
That's a
playing
great
the
point,
Jets.
Seth.
Yeah.
What about Rico Dowdle? I like Rico Dowdle fine.
That's a horrible nickname for Brees Hall.
No,
It
that's a
doesn't
real
make any
person.
sense at all.
No, that's a person. He played for the Panthers last year. I know you know. So I've seen this name a lot. If you're shopping in kind of a cheaper aisle, Tyler Algier.
Oh yeah,
who kind of got backburnered because of Bijan Robinson in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Good running back.
That is an intriguing one.
Yeah.
The what was the offseason bold prediction for the Falcons, by the way?
That would be genius Benjamin Solak saying that they're going to win the NFC South.
Oh, okay.
Is that a bold
They've got issues. You know, they already had a bad run defense, and then, like, pretty much their entire defensive line are free agents.
Okay.
So maybe that could end up being a good thing for them. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, they were 8-9 last year. It's a bad division. Is that a really bold prediction? I don't know if that's a bold prediction.
Yeah, well, winning the NFC South is never a bold prediction.
Right. I mean, they were tied with the team that won it last year. Brees or Etienne for me. I might need to Penderpoll this.
I think that okay. So I don't want to get much into the body type and size and everything because look, you get a couple good backs in there, have a couple good backs. I do. Etienne is a little bit more of the dream of hey, big body, all-purpose dude. Matched up with Woody Marks, who's a smaller guy who can be used as a receiver. They can both be used as receivers, but, you know, different skill sets and open space and all of that. That matches up a little bit better than Brees Hall, he's not a small back, but he's kind of a medium-sized dude. I like to have a big dude and a little dude.
Google says that Travis Etienne, height and weight. You tell me if this matches the eye test.
Okay, wait. I'm going to guess 223.
215.
Oh, is he only 215?
Well,
that
on
doesn't
Google,
match the eyeball test
Google,
for me.
he is.
I think of him as bigger than Brees Hall, but I'm guessing Brees Hall is 215 also.
It says 5'10", 215 for Travis Etienne.
Travis Etienne is 5'10", 215?
Yeah, you want me to do
What's
Brees Hall? Okay, let me do it here. I just got to type his name.
This is it. And after this, you know what? I'm going to give up even talking about body size with running
You're just going to go with the eye test.
I'm a horrible judge of it.
What's your guess on Brees Hall?
Brees Hall, I would guess like 5'10", 216.
Wow, 5'11".
Okay.
217. Give the man a ding, Ben. Yeah.
All right, that's it. You know what? I spent too much time talking to ChatGPT about cold weather mountaineering this weekend. I need to get into free agency now. At the very least, get my heights and weights solid on these running backs.
Are you being serious that you spent 3 hours with ChatGPT talking about that?
No, I spent 3 hours talking about my YouTube channel instead of there.
Okay, that makes sense.
I spent probably 90 minutes talking about cold weather mountaineering.
That's just 90 minutes.
Yeah.
ChatGPT is a good conversationalist. I will say that. Really good.
I feel like Gemini is a better conversationalist.
Yeah.
ChatGPT is more informative.
Okay.
With Gemini, I feel like I'm talking to my history teacher.
Yeah.
With ChatGPT, I feel like I'm talking to my math teacher.
Okay, that makes sense.
But the math teacher is smarter overall. And also has a knowledge of history. But Gemini just kind of phrase it more seamlessly, kind of in a story-like fashion.
That makes sense. Someone asked us on the text page, on the Base Power text line, have you guys talked about this Kevin Durant burner account? We did. And
we did this alleged burner account.
Alleged burner account, and we will discuss it again for the 8 o'clock audience. You haven't heard this story yet. Alleged burner account coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's spot I can't get.
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. So big topics from the NBA All-Star Game or All-Star Weekend. The All-Star Game itself, people seem to enjoy the World versus the two NBA teams, the Olds and the Youngs, yesterday, more so than a normal All-Star Game. Tanking was a big topic. We hit that earlier. Adam Silver saying they are looking at all measurements, including extreme ones, to combat tanking. And then the other thing that popped up yesterday, or over the weekend, I should say, was an alleged burner account belonging to Houston Rocket Kevin Durant. And so what happened was, we know that Kevin Durant is very active on Twitter. In fact, he was asked this weekend in a press conference, you have to give up one, video games or Twitter. That's how active he is on Twitter. This is a question for Kevin Durant. Here's what he had to say.
If you could give up one thing for the rest of your life, Twitter or video games, damn, which one would it be?
Damn. I'm going to go Twitter. Because they don't deserve to hear this God level like talk I'm giving to them. They take it for granted, cuz
I'm already knowing.
All right, so he chose Twitter because
he likes Twitter.
He likes Twitter. He chose Twitter because him getting off Twitter would mean we don't get the benefit of his wisdom on there anymore.
And we're not deserving of it.
Right.
Like when people say we don't deserve dogs, we also don't deserve Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant on Twitter. They're often spoken in the same breath. We also know that Kevin Durant admittedly has had burner accounts in the past on Twitter where he's interacted with people. So there's a new set of allegations here with Kevin Durant. Someone on X accused Durant of using an account called @GetHigher77, which is currently locked. You can't. Well, let me back up. Twitter as an app is currently locked and not working. There's a nationwide global outage, whatever. Twitter's not working right now, as an aside. But that account, if Twitter were working, you would see is locked. You have to get, they're protecting their tweets. It has under 100 followers. In screenshots shared online, this particular user is sending DMs to people, ripping on current Houston Rocket players, including Alperen Şengün and Jabari Smith Jr., and others. There are multiple people who've shared shot and DMs with this account that's trashed Devin Booker, former teammate of Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, former teammate of Kevin Durant. This account has a lot of hot takes about a lot of people that are in Kevin Durant's close basketball orbit, Seth.
Like that he's talking trash about guys on his own team, things, all of that. Where I am with this is I feel like we need to talk about it because there are a lot of people asking us or people kind of running with it online as if it's 100% real. And I just haven't seen anything yet that would suggest, this is definitely Kevin Durant burner versus just an imposter making it look like Kevin Durant's burner.
Right.
This is not Carlos Beltran's niece. Remember her? When people ran with all of the information that Carlos Beltran's niece was?
I do.
Because people just want to believe something, so they believe it. So there's a lot of people that want to believe that this is 100% Kevin Durant's burner because it's operating the same way Kevin Durant would if he had a burner and he wanted to say these things. Right. That's what imposters do. So if somebody wants to be an imposter, they're going to try to act like Kevin Durant would on his burner Twitter account.
Do you think that these people that you're talking about?
I know they exist. Yes.
No. That's not my question. Do you think that those people go to, like, say, a Frank Caliendo show?
Yeah.
And they just sit there the whole time going, he sounds just like him.
His
mannerisms are exactly the same.
So it's definitely the person.
George W. Bush.
He's not impersonating that person. No.
Yeah.
He 100% is real. It could be true.
Yeah.
But I don't have without somebody that's actually going to go find the receipts in the paper trail of IP addresses or what have you to show that it's actually him, or unless Kevin Durant himself says, "Yeah, you got me. That's my burner account." I don't see how I could, in good faith, believe that this was actually Kevin Durant talking smack about his current teammates to a bunch of random people on Twitter.
How have past Durant burner account? I don't know the answer to this because I don't care deeply about the burner accounts with Durant. I know Durant's like super sensitive on social media. That's all I know. Have the past burner accounts said things about teammates before?
I know. I think it was usually defending Kevin Durant.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because the money shot in all of this, Seth, is okay. If this is true, which I tend to believe that this is a Durant imposter. An imposter of a burner account of Durant. I don't think it's really him. That's my gut. I have no information to that effect. That's the thing in all this. Like, if it's really him and he's on there saying things about Upper and Şengün and Jabari Smith Jr., that's a problem. That's a problem that he feels that way about them. It's a problem that he's expressing his feelings through burner accounts to strangers about his teammates that way. I mean, that's so yeah, that's the big thing in all this. Like, he's on the Rockets, and these are young teammates that he's supposed to be getting along with.
One of the most recent articles I could find is from USA Today. It says there's no confirmation of this at all at the moment. Durant hasn't addressed connected the two officially, so we all need to calm down until there's actual proof. Maybe reporters will ask him about it later this week. This is where it gets the two things that jump to mind are, A, the Carlos Beltran's niece thing, because that was like a very serious topic that people were just taking and running with because somebody who claimed to be Carlos Beltran's niece in the being better than everybody else scandal had something to say about something. I can't even remember what it was. And that wasn't true. But people wanted to take it like it was true. The other was the Will Levis. Remember when there was somebody on Reddit was cited in legitimate articles as saying that Will Levis was going to get drafted either in the top 2 or 3 or something, to the point where it spiked the futures bets on
moved
him,
the market.
and all the mock drafters were going with it and everything. We're going on how many years of this internet thing here? 30 years or so of this internet thing. And there's still people that get duped by just random stuff on Twitter.
Yeah.
And believe it wholeheartedly. And I've succumbed to it at times.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's some people that just don't even bother trying to be skeptical of anything.
Someone asks on the base power text line, here's the thing, was the alleged burner account wrong in its assessments? It was critical of Alperen Şengün, which, I don't know. It said something about his offense and his defense. The thing it said about Jabari Smith was a little over the top, and something we can't say on the radio. It's a word that doesn't get used, and it shouldn't get used anymore.
No, and it was stuff that really I couldn't see Durant honestly interacting with somebody about all that stuff, because remember, he's interacting with those people basically saying, like, yeah, I'm Kevin Durant. Yeah. At least the ones I saw, it would almost be like he was in on it with these other people he was DMing with on this burner account, so that he had somehow let them know he was Kevin Durant. And that's just like, that's dumb. Yeah. Like, beyond the level of anything that you might think any athlete is dumb or something. Right. It just doesn't. There's parts of it that just don't make any sense. I doubt I could be 100% wrong. Maybe I'm the schmuck, but I just see no reason to actually believe this, and that it's going to become some kind of a barrier between him and his teammates right now.
A Twitter account claiming to be Carlos Beltran's niece went viral in January of 2020. So this is right as the punishment was coming out, by accusing Astros players of using buzzers during the sign stealing. So
that's how the buzzer stuff got started. And people ran with that. Hey, an anonymous person claiming to be Carlos Beltran's niece says that, and people would people would try to defend the legitimacy of that fake account by saying things like, well, what motivation would she have to be lying? They're like, wait a second. There's no she here. We don't know it. Like, we have zero clue who it is.
Might not even be a she.
Because people troll people, and they love to do it. They love to. You and I both know somebody who had a fake Jack Easterby burner account.
Yeah.
And it was very frustrating to watch people believe that this was actually Jack Easterby.
Yeah.
To the point where some other local kind of quasi-influencer types would think that they were having a dialogue with Jack Easterby.
Right.
Because this guy who's diabolical just had a fake Jack Easterby account and these people thought they were getting fed information from Jack Easterby. There's kind of like people that had larger X accounts and stuff.
Yep.
Very humiliating for those people.
Yes, very humiliating. So,
but why did the guy that we know do that? Because he's an a-hole. That's it.
Right.
That's what he likes to do.
You know who you are. Yeah. Yes. You know who you are. Does Durant get asked about this?
And by the way, the person we know is not a media member or anything. It's nothing.
No. Do you think Kevin Durant gets asked about this on, I guess, Thursday would be the next time?
Yeah, I would imagine. He might post about it before then.
Maybe. He can't right now because Twitter is down, unfortunately.
Maybe he shut it down.
Could have been.
Maybe he called up Elon. It was like, hey, are you aware that there might be possible misinformation on your website?
Right. Shut it down.
My stars. I just
on Twitter. Yeah. Oh, man. You can text the show, base power text line, 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. All right, we'll circle back to Chris Paul a little bit later when we have a little more time. Chris Paul retired. Is that the greatest what if in Houston history? We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour. Boy, Prime is still a huge topic. Christian Forier, former Colorado Buffalo, current radio host up in Boston, goes after Coach Prime, who then has a former Texan defending him. So this is almost like a Pettycast preview for tomorrow when we do our Pettycast at 8 a.m. on Tuesday. So a little Pettycast preview coming up next. But first, hopefully you had a great Valentine's Day.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Coach Prime may not be coaching a very good football team, but he is still a big topic.
He is a big topic, and in part, I think because obviously Shedeur Sanders is always going to be a big story, at least will be for the next at least 18 months.
Yeah.
But also, he kind of like Tom Herman has this ability to create an almost cult-like atmosphere around that program to where, man, you're either all in on them or you're the devil.
Yes.
The way Tom Herman did at University of Houston. Well, nope, you're either all in on everything we're doing or you're the devil.
Right.
And that's how people get with Colorado, which is an odd level of enthusiasm to have for a program that still really hasn't done much of anything.
No, in a long time.
In the last however long it's been.
In a long time. It's been 30 years since they won a national championship or competed for one at least. So here was Christian Forier, who is a former Colorado Buffalo from back in the early 90s. He was a teammate of Ted Johnson's, both there at Colorado and in New England. He does radio up in Boston now.
And also his son had been a quarterback at Colorado who is no longer.
With Coach Prime?
I believe so,
okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Because now he's at where Joe Flacco went there.
Delaware.
What's that?
Joe Flacco went to Delaware.
Delaware, yeah, that's where he is. Yeah.
All right, here is Christian Forier, not a fan of Coach Prime.
I just don't like the way he coaches football. I don't think he's very bright. I don't think he can manage a game. I think there's a lot of flash, but I think there's no substance, and he's got a lot of people like brainwashed. I'm not a fan of him. Not a fan of his coaching style, not a fan of his messaging. There's a lot of things internally that I know about that I'm not a fan of. And it's just not worth my energy to sit there and follow it and then go back and forth with the Emperor Has No Clothes crowd that support him regardless of how stupid he is sometimes. They got a new scoreboard. Hey, listen, Fox is like, fine. If that's what if that is what gets you going, then good for you. All your victories are hollow in my book. If all you care about is relevancy, they're hollow. They mean nothing. Win the Big 12.
Okay.
Yeah.
Christian Forier. The stuff that popped the most, I think, was the personal. It got personal at times. He basically called him unintelligent.
Yeah, and his son, by the way, was a tight end. He was there and from 2020 to 2023. So he was there for
Dion's first
team,
yep.
And then transferred to Delaware.
Gotcha.
So there's that too, but also Forier, still has an ongoing relationship with Colorado. Yeah, that's he's getting attacked hardcore by Colorado people right now. Forier. Yeah. His son's getting attacked pretty hardcore too.
Yeah.
I wonder if his son is probably kind of like, geez, hey Dad, could you just pipe down? Who
that's
really
the
cares?
thing. I mean, Forier kind of dimes his son out a little bit. He's like, and things I know from behind the scenes there. It's like, how do you know that stuff? Philip Lindsay, former Texan.
And the other thing too about Forier, because he's had other quotes where he really, the moment where he was out on Dion was when they retired Shedeur's number.
Oh, yeah.
Because Forier played with some of those genuinely good Colorado teams and everything, and knows the lore and the history of some of the players who actually have had their numbers retired.
Yes.
And there's just no way in hell Shedeur Sanders gets his number retired at any other college in America that his father isn't coaching. He had he had an impressive college performance career, but it was not jersey retirement.
He
caliber.
did. I mean, he went 4-8 his first year, and then he got smoked in a December 27th bowl game the next year.
Yeah.
I mean, So there are people now coming after Forier. One of them is Philip Lindsay, former Colorado Buff, former Denver Bronco, former Houston Texan.
Awesome radio host based on the interview we had with him and then just the little clips of him that I've seen. I think he's doing great.
He's a radio host in Denver now. We had him on the show. He was a great guest. Boy, he was telling stories on our show, man. He was great. Here he is saying not a fan of Forier.
What that sounds like to me is a man that is upset because of something else that he's not willing to say. And it has to be with my guess and his son. There's certain things that Coach Prime has done that I don't agree with. But the way that this man is going at Coach Prime, and by the way, You've sat there and you said that about Prime. What about the other coaches that have been losing? The Carl Durrells, Mel Tucker that leaves. You didn't hear him talking about them? What about when we were having our success? I didn't see him walking through the building in 2016 congratulating us, and we went to the Pac-12 championship. Like, to me, what he's doing, and everybody, they can do what they want to do. All right, there's certain things Coach Prime does I'm not a fan of. But that right there, what that man did right there, telling us all this, that was personal.
Okay, that's who knows if it is fueled mostly by personal stuff or not. He brings up a good point. Now, I don't monitor Christian Forier closely. I don't know what he said about Dan Hawkins or Mike McIntyre or Joe Embry. I don't know the various coaches in the past.
You can really rattle off these names.
If he's going down, just off the top of my head.
Right, you're a big Colorado guy, yeah.
You know, but I there is something to that. But at the same time, if Christian Forier he's in the media and he's doing interviews with people are going to ask him they're going to ask a lot more questions about Dion Sanders than they would Dan Hawkins when he goes on any random podcast.
Yeah. I just wonder how much longer this goes for Dion Sanders. Like, what's the leash for Dion right now?
He's really doubled down on saying he'll never coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
Partly because of the way his son was treated, which again, I just okay. Like you guys actively stiff-armed teams from drafting your son.
Yeah.
I don't know at what point is it the NFL's fault when you actively tell teams not to draft you. When it blows in your face.
Yeah.
That's the problem, is that it blew up in their face.
Yeah.
It wasn't a good strategy.
No.
It was. I feel like Dion himself has admitted that it wasn't a good strategy. I might be imagining that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't blame the stop sign for you ignoring the stop sign.
Yeah, well, and then this is a reason I'll never take a job in a place that's never offered me a job before.
Yeah,
So there's that element to it. I just wonder. I wonder if the juice is worth the squeeze with Dion now at Colorado. Like, he still brings a lot of attention. Obviously, he's just not bringing any winning football there.
They won one conference game this year.
Right.
It's even worse than going from 9-4 to 3-9 is even worse when you consider the fact that they went from 7-2 to 1-8 in the Big 12.
Yep. Is this Rhodes guy? Is he the actual bodyguard for Coach Prime, or is he somebody talking about bodyguards?
No, I think he's talking about this is him talking about, I think, why Dion needs to have a security detail. Yeah. I don't know if he's the actual security guard or not.
Okay.
Dion Sanders' bodyguard just revealed that since he's been protecting Dion Sanders has received a death threat every day, 5 times a day, since he's been with him, protecting him.
Wow. That's crazy.
I ain't know that.
I ain't know he was hated like that.
Yeah. We gotta really, protect Dion for real.
So he a legend.
He a legend.
He a Falcons legend, Atlanta legend. I want his shoes too.
Okay, so am I wrong? Am I an evil person for my first thought being that's a smart bodyguard who's sending death threats?
You think the bodyguard is this? You think it's an inside job?
No, it was because of the way that I guess Michael Rhodes is a member of his personal security team. So yes, so there's a personal bodyguard though. But there was a part of me because the way Rhodes framed it was since his bodyguard took the job, Dion's been getting 5 threats a day every day. It would be hilarious if he had not gotten any death threats before. All of a sudden, he hires a new bodyguard, and the bodyguard is like, "Whoa, boy, you are lucky to have me protecting you because you see these death threats rolling in."
And that bodyguard is punching that red button, man, because he's doing it 5 times a day. That's what they said, 5 times a day.
That's where I'm torn. I wonder because a death threat. You know, you used to have to put some skin in the game when you made a death threat because it would be either a phone call or you'd have to paste together you'd have to clip out some letters from magazines and stuff, you know, and then send it from a mailbox that you couldn't be traced to, all that.
No cameras.
You had to wear rubber gloves while you were doing it.
Yeah, man.
Where now I feel like the death threat in the social media world has lost a little of its luster.
You think?
I don't know how many.
Too easy?
Yeah. I've had threats of violence against me on social media. Yeah, that I never took seriously.
Yeah.
I just kind of.
I've gotten a few. I've gotten a few. Do you report them?
No, I mean, well, yeah, I report the account. I don't like take it to the authorities or anything.
No. I
I usually just assume it's somebody drunk, somebody trying to get me into a DM war where they then release nothing but the DMs that I send.
Yeah.
Usually, you know what I usually do? Whenever anybody like really comes after me in DMs is I am as cordial as possible.
Yep.
And I'll be like, okay, I see that you're upset. What could you please tell me why you're upset? And I've never gotten a response a single time. Like, it's always been somebody that's either just trying to get me to, go out of pocket, or it's somebody that maybe was drunk and realized, oh, crap. But even then, if somebody was drunk and realized, oh, crap, I shouldn't have done that, you think I might get an apology.
You would think.
So it's almost always somebody that's just trying to get something out of you.
Trying to get something out of you. There is a decent percentage of the time when that happens to me that you try to kill them with kindness in response.
Yeah.
And they'll cave and they'll go, I'm actually a really big fan of the show. You just said something that made me mad and I threatened your life on DM on Twitter.
That's usually if somebody calls you an idiot or something.
Yeah.
That's if somebody insults you really aggressively. A lot of times people will soften on that.
Yeah.
The actual threat or challenging you to a fight is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And I've never gotten any kind of it's very clear that like, okay, they were just looking to get a rise out of me, and just that was when they didn't get it. That was it.
Text message on the Base Power text line, Seth. Remember last week. There was that 10-year-old that couldn't believe riding in the car with his dad.
Oh yeah, that I didn't know your birthday, or you didn't know my
I didn't
birthday.
know your birthday was last week. Couldn't believe I didn't know your birthday. They're best friends. How did not know each other's birthdays? And the caller is texting. Friday, I played your advice to my 10-year-old on birthdays with adult friends. He loved it, but at the end, he looked at me incredulously and said, "Sean doesn't buy Seth a cake."
I'll tell you what, this 10-year-old got me thinking about kind of reassessing our relationship.
Our friendship. I know, because you wished me a happy birthday on air, unprompted. I only started wishing you a happy birthday after you kind of subtly dropped in that it was your birthday.
I usually just skate right on through it. Usually I forget that it's my birthday, except this year, as does Brandy. This year she was on it, and she wished me happy birthday as soon as she woke up.
That was nice.
Which I was pissed off.
Oh.
No, because usually it's we usually both forget each other's birthday.
Yeah.
And the fact that she remembered immediately, hers comes on March 5th. Now unless I remember it immediately that morning, it's going to be,
Okay. Here's where I'm going to be a good friend to you. The kind of friend that would buy you a cake. I am giving myself a reminder on March 4th.
Oh, good.
To remind you that tomorrow is Brandy's birthday.
Usually, then what we do is we blame Pete, my stepfather Pete, because he usually sends out happy birthdays and the anniversary is the big one.
Oh,
neither
wow.
of us, Brandy and I, just genuinely we'll skate on through our anniversary, and all of a sudden one of us will be like, hey, you want to go to dinner tonight?
Yeah.
And I'll be like, hey, wait a second, something's up, and then I'm like, she got me.
Yeah.
She remembered the anniversary a week ago.
Yeah.
There's an old theory that there's to really become a high achiever in life, you got to sacrifice one of these 4 burners on your stove.
Okay.
We could talk about this in the next. We'll talk about it towards the back of the next segment.
Got it. All right.
Because I want to find out which one you as a high achiever have forsaken.
Okay.
To which deal with the devil you've made.
I'm anxious for this. We'll do that in the next segment. Also, Carlos Correa could have had his insurance paid for the World Baseball Classic. I guess Bad Bunny might have been the underwriter for this thing. I have no idea. But the Astros said pump the brakes on that. We'll hear from Carlos Correa on the chances of him playing, or would have been chances of playing in the World Baseball Classic. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, maybe somebody forgot to pump the brakes and ran into you and
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A little bit of breaking news, NFL breaking news, and this is not a position of need for the Houston Texans, but Miami Dolphins are releasing veteran edge rusher Bradley Chubb, making him a free agent. Chubb, a two-time Pro Bowl player, had 22 sacks in 41 games with the Dolphins after being traded from the Broncos to the Dolphins in 2022, which would be Mike McDaniel's first year. He missed the 24 season with a torn ACL, bounced back with 8.5 sacks in 17 games last season. I'm guessing Chubb is one of those guys now, Seth, who is going to be kind of on the 1 year.
Davion Clowney plan.
Yeah, Clowney, or and I don't know. 8.5 sacks is nice in 17 games in that kind of 1 year, $8 to $10 million mode. Maybe
I wonder because he's still relatively young. He's only been 7. This will be his 8th year, I think.
Yeah.
So I don't know. He might get a 3-year deal somewhere. He's in the category of player that I don't think the Texans look after. Like I think he's going to get. The Texans, it's nice that whenever a premier edge rusher becomes available via trade or in the draft or anything, like most Texans fans at this point are like, no. We got other concerns. Like we are just fine at edge rusher. Now, if you want to take a guy in the 3rd or 4th round or something, awesome, go for it. But it's cool that you're so set at some of the big time positions that you can focus those first round picks or those free agency acquisitions on hopefully top tier guys at interior offensive line or running back perhaps.
He was one of those acquisitions for the Dolphins when they were in that kind of they can do no wrong phase. You know, when they just completed all those trades a couple years before that to stockpile all that draft capital with the Tunsil trade and the Minkah Fitzpatrick trade, and they had all that draft capital. And then they're using it to trade and go get Chubb, and they're trading to go get Tyreek Hill. And the Dolphins were supposed to be a big deal, and they ended up not being a big deal at all.
You know what? It reminds me of Dion Jordan. Talk about first-rounders that didn't work out. Remember, so is the Jaguars are quitting on making Travis Hunter a full-time two-way player. There was a report this weekend that, nope, he's going to be a defensive back that plays receivers sometimes. Like Dion Jordan was the guy that came out and was a 3rd overall pick, defensive end for the Dolphins, that people thought was going to redefine the position.
Mm-hmm.
And it was because he could do everything. And I'm watching film of him in college, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. He can play slot corner. He can play defensive end. He can play off-ball linebacker. But he's not really all that impressive doing any of them.
At any of them, yeah.
And yet, he's going to redefine the position. It's more times than not, whenever you get some phenom coming out of college in football where they say he's going to redefine the position, oh, gosh, it falls flat on
blows up in your face.
Jordan, because Jordan's in the news because he's coaching. He just got a head coaching job at college.
Yeah. Big bust back in the day, though, man. 3rd overall.
Yeah, he ended up starting. Oh my gosh, in his career, started 5 games.
Yeah, out of Oregon, right?
Yeah,
that's who he came out of. Yeah. So I guess that Carlos Correa may have had a chance to play in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah.
If everybody had agreed to let Bad Bunny pay for Correa's insurance,
right,
on his salary,
and you wonder, like, oh, what's the hang up here? If he wanted to play, Bad Bunny wanted him to play, and you could insure him, and Bad Bunny was going to pick up the tab, why not?
Here was Correa on Friday confirming that Bad Bunny offered to pay Carlos Correa's WBC salary insurance.
Well, I got a call that they were willing to pay for insurance, and then I said, okay, let MLB, the Astros, and my agents couple us look at it. They all told me it was a bad idea. They all told me that the insurance company that was proposed to me had cases where they're not paying players back, and since it was not approved by MLB, it was not approved by the organization, it was not approved by my agent, I could not sign my life away when something that 3 people that I trust are telling me not to do so. It was an insurance company that MLB didn't approve, the Astros didn't approve for me to sign. So before I signed the papers, I called MLB, I called the Astros, and skull boras, of course, because you cannot sign anything, and none of them approved them. So it was a tough one to sign.
I wish someone asked the name of the insurance company. I
Yes.
truly think there's like a 50% chance it was like, well, it was Policies R Us.
Can you imagine going with a fly-by-night insurance company
For your salary.
for a multi-million
Well,
dollar and for a $30 million salary guarantee?
Well, and you made this point when you and I were talking about this during the break. For a player who's had major injury issues, that's a player who has scared teams away.
He's had his contract voided by 2 teams before he ever even showed up to work.
Like a week.
Based on injuries, yeah. He's got some kind of anomaly in his lower leg that nobody knows how to, what to make of it.
Yeah.
But that has now gone into the big book of business ideas. A sham insurance company.
Uh-huh.
Sean, this is what we do.
Right.
We go out and sell a bunch of policies on athletes' injury insurance.
Yep.
And then, here's the catch. This is where we get our edge.
Yeah.
We never pay out any of the policies.
That's a really good business
This
plan.
is rock solid.
I could see us having big margins with that.
I look forward to living out the rest of my days somewhere in South America without
Not paying off
with a
on
fake
policies.
passport and everything. Yeah.
What do you do for a living, sir? I'm just sitting here not paying any of these policies.
I scammed a bunch of athletes out of insurance premiums. That's what I did.
And you'd have no idea how easy it was to do.
I bet this is one of those things where you can actually come pretty close to doing that. Just as long as you could probably almost. Like, there's probably a legal way to be a bad insurance company.
Oh, yeah.
That you're just like, yeah, sure, we've got a D+ rating, but here's what the man doesn't want you to know.
Right.
This is why it's a conspiracy to keep you away from low insurance rates.
Can you imagine if Bad Bunny all of a sudden became a huge storyline with the World Baseball Classic? I'm kind of bummed that this didn't happen.
He bought insurance policies online for a bunch of guys that are playing for Puerto Rico or something.
Yes. Supposedly he proposed it to Lindor as well, I think.
You know what? I did like this story, though, because it is a little bit of a window. You remember when we had a few of our listeners calling us dirty, stupid gringos a couple weeks ago? Because we didn't understand how players from Latin American countries might really feel about representing their country.
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty good window into, the actual, like Bad Bunny obviously has a lot of pride for Puerto Rican baseball and wants to be a part of it and everything.
Yeah.
That's something I haven't heard of any American recording artists, signing up to front the insurance policy
like
for an
Blake
American
Shelton
player to
paying
play for
Kyle
America.
Tucker's insurance policy.
That would be an odd match.
Good country music. Right, for Kyle Tucker. It was so funny, dude. There was a picture. I felt bad for Kyle Tucker on this one. There was he's at Dodger spring training right now, and there was a video of somebody doing some drill. Like there was a coach who was like playing fungo or somebody with some player, scooping up little short grounders, and Kyle Tucker's just standing off like 3 feet away from this activity going on with like the bat over his shoulder, kind of the bat over his neck, like with his arms draped, just sitting there with that dopey look on his face doing nothing.
Yeah.
And so Twitter's like, Kyle Tucker doing what he does best, not working.
On defense, especially on defense, where all of the advanced analytics basically paint a picture of a guy that just doesn't feel like going after a lot of balls. That's the whole. You don't need analytics to tell you. He just doesn't feel like going for that ball. He doesn't want to. What's he going to pull a hammy trying to get an out? No. Mike Francesa. Mike Francesa is yet another old person who was unaware of who Bad Bunny was and refuses to learn how to say his name.
And listen, I don't care who the halftime act is. I didn't even know who Big Bunny was, okay? If you would ask me 2 months before the Super Bowl who Big Bunny was, I had no idea. Zero. I had no idea.
Shocking.
Right? I wouldn't know one of us. I didn't even know he sang in Spanish. So, what the heck did I know?
I didn't really know Bad Bunny all that.
Wait, he's still talking.
That was put into that analysis of that halftime show. Who cares?
Is he done?
Is he done, Ben?
Yeah, I think he's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is he finished? Okay.
Sorry,
Those
Mike
long
Francesa.
pauses, man.
This is the thing. I give him a pass on this one because I think, a lot of people, regardless of political affiliation or whatever, just didn't know who Bad Bunny was. Even he's a huge worldwide star, yet he's not, he's not a mainstay name in America.
Yeah.
I mean, Is it really that I saw a lot of people clowning Mike Francesa for this. Is Big Bunny just so much more ridiculous or a weird a name than Bad Bunny?
No.
Like, you thought it was Big Bunny?
No.
No,
you and I are like that, but the people who are fans of his take offense to that.
It's Bad Bunny.
You should know his name. He's a global star. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
What's worse, Francesa calling him Big Bunny or Mad Dog calling him Bugs Bunny?
Mad Dog calling him Bugs Bunny.
Definitely worse, right?
That's because that actually feels like he's trying to throw a little shade at
Yeah,
Bad
a little
Bunny.
bit. Here was Carlos Correa on Friday. This is his first spring training back with the Astros. He was acquired midseason. He's saying he likes the moves they've been making this offseason.
Even until yesterday, we were talking about that there were some moves to be made. But the offseason as a whole was great. We got all the guys healthy. Durant is in a good spot. Paredes seems to be in a good spot. So when everybody's going to be in the lineup and everybody's going to be at their full potential, our team is a really stacked team. So I'm really looking forward to see everybody here on hopefully Sunday, Monday, and then get to work.
Are you pleased with some of the changes you've seen? You mentioned you want to see some things done. The guys maybe weren't doing the necessary steps to stay healthy. Have you seen that come to fruition?
Yes, absolutely. The routines are looking good in the gym. Everybody is putting in the work. Also, the pitching depth that we have, I'm very happy with it. At some point, something freaky is going to happen. It just happens every year. It's impossible to avoid an injury here and there. But at the same time, we're going to do everything that we can control to try to avoid those. And we have the depth that we need in case something like that happens.
Okay, so Carlos was here for the last 2 months of last season. I almost feel like when he's saying that thing at the end there, Seth, where he's like, we're going to get something freaky is going to happen. We're going to have an injury, whatever. I feel like going, man, you don't know the half of it, what was going on before you got here for the 2 years.
The freakiness, including the current, just the weirdness of Astros spring training this year. There's so many weird things going on. For one, just the jam-packed infield where you've got a guy in Paredes who's showing up, saying all the right things, doing all the right things, but is a man without a position right now. And knows that he's on the trade block daily. The team almost traded him off to Boston, almost traded him off to Pittsburgh, and yet you get the sense that, okay, he's just going to be a good soldier and go on and go about his business. But it's because they're desperately trying to trade away one of the best hitters on your team for a team that desperately and one of the guys who's best at judgment at the plate, which the Astros desperately need.
Yeah.
The weird situation, Paredes is doing the right thing, being a good soldier. Well, also the team is weirdly I understand the rationale and the justification, but it's just weird that one of the biggest items on their checklist is trading away one of the best hitters on their team.
When you take into account, obviously health, he missed a bunch of time, but when healthy, for all these guys, when healthy, if you take everything into account last year, he might have been their best hitter on the team. When you take into account production, actual production, run production, power, OPS, he had pretty good OPS, which also goes part and parcel with having a really good eye at the plate, showing good plate discipline, working counts. It is very strange that he is the musical chair that's getting shoved off to the side right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we say that, but maybe Christian Walker is the musical chair that gets shoved off to the side.
Right.
Like Paredes is an empirically better baseball player than Christian Walker right now. And I'm taking everything into account, defense, offense, the whole 9 yards. And why shouldn't he be the one that gets the front, the front line innings, the games usage at first base?
These are the weird things going on. One, just the whole Isaac Paredes / infield depth
weird
situation. That's weird. Yordan Alvarez basically saying, I don't know why they don't want me to play left field. I've never gotten injured playing left field.
Dude.
I'd like to play left field. Meanwhile, the team's saying, we're going to keep him out of left field every single chance we can get. Very rarely put him in left field.
I tell you what scared me about Yordan in left field, and I can't remember if it was this past season or if it was the previous season. I know he didn't play much at all this past season. It was a play he had at Dyken Park where he slid knees first into the wall to try to make a catch.
He's had a couple of awkward moments.
Yeah.
There was one a couple years ago where he slid also, and people were wondering about his shoe choice and everything.
Yeah, his heart's in the right place, man. That's the hard part about this.
Yeah.
Is like this should be something that Yordan is praised for, wanting to play defense.
But then it goes part and parcel with left field, where everything about left field has been weird the last couple years. Is that just it's just strange when you sit back and think about how much airtime and print we devoted last year to Jose Altuve playing in left field.
Yeah. Oh, dude, remember when we went to the first game he ever played in left field? You and I stood out in the outfield for 7 innings. He didn't get a ball hit to him.
And it was because, well, he's just not good at second base anymore and everything. To where now, all of a sudden, though, it's, well, of course, Altuve's your second baseman. And this goes back to also, well, wait a second, but you've got a crowded infield. And last year, you were trying like hell to get Altuve out of second base. Yeah. But now you've got an extra infielder in Paredes, but he'll play every – no, he can't play second base.
Right.
All the scouts will tell people, and Chandler Rome said everybody he talks to says they're not so sure about Isaac Paredes playing second base. But we don't talk about Altuve's third base or left field experiment at all.
No.
It's like Altuve is the high school girl who went away for 9 months to go live with relatives and came back, and you just never talk about why she went away. She just she went away.
That's what left field is.
Yeah,
left field
and
is.
her older sister had a child. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Altuve in left field was like a pregnancy that they hid in high school.
Yep.
We just don't talk about it ever again.
That is hilarious.
Christian Walker's goal is to be the team's everyday first baseman.
Yeah.
That's a nice dream big, little fella. $20 million a year. Yep, maybe. Fight and scratch and claw to be the everyday first baseman.
My goal is to have the job that I was hired for.
That I was paid handsomely
Seth, I wake up every morning and go, my goal is to be the morning co-host on Sports Radio 610. And lo and behold, here I am.
Everything's just weird, damn it.
All right. Hey, we didn't get to the 4 burners in our life in this segment.
Oh, yeah.
We forgot to get to that.
Okay.
We'll do it next segment.
Okay.
The life.
I want to know. Sean's a high achiever, and I want to know which of these 2 burners, these two pillars in his life, he's ignored to achieve his greatness.
Okay. Well, there we go. We'll do that. Also, Tank Dell. We've now had video surface on Tank Dell. Do we have the same concerns about a particular body part on Tank Dell that Twitter did over the weekend? That is coming up next.
It's that time of year again. Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is around the corner. 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so video surfaced of Tank Dell working out this weekend. You know how it got out there? Tank Dell himself posted it. So
yes, it's
I think
verified.
that's important. Yes,
the source. Who's your source? Tank Dell's Instagram.
Well, and I think it's important to note that there were some Texan fans looking at Tank Dell doing this particular exercise. And what did you call it, Seth?
It's farmer's walk.
Farmer's walk.
You just carry when you're carrying a couple of dumbbells or kettlebells or something, and you're supposed to walk and engage your core and do all that.
Yeah,
stuff.
so he's
Good
just
for your
walking,
grip strength, all
right,
that,
walking back and forth across the workout room there, and waist up, looks yoked.
He does.
Tank Dell
looks super yoked.
Looks like he spent a lot of time in the weight room doing work on chest day and arm day.
Yeah.
Leg day looks like it's been lacking a little bit, but that's understandable. He's had a traumatic knee injury.
He's always had very skinny legs, and this is where it's hard to figure out. It's hard to decide. Okay, are his legs? Do they still look really, really skinny because he's still that far? He's just not that far along in his recovery yet, or is it that no? This leg size is just fine because this is what it was before his injury.
Yeah, I can't tell. And there was even somebody who, I can't remember who, off the top of my head, who mentioned his knee specifically.
Well, because it looks like he's got knobby knees almost.
Yeah.
And it looked like his knees, it made his legs look that skinnier because it looks like he's got a huge, like a volleyball for a knee or something.
Yeah.
When you have a major knee injury or multiple issues with your knee like that, sometimes there's some residual swelling or inflammation that just never really goes away.
Yeah.
Some of it just gradually goes away when you're still working on it. But again, going back to Tank's previously skinny legs, I don't know how much different this is from how his legs looked before or not.
Yeah.
And there were also people that thought that, man, it looks like his left leg, the injured knee, is a lot skinnier than his right leg. And I thought that at first too. But I did. I tried to look at it from different angles and everything. It felt very creepy, to be frank.
The way you were looking at it, you mean?
It was depending on whether which leg was on the ground versus the fact that his right leg has an entire leg sleeve of tattoos. I don't know if I could really tell a huge difference between the legs. I thought the most important thing was he looked comfortable in the farmer's walk. It didn't look like his leg was wobbling or anything. And then, even more important than that, the fact that Tank Dell felt good putting this out there.
That's the biggest thing.
For him, I think he thinks that, this is something good that I'm doing, and I don't mind people seeing this because everything's going the way I want it to go.
I love it.
So that's what I read into it.
If we're at the posting workout video stage of Tank Dell's recovery, then we're in good shape right now.
I eagerly look forward to the point where we see him doing a farmer post route. Or a farmer's go route.
Right. Yeah, like a farmer's curl route with two dumbbells in either hand.
Yeah.
And he's got to drop one of the dumbbells and catch the ball one hand.
A farmer's end around.
Yes, something.
Also known as the sheep. There's some more I'd like to want him see him doing football activities.
You liked that, Ben, didn't you, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Been watching a lot of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I can tell. Here's Nick Cacerio, as long as we're talking about Tank Dell. It's a long cut, but there's a lot of me and Seth in it, so it's a little back and forth from Radio Row a couple weeks ago now, about a week and a half ago. We sat down with Nick Cacerio. Tank Dell was one of the biggest topics that we hit with him. I think this is a really informative 2 minutes and change on Tank's recovery, where he's at, how they're measuring it, especially in light of this video that's popped up now. So let's take a listen to Nick Cacerio on Tank's recovery.
I mean, I think we were kind of like, well, maybe there's a shot at the end of this past season. Didn't really work out that way, but he's kind of ready to go here. I think he'll be able to start hopefully in April. Like I said, he's there training just about every day. So the big step for him will be once he's out of a rehab mode, when you actually get on the field and you actually start, I would say, running and cutting in more true football type environment, what that actually looks like.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you, Nick. I'm very curious about that because you guys have access to so much sports science and high-level equipment things like that. Are there ways that you can tell with Tank, not just like straight line speed type of stuff? You can measure that with a stopwatch. Do you guys have mechanisms to be able to see that he's still got that same change of direction and twitch?
Yeah, we're fortunate. We are able to get a lot of data on the players, and we use it to really, it's twofold, to help educate them and also to provide some benchmarks. So as a player is coming back, hey, here was his kind of baseline previously. All right, here's where he is now. All right, there's some things that we can do to help modify the training to kind of get to that point. So, because in the end, you want the athlete to be in as much balance as possible. I think sometimes you might find maybe there's more of an asymmetry right to left. Okay, what can we do to help? But you have information. And the good thing about Tank, he's been with us from the beginning.
Yeah. So you can see how fast he was running his routes.
So here was his miles per hour. Here was his some metrics. Here was his force plate jump or whatever we're measuring. All right, then where is he now? So it'll be probably a slow-moving target, but you do have some benchmarks of information because we have a lot of data in our system which we can utilize.
What are the early signs? Are you able to discern anything
overall yet? I mean, he's probably not quite to where he was, but he's trending that way.
Was there a moment at the end of the season where you guys had to break the news to him that, man, it's just not going to work out?
No, I think he kind of, knew it's some point, right? And then he kind of transitioned his mindset as well. And like I said, his attitude was really good. I mean, he's obviously disappointed, but he was doing everything he can. And as soon as the season was over, I mean, he had a big smile on his face, like, all right, like I'm ready to go, and which is great. So he's not discouraged. Tank's a great kid. I mean, you guys have been around him, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay. That was about as informative a 2 minutes as you're going to get from Nick Cacerio on what is, I would think, with the Texans, the way they've handled some injuries, a very sensitive topic. That was a lot of insight.
And that really, when he talks about the asymmetry between the right and the left leg, that's obviously when we were doing our deep dive Instagram analysis of that video of him doing a farmer's walk, that's what people are concerned about, if there's a huge leg size difference. And they're just so much better, and they have so many more tools now to figure out, okay, instead of just measuring strength in a weight room or whatever, we can actually see when he's out there moving on the field if there's a difference in when he's breaking to his left or breaking to his right, what's his top end speed on certain routes and all of that. And for catastrophic injuries like this, where you want to be really careful before you move on to the next step, I think they're just way ahead of where they were 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. And it makes me feel more optimistic about Tank actually making this an actual comeback. So I've allowed myself to get pretty damn optimistic about Tank Dell, while still also, including in it the conversation we had with Dr. Chow during Super Bowl week.
Yeah.
You got to remember with Tank that, man, his superpower was his speed and his quickness and his agility and all of that. So if he gets back to 95% of what he was, is he still is that still a superpower for him? It's still faster than most human beings, but he also has to be so fast that he overcomes those size issues. And that's just the question is, man, there's a big difference between 98% and 100% when you're talking about world-class speed.
Elite of the elite of the elite, no question. All right, so the four burners.
Oh, yeah. So there's a theory that if you think about the way you divvy up how you spend your time and energy in life, if you think of a stove that's got four burners on it, friends, family, health, and work.
Right.
And there's a theory that people who achieve great things, incredible business people or athletes or singers or something like that, they can only focus on two of those things. They sacrifice the others, and that's why their family is in shambles, or they've got no real friends or whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't know whether you believe that or not. So which of those two would you be most willing to forsake so you could become the best in the world?
If I'm looking at how I operate right now, and I'm not just saying this to be hardo because we're working on a holiday or whatever. I think you know my routine. I spend a lot of time doing stuff that's work-related, and a lot of that's to do with the fact that I love what we do.
Yeah, we pointed that out last week. Your hobby is work.
That's right.
Any psychologist to tell you that's totally healthy.
Very healthy, yeah. Well,
what do you do in your off time?
Work.
More of the same.
Yeah. Well, I think it's indicative of the sandbox that you and I play in more than anything else.
It's a fun job.
Right. So I would definitely not forsake that. So I've got to forsake one of friends, family, and health.
Friends is an interesting one because it's. I think a lot of people have friends. I would say I have a lot of close friends that I also haven't talked to in 2 years.
Yeah.
Or so I don't. But I think that's what a lot of guys do. You know?
I would say friends because I've got a pretty. I think I'm friendly with a lot of people.
Yeah.
But I don't spend a lot of close time with a lot of people. You know,
Right,
like I don't.
right.
I've got a pretty tight inner circle.
I think that's that's one of those things that a lot of times people they overthink it with that part of it because they'll tell you like, oh, you better be social or you're going to get dementia in later years and everything. It's to each his own. Some people really need to have a big, vibrant sort of network of friends, but others don't necessarily. Friends would
be at the bottom. Work would be at the top. Friends would be at the bottom, and then the family and health thing is interesting because there have been times where I've forsaken each of those. I think some would argue the fact that I moved to Houston to get into radio while my kids stayed with my ex-wife in Chicago would mean that to some degree
you forsook your family.
I forsook family to pursue this professional career. Now, in the process, I remained a good father and flew up for soccer games and track meets, and they flew down here, and you do the best that you can with the card that you're dealt. And there were times where I was definitely forsaking health.
Yeah, we've all seen the pictures.
So I think it's true. It's true. But I'm not that way anymore. So I think it's almost like Seth. But I'm not like a fiend when it comes to the health. Like I'm not training for a marathon, but I do something every day. You know, I either walk 4 miles or I do 30 minutes on the elliptical every single day without fail. Well, not without fail, but for the most part, I do that. So I'm almost like it's probably a cop out, but I would be 100% in on work, and then on family, there are family members that over the last few years I have just cut ties with.
Yeah, sometimes you got to just for your health part of it because you got toxic people or whatever. They're just people that just drain you.
Not my kids.
I think for the most part, I think you're pretty well rounded. I think you got all those burners on a medium setting.
Yeah.
Which again, it's if all of a sudden you decided this year, you know what, that's it. I'm gonna be I'm gonna have a debate show on ESPN 2 years from now, and I'm going to do whatever it takes because that's what I want. I'm determined to make $20 million a year in sports media. Then you would probably this is a nice thing about this is where sometimes the people are in their 40s and 50s, they feel like, oh, okay, I'm on the backside of things. This is when you have to remember, if your kids are out of the house, you can all of a sudden operate the way a 20-year-old does, but without having to worry about finding a family or raising your kids or anything. Like you can actually attack your job with more ferocity at this age and do it smarter than when you're in your 20s.
No question.
You know?
No question.
So you can forsake your family, but only like that's not actually harmful to your family health because they don't need you as much.
They're self-sufficient now.
Yeah.
They're off the payroll. They do their own things.
Okay, so I'm cutting out Sammy and James and Judy right now.
Yeah.
Amy can stick around.
She can stick around. No.
So, but like
specific
mostly
needs.
Support staff.
Yeah.
And then your friends. You got to get rid of all your friends. Just don't talk to any of them anymore.
Okay.
So then
Except for
you're
my
focus
friend.
on health and work.
Yes.
Which is what Skip Bayless does.
That's exactly what he does.
Skip Bayless does like 60 minutes on his recumbent bike in the morning, and then like 60 minutes at night. He only eats like he eats the same meal every single day, which might not be healthy. He's lean. Yeah.
That is probably if I were to strive for something higher in what we do, that is exactly how I would attack it. Probably. You nailed it.
You couldn't. The money would be nice, but that's just it doesn't appeal to me. That life of like the super hot take artist or what have you.
No.
I'm very, very comfortable.
I like this. Yes. I like this.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Don't let some Instagram alpha male try to tell you there's anything wrong with that.
I won't. All right.
I'll be dead within probably 2 or 3 decades.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this where I am right now.
Absolutely. All right. Final segment coming up. We didn't hit this earlier. Let's hit it now. Chris Paul is retiring. Is his hamstring pull in Game 5 in 2018 the biggest what if in Houston sports history? And is the trade of Chris Paul away from Houston one of the worst in Houston sports history? We will do that coming up next. But let's get you guys feeling.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Thank God the Twitter outage is over from earlier today. The great Twitter outage of President's Day 2026 is over. I forgot how many tweets we normally embed in the rundown here. But anyways, is Chris Paul's hamstring the greatest what if in Houston sports history? It might be the biggest what of my radio career in Houston that I can think of.
It's the biggest one I can think of in the past 20 years or so of, man, if it weren't for that injury,
championship.
You almost definitely would have had a championship.
Yep.
You go to Matt Schaub in 2011, it's still a lot of what ifs.
Yeah.
But still Matt Schaub wasn't the same caliber of player that Chris Paul was, but he was your quarterback on a really good offense on a really good team. So but it wasn't a slam dunk assured. You weren't that close to a championship at the point of the injury.
Right. It was week 9 or 10 of the regular season. Yeah. That's a good one though. The Schaub foot is a good one.
I wish I could say Nico Collins being injured for the Patriots game was that it was assured that, but you can't, just not with the way CJ played without him. Yeah.
4 picks. By the way, I like that picture you sent me of CJ working out in Southern California.
Oh yes, Texans commenter had posted that.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It was that new haircut. He looks, every time I see a picture of CJ with his new haircut, and he's standing next to some little kid taking a picture at a football field. So
yeah.
CJ was either out there working a clinic or doing workouts or whatever.
Got a backwards ball cap on.
But with his short hair, he looks so much younger.
I think he looks good.
Yeah.
I think he looks
but it
good.
does, every time I see one of these pictures, I think that it's a college picture. I was like, what is this, from Ohio State?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, he looks more upbeat. I think the angle of his hair, the way the hair kind of cascaded down his face,
I
think took the long face he was wearing for much of the season and made it look even longer in a way.
Accentuated it?
Yeah, I think it did.
He almost looked like he should be singing indie music in a coffee shop somewhere with a beanie on his head.
Right.
Just singing about how sad everything is in the world.
Yeah.
What's it all matter
music.
anyway?
Yeah.
Now it looks like he's recruiting you to the Marines.
Yeah. There's something about you, kid.
Yeah.
So I asked ChatGPT, our new best friend, about the biggest what ifs in Houston sports history. Chris Paul was third on the list. What if Chris Paul doesn't get hurt in 2018? The only 2 items ahead, oh boy, these are going to hurt. Number 2, what if the Oilers don't blow a 35-3 lead to Buffalo in the playoffs back in January of 1993?
Well, at the very least, the Buffalo would go on to get blown out that year, right?
That was the first Cowboys Super Bowl, yes.
Yeah.
Yep, they would. So they got their punishment.
Do you have the futures odds on what the spread would have been on that game? Do you have the
Oilers?
Do you have the historical futures odds? Yeah. Did they have a line on what the Oilers versus the Cowboys would have been?
Well, I'm sure they did in back room somewhere. There was no internet back then. I'm sure.
Yeah.
And you could probably take the spread on what it was for the Bills game and then apply it to that Bills-Cowboys Super Bowl in a way and come up with a number.
But anyway, that was back when the Cowboys versus the 49ers was the real Super Bowl, right?
In the NFC. Yep. Number 1, this is a long way back for a lot of. What if Ralph Sampson doesn't get hurt? And this isn't in any particular playoff series. This is, they drafted Sampson, then the next year they draft Hakeem Olajuwon, and you're off to the races with the Twin Towers. But Ralph Sampson's knee started to give out in 1987, and then he was traded the year after they made the finals against the Celtics. That's probably one that hits home with people above the age of, 55 in our audience, I would say.
Yeah. The Chris Paul injury, I guess the one thing about that I try to soothe myself with is that, part of it was that they were making Chris Paul work. The Warriors were doing a really good job of just flat out running Chris Paul ragged to the point where it felt like there was inevitability. I can say it was inevitable that he was going to get hurt, so it's actually not just a bad break or what have you. But my God, you're there. Even without Chris Paul, you were still that close.
Yeah.
You're right. Well, it was that game. It was the fact that you won that game, and you're only 2 minutes away from. If he had stayed healthy for 2 more minutes, and they win that game, and he goes out and just does enough to, right,
well,
now back
and
to the doldrums
in that
again.
series too, the Game 7. Remember they missed 27 3-pointers in a row.
Yeah,
in Game
supposedly
7?
a 0.0001% probability
Yeah.
of that or whatever it was. Yeah.
So there's almost a scenario where they, if you just make a few of those, they lost by like 9 in Game 7. They missed 27 3-pointers in a row. See the what that popped up this weekend too, man. I think we had some audio from. I thought we did from the Durant Olajuwon conversation that we just didn't get to last week. Kevin Durant and Hakeem Olajuwon sat down, I think, on Durant's podcast. They did it in that penthouse at the Post Oak Hotel. It's got a basketball court in it and stuff like that. That's what it looked like, at least. And Olajuwon, I think longtime Rocket fans remember this, but Olajuwon shared an anecdote that back in 1984, the Rockets had the first pick in the draft, and the Portland Trail Blazers had the second pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know that the Rockets took Hakeem, the Blazers took Sam Bowie, and the Chicago took Michael Jordan with the third pick. And that was that. That was back when Ralph Sampson was still thought to be a future Hall of Famer, with his NBA play. He's already a college-level Hall of Fame player. The Portland Trail Blazers, according to Hakeem, offered the Rockets the number 2 pick and Clyde Drexler for Ralph Sampson. Let me repeat that. The Trailblazers had the number 2 pick. Rockets had the number 1 pick. The Blazers offered the number 2 pick, so the Rockets would have had picks 1 and 2, and Clyde Drexler for Ralph Sampson, who was basically getting annual knee surgeries 2 years after this.
Wow.
You would have had Hakeem Olajuwon. The Rockets would have used the second pick on Michael Jordan and Clyde Drexler. You would have had Hakeem Olajuwon, Michael Jordan, and Clyde Drexler.
Are you sure there wasn't a Sam Bowie in there? We wouldn't have gone
On the
with
same. I
Bowie?
don't think they would have just replaced Sampson with Sam Bowie. I don't think.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you could have had Jordan, Drexler, and Hakeem on the same team. Now, you still won championships in the 90s with Hakeem, so it wasn't a total lost
I'm
cause.
just thinking about that.
But you would have been – can you imagine? Can you imagine Michael Jordan and Hakeem Olajuwon on the same team for 15 years with each other?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's a what-if right there. That is a what-if, my friend. So, yeah. As far as trades go, though, and we're talking about Chris Paul, Red 94 makes a case that the Chris Paul trade to Oklahoma City for Russell Westbrook might be the worst trade in the history of Houston sports.
Yeah.
But like, why couldn't James Harden and Russell Westbrook just make nice with each other?
Yeah, I think that's the problem, though. It's that there was so much that went into all of that, including the fact that Chris Paul and James Harden just flat out weren't going to get along, that it's a bad trade, but there are other the trade itself was more of a symptom of the problem than it was the problem itself. That this was just an untenable situation, no matter how good it should have been, but that just because of the interpersonal dynamics and everything else, it would ultimately cause James Harden to just flee the city of Houston anyway. It just doesn't feel that way. It doesn't feel like a GM just throwing a hand grenade into your organization because he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Yeah. This was like trying to make the best of a situation that had just spiraled into an unworkable situation.
The problem with Russell Westbrook ultimately was not Russell Westbrook the person or anything like that. I enjoyed rooting for Russell Westbrook for that year that he was on the team. The problem was that his style of play led to you having to completely rejigger the entire roster.
Yeah.
And go with the small ball lineup because Russ can't shoot, so he can't have a true big in there clogging the middle. He needs room to operate and drive to the hoop. And so that led to you trading Clint Capella when just the previous season or 2 seasons ago, it was Capella and Chris Paul and James Harden that went 42-3 with each other. And at that time, look, I know Capella's back on the team now. He's back on the team now as a guy who plays 15 minutes a night and gets a few rebounds. In 2019 and 2020, Clint Capella was kind of a rising young big in the league, a perfect guy for pick and roll and protecting the rim and getting after it on the glass and things like that. So I'm with you. I don't think and the other bad part about the Russell Westbrook trade was you had to attach all those first-round picks to Chris Paul. to get OKC to do the deal.
Right, yeah. So, it was bad. It was, don't get me wrong, it wasn't like it was a great trade or anything. But you look at Chris Paul, and, over the next 3 years after he left Houston, he is up 7th in the MVP, 5th in the MVP, 9th in the MVP. I don't think that was going to be happening in Houston.
No.
It wasn't. So it's not as simple as, oh, wow, look, he was this awesome player, and then you just let him go when he was in his prime and what have you. That butterfly effect is just an extreme difference compared to just to pretending that that's the same guy who's going to be in Houston with everything else at play.
He was in the NBA Finals 2 years later with the Phoenix Suns, man.
Yeah.
Like he still had something left in the tank at that point. Paul Gallant and Luke Morrow in for Reggie Atatula. John Lopez. Looks like Colin is in for Figgy as well on a President's Day here. Gentlemen, how we feeling? How you doing? Did you have a nice weekend?
Oi, yes, very good weekend.
That's good. Did you have a nice Valentine's Day, Paul?
Great Valentine's Day. The girlfriend outdid me, though. The girlfriend made me the sweetest little care package ever.
Really?
We got a leather-bound box and put in a bunch of pictures of the two of us together. Plus, I actually teared up when she gave me this. She basically made a bunch of these little tiny notes, and they said all these things that she likes about me and loves about me.
Oh, yeah?
And
How long did it take for you to read those notes? There are a lot of notes.
It took a hot minute. She's the best.
Okay.
Yeah, I truly teared up. I was like, oh my God, this is the nicest thing anyone's ever done.
Did you realize that you had these good traits that you didn't even know you had from reading these notes?
I hate myself, so no.
then those notes might have all come as a surprise to you.
They're all like, wait a second, I don't suck?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's good. Everybody needs somebody in their life that tells them they don't suck. In those exact words. Did one of the notes? You don't suck at all. You doing good, Luke?
Yeah, doing well. Actually, it's great to be here because, Seth, something has been on my mind for like weeks since we last worked together. It's lived in my head. And I don't know if I don't want to bring your personal business to the air, but I do have to share a quick story from the last time we worked together. And then you texted me afterwards, and I was on a work call. Seth sent me a video. I'm on a Zoom work call.
Yeah.
And a video comes through from Seth, and I figure, like, oh, this must have been something related to what we were talking about this morning. But I couldn't check the video. Then I get a message that says, Jesus, that was meant for the wife and kid. Then I get another text that says, please don't call HR. And I'm thinking, what is this video? I couldn't wait to get off the work call.
Go to wife and kid. HR.
Don't call HR. So sorry for putting this out there. But then I watched the video, and it's been in my head for weeks thinking about this. It's a dog and a cat that are the friendliest dog and cat to one another. They're like massaging each other.
It's a white cat like rubbing, like working its paws on the dog, and then the dog like licks the cat afterwards or whatever. The only HR part of it was it seems like something that you might send to somebody that you have a romantic relationship with or that you love. So I was it felt. It's not the kind of gift that I would have sent to Luke Morrow, who I've co-hosted a few shows together with.
But the burning question, are those your pets, or is this just a random video that you set to every step you take by the police?
It's not snowy?
No, it's not. Things I do for my family is I try to, as part of my job involves wasting a whole lot of time on social media. When I come across a cute animal video or something, I at least take a clip of that and send it to my family so that they can pretend that I'm thinking of them.
You will occasionally send me videos to then send to Amy.
Yeah.
But they're animal videos on your property sometimes. Like
right, because I know Amy gets a kick out of that.
She loves wildlife on
so I'll send her like pictures of wild turkeys or deer or whatever.
Yeah. So that's the closest I've ever come to an HR violation.
I don't know why I send it to you and then to her. It just feels weird. It feels like it's like I'd be stepping over a boundary if all of a sudden Amy and I had this animal
Randy and
video
I text
relationship.
all the time. It's fine. So what is the by the way, you're listening to KLTM, KLT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. On a President's Day, what is the question of the day, fellas?
Well, I thought it would be fun to do what's your favorite presidential fun fact, and I have a very good one for Sean.
Okay.
Ooh.
I have in my mind what I think it is. In fact, I'm going to write down right now what I think it is.
Okay.
And you keep talking while I write this down.
This president, for being an outstanding American, was inducted into a very specific Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Do you know which one I'm about to ask you about, Sean?
Bottom left corner right there.
Yes.
Abe Lincoln is in the Wrestling Hall of Fame.
He is.
Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln was inducted into the National Wrestling Hall of Fame in 1992 as an outstanding American.
1982, huh?
Oh, so this wrestling, this is like the pro
wait.
wrestling, like the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, the WWE or what have you?
The National Wrestling Hall of Fame, not the WWE. So this is for all
Probably
those
more like the Dan
actual
Gables
wrestling
of the world. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
correct.
Yeah, because he also, supposedly he was like the best wrestler in his hometown and everything back when
6'4".
You didn't wrestle for your high school. You wrestled out at the county fair to become the county champion. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I was just rewatching him win the 1850 Royal Rumble this morning.
My God, that's Abe Lincoln's theme music. Oh, my God.
He walks in with a 10-foot-tall stovepipe hat.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a very funny signature match that's listed from AI. Apparently, he was 301. That's probably
That's his career record?
mythologized. Yes.
Yeah.
He gained fame for defeating Jack Armstrong, the leader of the Clary's Grove Boys, which sounds like a gang
faction.
of bad guys from the Hardy Boys or something like that.
They had factions back in the 1800s in wrestling? Like the Four Horsemen?
You had to lay down the law in New Salem, Illinois.
Oh, my God. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, nearly 300 wins and only one known loss.
That's incredible, man. He's like Andre the Giant. And
Armstrong had he tried underhanded tactics.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Yep. He was the heel.
George Washington also has a wrestling background, as did Teddy Roosevelt and Andrew Jackson.
Teddy Roosevelt would box, too. Teddy Roosevelt's become one of my favorite presidents because Amy and I went to Medora, North Dakota on our long road trip a couple years ago. And that's where Roosevelt National Park is right there. Teddy Roosevelt spent a lot of time there. And there's a Teddy Roosevelt impersonator that does like a one-man show where he sits down and they got other actors in there too and whatnot. It was really interesting. I'm not a huge history buff or anything, but it was a really interesting thing. And I went up to him afterwards. He stood outside the little saloon that they did the show in. And I walked up to him and I started talking to him like he was Teddy Roosevelt. And he started bringing up like modern things to me, and I'm like, no.
Yeah,
Don't
the
break
illusion. Yeah.
kayfabe, man. Kayfabe. But I've grown to like Teddy Roosevelt.
My favorite presidential fact was right up until 2 years ago that John Tyler, whose his presidency was 1841 to 1845.
Yeah.
2 years ago, he still had a living grandson.
Oh, yes.
Oh, right.
Harrison Ruffin Tyler, who died in 2024. But yeah, John Tyler, because his presidency was over in 1845, but he lived a long time for another 20 years or so. But he had a child at age 70, and then one of those sons had a child in his 70s or so.
Now
so he had a
guy.
living grandson. After finishing his presidency in 1845, he had a living grandson in 2024.
That is, I've seen that before. That is wild.
He had 15 kids with 2 women.
15?
Yes.
Why? Why would you have 15 kids?
Well, they worked the farm
Yeah.
back then. It's free labor.
It's labor. That's true.
Yeah.
My great-grandmother was one of 24, I believe,
gosh.
on a
24?
Canadian farm, yeah.
From
On
the
a
same
Canadian
woman?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, my goodness.
That poor woman.
She was pregnant her whole life.
Her whole life. Her whole life she was carrying babies. Oh
She
my
must
God.
have had it down to a science, though.
Oh, yeah.
Just by the age of 3, the 3-year-old was probably changing diapers on the infant and everything. Yeah.
You got to have them. They might get taken off by an eagle or a wolf. Goodbye. Next man up.
Yeah.
That's what when people talk about how life expectancy is
Yeah.
increased, it's they forget about how many eagle abductions there used to be.
Back in the day.
That was,
There's way fewer.
typhoid and eagle abductions
Yeah, man. Yeah.
were big.
Yep. All right, boys. Well, have a great show. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, and Luke, thank you for enjoying my platonic animal video.
I have shown people that video. It's lived rent-free in my head. It's an amazing video.
Are
really.
you happy you have clarity now on it?
I do. I've been thinking about this for weeks.
Oh, that's right. You had asked me, and I didn't answer your question.
that
I'm
was
sorry.
the whole thing. You left me on
Notorious
the cliff.
non-responder, Seth.
Join the club.
Yeah.
That was your
Jeez.
incentive to keep you coming back to work.
Yes. Cliffhanger. All right. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Luke Morrow, Paul Gallant, Colin Neal. They are in for the collective In the Loop crew today, and In the Loop starts now.
Yes, sir. Happy President's Day. Hopefully you're off today, but appreciate you hanging with us here as we are with you for the next 4 hours. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line. In the Loop is brought to you. You can also get to us on the YouTube and the Twitch chats. Brought to you by the Mokaram Injury Law Firm as well.
We keep it 100.
That's right. We still nailed it. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this Monday. Paul, good to be alongside with you for the first time. It feels like first time, long time.
Yeah, I've heard you filling in before, and I got to say, the voice.
Oh, well, I appreciate it.
It's a very beautiful voice. I have a more like nasal, annoying, peaks and volumes, starts getting screechy kind of voice. So I appreciate a master of the craft. So.
Oh, well, happy to be here then. if my significant other provided me with a list of things she liked on Valentine's Day, the voice, admittedly, might be high up there as well. But good to work with you. To peel the curtain back, Paul and I both used to be employed by the same company across town at the same time. And Paul was actually the only welcoming person over there.
Really?
Absolutely. When I started over there.
I was the only one that was welcoming?
You and your producer, Sean, who a different Sean, of course, who's a great dude. You guys were the only ones. The rest of the crew over there, all due respect, I'm sure they're great people, but all ice cold.
Oh, that's not cool.
Yep. Even PC was over there at the time. Kind of blew me off.
PC was cold to you?
Blew me off when I introduced myself, but props to Patrick, because when I started here and the email went out, he was probably the first one to respond. Sean right here was probably number 2.
Reply all?
He might have. But it was a good message. It was a nice message. I have no issues with Patrick Creighton. And I didn't have issues at the time either. But, yeah, Paul was the only one. So this is the first time we're ever actually working together.
Yeah, man.
But we used to be in the same thing, and like I said, Paul was always the most welcoming. So
thank you. I appreciate that.
I appreciated it.
I try to be nice. I mean, some people think I'm the worst, and you get to know me, and you're like, oh, he's not that bad. He's just a little bit all over the place and can't.
That's
keep
exactly what I tell people.
Thought together, yeah.
Like Paul Gallant, he's not that bad.
He's not that bad.
Is that what one of the notes said? In your little,
he's not that bad. You're not that bad, Paul.
Yeah. It's
Thanks,
like in
Matty.
Beer Fest where they're all chanting, he's not that drunk.
Not that drunk.
Yeah.
Not that drunk.
Yeah. Well, I've had your back. I've been going around telling everyone, hey, Paul Gallant, he is the best one going over there. That's right. Absolutely. So good to be working alongside you today, and appreciate everyone hanging with us. Was this one of the worst sports weekends of the year? And are we in the stretch here of one of the worst sports weeks? It sounds crazy because you had the Daytona 500. You might be into that. You have the Olympics. Maybe you're into that. You had NBA All-Star Weekend. But this is like in the afterglow of the NFL ending, no football. Major League Baseball hasn't started yet. The NBA, for all the great All-Star Weekend activities, they're not playing games for a week. All you had was great college baseball started. The Olympics I'm not into. Paul, of course, we had Valentine's Day. Was there anything that tickled your fancy in the sports world this past weekend?
Well, to take a page out of the NBA's playbook, it was a load management weekend for me. I didn't watch any sports, and it's because of exactly what you said. The first week without the National Football League for me is always a tough one because the NFL is my favorite league by far, and this is the time in the NBA season where we're getting close to the point where no one really cares. And I would say from the start of March to the end of the year, you've either got teams that are playing out the string, a few teams that are looking to get into the play-in tournament, but everybody else is like, okay, let's just get to the actual playoffs so we can start trying. So to have it tipped off with a game where there hasn't been a whole lot of trying in the last couple of years is, I think, fitting for this time of year. Yeah, man, this isn't the best time. We're very close to March Madness. That's all we've got.
That's right. We got to hold out till March. And I think, look, the All-Star weekend, the All-Star game yesterday, they changed it up. We had the different countries, U.S. versus the world. We had the round robin, 4 different games, whatever it was. It seemed like better effort, and it seemed like a better thing. But I think this is the whole part of the problem. And you mentioned, as we get to this time of year, the team's tanking. The NBA has a real issue. All sports leagues have problems, and we can point to them. Whether it's how you feel about the officiating in the NFL, or the fact that you have to dish out so much money, or these international games, whatever. But the problem in the NBA is a serious one where forget about the fans caring or not. It's an issue that the players don't care. There's a real apathy in the league. And it's the line I always use because I grew up in the Northeast. Hockey was big, but we didn't have a ton of hockey rinks, so practice would be at like 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. before school because you had to try to get all the schools in. And the parents would have to get up early and drive their kids there and pick them up and then go to work. And the famous line was always like, if you don't care, why should I care? If you're not going to put effort into this, why am I getting up at 5 a.m.? And I think it's similar at the NBA where when the players don't even care about going out there and playing competitively in a regular season game or an all-star game, why should we as the fans care? And instead of what should have been like a fun, joyous weekend, the big story with Adam Silver and everybody, and even the all-star game yesterday, was Reggie Miller couldn't shut up about it yesterday, about like, hey, these guys are actually trying. And it's the same idea as like, hey, my 13-year-old hasn't done drugs yet. This is the expectation. We shouldn't be putting these guys on a pedestal for going out there and actually giving us some effort.
This league, more than any other, it's become as if the players are inconvenienced by doing what they are being paid a lot of money to do. And to see it in a regular season game, I think, is more frustrating than seeing it in an all-star game. But you're right. Whether it was Reggie Miller saying it during the broadcast or it's after the fact, the amount of puff pieces that were written about the weekend with a lot of window dressing being done for this weekend, the interest, you're not getting people back in. You've got a lot of diehards who are going to stick with it, but this is not something that a new audience is going to be gained from this kind of basketball. And I think, to point it back to Silver's also had a rough weekend from a PR perspective. All of the influencers that they brought to All-Star Weekend thinking that this is going to bring hardcore basketball fans, keep them around and bring new basketball fans in, these new glasses that they have. I feel like Silver's the biggest problem for this league. He is a pushover, mamby-pamby commissioner, and while David Stern probably has in the closet, and seemed to be, if we're being frank, a douche, at the very least, the guy made that league do what he wanted it to do. This is gone. You're not putting the genie back in the bottle after this.
Yeah, Stern was like the tough parent. I think a lot of parents run into this problem now where they forget to be parents first and foremost nowadays and want to be more friends. Stern was exactly as his name would suggest, the stern parent, and that's when you have the kids that are raised right, really, for lack of a better phrase, and Silver's the one that's just trying to be friends with the kids, and they're walking all over him. I'm with you. I think Adam Silver's always been a terrible commissioner. Here was Adam Silver, though, talking this week, and they were asking him about the tanking issue in the NBA currently and how he might try to solve this. Here's what the NBA commissioner said.
We got to look at some fresh thinking here. I mean, what we're seeing right now is not working. There's no question about it. And yes, is there more I can do? Have I attempted not only to respond to behavior we've seen, but send a clear message that we're going to be scrutinizing everything we see going forward? Absolutely. But I don't think that's the way to manage this system long term I know, and I see people in the league office, it'll lead to very unhealthy relationships between us and our teams.
If I could follow up.
Sure.
Is there any talk of taking draft picks away from teams that do this as opposed to finding them?
There is talk about every possible remedy now to stop this behavior.
Let me put you on the spot, Paul. Do you have any? You ever think about this? Do you have any sort of ideas or solutions as a way to try to curb the tanking in the NBA?
The taking draft picks away might be a start, but you're always going to have plausible deniability because of the load management era, where you could theoretically fib some sort of injury and have a player banged up. There are ways around this, and the loopholes have really been abused by so many teams across the league for such a long time. So this is better than what you currently have. But if a 20% at best, I think it's even less than that, if a 20% chance with the worst record in the NBA at the number one overall pick, as opposed to 50% or a lock like it is in the NFL, if that's not enough to get teams to stop doing it, is taking the draft pick going to do the same thing? You would think it would, but the last thing that we put together to stop tanking has been a massive failure.
Yeah, it's true. My thought, and I don't know if you can, like you said earlier, with the whole genie in the bottle, I don't know if we can go back to the way things were at this pendulum swing too far. I've always liked the idea, though, of you take those teams that would be the lottery teams and instead have their own, playoff. as the regular playoffs go on, have the consolation playoffs too, where you actually have to go out there and compete. And then I would probably do the opposite of, like, well, I guess I would seed it just like the regular playoffs. Whoever has the worst record would have the toughest draw. So the incentive is to still try to win games at the end of the regular season so that you have the best setup in the playoffs where the winner gets the number 1 pick, and then the loser in the finals gets the number 2 pick, and so on and so forth, so that they still have something to play for instead of the Utah Jazz tanking already in January is just such an embarrassment to the league. It's not good for anybody. So you got to try to do something, and it's probably going to have to be radical. I don't know if there's any sort of solution, but whatever they're doing now obviously isn't working. On the text line, 83 from the 832, on the base power text line, I have to get used to this. They said, can't please you radio guys. Play it when they're not giving any effort in the All-Star game, but when they do, you're still crying. Choose a side. It's not so much about the All-Star game as it is just like the bigger problem of the NBA. And I don't know where you are, Paul, but I think like this is a flash in the pan where the Elam ending, when they added that to the All-Star game a few years back, the first year was great. But then fast forward, whatever it's been, 5 years, they've already had to change the All-Star game again because that ran dry. The in-season tournament first year, people were into it. Now by year 3, it's become an afterthought. And I think the same thing with this, where yesterday, it was fun. Try this again next year. I don't think it'll be the same.
I hate that we're supposed to pat them on the back for caring once. This doesn't make up for years of this. And that's where I fall. So, look, Texter, you're probably right in that. We're never being brought back in. We're just not. We cover this sport for a living, and we've been doing it for such a long time. And I just find it reprehensible that players seem inconvenienced by doing their job. And it's felt that way for a very long time. And there's no way to incentivize them back into taking every single regular season game, let alone an all-star exhibition game, more seriously. It's gone. Basketball players, the most unrelatable of all athletes in American sports, have continued to get more and more unrelatable. And this is one of the big things that I think drives that. It's why they constantly get crushed by the previous generation, and then they cry about that. This is why. Those guys were making less money. We're playing every single night, and we're doing everything they're supposed to do. And maybe the sport's better now, at least from a eyes perspective, than it was then. I think that's debatable given the amount of three-point shots being taken. But,
true.
But I think that these guys have no pulse of what reality is. And I'm not patting them on the back for finally playing a competitive all-star game. I didn't watch it. I had load management last night.
I did a lot of it. I have to be honest with you. I've been busy. I'm in the middle of a move, which is actually the worst thing to. Oh my gosh!
Where are you moving? How far are you moving?
To anywhere is too far, really. It's not far. Moving from the gallery. This is going to sound so bougie. I'm moving from the Galleria to the West U area.
Oh,
yeah, I know.
I was wondering if you're moving to Bridgeland.
Yeah, right. I don't know where that is. I thought that was some crummy show on Netflix until Friday.
Bridgerton, yes.
Yeah,
it's outside the wall, according to Paul.
Outside the wall, yes.
I did hear
it's
about
outside
that.
the loop.
Yeah. I don't like that either. I don't like that whole plan either. But I know you guys talked about it last week.
We'll talk about it again if you want.
Yeah, we might get into it.
You got time to get takes off, bro.
That's right. We got also we have to get into the Kevin Durant stuff, and we'll do that a little bit later on. On the text line, somebody said, "Oh, Cacerio's voice doppelganger is in." Yes, we hit that text early today. Every time I'm on these airwaves, still, it's been almost 2 years, and we always get the Nick Cacerio. Do you think, Paul? Do you think I sound like Nick Cacerio?
Well, you don't talk for 3 minutes at a time and say absolutely nothing.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Nothing against Nick Cacerio. He's the master filibuster, but I've actually done a bit where after every single one of his press conferences, I will go to the transcript and I will try to determine how many pages double-spaced everything that he said would be. I think the last time, the end-of-season press conference was 28 pages or something.
Goodness.
Like he's a college paper.
Yes,
Nick Cacerio.
exactly.
Pendergast and Payne.
I could have used him 12 years ago.
I know, right? Same.
Yeah. Hey, coming up, does the NFL have a specific problem with quarterbacks like C.J. Stroud going forward? We'll get into it next. It's in Loop here on 610.
It's that time of year again. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide.
Oh, God, that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
think I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Does the NFL have a specific problem with quarterbacks like C.J. Stroud going forward? We'll talk about that here on In the Loop. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Paul Gallant and Colin Neal on the steel wheels as well.
The steel wheels. I've never heard that. I like it.
Oh, yeah, appreciate it.
The ones
Super
and twos?
producer Colin.
There we go. I laid out long enough. I was giving you a chance to drop that in.
Well, you know, sometimes with computers, if you click just one pixel off of the page that you want to be on, it's like, oh, sorry, not going to play that.
Damn, Colin.
Do you think we nailed it? Should we do the whole intro over again?
I think we should, based off of Colin saying all of that. Thanks, Colin.
Riveting. Does the NFL have a specific problem with quarterbacks like C.J. Stroud going forward?
So, you noticed his demeanor during the game against the Patriots. I mean, the guy looked defeated throughout that game. And I think it is easy to focus on him and crush him for that. But he is not the only quarterback that we have seen emotionally affected in a different way than we've seen quarterbacks in the past. When I grew up, I would see Dan Marino throw an absolute temper tantrum on the field.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen the same thing with Tom Brady. But now it feels like we see quarterbacks who are despondent and out of it on the sideline. And the latest example of this does not come from C.J. Stroud. It comes from the quarterback of my favorite team growing up, and that's Drake May. Go watch the footage of sidelines throughout Super Bowl 60. There are times, Luke, where he's walking to the sidelines, he's avoiding eye contact with Mike Vrabel, and Vrabel's doing his best to encourage him. Think about Caleb Williams and how Caleb Williams looked last year before Ben Johnson came into the fold. It feels like quarterbacks are more emotional these days, and they're having a really tough time. Maybe it's because they've never really gone through a lot of adversity as a quarterback, maybe off the field, sure, but as a quarterback, and then when they are met with these moments where everything's falling apart, they crater as opposed to being able to stand in there. And I don't know what you do about it, but it does seem to be a trend with young quarterbacks these days.
Don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass.
I am sensitive.
I am with you. And it's one of those, I know this kind of, I'm more old school in my thought process. So I know this feels maybe a little bit like old man yelling at the clouds because it's the same thing with like the whole player-driven league and the NBA and everything, and how the coaches really have very little power in the NBA, and it's all about the players. And it's been one of my concerns even with Ime to take it cross sports of him and his style here in Houston, and especially when you bring Durant in, who we'll talk about later. But, you know, Durant's been a bit of a coach killer outside of Golden State. And he's been a very tough coach, and I think we're already seeing some of the cracks and fractures in the Rockets organization this year.
I'm Kevin Durant.
Because a lot of guys don't like that hard coaching anymore. But I'm still of a generation where I grew up where our coaches always yelled at us, and I appreciated the tough coaching. But I think nowadays there's the conversation with Tua as well in Miami with Brian Flores and how it ruined like his confidence. And they had to bring in Mike McDaniel, who was more of a player's coach and softer, and for lack of a better phrase, and was able to, try to build up Tua in the process. So I am more of that old school of like you learn the most from the teachers you hated the most or the coaches that you hated the most instead of being coddled. But we're seeing that with Caleb Williams, who's in the crowd crying with his mother after a game. that we're seeing now, the new generation, and again, this is probably going to make me sound really old and maybe even out of touch to some, but this new generation of quarterbacks, I do believe, need that softer of the player's coach. And I don't like the style. And to your point, I don't know if it's good for the quarterback in the end either. I mentioned in the first segment about raising kids, and I think it's similar where they have to be able to you can't always make it easy on them because they have to be able to handle tough situations. And the greatest quarterbacks always dealt with some sort of adversity along the way. We can't make it easy for these guys because it's not always going to be easy, and they have to be able to handle that adversity on their own.
Yeah, I've even heard Tom Brady talking about it. I mean, Tom Brady never had the starting gig at Michigan locked down because they constantly were trying to put Drew Henson in there because Drew Henson was supposedly more talented. These days, it seems like you are the first moment you are special as a quarterback, you are having your feet kissed and you are put on a pedestal for all this time, and then all of a sudden, things get a little more difficult. For Stroud, we've seen that difficulty happen against Michigan when he was with Ohio State. And, of course, we have seen it now in the last couple of playoffs, specifically these past playoffs, where, don't forget, he stunk against the Steelers as well.
Yep.
And then was even worse against the New England Patriots. From what I understand, the coaching staff for the Texans, it does seem as if they are better at catering to him than the last coaching staff. And I think there was a report about how Bobby Slowick and Stroud, they kind of got into it before the NFL draft where the Texans ultimately took C.J. Stroud. But whatever it is, whether it's Nick Caley or it's Gerard Johnson, it does feel like they have Stroud, a bunch of guys in his corner that are there to build him up and not to break him down. But to what you're saying a little bit ago, Luke, about how some coaches, they get more out of you by getting underneath your skin.
Mm-hmm.
Like my high school football coach growing up, awesome, wonderful guy. Always said he loved us at the end of every single speech. There was another coach who was not even my positional coach, who I was convinced hated me, always mispronounced my name, and that guy got more out of me than him. And I remember the one game where I played, and afterwards he complimented me. Like, that meant more to me than a lot of the things that I actually did playing at a very low level of high school football. But that seems to be in the past. I don't know if that coach is compatible with today's quarterbacks in particular. And I wonder what you can do to make things better. I saw someone texted in, CJ needs a damn drill sergeant. I don't know if that would work. I don't think the dude from Full Metal Jacket, saying there's only steers and you-know-whats from Texas. I don't think that guy getting in C.J. Stroud's face is going to get the best version of C.J. Stroud out of him. Maybe it would, but this is something that's not just a Texans problem. Mm-hmm. It's a Patriots problem, perhaps, with the way that Drake May looked at in the Super Bowl, and we've seen other quarterbacks dealing with this as well. And I don't think anyone quite knows the fix. Obviously, every single quarterback's going to have a different fix. Everything, there's snowflakes out there, and I'm not talking about because they're soft. I mean, everyone's unique. Everyone's different. Right. I don't know what the right approach is to maybe make C.J. Stroud lock in or not get as down on himself as he gets on the sideline, but something needs to happen.
Yeah, is it something that you have to lean more into? I think I guess the bigger question that it goes back to is same with May, same with Caleb Williams, same with all these guys. It's why the Dolphins did it with Tua, is kind of like, is this the guy? Is this our future? Is this our franchise quarterback? And if so, then you have to do whatever it takes to get the most out of him. And if they are that more of like the coddled quarterback, then you have to lean into that. I think that's what, again, the Dolphins tried by getting rid of the mean-spirited defensive coach and bringing in the younger, hipper, nicer, cooler offensive coach. Didn't work anyways. Tua might have been a lost cause. But the
Brian
idea...
Flores, that take aged well. Brian Flores thought Tua sucked. Tua has not been very good.
And Flores has gone on to become one of the best defensive coordinators, still in the sport. So my point being, if you think Stroud is the future and he's your guy that's going to lead you to the promised land, then I guess you have to lean into what makes him most comfortable. But it is something that these NFL teams have to navigate now. And as somebody said on the text line about, it's football, it's not a tea party or whatever they reference. It is supposed to be. It's a tough physical sport. Of course, you're a gladiator out there, and so it always goes hand in hand more that harsher approach than the tiptoeing approach with these young guys. And I think that's something too with the fans, that when you have these, again, for lack of a better phrase, softer type of players, it doesn't go over as well with the fan base either.
No, definitely not. And the worst thing I think for players these days is that you got all these cameras on the sidelines, and every little thing that you do on the sideline is going to get caught, whether it's just from the broadcast or In the case of Drake May, it's in the mic'd up edition of Super Bowl 60.
Coming up, the question of the day. Today is President's Day. What's your favorite presidential fun fact? We'll get to ours. We'll share yours as well. Let us know on the text line. We're inviting some interesting responses with this. 713-572-4610. Text them in. Get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well, and we'll let you know our favorites when we come back. Happy President's Day. Thanks for hanging with us. It's In the Loop on 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 present live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Patriots Day. President's Day, Patriots Day.
Every day is
That's
Patriots
a Freudian slip. Happy Patriots Day coming up.
Patriot Day, you commie. Yeah.
We got two guys from New England here, and I'm used to that's a big day later
The Massachusetts Day, right.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
April 17th-ish, and that's the day that they run the Boston Marathon.
Exactly. Right. You get the baseball game at like 11 a.m. That's a good day.
If you're not from here, you wouldn't understand.
Yeah.
You're right, I wouldn't.
That was very New England of me.
Sorry, we started the Revolutionary War.
Happy President's Day here on In the Loop. Luke Morrow alongside Paul Gallant, Colin Neal on the other side of the glass. The fellas are out today. Appreciate you joining us. Send in your favorite presidential fun facts. That's the question of the day today. 713-572-4610 or on the YouTube, Twitch chats. Send in your favorite presidential fun facts. Let's get historic here. Paul, start us off. What would be some of your favorite president? Well, first of all, would you consider yourself a history buff?
Big
really?
History buff, yes.
Okay, Colin, are you into history and presidents and all that at all?
I mean, I'm into history in general.
Yeah? Okay, well, then I'm the outlier here. So you guys fill me in. Give me some fun presidential facts.
Which president led to the term okay popularized?
Oh.
And it's because of a nickname he had.
I have heard this before. Oh, man.
Martin Van Buren.
Oh, I should have known that.
Everyone remembers that president.
That's right. The reason why I should know is because I'm not a history buff, but I'm a Seinfeld buff. And Martin Van Buren is in Seinfeld, and the gang sign was holding up 7 fingers because he was the 7th president. And anyways, I remember that. I should have known that.
His nickname, Old Kinderhook.
That's right. Yes.
I honestly, I didn't know that until today. I was like, well, what? Old Kinderhook. And that was said enough to the point where his nickname became okay. And then the term okay became semi-normalized because of Old Kinderhook.
That's pretty cool. I am very nerdy in the sense of I love the origin story of specific phrases or words. And I know Netflix tried to do like a series of where curse words came from. And I don't know if it really lived up to the expectations, but I do love that idea of like, where do we get this phrase or where did this word come from? So that's good. Okay stems back to Martin Van Buren.
You want another okay Old Kinderhook fun fact?
Yeah, hit me with it.
Okay. Martin Van Buren had 2 pets, a baby of this very terrifying creature. 2 babies of this creature.
Leopard.
Close.
Jaguar.
Tiger cubs.
Oh.
Martin Van Buren had 2 pet tiger cubs.
Interesting.
Where does that rank compared to some of the pets of other presidents? Well, you've also got Andrew Jackson's parrot, Poll, P-O-L-L. Poll had to be removed from Andrew Jackson's funeral because Poll was swearing too much, repeating everything that he heard from his very ornery owner. Many people think Andrew Jackson might have been the angriest president of all time.
That's funny. I like that.
Another president, his son, had 2 pets that were roaming around the White House. These were not mammals. These were not fish. And they were not birds. Can you guess what animal? Think Florida.
Are they reptiles?
Mm-hmm.
Snakes?
Nope.
Alligators?
2 pet alligators from
Wow.
Herbert Hoover's son. Who allowed that?
That's pretty good. When was he the president? What
Herbert
time frame?
Hoover was the 30s. Hoover Dam.
Okay.
And on top of that, the Great Depression. Might have been.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Yeah.
All right, 30s. That's pretty good. That's pretty cool to have those. On the text line, somebody said, which president could write with both hands in 2 different languages simultaneously?
James Garfield.
Wow, you knew that.
Yeah, I actually had this as one of the facts.
That is impressive.
He could write in Greek with one hand and Latin the other. And he could do this at the same time. What a hardo, by the way.
That's unbelievable.
Why would you write in Greek and Latin at the same time other than to be a show-off?
That's a flex, man.
It's an annoying flex, though. If someone pulls that out at a party.
All right, bro. Just you're just showing off.
You should clown that person mercilessly. Ooh, Greek and Latin. No one uses those languages outside of Greece anymore. And like, oh, wow, I actually want to understand what's going on at a mass in the 1950s. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. Another James Garfield fun fact. Well, this wasn't so fun. He got assassinated. But the other one of 4 assassinated presidents. But another fun fact for James Garfield, he was the first president of this kind. Very specific kind of person.
First president.
Religion-wise?
No.
Irish.
No. He was the first left-handed president.
Oh wow,
James
that's
Garfield.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you know what president he was in the order?
He was the one. I think he was after Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh, that helps.
I could be wrong. I do not know what number.
I think it was during Reconstruction or after Reconstruction.
Yes.
Look at you two guys. I feel so much dumber right now.
Happy President's Day. Well, listen, you're not going to be dumb after this. We're giving you all sorts of useless facts
true.
that'll be stuck in your brain and probably box out something that's more important that you need to remember. Because that's generally how this goes.
If you run out of something to talk about on the date or whatever for those folks out there, like, hey, you didn't have a Valentine's date? Well, hey, you get a girl, just ramble off random presidential facts.
Presidential fun facts. That'll get it done. Who had the longest address at his inauguration?
That was literally going to be my William Henry Harrison.
Yes. 8,445 words. It was a Nick Cacerio-esque inaugural address.
But the kicker?
He died of pneumonia 32 days later.
Right, yeah.
Now, listen, we can make jokes. This happened years and years ago, and apologies to William Henry Harrison's kin. But, I mean, who likes a long speech? No one likes a long speech. There's nothing worse than at a wedding where, and I'm sorry, ladies, but generally the maid of honor has the absolute worst speech, you know? And you got to keep it to 3 minutes or less. It's like it starts with an inside joke. We're literally the best of friends for such a long time. Hannah, let me tell you, when we started to where we're at now, you could say that love is a battlefield. You know, it's stuff like that. And did William Henry Harrison deserve to die of pneumonia 32 days after giving the longest inauguration ever? Probably not, but
it's like instant karma.
I mean, it's
Wasn't
kind of
it?
karma.
Wasn't it also like raining that day that may have caused the pneumonia?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He should have worn a jacket. I think he went sleeveless. I'm making that up. That's not a presidential fun fact.
He apparently was the first president elected at the time before he got sworn in to ever go into Washington, D.C. by train.
Oh, good for him.
Fascinating, yeah. My favorite fun fact is, look, there's been a lot of embarrassing clips and videos and whatnot from our presidential figures in the past decade, but the fact that William Howard Taft could get stuck in a bathtub.
Old Tafty, yeah, big fatty.
Imagine that. That would be amazing. They're sending people to the White House, pull this guy out of the White tub, out of the bathtub in the White House.
Bathtubs back in the day were pretty small, so you get up there in size, you could get stuck in there. But how do you get someone unstuck from a bathtub?
Yeah, imagine having that job. You got to grease up a naked fat guy.
Oh, gross!
Just try to pull him up out of there.
Man, old Tafty, yeah. Taft apparently wrestled himself back in the day, but he wasn't
into the bathtub.
No, he was wrestling with getting out of it. That's for sure. Benjamin Harrison was afraid of this new addition to the White House when he was made president.
Telephone.
Close. Electricity.
Ah.
They had just installed light switches in the White House, and he and his wife refused to turn any of the light switches on in the entire time that they were there.
Imagine that. Imagine you lived in a time where electricity was just introduced, and that was such like obviously a foreign concept
That
to
would
the
be
point
pretty
where
scary, yeah.
Yeah, people were too afraid to even use it.
I sometimes turn a switch on accidentally with a little bit of wetness on my hand, and now I don't even think about it because for the most part it's okay.
Yeah.
I shouldn't do that, but you ever hear that I got shocked one day, or maybe I'm dead and fried good, then you'll know what happened. I didn't dry my hands off.
You weren't aware of the electricity.
No, I definitely was aware of it. Herbert Hoover spoke fluent this so that no one would be able to understand what he was saying.
Pig Latin.
No. Mandarin.
Wow.
Really? Yeah. Herbert
That's
Hoover's
impressive.
just speaking Chinese in the White House so that no one could understand what he was saying.
That's pretty. My grandparents, as of course I wear my Italian shirt today.
Hey.
My grandparents used to speak Italian, so we didn't know what was going on either. It's always good to have a secret language so people don't know what's going on, and that's a good one to choose because
Spanish, a lot of people know it.
Exactly. You can't use Spanish anymore. You got to use Mandarin.
I'm jealous of the people that can speak Spanish and have a sidebar conversation and talk trash about me to my face.
It's
but
the worst.
Do it in a way where they might not show that they are actually saying bad things about me.
Right.
So, like doing it with a smile on their face.
Yes, exactly. I took 5 years of Spanish, and I still can't put together a sentence. I'm ashamed.
Oh, that's a bummer.
So another one, Calvin Coolidge, Paul already knows this, but Luke, do you know what his nickname was? He had kind of two nicknames, but he had one main one.
Couldn't tell you. The only thing I know about Calvin Coolidge was he was referenced in an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
So he was known as Silent Cal. He's also been known as the Do Nothing president because he was in that time where the Roaring 20s were often going like, oh, it's a great time. It's a great time here in the 1920s. Lots of money. And apparently I think that was when alcohol was also illegal. The Prohibition era.
No Prohibition.
But he basically did nothing. He was a laissez-faire guy. Like, well, it all worked
Must
itself
be
out.
nice. Yeah, I want to do that. That would be a great time to be president. But
Yeah.
anyway, presidential fun facts. It's President's Day. The question of the day.
That's right. Send in your favorite ones. What history buffs are out there? 713-572-4610.
How often do you think about the Roman Empire?
Not nearly enough. I know, Luke, you think about it all the time. Being an Italian guy.
absolutely. Yeah. Isn't that a reference to something?
It's just an old.
There's a trend online, like
Yeah.
guys will do anything except for stop talking about the Roman Empire.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the Roman Empire right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about
You've
old
done-
Caligula.
You've done your due diligence.
Caligula would have been a bad president. Just leave it at that.
I think about the Ottoman Empire and kicking my feet up. That's an old Jerry Seinfeld bit. Coming up, and feel free to continue to send in your presidential fun facts. We got to go around the NFL, as they always do at this time, each and every day here on the show.
Bloody day in Miami.
Yes. Players getting released in Miami. We had a big workout over the weekend. We have another team stealing a logo. A lot's going on in the league. We'll talk about it next around the NFL and In the Loop.
It's that time of year again. Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Paul Gallant.
Oi.
And Colin Neal on the other side as well. Appreciate you hanging with us. Still, time to go around the NFL. Big news today. Let's start with the breaking news here that came out in just the last about 10 minutes. But the Miami Dolphins continue to shed big-time names as a Chubb was released over the weekend, and then Tyreek Hill was just released here in the last about 10 to 15 minutes. Would you have any interest, Paul, in a Tyreek Hill?
Recovering from a dislocated knee, torn ACL, terrible person. No. No.
I mean, he's basically a faster Tank Dell. Well, I don't know if he's that fast.
If his knee still works. I mean, it's not just a torn ACL. It's a dislocated knee. And with Tyreek Hill, the biggest edge that he gave to you is that he was quite clearly the fastest player in the National Football League and has been for a very long time. Hell, probably since I forget if it was the first game of the season against the Texans in 2015 or if it was a preseason game. But I remember he had a punt return for a touchdown and it got called back. And I remember asking Charles James in the locker room, is that the fastest guy you've ever seen? And he said, yes. Holy crap, dude. Like, he went on about it. This was before I knew why Tyreek Hill had fallen as far as he fell in the draft.
Yeah.
For what happened at Oklahoma State. There are so many stories of what a douche this guy is.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
I'm with you.
I like that the Texans, for what it's worth, I know some fans don't like this and think that, hey, they got to shake this Boy Scout image. But I like that they have always had extremely likable players. Even if maybe bringing in the occasional bad guy could put him over the edge. I think that's a bit overstated, though, by a lot of fans out there.
No, I'm with you. Even regardless of the on the field or off the field, or I should say regardless of the off the field, even on the field, he hasn't been the same guy the last couple of years because it's a lot like the athletic point guard in basketball, that when you rely, as you alluded to, Paul, like when your strength comes from your athleticism and your speed, and as you get older and especially more banged up, you're going to lose that, and then you lose your advantage, and I think we've seen that with Tyreek Hill. So even if he was healthy, I wouldn't be interested anyways. I think he's a declining asset, and also, off the field, just a total loose cannon I wouldn't want in my organization.
Probably going to get a lot of money, too, from somebody. It's a real question of what bad team's going to bring him in. The Jets?
Yeah.
I was literally about to say the Jets.
It was the first one that jumped to mind for me as well. He's about to turn 32 in a couple weeks, Tyreek Hill. So we'll see. We'll see what sort of deal he gets and who he gets it from.
I always got to wonder if he's going to pursue porn the way that he said he would a couple of years ago in a live stream, in addition to a variety of other pursuits that another adult actor, Johnny Sins, has also himself done. He used to do like a little fireworking and police officering. It's like, oh, you're just trying to be Johnny Sins. Okay. Good for you, bud.
Yeah, set a lot of people out there. As we continue to go around the NFL, that's the big news of the day. Over the weekend, the Jaguars announced that Travis Hunter will be a starting cornerback and then a part-time wide receiver. So I guess they're going to ditch or at least pull back the whole idea of the two-way player for Travis Hunter. And, look, that was a big reason. I know on this station that we can poke a lot of fun at James Gladstone over there and even Liam Cohen and
Mr.
the awkward Duval.
Duval.
All that stuff. I know they're kind of cringy individuals, but I actually can tip my cap, and I thought they did a good job. But the Travis Hunter, even at the time, this isn't armchair quarterback, I thought it was a bit of a reach, and in large part it's because I thought you're this great two-way player, which after one disappointing season is no longer the case, and now it feels like even more of a reach.
First-round pick swap, a first-round pick this year. At least the Jaguars had a good season, so it's not at the top of the draft. A second-round pick and a fourth-round pick to make that move. And they sold it to us as, well, Hunter is going to change the sport.
It's true.
And they're out on it after a year already. Hey, if you like Travis Hunter as a player, great. But I don't really feel that Travis Hunter last season jumped off the screen at any point that I watched. I mean, a couple of good games where he made nice plays at wide receiver, but how was he as a cornerback? Is he Derek Stingley? Is he Sauce Gardner? It was an underwhelming first year for him, and of course it ends in injury too. Is this going to prevent him from getting hurt in the future? I think that's what the Jaguars are thinking, that perhaps there was a little bit too much wear and tear and confusion trying to pick up an NFL offense and an NFL defense for Hunter.
This is one of like the biggest failed, I don't know if you could call it an experiment, but to give up that much for him, to bring him in, to have him try to play both ways, and then after just 1 year, you're going to bail on that whole idea because it blew up in your face with the injury. And you're like, oh, actually, you know what? His injury risk is a lot higher playing both sides. Let's just have him stick to defense. Or it is a lot harder playing both offense and defense in the NFL. It's almost like when ESPN tried to introduce their own cell phone like 25 years ago, and that lasted like a month as well. And it's like, okay, this was a terrible idea. It seems similar that it blew up in their face so quick. 1 year of this whole project, they're like, okay, let's scrap this. He's just going to play defense now. And you mentioned that press conference. That's the one thing I will point to, that it is so cringy for them to sit up there like they just reinvented the wheel.
Gladstone was so annoying. Like, Gladstone deserves all the crap he got after that press conference where he's just speaking straight LinkedInese.
Yeah, I was like, he's trying to sound smart.
Yeah.
Like, when you're going out there in the congregation of football players, you got a guy that is going to magnetize the game.
That's a good word.
That's what he does.
Oh, that's what he used?
That's
Did
what
he say magnetize?
that's not what he used, but that's what he does. Is that he uses
I was gonna
big.
say, that's a good word.
He uses big words. To sound
Intangibly rich. He talked about being intangibly rich a million times in that press conference.
What does that even mean?
Exactly. We're looking for guys who are intangibly rich, though.
So, Colin, what are you saying about people who use big words sometimes in this same time slot?
My gosh.
First of all, you're throwing too many big words at me. Okay, now, because I don't understand them, I'm going to take them as disrespect.
Reginald makes me feel dumb. That's
Yeah.
what I learned last week. I was like, what? Just don't ask any questions. Just go with it, nod your head, and keep on rolling along, baby.
I know. Every time I come in to work on In the Loop, first it was Reggie, and then today you guys are throwing around all these history facts. I don't know what's going on.
We don't have a drop for that, unfortunately.
Hey, I don't know if you guys saw the video, but it made big news. Tank Dell was working out and looking pretty fit, if I can say so, at least certainly in the upper half of the body. But Tank Dell, you know, I've said when that injury happened, I said it on these airwaves, I thought Tank Dell was done. We wouldn't see him again. Anything you get from him is gravy. Don't plan on him ever coming back. But, you know, we had the comments from Nick Cacerio a couple weeks ago about how Tank Dell wanted to try to make some sort of return this past year, and he's going to be, you know, part of this upcoming year. And now we get this video where he looks pretty good doing what they called the farmer's workout, carrying weights, carrying dumbbells. I was pretty impressed with what I saw from Tank Dell, as simple of a video as it was.
It's great to see him doing those things, but you do remember, it's been a year since he suffered this injury. And, yeah, it's a serious injury to the point of, is he going to be a great football player again? I would expect him to be able to work out a year after this went down. This is a peak athlete that is young, so I'm assuming that there is a chance that he can recover, but can he be the same player ever again? I'm not reading too much into him working out. I hope that we'll see him this coming season, but I'm really looking at the Texans wide receiver room as if he's not really a factor. I'm looking at Nico Collins and the Iowa State guys, Higgins, Knoll, who I hope has a lot more of a role this season. Christian Kirk was blocking him last year, and then, of course, Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah, that's how I've always felt about Tank Dell. How different do you think the offense would have been this past year, say, with a healthy Tank Dell?
It would have been better, but, I mean, that's another big question, Luke, that you got to ask. How often is that going to happen? He's a smaller guy, and, I mean, he's suffered season-ending leg injuries each of the last 2 seasons. He's dynamic when healthy, that's for sure, and it seems like he and C.J. Stroud have a really strong relationship, not just on the field, but on the field. Still, though, can you rely on a guy like that to be held for a full season? I'm not going to call him glass or soft. I hate it when people do that. But I do wonder about how he's able to handle the season-long rigors of an NFL year.
Certainly fair. He was at least working out over the weekend. We'll see what we get from Tank Dell in the next 12 months. And I know a lot of Texans fans are really excited to see him back out there. Although Texans fans were also making fun of, or just people in general online, making fun of kind of the skinnier legs on the lower half. But, I mean, come on, the guy's coming up.
What's wrong with skinny legs? What's wrong with skinny legs? As long as the legs work, that's all that matters, man.
Yeah, he wasn't toppling over. He's also coming off a big knee injury. You know, like you lose a lot of muscle.
Atrophy? Yeah. Knees over toes. Read the book. I've been doing that the last 2 weeks. It's to help with knee pain that I have.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I just want to run a little bit longer and be able to do sports and not feel like absolute crap after the fact.
You want to be like the Tyreek Hill of flag football, huh?
No. No, don't imply that I'm like a terrible person off the field. Like
Hey,
I can't separate the athlete from the person when it comes to Tyreek Hill. I just can't.
As we continue to go around
On
the,
the field,
NFL,
Tyreek Hill.
only on the field. As we continue to go around the NFL here on In the Loop, the Titans made a lot of headwaves. As I understand it, this was a leaked photo. This isn't confirmed yet, right? That the Titans are changing their logo?
It seems that this is what they're going to do. So what they've done is they called it the Flaming Thumbtack, their old logo, and they are getting rid of the flames from it. So now it is just a T in the middle of a Titans blue, as they now call Columbus blue. So they don't want any association with the Houston Oilers to exist anymore. And it seems that this logo will be their new logo, a circle with the T in the middle and the 3 stars with that Columbia blue on the interior, and that they're going to change their helmets to look like the Houston Oilers helmets of old, except for with the T on the side of the helmet as opposed to the oil derrick. And they are moving away from the Greek mythology, the swords that they had as a part of their logo. What are they moving towards? Again, very unclear. It seems like they're going to be nicknamed the Titans without any reference to the actual Titans themselves, which begs the question, should the Titans maybe get a new nickname?
The fake Oilers.
That would be interesting, a new nickname. This is one of the things that, like the nerdy sports fan, I always hate that, like the Utah Jazz, they moved from New Orleans to Utah, and they're still the Jazz, even though that was because of New Orleans. And there's no jazz. You don't think of Utah when you think of jazz music. Or, of course, the Lakers moved from the Great Lakes to L.A., and they're still the L.A. Lakers. So similar, I guess, same church, different pew, in the idea that if the Titans continue to keep that name, but they have no sort of reference to what the Titans were, that would be similar to me as well.
This is what happened. They moved to Tennessee because Houston called them on their bluff. They had no plan to do it. So the first year they played in Memphis. The second season they played at Vanderbilt. And going into year 3, fans in the area were annoyed that they hadn't done anything to give the brand something related to Tennessee. And as you can tell, the Adams family, not the sharpest bulbs, that family, they just came up with alliteration and used Titans, perhaps because they knew Remember the Titans movie was about to come out or something like that. I don't know. I think Remember the Titans came out in 1999. Could be wrong on that front. But whatever the case, I do wonder if they're thinking about a new name. I do wonder if they're thinking about a new nickname. I have thoughts on what a new nickname could be, but I'm not going to share them. I'm not going to share them. These are not safe for work takes.
Gotcha.
But it would involve some of the letters that are in their name, because it does, it's a very bachelorette party friendly city.
That's true. Okay, I can see.
I have an idea, but again, I don't think the NFL is going to greenlight this one.
I see the line you're drawing. Remember, the Titans came out in 2000, by the way.
Okay, so maybe they knew about it. Maybe they didn't know about it. I'm spitballing here because it seems like the Titans had no idea what they were doing when they moved to Nashville. My big frustration, Luke, going back in time.
Yep.
We could still have the Oilers history and the Oilers colors if things didn't sour so much between the city of Houston and the then Oilers, now Titans organization. They could have sued to keep the history here. And I say that because I know that the Seattle Supersonics, they can't exist. The Oklahoma City Thunder can't even wear their throwback jerseys entirely because the city of Seattle sued to keep those rights. I wish the city of Houston had done that, so at the very least, we'd have these alternatives or potential nickname, and maybe the Texans would be that. I know the Texans are kind of sensitive about the idea of, hey, we're the Texans, we're not the Oilers, we do not want you to confuse the two of us. But Oilers was a really awesome nickname, and even a better one, in my opinion, than that of the Texans. But, here we are, and once again, the Titans are trying their hardest to be cool. It's tough. The only valuable piece of intellectual property they have are the Oilers throwbacks, and they're not even wearing them anymore because they have changed the name of the blue that they wear to Titan blue from Columbia blue, and now they're going to do more with that, and they're going to look like the Oilers but with a different logo on the side of their helmets.
Didn't they lose like every time they wore those jerseys?
They lost both times that they played the Texans against backup quarterbacks. Yes, Colin.
Hey, speaking of the Texans and the past, Matt Schaub hired as quarterback coach by the Arizona Cardinals. Does this excite you for the Cardinals?
It doesn't really excite me, but it just makes me keep wondering about why didn't the Texans do anything on their coaching staff offensively after this season? Is it really all about C.J. Stroud turning the football over 5 times against the Patriots? Is it really all about C.J. Stroud struggling and turning the football over and bobbling the ball against the Steelers? Do they think that that's just going to not happen again next year, or are they saying it can't happen again next year, or we're moving on from Stroud? I'm not saying they needed to hire a Matt Schaub or that they needed to hire a Cliff Kingsbury who steps down with Washington and now is on the Los Angeles Rams coaching staff. But what I am saying is it's pretty wild that they have made no changes on their offensive coaching staff given some of the absolutely dreadful moments that offense had in the playoffs. Just the time coach. That's it.
Yeah, who, I talked about it at the time, but I feel bad for it because I thought the tight ends, you had a bunch of injuries there, and Dalton Schultz actually took a nice step forward this year. Of all the coaches on the offensive side that I was appreciative of this past season, it was the tight ends coach, and he lost his job. So I feel for him there, and I think a lot of Texans fans did not get the bloodletting that they were hoping for with this coaching staff this offseason.
Like heads on a spike.
Yes. Speaking of coaching staff, real quick, just to mention, the Seahawks found their new offensive coordinator. It's Brian Fleury from the 49ers. I just hate this when we talk about hiring trends and making changes. I hate the idea of like, well, we can't have Kyle Shanahan, so let's get the closest thing. Or we can't have Sean McVay, so let's just get somebody who works underneath them. I think it's really lazy, and I always compare it to like the old VHS tapes or a copy machine, a copy of a copy, and the further you get away from the original, the worse the product is, and I think that's what these teams keep doing of, can't get Shanahan? Okay, hire his second assistant, and maybe we'll get a version of Kyle Shanahan here. We know it with Bobby Slowick here in Houston, but it just doesn't work more often than it does, and I think it's very lazy by these teams.
We'll see what happens with Fleury. I will admit, when I first saw his name, Luke, I thought to myself, wait, there's another LaFleur? I was like, oh, wait, no, it's Fleury.
Right.
Okay, but you're right. To what you're saying, like, it just feels like they're either pulling from the same coaching tree or the same literal families, you know? Kubiaks.
Yes.
How many Kubiaks are in the NFL?
Right.
How many LaFleurs are in the NFL? There's 2. And I thought for a second that this guy was a LaFleur. No, he is Fleury, not LaFleury and not LaFleur.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Michael Lombardi's got 3 kids going around the NFL too somehow. Hey, last thing as we go around the NFL.
Family.
I saw Adam Schefter tweeted this, so I'll take it as fact, but it seems later than usual. The Super Bowl in 2027, next year's Super Bowl will be on Valentine's Day. That seems like a real conflict of interest. That's going to be tough for a lot of people, I imagine.
Paul.
Well, yeah, especially since the girlfriend went all out on Valentine's Day.
Honey, this year we're watching the Super Bowl.
I mean, she tolerates my football obsession very well, so I appreciate that. But yeah, that will be the focus of that day. I'm sorry. We might have to do Valentine's Day the day before, like on a Saturday or something like that.
That's going to be the battle for most couples, I imagine. The men are going to want to watch. At least it's the Super Bowl where a lot of wives will watch just to watch because it's an event, and you go to a Super Bowl party, and we'll see who the halftime show is. So there is something in there that everyone typically enjoys.
I'm just here for the commercials.
The commercials were so bad this year.
I thought they were better than last year for what it's worth, but I also was sad very early on in that game, realizing that my favorite team had no chance of winning that game. And I was trying to take the fun moments where I could get them so that I wouldn't look as grumpy and angry as I probably looked to everyone that was around me.
Well, at least you have that Dunkin' Donuts commercial.
Yeah, Dunkies, dude. I love coffee from the Northeast. I paid $10 for it.
Yeah. That's around the NFL, things going on in the NFL. Hey, when we come back, is one of the Texans' seemingly biggest offseason needs actually not a need at all? We'll talk about it next. It's in the Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
He can't.
games 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Is one of the Texans' seemingly biggest offseason needs. Actually, not a need at all. It is In the Loop. Yeah, we'll explain. I'm Luke Moore alongside Paul Gallant, Colin Neal on the Steel Wheels, and you as well hanging with us so you could get to us on the Base Power text line throughout the next few hours, 713-572-4610. Somebody, by the way, said they had that ESPN phone. It was a Texans-themed phone, and all their notifications would come in an hour late. Those things stunk, yeah.
I did not know anyone actually got them.
Me
so
I didn't know that was a thing.
Props to that adventurous and very open texter for admitting what he had done. We've all made mistakes.
That's right. Much like the Jaguars trying Travis Hunter on both sides of the football. Hey, we'll get to the Doug Gottlieb thing, by the way. Multiple comments coming in on Gottlieb. We'll get to that later on.
I cannot wait.
Me either, because I haven't heard it, so I can't wait to hear it for the first time.
So good, dude.
But talk to the Texans. And the conversation this offseason, a lot of it's been about the running back. And, Paul, I think I heard you last week being team, big-time running back, right? You're hoping for a big splash at the running back position?
Yes, I am on that front because I think Joe Mixon's dead. And I don't mean literally dead. Right. I just don't think he's ever going to play for the Texans again because I have no idea what happened this past season. I feel like it's a very fair jump on the jump to conclusions, Matt, to say I don't think he's playing football again.
I'm with you on that. And I do think they need something, obviously, in that running back room. And there's some big names out there. Brees Hall is a free agent. Kenneth Walker, obviously, who we just saw in the Super Bowl. Most people do. You have Javonte Williams, who, just flashed down the road. Travis Etienne as well. All running backs younger than Joe Mixon, under 28, who are free agents this offseason. Now, when I teased this up, I said not a need at all. I guess I really should alter that because I do think the Texans need to do something at the running back position, but I wouldn't want them to make some sort of big splash or spend too much of their resources on that running back position. And the reason why is because you've probably saw this, but it's been a growing trend, and it's continuing now in the NFL, these teams that win the Super Bowl and the lack of resources devoted to the running back group. And if you go back all the way to, you can go back to 2009 to see how little teams that have won the Super Bowl have spent on their running back, starting with Pierre Thomas in 2009, who was making 0.4% of the salary cap. Kenneth Walker this past year, who was a stud, originally was part of a split backfield, but he was making less than 1% of the salary cap space for the Seahawks, and now he's going to get a contract. Even the Patriots didn't devote, it's not like they are spending a bunch of money and have some big-time running back. So I'd have no problem in going into the draft, back into the draft, and getting somebody there. But when you look at all the teams that have gotten to the Super Bowl in years past, they're not spending money on the running back. I'd rather spend, and this is a whole other conversation or debate we could have, but I'd rather build up the offensive line that could allow a lesser running back have success than spend more resources on, say, a Kenneth Walker, who then might have to operate behind a lesser offensive line.
You're rolling the dice there. That's the tricky thing, because I think a lot of people out there believe that they can just find a running back in the second, third, fourth round, and they don't grow on trees. You want to like the guy that you're taking, and you want to believe that that guy actually has the special attributes to be the next, let's say for today's sake, Jahmyr Gibbs or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough to get that guy. I think a lot of people are a little bit crazy thinking that it's just going to fall into their lap. I think a great example of this when I was a lad to see the New England Patriots of 1997 who had Curtis Martin say to everybody, yeah, we can just replace him. And they let Curtis Martin go to the New York Jets. And, he finished his Hall of Fame career with the Jets. They got Robert Edwards afterwards in the draft, and Robert Edwards had that freak accident on the beach.
Right.
You want to find somebody that can make a difference. And Joe Mixon last season, and I mean the 2024 season, made everything for that Texans running game happen on his own, in spite of awful blocking in front of him, blocking that he never called out. Hell, I would point to that same season, the other guy that the Texans tried to get, but they didn't want to spend money on. And this is probably, Luke, to what you're saying. Like, the only exception is when the Eagles brought in Saquon Barkley. I mean, my God, he had one of the best seasons you're ever going to see for giving a running back a whole lot of money. I'm with you in that you got to be careful with where you dedicate your resources, and they have to really like someone like Kenneth Walker to bring him in. I'm not bringing in an ex-Jet, loser juice. I look at Kenneth Walker as a guy who, just based off of what we've seen in these playoffs, could be that guy for them. You're right in that you have to build up the offensive line and you have to get better, but I felt like they made some strides this season with Cole Popovich running the show.
Mm-hmm.
So on the same end that you could gamble on, hey, let's find some running backs in the draft, you could also gamble on, hey, well, maybe we can finally figure out how to bring in and acquire offensive line talent, where even though there were a lot of mistakes this offseason with Ariante Ursary, with I guess to a lesser extent, Jake Andrews, with some of the guys that they brought in, things did actually work out okay for the offensive line, and they did take a step forward, though. I mean, tough to do anything but take a step forward given what they were the year before.
For sure. You brought up Saquon, someone on the text line as well. Look, obviously Saquon is the outlier in all this, but because of the contract, he was only making 1.5% of the salary
Right, because it was up front.
Yeah.
Up front. That's how these deals are always done. And it will be interesting to see how that deal ages for the Eagles.
For sure. And he had the expected step back a little bit this year, as did the team. But yeah, like Kenneth Walker, less than 1% of the salary cap. Saquon was 1.5, but again, we could put an asterisk there. Pacheco was 0.4 and 0.3% for the Chiefs. Cam Akers, old friend Cam Akers, Texans legend, 0.8. Leonard Fournette, 1.2 for the Bucks, so on and so forth.
Playoff Lenny.
LeGarrette Blount was 0.7, 0.6. C.J. Anderson, 0.4. You have to go all the way back to Marshawn Lynch in 2013, made 6% of the salary cap. Otherwise, everyone else has been under 2% since 2013 on the Super Bowl winning teams.
That is a pretty wild stat to bring up. That the cap number all the way back to Marshawn Lynch has been that for running backs. It is one of those finishing touches moves that a team does when they think that they can win a Super Bowl. And I think it makes sense for the Eagles to have done what they did, because also going to what you were saying earlier, I mean, that Eagles offensive line, it's the best in the league.
Right.
And we've thought it's been the best in the league for maybe the last half decade, and see what they're like without their offensive line coach, Stoutland, now that they've kicked him to the curb.
That's right. Well, you look at some of the guys who are making the big money this year for the running backs. I mean, Saquon Barkley was the highest paid running back this year, and the Eagles obviously didn't have the season they were hoping for. 49ers had a good year, got close to the Super Bowl. McCaffrey, number 2, highest paid. Derrick Henry, number 3, though. Ravens didn't make it. Jonathan Taylor, number 4. Colts didn't make the playoffs. Alvin Kamara, number 5. Saints didn't make the playoffs. Josh Jacobs, number 6.
Yeah.
The Packers had a down year. James Cook. Aaron Jones of the Vikings is number 8. They didn't make the playoffs. You get to Joe Mixon with the Texans.
Yeah.
James Conner with the Cardinals.
And for some of the guys who actually did play well, Jonathan Taylor looked like he was going to be an MVP.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry had some big moments this season as well, but are you there every single week? And can you make things happen when the offense falls apart around you, which Taylor could not do once Daniel Jones went down?
Look, they're great players, but it's the old. There was some baseball manager that had a famous line many decades ago where he said, like, we're paying you we're paying you $1 million to lose 80 games. We might as well not pay you and still lose 80 games. So my point being, like, you could pay these running backs big money, but a lot of those teams that I mentioned didn't even bother making the playoffs. What if you tried to find a cheaper option, like a lot of teams that have won the Super Bowl? Those running backs are great players. I'm not going to doubt that or deny that. But if you can build up the offensive line and find a running back maybe in that middle tier instead, and instead operate that way and spend the money elsewhere to build up all of your roster, that could be easier said than done, but that could be the easier approach. I also saw, when we're talking about money, the Texans this past season spent the second fewest amount of their salary cap on the offensive line. Third fewest on the offense, but 7th most on defense. And I've had this conversation before in these airwaves, but that's my concern with when you have a defensive head coach. And it seems like a lot of the splashier moves have been on that defense, because that's who you have, that guy pounding on the table of like, hey, I want this safety or whatever it is, and you kind of ignore the offense a little more.
And on the opposite side of things, too, and I know a lot of Texans fans are getting annoyed with this, and no matter how much they might push back on this, when you constantly bring in old Patriots, are you doing it because you feel you know them better than anybody else? And I mean, for the offensive line this year, Jake Andrews, Trent Brown, who he's a mountain of a human being, but I think rolling the dice on Brown eventually becoming your right tackle given some of his injury history. Oof. That is a bold, bold move to make. That's what the Texans did this past offseason.
Before we go here, Paul, where would you rank, if you're thinking of like the biggest offseason needs for the Texans, where on that list do you think approximately you'd put running back?
Oof. I think tight end's number one, so it's definitely behind tight end. And if I look at the offensive line, it's probably after the offensive line.
Yeah.
So I would say it's 3, but right now you are focusing on the offense this offseason.
I hope so.
You do need some depth defensively and, the next man up for, hey, say you got to make some tough decisions contract-wise with the many young players that you're going to be giving extensions, and is Danielle Hunter going to be here long-term? You got to make some decisions on that side. So I'm always best player available, but offense is going to need a lot of work. Tight end, offensive line, then running back for me.
That's fair. I don't have a huge disagreement with that. Hey, coming up, a former Houston athlete retired. We had a former Houston athlete's son come join one of the teams here. And we had a leaky roof here in town as well. We got a lot to get to. What happened? Let you know next in The Loop.
It's that time of year again.
Call Karam Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The stores in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
That's right. What's poppin', you might ask, as you drive around today on this Monday? We're here to let you know. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Paul Gallant, Colin Neal on the steel wheels as well, and you too. As you just heard there coming back, you can always text the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610 to join the conversation throughout. What's poppin'? Actually, a lot is going on when it comes to the Houston sports scene, including Chris Paul announced his retirement. Former Rocket, of course. He was with the Clippers, played in about 16 games this year, and then, well, I think he was technically traded, but was going to get bought out. He just retired. He ended his career here abruptly mid-season. Paul, how do you think Chris Paul will be remembered when you think about his time for the Rockets? Like, how will Rockets fans think back on Chris Paul?
You think about having a 3-2 lead on the Golden State Warriors in the 2018 Western Conference Finals. If Chris Paul is healthy the remainder of that series, are they winning one of those next two games? I think most Rockets fans would say yes. It's the biggest what if in the Rockets' recent history, that's for sure. At least in the time that I've been covering the team these last 15 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think of the most. I'll also think about how it seemed that James Harden got tired of him, and in the way that the Rockets did so many times when James Harden got tired of something, the Rockets would send it to Timbuktu. And they did that with Chris Paul. It bothered me because I felt that Chris Paul cared on a level that James Harden never did and never will about winning. But alas, earwax, can't do anything about it now.
It's interesting, though, with Chris Paul. I don't disagree with you, but you also think back to, is it Shakespeare? Like the best of times, the worst of times. Like that was
Charles Dickens.
Oh, Charles Dickens?
Yeah.
Again.
Tale of Two Cities.
There you go. Continue to make me feel dumber and dumber.
Don't.
Is it 2 o'clock yet? Gee,
I read that stupid book. You know why I know that book? Because, and sorry, strong, powerful, independent woman, girlfriend, love of my life. There was a person in Seattle who I was trying to impress because this person was obsessed with the book Tale of Two Cities. So I bought my own copy of Tale of Two Cities. Did not help me out.
That's a good question of the day. Text those in. What's something you've done to try to impress some sort of significant other or somebody you were trying to get with? 713-572-4610. Something that you look back on.
It was the best of times. It was the worst
and
of
think
times.
like, oh, that was pretty ridiculous.
I had no
That
shame.
was stupid.
Yeah, it was. I agree. I agree.
Well, it helped you in this moment. This is like your Slumdog Millionaire moment.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was even. Oh, yeah. I know what I was trying to say because they had so much success. Like they won 65 games and they almost made it to the finals. And I know almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades and so on and so forth. But, that was a fun team. And he was only here for 2 years, but they were 2 successful seasons. But then, of course, like you said, you have that injury. And that's probably what kept you from going on to potentially win the NBA Finals or certainly getting there. And so it's that mixed bag of like, man, those teams were good. In part because of Chris Paul. I heard the stat this morning that when Chris Paul, James Harden, and Clint Capella all played together, they went 42-3. Like, that's a fun team to root for. You know they're going to win almost every night, but then the way it ended that one season.
Much better than 0 for 27.
Yeah, right? Brutal. Hey, Bad Bunny of Super Bowl fame offered to pay Carlos Correa's insurance so that he could play in the World Baseball Classic. Apparently, all three, the Astros, Major League Baseball, and even Scott Boras told Carlos Correa that would not be a good idea, and so he's not going to do it anyways.
It seems that the insurance agent that Bad Bunny was suggesting is skeezy a little bit.
Oh,
It's
really?
not exactly the most reputable insurance dealer, correct, yes.
Interesting. So maybe that's why they were saying it's not a great idea.
Yeah.
If you're Bad Bunny, you got enough money. I mean, he could write the policy. He could underwrite it himself. Why do you have to go to like some sort of sketchy insurance agent? I think when you're dealing with Carlos Correa and you're dealing with Bad Bunny and a Major League Baseball player, I would figure you could find an operation that would all be on the up and up here.
It was a questionable insurance policy, and some of the advice that was given by these three parties was to not sign his life away.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I want to know more about this insurance guy. Or maybe I don't want to know more about him because it sounds like the kind of insurance guy that you might need to take out life insurance for yourself if you talk about him in a bad way on the air.
That's true. I just switched insurance. I'm glad I didn't call Bad Bunny to make my change. Where are you, though, on the whole conversation? Because, look, I do agree with the Astros. It might seem cold or however you want to phrase it, but I don't want the Astros, they've been through this already before. It didn't work out. I don't want my players for any team playing in the World Baseball Classic. What side of that conversation do you fall into?
Yeah, the World Baseball Classic, I'll give it credit. It's actually been pretty enjoyable, and I'm far from a big baseball fan, but selfishly, entirely because of what happened to Jose Altuve, I don't want anybody in that anymore.
Yeah. Even like you asked the Mets. I mean, their closer tore his Achilles celebrating, and they lost Edwin Diaz for the whole year.
Yeah.
It's like, well, this is silly.
No, you don't want that.
Yeah, there's just not a good – I love the idea of the World Baseball Classic. There's just not a good time for it. You don't want to have it after the season where guys are already tired and have dead arms. You don't want to have it now when they're trying to ramp up and they're not there yet. And you can't have it any sooner in the winter. It's a great idea. There's just not really a time for the World Baseball Classic, unfortunately. I wouldn't want any of my guys in there. Speaking of the Astros, they signed Cavan Biggio over the weekend to a minor league deal. Yes, of course, son of Craig. And so, I was thinking about this, that for these Nepo kids, because, look, Cavan has hit 227 in his career, but he's been in the league for like almost a decade now. I actually covered him when he was in the minors. And he came up with Vladimir Jr. and Bo Bichette, and they had all those kids that were, together.
I had no idea he's been in the league that long, but
what was his rookie season?
2019 was his debut with Toronto. Still, though, it's quite a bit of time in the league.
So I see pros and cons. I think it's tough to be the son of a Hall of Fame talent, to be Marcus Jordan. But then I think the positive, too, is that you also get more opportunities. He's never put up good numbers, and yet he's been in the league for about 6 years, and now the Astros signed him, honestly, probably in large part because he's Craig's son. If he had a different name, I don't think they're even taking a flyer on him to bring him into spring training. So obviously, as we know, with the nepotism, there's some perks to it as well.
Maybe this is step one of bringing Craig Biggio back into the fold to be part of Jim Crane's brain trust.
Little olive branch, get him and Bagwell both in there running the show.
No Reggie Jackson anymore, but no, we got a Bagwell and we got a Biggio.
I thought
Killer Bees.
I thought Craig Biggio was already involved with the organization.
Well, now he's more involved.
Ooh,
now he's got a vested interest.
That's right, and Cavan's now going to be the starting first baseman on opening day. Just for the trade-off.
Can't wait for that.
One time when I was working in minor league baseball at the time, and we were facing Cavan Biggio, and Craig was there, and he was sitting in the first row, and our mascot didn't know he was Craig Biggio, and the mascot dumped popcorn on him, and he took it in stride. He was a really nice guy, but it was a funny moment, and all the crowd was very surprised. They're like, "Wow, they would do that to Craig Biggio. He's just here watching his kid."
Come on.
Yeah, and they doused him in popcorn. But good dude. Hey, speaking of the Astros, sticking with the Astros. I saw an article on MLB.com over the weekend that they said the 15 names that were most likely to get an extension this year. And on that list was Hunter Brown, who I believe is still under contract with the whole arbitration and everything. They still have control for 3 more years. But it's one of those things that, the longer you let this linger, the more it might cost you. Now, I believe he's a Scott Boras client, and Boras wants his clients to get to free agency. But how do you think this is a long thing? Because again, I think he still has 3 more years. How do you think this plays out with Hunter Brown? Do you think the Astros try to get this done as soon as they can? Do you think this eventually goes to 2028?
I think it's too late. I mean, the Astros should be talking to Scott Boras as much as they can, and I don't think it's the Astros' fault on this front. I mean, I think the time to give the extension was right before Hunter Brown all of a sudden figured out, if I throw a 2-seam fastball, I am unstoppable. Because remember the beginning of the 2024 season where he was so bad the first month? Right there was probably the time. Who could have seen, after having conversations with Alex Bregman, there's so many people that have gotten small sliver of credit for Hunter Brown eventually deciding to do this. Who would have thought that Hunter Brown would turn into an ace after how bad he looked at the beginning of 2024? And then if you look the way that Hunter Brown did, in the same way that if you're Jeremy Pena and all of a sudden you hire Scott Boras, and then all of a sudden you have a career year, I mean, what would you do? Would you sign the contract or would you bet on yourself? So, listen, I'm sure the Astros are trying to engage both Brown and Pena in contract talks, but I think it's too late.
I think it's too late on Pena. I think Hunter is going to be very pricey, but I think Hunter may stick around and be an Astro long term. I think Pena is gone when he does hit the market, after next year. He has 2 more seasons here. But Hunter Brown, even last offseason, after that first season when he turned it around, but to then let it linger even longer when he posts that season last year where he was, top 5 pitcher in baseball, it's like, oh, wow, his price just really shot up. He became a lot more expensive.
Are you a little nervous that it seems Astros pitchers, not named Framber Valdez, who said goodbye to the Astros over the weekend, are generally going to suffer an injury at some point?
100%.
Because that is also the fear in the back of my mind about a Hunter Brown extension. I mean, Hunter's your best pitcher. Clearly, he's your ace. He's your opening day pitcher. But at the same time, is he about to have some of the same issues that so many Astros pitchers have had? Or now that you've moved on from Jeremiah Randall and that training staff that at one point was good, is everything fine? No one's going to get hurt, except for Josh Hader, who's dealing with something as we start spring training.
That's right. Is that why you wait on the contract for the inevitable injury, lowers his price, then you sign him after that injury to the long-term deal?
You slick bastard.
Hey, I come from an insurance family as well. Just like that.
Right.
Yeah, just like that sketchy bad bunny guy. There's so many other things to get to. I have to add this in, just self-serving. I saw over the weekend Street Sharks.
I saw you put this.
Is returning to Netflix. I don't know if you guys were into Street Sharks as well, but my brothers and I loved that show in the 90s. I feel like it's a deep cut. I guess not, because they're bringing it back to Netflix.
I had a toy that was a Street Shark.
Yes.
Yeah, they were like bros who wore jorts and not shirts. And then they rode like motorcycles and stuff.
It was awesome. It was a 3-season show, 40 episodes in like the mid-90s, I think it was. And apparently, Netflix is bringing it back, although they said like with a darker spin to it now. So I don't know what that means.
This is the premise of Street Sharks. With an evil genetic engineer, Dr. Piranoid illegally experiments with an untested DNA genetic formula. 4 brothers are accidentally transformed into monstrous half-shark, half-humans. Delighted with his success, the diabolical madman seeks to alter nature and tailor all humanity into sea creatures of his own design and control. So hold on to your fins as the heroic Street Sharks kick some serious fin, oh my God, as well as satisfying their voracious appetites.
If that doesn't get you to the TV, I don't know what will. Show's a classic. Did you ever actually watch it, or you just
I've never
familiar?
watched it. I just remember getting a toy.
Yeah, we had the toys too. There was one guy, he had boxing gloves.
Apparently, the whole season's on YouTube. And full season 1 compilation right here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing the rest of the day. Colin, you ever hear of Street Sharks? He's shaking his head no. Yeah. You're like the youngest guy at the station. That was before your time, Street Sharks.
No gargoyles.
Shout out to Champ Slice, though, who says Street Sharks go hard. That's right. Yep. T. Mills says, I remember getting a Street Shark toy from the dentist.
Yep. I feel like I got a Happy Meal version of Street Sharks.
Maybe that's where our toy came from. We had one. He had boxing gloves. That's all I remember. He had jorts and boxing gloves.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but we loved the show. It was great. Street
Like
Sharks.
they rollerbladed and stuff, too.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
It's clearly a ripoff of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
That's true. But it probably gave way to Rocket Power for those of a younger age.
You're right.
Street Sharks was the original Rocket Power. That's what I'm going with. Texas Tech beat number 1 Arizona on the road over the weekend in college basketball. That was a big one, and we have another big one tonight. Number 3 Houston at number 5 Iowa State tonight. 8 p.m. Central Time on ESPN. Bad news, though, for you Cougar fans is that from a betting perspective, at least, when the lower favored team is at home, those teams have at least covered the spread like 2/3 of the time. So we'll see if Houston can get a win.
See, there's a moment where that went over my head. I have no idea what any of that meant.
Go Cougs. There you go. Big game for them tonight. And that's some of what's popping here from over the weekend. Hey, when we come back, let's talk about the Rockets. Do you believe that was actually Kevin Durant's burner account or not? Also, these Rockets, they remind me a lot of Al Capone's vault. We'll talk about it next in the loop.
Convenience is the key in life, man. It's Ficky Fig holding it down. Here to talk about
Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio.
Colin Neal on the other side of the glass. You as well on this President's Day. Appreciate you hanging with us. Hopefully you're off today and still spending the time with us. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation on the Base Power text line. Colin, can you order us some drinks, please? I'm not even saying the alcoholic variety for this holiday.
I'd be cool with that.
Sure, let's do that too.
But there's no water here. There's no water.
I was gonna go get some, then me and Paul went to the restroom, and he's like, "Yeah, all the waters are gone.
They're all gone." There's a big bag of water bottles that's supposed to be here for talent. Because right now, in case you don't know, we're doing some renovations to the building.
Yeah, lots of room for activities.
I believe the people who should have brought their own water have taken some of these water bottles. Is this an accusation that I am making with 100% confidence? No. But I did see a water bottle just lying on the floor. Around where some of the people are working on the changes that are happening in our building.
Accusation.
Was it that guy that just walked by? Was it somebody else? I don't know.
Do we need to take him to court?
We might. I do declare I am suing you for stealing my water.
The Mississippi judge makes a reappearance.
Yeah, we are back here. Awesome. Indubitably. And anyway, no water here.
Yep. I gotta talk. It's such a strenuous job. We have to sit here and talk for 4 hours.
But it is tough to talk without drinking water.
It is true.
For what it's worth. I mean, I can have more coffee, but that's a natural diuretic. That's gonna dry the vocal cords out.
Yeah.
Gotta have them lubed up.
It's got me thinking while we're on this subject somewhat, and I ranted on this before because I moved not that long ago. Now I'm going through another move. Why do you? Well, a couple things here with the movers, because tomorrow's the big moving day for me. What do you guys, when you guys move, what do? Do you offer, when the movers come in, do you offer them things? You offer them drinks? You offer them water? You offer them Gatorade? Do you do anything?
This feels like a trap question now. Was I supposed to this whole time?
I mean, I think you're supposed to. I'll do water.
Bring your own. You're on the clock.
That's what I said.
Bring your own. You're on the clock.
The missus said, should we get some Powerades for them? I said, they could bring their own Powerades. We're moving. We're turning off the power. We don't even have a fridge. I've got to stash waters for these folks.
Moving's a robbery as it is.
It is a robbery. It's a bit of a scam sometimes.
Yeah. Like, you're expected to tip these guys after the fact in certain situations, too.
That was my second point I was going to bring up. I ranted about this a year ago.
You should rant about it. It's crazy.
Why do we have to tip movers? I know it's a tough job, but it's the job. I'm already paying $200 an hour for you to be there. Why do I have to tip you at the end of doing your job? I don't get it. The bosses don't tip us when we walk out of here.
It's gotten out of control because now with a lot of these digital card machines that you use, whether you're eating out at a restaurant or whatever, the tip comes out at the end and it almost guilt trips you into adding a tip. And as somebody who was raised Catholic, I'm very easy to make feel guilty. This is why I never carry cash around with me at any point. Because if I see a homeless person, I would feel, I have cash in my pocket. I wouldn't be able to lie to him. If he asked, hey, do you have any change? I'd be like, well, I do, but it's not for you. I feel like I'd have to say that. So now I don't carry cash around in case that happens.
Just because of that?
Legitimately just because of that.
It's too hard to say no.
Tipping has gotten out of hand. It's expected
100%.
everywhere. And, yeah, I think that's crazy that you're expected to get water for the movers, let alone tip the movers. That's wild. Your wife seems like a very sweet lady. Nothing against her. But I reject this. Bring your own. Be prepared. Bring your own water.
I agree. Except when we come here, it'd be nice to have water supplied to us. But when you come to move us out of the house, you can pack your own water.
I was about to say, so y'all are expecting yourselves to bring water to bring water.
I know. I guess we just destroyed our own argument here. But the thing is, there's nowhere for us to get the water from. Like, there's not even a sink here.
Oh yeah,
there's actually no running water for now in this building.
Well, the restroom, obviously.
I guess I could get water from the sink.
But there's something about the bathroom that even though it's not I can't go. I'm not running my mouth under the faucet in the bathroom.
No, I'd do it. I'd do it if it was. Listen, I've played Fallout, the video game. I'm tough. I'm built for that life. I'm built for a post-apocalyptic world. Would I drink from the toilet if we were in a nuclear apocalypse? I'd think about it. Would I think about it if it's flushed? You know, hey, listen, you got to do what you got to do. When nature calls, it calls. Would I drink from the bathroom sink? I guess I'm going to have to. I'm going to be about that life in the next commercial break. I'm going to do put the water in my hands and then drink it like that. Probably wash my hands before and after.
I've become really spoiled, though, with the whole water thing. I grew up on tap water, and now I don't think I'm drinking from a sink. I need filtered water now, or I'll even take a water bottle. But I don't think I can drink straight out of a sink. I'd have to be really thirsty. Britta has spoiled me.
The girlfriend does not drink out of the sink and would give me crap because I would regularly just put a bunch of ice in a cup and drink it right out of the sink. But she gets the plastic jugs. She doesn't even use she has a fridge with the filter for water. She doesn't even use that.
I know. I've become sketchy of those too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, those are the best. I'm mad that my sink doesn't have it. I hate having to refill my Brit every 5 minutes.
That's true. That's true. They got to make these things bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said at least water. I offer anyone doing work such as plumbers, landscaping, no big deal. No tips, but water and cerveza will do. Yeah, but they're moving. I don't want them to drop my couch because the guys had 3 Modelos in the process of the move. You know?
You think you're better than me too? Huh? Look at me. I'm so kind and generous.
Yeah, that'll
F
be the
you.
reward at the end. Once you finish moving, here's a 6-pack. That'll be the tip. Actually, that might be
that actually would be I would appreciate that as a tip.
I might do that tomorrow. Y'all don't think movers carry their own water and Powerades? I'm sure they do, but I've been asked before for waters. Let me tell you, last time I moved, well, not the last time, actually. I've moved too often. But about 3 times ago, the guy showed up by himself, and I had to help him move. And he also asked for waters. And I said, what is going on here? Pay me the money.
Help him move?
Yeah, he was trying to carry my furniture up and down the stairs by himself.
It was only why
one
just
guy.
one guy? Why?
I don't know. It was a whole sketchy company. It was like a cross-country thing. It was
so...
I was trying to save as much money as I could. These moves are expensive.
They are. And you're still getting robbed even when you are saving money with the most economically responsible plan. He said in quotation marks sarcastically.
So, hey, continue to send in your thoughts, though, on this whole working thing.
Al Capone and the Rockets.
That's right. Yeah, because, look.
How is that connected?
This whole Kevin Durant edition. Well, I mean, if you don't remember Street Sharks, Colin, I'm sure you don't remember the whole Al Capone vault with Geraldo Vera back in the 80s.
You remember that?
Yeah. And it was such a big deal. It was all built up, and it was a live TV special, and it was like an hour long, and they were reporting from the context for those who don't remember.
Yes, explained to us youngins out here.
They found like a safe. They found a vault in like an old Chicago hotel that they said, this was Al Capone's vault. This is what he used. He kept things in here. So they turned it into a whole TV special. Sunday night, 7 p.m., Geraldo Rivera will be reporting live, and then we're going to open the vault and see what Al Capone has hidden in there. And so it was a big thing, and so many people tuned in, and you watched the whole hour, and you can still find the clip on YouTube. It's actually really funny because at the end, they open up the vault, and it is empty. There is nothing in there, and they didn't have the foresight to look in advance before planning out this whole TV show. And so Geraldo's just standing there on TV like, okay, well, that's it. Stay tuned for 60 minutes.
Oh, God.
And there was nothing in there. And the reason why I thought about this with the Rockets team while they're on their All-Star break is because the idea was like, hey, we just get Kevin Durant, and it's going to be all different this year. And then you open up the vault, and there's still nothing in there. Like, it's the same thing. Actually worse than last year. The Rockets last year had the best record in clutch games in the NBA. They were the most clutch, statistically, team in the NBA last year somehow. And then you add Durant this year, and this team is bottom 10 in clutch games this year, under 500, and continue to choke away these games that they shouldn't, with these terrible turnovers, which has always been Durant's calling card. And I love Kevin Durant, and I've stood up for him many times on these airwaves. But if you go back and watch the Suns teams the last couple of years, they stunk in clutch moments. They stunk on the road. They weren't great against winning teams, and they turned the ball over like crazy at the end of the game. And that sounds a lot like the Rockets year with Kevin Durant. So this idea that, like, hey, just add Durant, and we're going to win these tight games, and we're going to be great. Actually, you're worse than last year. It reminds me of the big bust that was Capone's vault in the 80s.
Devil's advocate, though.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be like knowing when you opened the vault that there was going to be nothing in it, because as soon as Fred VanVleet went down, you knew there was going to be nothing in it. I think we were all telling ourselves, okay, maybe by the end of the year, Reed Shepherd can turn into a competent player. And seemingly because of stubbornness, Ime Udoka just refuses to play him enough to the point where from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, he could really improve, get better as a player, get those on-court reps that are necessary to make you better as a player. A lot of people like his talent. I don't know if anyone saw Carmelo Anthony talking about Reed Shepherd for the Rising Stars game, saying, I purposefully brought in Reed Shepherd. Do we actually have that clip? Let's hear Carmelo Anthony talking up Reed Shepherd.
Let me tell you something. I drafted Reed for a reason. A lot of people didn't know I was going to draft Reed. They wasn't expecting that. But he was my secret weapon. So I had a strategy. But now I've always been a fan of this Reed, of his development, since high school, since college, just paying attention and watching him.
So annoying that these basketball availabilities, there's always dribbling basketballs in the background. Can we get a room that's separate from all that? But anyway, that little minor point aside, Reed Shepherd has not turned into a better player since they do not have a ball handler. They're in the spot where they're at now where everything is so damn sloppy. But I think, Luke, you do have to look at it through the prism of they thought they were going to have Fred VanVleet this year. Freak accident happens before the start of the year, and they're without him now.
Yeah, I get that to a certain degree. But I remember we were talking about at the time of the injury. Like I did say, this is going to. Admittedly, it did take away any sort of championship aspirations that I did have. But I thought even without Fred VanVleet, I don't think it was viewed as big of a loss as it's turned out to be at the time. And maybe everyone was just wrong at the time. But the comments of like Raphael Stone at the trade deadline saying oh, it's just one of those years, all these injuries, like we just have to pack it, well, maybe better luck next year. But I don't feel like that was the whole idea when Fred VanVleet was originally injured. And again, I guess we didn't know the impact he was going to have. But I guess what I'm trying to say in all this rambling is that admittedly was a big loss, and I thought it was at the time. But I didn't think it would be like this. I still don't think it should be like this, where you're blowing these late games and you're losing a lot of these clutch situations, and some of the turnovers are just so sloppy.
Oh, yeah.
A point guard would absolutely help and make things a lot easier, for sure. But I don't think Fred VanVleet should be the be-all, end-all for this team.
It's annoying that Raphael Stone at the trade deadline said, well, maybe it's just not our year. But I do think that is a confirmation of the reality that we're in right now. It's not their year. You're hoping that next year Fred's going to be back or some point guard's going to be there to make things a little bit better, but you're not seeing the progress from Amen Thompson, who it seems that Ime Udoka is forcing the square peg into the round hole to be that point guard, and they're just not giving Reed Shepherd enough opportunities, I think, to get to the point by playoff time where you're looking at him as a reliable contributor that's not just the spark plug, put him in, let's see if he gives us any offense on the game.
I am with you on Reed Shepherd and how he's need to have played a bigger role, and they need more from him coming down the second half of the season. It just feels like for the Rockets. And look, I saw the story came out over this weekend that supposedly, according to sources, the Rockets would not have made the Durant move if they knew Fred VanVleet was going to be injured. So to your point, it just feels like that shouldn't have been. It's a big loss, no doubt. I don't know if it should be enough to completely sink this team to where they are currently. And obviously, look, they're still in a great spot. They're going to be a playoff team. It's just that they don't pass the eye test when you watch them. Not only with the offense, but in those big situations or against good teams, they just haven't looked good enough. I haven't left enough time to this. We could dig more into this later on. But the big story also over this weekend was the whole Kevin Durant burner accounts.
Yeah.
Are they his? Are they not?
Those are wild.
It's tricky. This is speculation. It's really tough to determine if this is his burner account.
We're not going to really get into a lot of hypotheticals and a lot of speculation, right?
Easy, Nick Cacerio. We've had a lot of opportunities in the past to see how Kevin Durant talks online. Is it plausible that these are real? Sure. But I wish we had a little bit more proof. I'm surprised, Luke, over the weekend, seeing the lack of people pushing back against them. It seems like people are seeing these. They want it to be true because it's so juicy, it's so gossipy, and they're just leaving it out there. No one's community noting it or saying, well, actually, no, everyone's just letting this fire get out of control. And if it is authentic, this would be a big problem potentially for the Rockets down the stretch.
100%, which kind of goes back to my whole thing. The whole feeling on this year is just like this is the whole Durant cycle. He comes in, team looks good for a while, then there's like some sort of drama. He's talking trash on burner accounts. Eventually gets a coach fired because that's what he's always done outside of Steve Kerr. And, it brings a lot of drama with it. And I actually am a big Durant guy. I know it hasn't sounded like it this segment, but I love Kevin Durant. I think he's a great player, but there's all this other stuff that comes along with him, and the Rockets are dealing with that baggage right now. If you were Kevin Durant, Paul, if this was not actually him, is this a big enough story that he should come out with some sort of statement and say, like, no, this is clearly false? Or do you think it makes it look worse when he doesn't address anything?
The silence is something. Now, it's media day at the All-Star weekend. You've got a bunch of, influencers who are ruining society that are the ones that are asking questions and generally asking guys for autographs. No one's going to actually have the balls to ask that tough question, but we will see with the Rockets beat in the next couple of days if Durant is asked about those rumors at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling, just knowing what this market is from a journalism perspective, that no one's going to ask that question.
We'll find out. Rockets get back in action on Thursday.
I'm excited for it.
Michael
Michael Shapiro, it's on you, bro.
Yeah, that's right.
He's asking the tough questions recently.
Call him out. You got to ask the question. If you have the chance to talk to Durant, you have to ask. Coming up, it's time to confess some things. We might have just confessed a few things. We don't necessarily leave water for the movers or tips either, but we have more confessions to get to presented by the Men's Clinic, and we'll do it next on In the Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Paul Gallant, Colin Neal as well, but we got confessions to get to, presented by the Men's Clinic. Usually we talk enough sports that I usually keep these outside of the sports world, and I do have a second confession I'll try to sneak in later that I had my mind blown in the last week or two that I'll explain, but this confession is actually sports related. I was thinking about this actually while driving in today. I think Greg Popovich should be taken out of the Basketball Hall of Fame. And
whoa,
yeah, hot take.
Where are you going with this?
I
like this. This is spicy.
A hot take. Now,
why?
I've never been a Popovich guy. First off, I love Ricky Gervais' whole like Golden Globes MC when he was the MC. I think it was like 2020. I still watch that video on YouTube, and he rips everyone in there like you're in no place to lecture us. And I always think it's similar to Popovich. I don't need to hear you. I don't need to get my advice from a basketball coach post game. Talk about the game. And the way he treats media members. He was always a bit of a jerk, but you let him go because, like, oh, that's Greg Popovich. Who cares? But that's all besides the point. The reason why he shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame is because if you're going to keep Bill Belichick out, and only for a year, I know Belichick's eventually going to get in. I think it's somewhat similar for Popovich for a couple of reasons. Number one, Popovich, I think, is the one that has ruined the NBA. Adam Silver's done a terrible job. He's a lousy commissioner, but Popovich was the GM when the Spurs tanked to get Tim Duncan. And then he even had the gall to then fire the coach and make himself the head coach once he got Duncan, which would almost be like Belichick injuring Drew Bledsoe, and then once he found out that Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback, he's like, actually, I'm going to be the head coach, right, if he was the GM previously. Additionally, it was Popovich and the Spurs who started load management. And now when you look at the biggest problems in the NBA today, it's tanking and it's load management. And the Spurs tanked again to get Victor Wembanyama. And so if we look at these Hall of Fames as like, oh, it's to honor the sport, and it's a museum. I see the museum aspect, sure, put in Popovich because he's played a big role in the sport, but he's actually had a huge negative impact on the NBA, and nobody brings it up. I'm not saying he's the first one to tank. Teams tried it before, but they tanked twice for two of the biggest names, Tim Duncan and Wembanyama, and they got the number one pick in the lottery both years. And then the load management started with him and Kawhi and the Spurs and has gotten out of control. It's bad for the NBA, and it's in large part because of Popovich. And then lastly, the other thing I'll mention is, and I guess this doesn't necessarily go to the Hall of Fame idea, but everyone gives Belichick, and I'm not even a Patriots fan, but I always have to defend the guy. Everyone gives Belichick a hard time, like, never won without Tom Brady. Or look at what he did after Brady left New England. What did Popovich do after Duncan retired? He had 10 consecutive losing seasons, and if you compare win percentage, Belichick's winning percentage without Brady is about the same as Popovich's without Tim Duncan, and yet we have all these conversations that Belichick can't win without Tom Brady, and no one ever mentions that, hey, Greg Popovich was only good when he had Tim Duncan and also then had Kawhi Leonard and had David Robinson before that, and then, oh, yeah, he had Victor Wembanyama at the very end of his career, and all these great players, but in between, the Spurs were irrelevant, and Popovich gets all this love for being a jerk for whatever reason, and for being a guy that really won when he had Tony Parker and Ginobili and a team of Hall of Famers. But we have that conversation about Phil Jackson only coached good players, and Bill Belichick only had Tom Brady. And for some reason, we never do about Popovich. But my main point here, keep him out of the Hall of Fame because he's responsible for the two biggest issues in the NBA today, and we shouldn't honor that. He's ruined it.
Yeah, I love it.
There you go. There's my confession. Get Popovich. They put him in the Hall of Fame only 3 years ago. I know he's had some health problems. Sorry, Greg, but get him out of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I like this because he was annoying at the press conference podium, and screw it. If you can put together a great argument against a guy who coaches a team that's the rival of the Houston Rockets,
yeah, that's
hell yeah.
Get out.
These are my confessions.
You are right. I mean, man, 2019 through his last season as head coach of the Spurs. Woof.
Yeah, and no one talks about. Everyone says, "Oh, Belichick ruined his legacy." No one says a word about Popovich.
Yeah,
the guy's Teflon for some reason.
People are giving Belichick crap because he's dating out of his age range. Listen, they're consenting adults, and she seems to be the most loyal ride or die significant other you could have.
That's right. Who are you dating, Popovich?
Yeah,
get out of the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he's dating. I don't know. It seems like whoever he is dating is the most insufferable person that leans one very, very far to the point of being militant about it at the podium. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. My confession, and I've been whining about the lack of water at the station because we are making some construction changes here at the building. We do not have a kitchen anymore. We do not have a lot of the things that we used to have, and we'll have all of those things back. So it is first world problems, but I was thirsty, and there's no water to be had because somebody took the water bottles that we had, so I drank out of the bathroom sink in the commercial break.
I couldn't do it.
You actually did.
I did. A little chlorine aftertaste for sure. Thankfully, the water on the sink does not hot, so it was still about a room temperature. But yeah, I put my hands under the sink, and I had 4 hand palms worth of water during the commercial break. So am I about that life that I said I'm about? Am I a hardo? Hell yeah, bro. I drink out of the sink. What have you done today? And I'm working on a holiday. What?
That's right. Did it quench your thirst?
No, not at all. No, I'm going to have to go back to the next commercial break to get more. Because I don't know how much your hands can actually hold as far as water.
Yeah, not a lot. It always slips through, too. I'm not great at that.
That's true. I wonder how much of the water I actually even got.
Somebody did say on the text line, I work in the lab where I'm the one that tests all the chemicals in drinking water for commercial residential mud districts. I'll find another way, they said. So there you go.
Okay. But I bet there's certain parts of town where the water is definitely not so great.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Deer Park, I feel like that's the number one pick of there's probably something in the water if you don't put it through a filter of some sort.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
It's my turn. Ooh, lunchtime confessions here on SportsRadio 610. I have my first ESPN Plus broadcast tomorrow. And I'm not gonna...
That's not a confession. That's a flex.
Stop.
You're
yeah, what's
flexing.
the confession?
It's of the year. My confession, I feel bad, but
for everyone else that doesn't have that gig?
Yes. But no, I feel bad because if it's my first broadcast in a long time, and usually when I have it in a while, I typically mess up. But the problem is like, but where I'm going with this is like name pronunciations.
Ooh. Screw them all up.
Yes.
Just do it. Just screw them up.
If I mess it up, like, and the other person gets mad, I'm like, okay, first of all, don't come at me because you've had a lot of occasions where people mispronounce your name, and I just don't feel bad. Sorry, not sorry.
This sounds like a complaint about your co-host here for the broadcast. Does this person pinch you when you mispronounce a name?
Oh no, I'm usually solo.
Oh, okay. You just get the occasional email or message then where someone's mad at you about pronunciation.
I've had it happen before where some have complained like, "Hey, that's not how you say my name." I'm like, "Well, I don't understand why you're getting all worked up. I mean, it's happened before." And like if you're getting all worked up about it, maybe I don't know, your mind's not in the right place.
I don't know, dude. It sounds like you're telling these people don't be mad about a name being mispronounced. What you could do, this is what I would do, is you gotta call the SIDs who are in charge of the two schools.
I actually did though,
and just double check.
I'm good though. I actually did.
Then you're fine. What are you worried about?
What's the sport?
Softball.
Oh.
There'd be some wacky names sometimes.
I was going to say, the game notes usually have the pronunciation guide.
And there's also that one college that never emails me back with pronunciation, so I get to make it up as I go.
Call them on the phone. Are you too scared of that because you're young? That was a generation-on-generation shot.
What are the schools? Pimp your broadcast. What do you got tomorrow?
Sam Houston versus Lamar.
Nice. Against Lamar. So this is a Lamar problem, you're saying?
No.
Lamar's SID?
Good.
What's his name?
Talk it up.
Kenneth is fine.
Put it out there.
Talk up the broadcast.
No, Lamar's fine. Lamar's
doesn't sound
really
like
good.
they're fine the way you're talking about.
It's just
get Lamar's SID on the phone right now.
Yeah.
Let's put him on the air.
Some of my best friends went to Lamar. Colin.
Yeah,
I'm not
I'll ask
talking
him.
trash. One of my best friend's wife went to Lamar. Like,
And then you're dumping on him so hard right now.
Who's got the tough name? The second baseman? Call him up. Call up the Lamar SID. Put him on air. Let's figure this out. How do we pronounce the number 3 hitter's name?
Damn, you don't even know the lineup start to finish? What's going on?
No, because it's a week. It was a weekend, and a lot of stuff happened. Okay,
A lot of stuff. What kind of stuff?
Well-
Is there a burner? Is there drama going on behind the scenes? Does one of the players have a burner about all the other players?
What?
They call her the R word or something like that. Like what? Listen, these are the allegations online about certain players.
I wonder. I wonder who you'd be referring to.
I don't know. I'm asking you. You're the broadcaster.
It was me.
Okay.
Oh,
wow.
we
You
found
the whole
it.
time.
There you go.
You're
And
Kevin
you took
Durant's
the water
burner.
bottles. Unbelievable.
Great content for President's Day. We appreciate it.
I took the water bottles. Yes. Sorry, Paul. Sorry, Paul, that you're drinking from the sink. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you have a great call tomorrow.
Overall, I do get very nervous, like more than I
Really?
should, because I've done a lot. But I don't know. Do y'all feel? Are y'all on the boat that if you are nervous, you care? Like, do y'all?
Yes.
Are y'all on that?
It's good.
boat?
Nervous.
A
Yeah.
little bit of nerves. You don't want to be. You don't want to have like a nervous stomach, but you should have some butterflies.
I've had nervous stomachs before. Like when I first started, I was broadcaster. Oh,
And
it's rough.
time for a quick timeout. 2 outs. Only 2 outs at the inning. Okay.
Pass it to the man.
I'll do the bottom of the first from the Porter John.
It's up for a 3-pointer, bang.
Boom
And then
goes the dynamite.
Oh yeah, I love that one so much. I've actually dropped that before.
These are my confessions.
Well, good luck on the broadcast. Everyone tune in tomorrow for that softball game. See, as long as you say the names with confidence, no one knows the difference.
That's the whole point. You're right.
That's also another problem I have because I hesitate. I'm like,
Yeah, I get that.
You're gonna be fine.
Yeah.
You're talking. You're making me not want to watch the broadcast. I was gonna watch the broadcast.
No,
you're like,
you
I
weren't.
don't know.
No, you weren't.
Now you got to watch just for the anxiety of him trying to pronounce these names.
Yeah, we're gonna. You know what? I'm gonna watch this whole thing, and I'm gonna keep an eye on every single pronunciation.
I'm going to live tweet you from a burner account.
Yeah. I'm gonna call their parents afterwards.
You said it differently last time she was up. Let me sneak in another confession. By the way, someone on the text line said Marco's Deluxe Pizza. My confession is I'm hooked on Marco's Pizza. I think they're top tier.
They're not bad. I actually like
They're
them.
okay. I don't
Here's
know.
my confession. I don't like cheese. Boom.
That's a big time confession.
Confession. Yeah. Do you hate that, Mr. Italian?
Yeah,
over here?
I do hate that. Yeah.
I like to, I like to
I eat
break my
cheese by the
noodles too
slice.
when I put them in the pot.
Oh my goodness. A lot of people don't like my Popovich take. They said I'm just a Popovich hater.
No,
That
I
might be-
love it. That was spicy.
that might be my confession.
No, you backed it up with empirical evidence.
Yeah.
That's right.
That was great.
That was a good rant. He's been so sanctimonious, and it has been a really long time. And I agree from this perspective. It's been a long time since that guy won.
Yeah.
And he does not get crushed on the way that Bill Belichick gets crushed.
I never get it. But let me sink in one last quick confession because I mentioned this off the top. My mind was blown. I'm not much of a cooker, but I saw that it was shown to me the strainer, speaking of, pasta. You put the strainer, I've always, for all these years, I put the strainer, I pour the pot of pasta, the water goes through, it holds the pasta or anything else that you're straining, and then you pour it back into the pot. And then I saw the craziest thing where somebody put the strainer in the pot and then just turned it upside down, and all the water comes out, and it keeps everything in the pot, if you get what I'm saying.
What?
Yeah. So it skips a step. I never realized, is that how you're
What?
supposed to use a strainer? I didn't know this for all these years. I always took the extra step of putting the strainer separately in the sink, pouring it through the strainer goes back into the pot. And then this move, you just put the strainer right in the pot, turn it over, boom, you're good.
You're the worst Italian ever.
I guess so.
How do you not know that?
I don't know.
What are we doing here? I didn't know that either.
I blew my mind. I was like, I've been doing it wrong all this time.
No, you got to keep doing it the way that you were doing it, though, because that would be authentic Italian, is to keep on doing something and being stubborn about it.
Oh, well, I'm very, I got the stubborn part, no problem. Very much so. Hey, coming up, it's time. They do it every Monday at this time here on the show. Winners and losers of the weekend. We got plenty, including some fun audio from the weekend. We'll get to winners and losers from the weekend next in The Loop.
It's that time of year again. The Houston. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Presidential version today. The fellas are out. And then on this President's Day, Luke Morrow alongside Paul Gallant and Colin Neal on the other side. By the way, Colin, Champ Slice is in the YouTube chat helping you with all the tough pronunciations for Lamar. I don't know if any of these are real names. I think he might have just thrown in random names. But he's got you covered. And he also looks forward to tuning in tomorrow. So there you go. Problem solved.
No.
And before we do get
my confession now.
Before we get to winners and losers of the weekend, rest in peace. Robert Duvall passed away at the age of 95. That
Really?
news just came out.
Yeah.
So that's a shame. Well, I mean, obviously it's sad anytime someone passes away. But he was also 95. So he had a long, great life. Great actor. In the Godfathers, loved him in even Kicking and Screaming. Guy had range.
He was in Lonesome Dove, which is something that's on the list that I've yet to see, but a lot of people like that. He was in Apocalypse Now.
Oh, yeah.
He was in Sling Blade. He's been in a lot of different things, but, I mean,
Yeah,
how
great
can you
actor.
not like him for his character in The Godfather, where he plays Tom?
Underrated role of his, Open Range.
Okay.
Open
I
Range.
don't
If
know
you
that
haven't
one.
seen that one, that one's really good. I recommend that.
I always loved him in Gone in 60 Seconds as well.
I forgot about that. He was in
I
that.
forgot he was in that.
Yeah. Yeah. Great actor. So rest in peace, Robert Duvall, 95 years old.
Natural as well.
Yeah.
Sports movie. Days
Yeah.
of Thunder, another sports movie.
Mm-hmm.
Not a good one, though.
I didn't really love The Natural either, to be honest with you.
I didn't either because I
Yeah.
was like, hey, at the beginning of the movie, I couldn't get past the fact that, wait a second, so this guy just gets shot and falls out a window, and then we're just supposed to move on? What happened to this lady? Wait, she just threw herself out the window afterwards? What was her deal? That's what I couldn't get past. The entire movie, I was like, wait a
Ruined the
second,
whole
though.
movie
What
for
happened
you.
at the beginning?
Yeah, right.
I need a backstory
Oh,
here.
yeah. Yeah, just didn't do it for me. Let's get to some winners and losers of the weekend. Starting off with the winner, John Tesh.
Yeah.
Famed composer, and as we just found out, a lot of other things as well. But Tesh, if you're unfamiliar, composed the classic Round Ball Rock theme song for NBA on NBC in the 90s that they are now using again, of course. And he performed at the All-Star game yesterday, performed his Round Ball Rock.
Yes, and one of my favorite things about when he performs this, and if you've heard this before, you've heard it, it's the iconic NBA on NBC theme that was missing from our lives for such a long period of time. This is a guy who we have seen multiple times now in concert mode enthusiastically air dribble a basketball, and the way that he does it, there's just something about it that makes me laugh very hard. I had no idea that John Tesh had been an investigative journalist, the youngest at the time reporter for a TV station in New York City, which is pretty damn difficult to do for those who are unfamiliar with the industry. And he had a musical career in addition to hosting a talk show. Very talented guy. I figured he was only about the music.
Me too.
Got to perform at Red Rocks in 1994 entirely because of the Round Ball Rock theme.
Yeah, you sent me down this rabbit hole as well. He was already like an investigative reporter working for Entertainment Tonight or whatever, and he went on tour with Yanni, who was just like a friend of his.
Yanni, exactly.
Yeah, and then that
married an actress.
That led to him coming up with Round Ball Rock. And I always thought, I thought he was just like a pianist, and he came up with this. NBC hired him and be like, "All right, come up with a theme song for us."
He's won Emmys and Grammys.
Crazy.
That's hard to do.
I did love his radio show back in the day. I listened to it a lot growing up.
I didn't even know he had one until you told me that this commercial break.
It was really interesting. He was very informative. He had a lot of interesting like facts and things to try to help your life. I forget their slogan, but it was something about trying to make you smarter. And it was an interesting radio show. It was on at night, and obviously he'd play music, but he'd talk in between. And yeah, he was entertaining. I like John Tesh. Let's bounce back and forth. A loser, though, Michael Jordan. Now, look, admittedly, I saw...
Oh, my God.
I didn't know what this was at first, and so I just saw, like, Jordan was involved in, like, the winning of the Daytona 500. And so, Paul, when you mentioned Jordan as a loser of the weekend, I thought, well, why is that? It seemed like he won in another sport.
He finally won as an owner, right.
Right.
He was weirdly handsy.
I have since seen this video.
Not just with Bubba Wallace, but also after the fact with some random kid.
Yeah.
There's a random kid that's, I guess, observing the trophy presentation. And I don't know if Michael Jordan had a few or what, but he's like just grabbing the back of this kid's shirt in a very strange way for 4 really uncomfortable seconds, at least. Look it up for yourself. Michael Jordan's always been the coolest guy ever.
Yeah.
I think this has dethroned him. He is not the coolest guy ever in the world of sports.
I hope this is like his best friend's kid or something, somebody who he's like, like a second father to, but still, it is weird.
It's a weird image.
Yeah, it almost looks like he's pinching too at the backside. It's a strange video. It is weird, and it's sad to see as a Jordan guy myself. It's weird to see him in this strange video. It's a weird thing. Go Google it. It's not a good look for Jordan. And maybe we'll get some sort of explanation or some sort of PR statement. But
he's going to put out a statement. Who's more likely to put out a statement? Kevin Durant over the alleged burner or Michael Jordan over this?
Well, I think Durant.
Yeah, Kevin Durant won't be like a statement where it's like a picture of like a long statement. It'll be just be like, it's not me.
Yeah, he'll tweet something, putting everyone down who thinks it's actually him. Winner, Doug Gottlieb. I haven't heard this, but I've seen comments. Paul, you've mentioned it. I'm just going to make him a winner because I hear that this is an incredible rant. Let's hear Doug Gottlieb, who, of course, was a former radio host, now coaching Green Bay, Wisconsin, and apparently was ticked off at the officials after his game this weekend.
I got no problem with their team, their staff. They played hard. They did what they do. They play tough and they play aggressive. I need somebody to explain to me, okay, how just those two. There's others that I have massive issues with, okay? Others that have meshed, including every time we touched them, there was a foul in the second half. The last play of the game, just to get the ball, they're grabbing us and holding us. Okay, and I understand. If you're not calling that, that's fine. You had the exact same play at both ends in the last play of the game. The exact same play. The exact same play.
The best part about that, as he slams onto the table, he knocks the microphone out of the microphone stand. But a broadcast professional and knowing how to handle a microphone, he immediately, without breaking stride in the midst of this rant, is able to put the microphone back in the tripod that's holding it up and continue to go off on these calls. Watch the video for yourself. The slamming and the anger. I've never empathized with Gottlieb more, and Gottlieb's tough to like. He's, I think, just naturally, for lack of a better term, dickish. Like, that's just who he is.
Yeah.
And I found it really, in a way, for the first time, a way for all of us to relate with Gottlieb there, because I've had little temper tantrums like that myself. It was an epic rant. But watch the video, because when he slams on the table, you don't really see it coming, and he destroyed that table while dropping an F-bomb along the way.
That's why he's the winner in this category. And I've always been a Gottlieb defender for some reason. I don't know. I've always liked him from afar. But people have made fun of him nonstop since he took that job when he left radio back in December to focus on coaching, yada, yada,
He was
yada.
doing both at the same time.
Yeah, which is crazy.
That was nuts.
But
and disrespectful to the coaching job.
Yeah. But they won only 2 conference games last year, and right now he has them at 15-13 on the year and 10-7 in the conference. But
all right.
no one's gonna. I know no one's gonna give him credit, so I guess that's what I'm trying to do here.
I actually
Props
had
to
no
Gottlieb.
idea what his record was at this point in time. I'm actually impressed. I would not have guessed that.
Yeah, he's turned them around here in year 2 so far. So
go Phoenix.
That's right. Props to Gottlieb. A loser though. In a similar vein, Jerome Tang had a outburst after a game recently for Kansas State. The reason why he is in the loser category for ranting similar to Gottlieb is because it evidently has cost him his job and maybe $18 million. Colin, do we have this audio? Okay, here was Coach Tang, formerly of Kansas State men's basketball.
Hey, I'm gonna honor Christ like I always do. Blessed to do this, but this was embarrassing. These dudes do not deserve to wear this uniform. There will be very few of them in it next year. I'm embarrassed for the university. I'm embarrassed for our fans, our student section. You know, it is just ridiculous. We got practice at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will get this thing right. I have no answer, no words. So y'all got two questions.
I do not understand how this is enough to fire him for cause. This is soft.
Yeah.
This is super soft by Kansas State. And I would imagine if you want to move on from your coach, who has, I think, one conference win, you're going to look for any way to do it.
Right.
So, hey, if you can get out of paying him along the way, why not? Why not try? I feel like they're not going to have a lot of credible ground to stand on here, though, because I think that's totally fair. And I feel like we've heard all sorts of coaches say that. They've just had more success along the way. How many times has Tom been disgusted with his entire team? And I feel like you could say the same thing about so many of the biggest name college basketball coaches. This is enough to fire someone for cause?
That's
Surprising.
what they're claiming. Yeah, they're claiming it falls under the part of his contract that says, I don't have the exact verbiage in front of me, but he can't bring like embarrassment to the organization.
All right, buddy.
And that this was embarrassing for the brand or for the basketball program, and so that's why they're able to fire him and try to get out of the $18 million they owe him. This is classic what colleges do, though. They always look for that opportunity. I grew up a UConn fan, and Kevin Ollie wasn't a great coach, even though he won a national championship. And as soon as there was some sort of problem where he had a recruiting violation, and they're like, oh, there we go. You're fired, and we're not paying you either. There's our cause to finally be able to move on. Schools are always looking for that out.
LSU was doing it with Brian Kelly.
Yeah, right. And so Tang, I guess, gave it to them, but it is soft. I mean, that's...
No, see, whenever you said losers, I thought you were going to say Kansas State, because I think Jerome Tain's going to come out a winner in this and get that $18 million.
Gets a lawyer in here.
Yeah.
Maybe gets a little more on top of it for pain and suffering.
That's right. But if he doesn't if this does cost him that $18 million, then he is in the loser category, losing those $18 million. That's tough. Although not really to any fault of his own, other than not winning enough basketball games. I mean, the program's gotten worse every year he's been there.
Yeah, they went to the Elite Eight in his first year.
Yeah, he was all the rage. I thought he was going to get a bigger job. And then now this year, I think this is year 4, and they've won one conference game.
You know, going back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier about how you kind of have to glad handle some of these younger quarterbacks in the National Football League. It's not just C.J. Stroud. Look at how Drake May looked in Super Bowl 60. I mean, yes, this is the a millionth version you've heard of old man yelling at the current state of the thing that he has been a part of for a very long time in terms of covering sports. But my God, it's soft. It's just that he even said before, like, he was talking to the Lord. You know, he invoked Jesus' name there. He did. He invoked God. You know, and he said, I'm trying my hardest. Like, he did say, like, I'm trying. He's looking up at the sky as he did it.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad.
That wasn't bad at all.
Right. What he said.
I mean, what Gottlieb did is more embarrassing for the program, even if you agree with Gottlieb, because he completely lost his mind for a moment, than that, which was, I think, a very professional way to say, these guys suck and I don't like them.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, yeah. And one last shout-out, Sam Houston, beginning the season by winning a 3-game road series for baseball for the first time since at least 1987.
To begin the season, yes.
Yeah, that's right. First time to begin the season.
1987 is when they joined the Southland Conference to become a Division I school.
Ah, there you go. Props to Sam Houston State. Big weekend as college baseball got underway.
Yeah, Paul's not a big college baseball fan.
Nope.
So.
Yeah, me either, actually. Yeah.
Wow, y'all don't.
You got enough baseball to watch.
Y'all don't know what's up with the people sport, so it's okay.
Yeah, you're a hipster, dude. You're a hipster on this one.
I hate
bro.
The ting of the metal bats. I prefer wood. And it's like the lack of structure. I like that when I go to an Astros game, I know who's going to be playing where and here's my starting rotation, and I can play manager. Here's our options in the bullpen. Here's our lefty specialist. College baseball is just too over the map. Guys in left field, then he comes into pitch. The pitcher goes over to first base. This guy goes to catcher. Like, what's going on here? You don't know who's in the bullpen. Everyone's a pitcher. Everyone's a fielder. You're using metal bats. There's also nobody has enough starters for any of these midweek games or just bullpen games anyways. It's all crazy. But I digress. Somebody on the text line said John Tesh is also 6'6" and was an NBA All-Star in 1983.
Like that's a tall tale.
He's done a lot of things. He did not play in the NBA, nor was he an All-Star in
John
the 80s.
Tesh was at the Battle of Thermopylae back in 500 BC.
Coming up
at the collapse of Constantinople.
I still don't know what the Astros are doing, and we have some interesting audio that's come out of spring training that we'll get to coming up. All things Astros, we'll talk about it next in The Loop.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Paul Gallant, Colin Neal on the Steel Wheels, and John Tesh along for the ride. Former 1983 NBA All-Star, John Tesh.
Per a texter.
Yes.
That is bogus.
I believe everything that is texted in on the base power text line.
You're not kidding. If it's on there, it's fact. John
Yep.
Tesh did a lot of things.
He did.
Including score 25 points a game in the NBA 4 years ago.
At the fall of Constantinople.
Composer, musician, radio host, news anchor, sportscaster, pianist, spouse of an actress.
There you go.
Contemporary worship, his genre, along with 20th century classical music and pop. Range, bro.
What is that when he performs at Red Rocks? What does that concert consist of? Just him playing round ball rock for 2 hours?
Maybe it was all Christian rock afterwards.
I wonder how big his actual music following is. Like, how many people are driving around right now have a John Tesh CD or John Tesh on their Spotify?
Well, I'd imagine that whatever that music it is that he's playing at the concert has a lot to do with his current nationally syndicated radio show, which typically airs adult, contemporary, classic hits, Christian, and soft rock radio formats.
John Tesh has, on Spotify, on average, 106.2 thousand monthly listeners.
106,000? Is that what he said?
Mm-hmm.
106,000 listeners per month.
Wow.
That sounds solid. I don't really have a point of reference, but that sounds decent.
His most popular song, I don't know why it's second on here, but it's We Wish You the Merriest at over 10.7 million.
Wow.
All right, so he's a Christmas song guy.
He's had multiple concerts at Red Rocks. Like, that's ridiculous. 95 and 2004. Worship at Red Rocks.
Well, what those songs are like recordings those live performances and put on the Spotify, kind of like what they did with Nirvana, Alice in Chains with the MTV Unplugged.
You just want to bring up Alice in Chains.
Yes, I did.
You're on Alice in Chains. Good.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
We get it.
Yeah. There you go. Those are usually compared to, right, Nirvana on MTV Unplugged and John Tesh at Red Rocks usually are brought up as like some of the most iconic live performances.
Exactly.
Listening to John Tesh 610.
That's right.
We're not talking presidential fun facts anymore. It's only John Tesh fun facts.
That's our guys.
We're going to find out that John Tesh ran for president.
His wife starred in a Captain America movie. Not even kidding. There was a Captain America movie in 1989.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Old Connie Selica.
Ahead of her time.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's all there is.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, what's going on with these Astros? You know, spring training has begun, and I still don't get it. I wasn't here. I know you were in, obviously, on Friday, Paul, when they made that change and they get rid of Jesus Sanchez. And, look, I know he was lousy here in Houston, but I didn't like giving him up for not a whole lot. And I don't.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's right. I said it.
The most handsome man in Houston.
Well, Valentine's Day's passed, so who cares?
Have my babies, Joey.
But the fact that it's. Oh, I see what you're doing with the music. The fact that it was billed as a cost-saving move is something that I don't think the Astros should ever be doing. They were third in payroll 3 years ago. They dropped to seventh in payroll last year. They're currently projected to be 11th in payroll this year. I don't like that trend that they're going in, and I also think the Astros should be in the top tier of clubs because of their success and because this is the number 3 market in the entire country. They should be up there with, like, the Mets and the Yankees and the Dodgers.
But it is still up. It is still up. And I don't know. I disagree with this. I feel they are putting a lot of money into this baseball team. And considering it's not like New York where there isn't the same level of diehard fans that you have for some of these other teams, or it's not whatever the hell is going on in Los Angeles, which I am not smart enough to understand how they are making that work. But they do not cheap out. They spend a lot. The real question is, which of the purchases that they've made, like Lance McCullers, have been good ones? Or like Rafael Montero, or like that Michael Brantley deal, or like the Jose Abreu deal, or like the Christian Walker deal is looking like right now. They do spend. They just don't spend wisely.
Yes, to a certain extent, I do agree with you. And I was fine with like letting Bregman walk, especially with the amount of money he got. But there is this whole perception now with guys like Tucker and Bregman and, some of these big names, even Fromber here this offseason, although, again, that's another one where I was fine with him leaving at this point, especially the amount of money he got.
The statement that he put out, Luke, I don't know if you saw it on Instagram, but he said, "Thank you for trusting me." No one trusted you. No one trusted you. Your catcher didn't trust you, Fromber. Your catcher was terrified that you might at some point just snap on him and throw a weird pitch to try to, I don't know, break his sternum. No one trusted you. No one. Not one fan trusted Fromber Valdez.
I was actually at the game where the first instance of him going rogue against the Angels 2 years ago. I was at that game where he gave up those 8 runs in that one inning. That was
There's so many Colin examples of Fromber Valdez having meltdowns, and you cannot trust that man at all, no matter how consistent and reliable he ironically was.
Yeah, that's true. And then I also wonder, though, more so than all of that is the roster construction with this team. And I complained about it last year, and it became a thing where it's like, hey, you only have one left-handed bat, and what are we doing? Altuve's in the outfield, which I'm fine with if you're going to stick with it. Then we look at this year's team, and we have this log jam in the infield, which is why I thought a weakness, the outfield got even weaker on Friday, because I am a Sanchez guy. We'll see how he does in Toronto. But this whole infield thing, I don't get. And I've ranted about this on these airwaves before, but I thought the Carlos Correa was an emotional move to bring him in, and now because of it, you have a back-to-back 26-year-old all-star in Isaac Paredes who actually will work counts and get on base and do what this Astros team has been trying to do and was probably the best bat last year because of, in large part, injuries. And until he got injured himself, was on pace to hit 40 homers. And because you bring back Correa, now Paredes is on the outside looking in, and he might be traded. And if not traded, he'll be on the bench, and you hope you could get him into 110 games this year, whatever it is. He's one of your most valuable pieces. He should be playing every game. I don't get, under Dana Brown, I have not understood the real roster construction with these situations.
My hope is moving on from Sanchez to save some money, and that's definitely what they're doing here. It is a cost move. My hope is that this allows them to move Christian Walker, because at this point there are too many infielders.
Yeah.
I like the idea of having Carlos Correa at third base. I think defensively you're better with Correa at third and with Pena at shortstop than you would be with Paredes at that position. But to what you're saying, a healthy Paredes in this ballpark is just too good for this park. And even though Christian Walker was struggling down the stretch, was better down the stretch after an awful open to the season last year, I definitely would rather keep Paredes over Walker. But that's what's going to happen. I think by the end of the spring, and I base this off conversations with Chandler Rome, who I had on my podcast, it does feel like the Astros believe this situation to be untenable, and you're already seeing the Astros having a tough time answering all of the questions that are being asked about the logjam in the infield, the lack of depth in the outfield, what Yordan Alvarez is doing on a daily basis, what Jose Altuve is going to be doing, to the point where all of the noise that's created for both Joe Espada and every player in the clubhouse, it's going to get to a point where they have to do something almost to stop every single player from probably, at least behind closed doors, being pissed off about how much they're going to get to play this coming year.
Yeah, we'll get to the Correa audio in just a moment, but it reminds me, I grew up a Boston Red Sox diehard, so forgive me, but a lot of my comparisons go back to those Red Sox teams.
I'll understand them at least.
And in 2003, the Red Sox had a similar situation, and they had, funny enough, same age, 26-year-old Shea Hillenbrand coming off an all-star season.
Yeah.
And he was the third baseman. They brought in Bill Miller that offseason, who, oddly enough, went on to win the batting title in 2003. And then they also had Jeremy Giambi, had to have him play first base, and so Kevin Millar was DHing, and David Ortiz was on the bench. It just wasn't, point being, it wasn't working. And they tried it for 2 months. And they're like, all right, we got to ship somebody out of here. And it was Shea Hillenbrand who was the best asset, and so they traded him for Byung-Young Kim, who was terrible and was only there for about a season and a half, if that. And they moved on from Hillenbrand, and they went from a 500 team to winning over 90 games and should have been in the World Series, but that was the whole Aaron Boone year. And so my point being, that's the only example that I can come up with immediately that's pretty similar to this one. But that was another case where the Red Sox tried to make it work, gave it 2 months. People weren't happy. The team was 500, and when they finally made the move, that's when they took off and played great baseball the rest of the year. Ortiz became the Hall of Famer that he now is. He finally had a spot. And I think it's similar to your point. I do think this is untenable. Something needs to happen. Something needs to someone has to move.
they still have time. I mean, they still have got
Right.
about
Yeah.
5 to 6 weeks or so to make this happen. But who is it that they're actually going to be able to get in return to, given that I think everyone across baseball knows they've got too many infielders. So are we going to play ball, or are we going to try and make Dana Brown move a guy more for the sake of moving one of these guys as opposed to actually getting the best possible return on investment?
Here was Carlos Correa talking about it, because all of these infielders now have commented on the fact that they want to be out there. Here was Correa's take on this whole infield thing.
I'm not a GM, but I know that only 4 infielders can play at a time. So you gotta make some moves and put some people in the outfield. You gotta have depth also in case somebody gets hurt, and you need the guys for in case somebody gets an off day. But it's a good problem to have when you have a lot of talented players. There's a lot of options, a lot of things you can do as a GM, and that's what Dana has right there in this room.
I think that's Correa telling Dana Brown, like, you got to do something. Move someone to the outfield, trade somebody, whatever, get someone out of here. Correa obviously wants to play every day. Altuve's gone on record talking to the media saying he hopes to play 150-plus games. Jeremy Pena said he wants to play every game. Christian Walker said he wants to play every day at first this year. And then Paredes was, of course, asked about it when he arrived at spring training, and he said he would love to be out there, but he's going to work at first base, second base, third base, whatever. He's going to be a good teammate. But, of course, he wants to play every game as well. So you have all 5 infielders, of course, as you would expect from these professionals. It's not the NBA. You have all 5 guys saying, like, hey, I want to be out there day in and day out, and obviously there's not room for all of them, so someone's going to be unhappy.
Christian Walker was mad last year where he got benched for a game against the Mariners during a key series. He was mad, like really mad about it, and Chandler's brought that up a lot. Walker is the one that everyone wants to move.
Right.
I don't think it's going to be that easy, and I feel like Paredes is going to get you more. So if you are picking who you move on from, Paredes is done. I think Paredes is exactly what the Astros want, and he's under team control, and his contract isn't ridiculous like Walker's is. But Paredes is going to get you something back. Paredes might get you a really good outfielder back, and especially considering Boston supposedly has some interest in Paredes, given that that's good for Fenway Park, just like it's good for Dyken Park. I wonder if that's the team that a move ultimately gets done with, but we'll see. It's untenable.
Didn't the Red Sox recently trade for a third baseman?
Maybe they'll trade for another one.
Yeah, from the Brewers.
Old Frankie
what's his name?
Randallsonsville, right?
That's it. Yep.
Old
Frankie,
Mitch McConnell, right?
Yeah, Frankie Randallsonville is going to be their third
Herbert
baseman.
Hardrada, yeah, that's him.
Yeah, they got Durbin. He was the runner-up for Rookie of the Year with the Brewers.
Okay.
I mean, hey, maybe Durant for Paredes straight up. Come on now.
Yeah, well, I will say, look, The Athletic put out a piece today of players most likely to be traded. They did a poll, and Paredes was not number 1, but I think he was top 5, and one of the people who voted for him was actually an AL executive who said, like, we need some infielder help, and we'd love to have him. So, obviously, the expectation is that there will be a trade that comes, and it is him. I think it'd be silly to move him. I get the point that you could get more for him than other players, but I'd want to hold on to him as much as I could. He's the one guy I'd want to keep. Speaking of trying to keep, or they're trying to stick around, Lance McCullers spoke. Let's squeeze this in before we hit the break. Here was McCullers talking about his expectations, I suppose, for 2026.
I've always just been in this kind of this battle to just try to get out there and get out there, try to compete and try to be the best version of whoever I was at the time. So, I think that has dawned on me more. I think my wife's helped me with that a little bit too, just like, I'm gonna be good either way, and I think I just need to kind of let go, stop trying to control everything, stop trying to just micromanage everything, and I would love to be good, not because I want to necessarily continue to play, but just because I would love to be good, for this organization, this fan base in my last year here. And then if playing comes, beyond that, it does. I mean, we see guys who did pitch well last year don't have jobs, so it's not a magic bullet. There's a lot of other factors. We have this, we have probably a strike coming or a lockout coming looming. So, I just want to have a nice last year, with this uniform on. I've been in this organization since I was, barely 18 years old. So it would be great to just have a nice last year here and. Whatever the future holds, the future holds.
That's sad music in the background. It's like adding to it.
Yeah.
He's emotional as he's saying all of those things. I do feel for McCullers in that he's had the worst injury luck, but I don't really see what contributions he's going to make to the season. And every single time you see him back out there, this fan base just gets so mad at him. And again, I feel bad a little bit for him. The contract he's getting, I don't feel bad for that.
Yeah.
I would love to have that. But, yeah, man, that was interesting seeing how emotional and open he was right there, where he's basically saying, yeah, I just hope to contribute at all.
Right. It reminds me of those dog commercials with the Sarah McLachlan playing in the background.
It's an ASPCA ad?
Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it sounded like.
Lance McCullers.
Yeah, I think it seems like McCullers understands his fate. That it's one and done here because his contract then runs up. The only reason why he's still getting these chances is because of all that money the Astros are paying him. And when it's done, it's no one else. Why would anyone else? Unless he steps up and has a great year somehow, why would anybody else give him a shot? So this is the last ride this year. Then the contract's up. The Astros, they're done. No one else will be interested. We'll see what we get out of McCullers this year. But he's certainly at best battling for a spot in that rotation. Coming up, time for Figgy's mixtape. Figgy might not be here. We'll hold it down for him anyways. We got a Valentine's Day recap. We got craziness at the Olympics, and I'm not talking about the actual events. We got, on President's Day, a president talking about aliens, and we got more President's Day trivia. We got a lot to do. We'll do it next on In the Loop.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland, but team president Mike Tillman told Payne and Pendergast that won't change their stadium plans.
Our focus is to be at NRG Park.
Your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Figgy's not here, but we still got the mixtape nonetheless. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Paul Gallant and Colin Neal. Filling in for Figgy today. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this President's Day. As coming up after us, Ron's in, and then I believe Patrick Creighton in as well. Saw those two guys in the hallway, so they'll be up after us
the
here.
The one and only PC?
That's right.
That sounded sarcastic, Colin.
The best drops of any personality here probably are the PC hotkeys. Yeah, the one is good.
Oh, I thought that was one of you guys making that noise. That's him?
Yeah.
What was going on there? I mean, I make weird noises from time to time myself, and I believe there are still a lot of hotkeys left for me in my first go-round here at Sports Radio 610.
That'd be a great bit.
There's some fun ones. I know there's one. Oh, shut up. It's a lot of nights stay put. There's that one. There's a couple other ones, too.
It's an asinine conversation.
Whoa. Patrick, watch your effing mouth. I'm from New York. I know pizza. How about that? How about that? That'll be our crosstalk today. Yeah. Hey, Patrick, how little do you know about pizza? Just that's how you troll a New Yorker.
Well, can't wait for that coming up at the top of the hour. In the meantime, we got
Be
Figgy's.
cautious with Creighton tonight.
We got Figgy's mixtape. That's a good one, too. Obviously, it was Valentine's Day over the weekend. Valentine's Day on Saturday. Today's President's Day. I'm told February 15th is Side Chick Day, so hopefully...
What? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
wait. Whoa. You can't just...
That's what I'm told. That's what I hear.
Well, February 13th is Singles Day, isn't it?
I think or was it...
Or is it the day after?
Is it the 13th? I thought last Tuesday was something as well. Is that Singles Day? There's something on Tuesday. It's like a whole week of things now. I don't know.
There's a holiday every single day.
Yeah.
I know the girlfriend had Galentine's Day on
of course.
Friday with her girlfriends.
There you go.
And, Colin, you're talking about Side Piece Day. So what is that about? Because a lot of it, I personally do not.
I'm like shocked like that's a thing.
Oh, okay. I thought it was because you knew about it.
I'm not balling that hard, man.
Okay.
Well, I hope you guys had a great Valentine's Day. Did you have a good Valentine's Day?
I had a great Valentine's Day. Made French onion soup and a couple of ribeyes for the girlfriend, and the girlfriend made me a unbelievably sweet box where it was a leather box with a couple of pictures of us together in it, and she wrote down a bunch of things that she loves about me, and I teared up when I opened it. It was really sweet. First time I've ever had a Valentine's Day date in my life. So
really?
I did not know what to expect. I figured it was all about what the guy does for the girl.
Yeah.
I actually feel bad. I feel like they were a good set of ribeyes, and it was a good first time ever making French onion soup. But I think she won the day. So now I feel guilty.
I know. That's tough. That's what happens.
And she can hold this over my head because she listens to the show that I do.
But they say, hey, how about those ribeyes?
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, don't you remember that dinner we had?
Yeah. It was great.
Hey, Valentine's Day this year, the average American spent $132 on Valentine's Day this year, which is down from $179 last year at Valentine's Day.
I think I went under. Steaks like $30. I think the roses I got, or is that the rose? I got this little like boot with flowers in it. I think that was like $40. So yeah, I went under. Damn, $100 plus.
Yeah, 132 on average.
See, there's a downside of being single on Valentine's Day, but the upside, you save some money.
You do save some money on it. I mean, listen, no offense, and to all our fine sponsors, we hope that you rolled in all the dough after what went down. But Luke, in case you didn't listen to me on Friday ranting about this with Reggie, But St. Valentine's Day is only celebrated because a dude by the name of Valentine was a little bit too preachy about religion with Emperor Claudius of Rome, and the emperor said, hey, man, you got to dial it back. Like, I like you and all, but if you do it, I'm going to have to beat you to death with clubs and decapitate you. And he kept on talking about it, so he beat him to death with clubs and decapitated him. And 1,800 years later, all of a sudden it became a corporate holiday about love. I don't know how we got from point A to point B, but that's how we're here.
Yeah, I don't know. I love, was it Ryan Howard in The Office? It says, like, anybody can make you feel special on one day. The real man makes you feel special on no days. And so there you go. Happy Valentine's Day. I love data. I'm a numbers geek. So I also, in the survey, they said 81% of Americans in relationships plan to give their partner a Valentine's Day gift. How about the 19% that didn't get anything
Shout
for
out
their
to
partner?
them. They're the real ones. No, I'm impressed. They're not letting corporate consumerism force them to make economical decisions that are not in their best interests.
Rage against the machine.
Be cheap.
Men are more than twice as likely as women to increase their spending on Valentine's Day.
That's sexist, but it's true.
23% compared to 11%. Millennials plan to spend an average of $192, so higher than the average.
Golly.
Yeah.
We're the real suckers, huh? 192. I'm guessing that's probably a dinner for two.
Yeah, that's fair.
They're like a fancy restaurant.
Yeah. I've given the same complaint about like New Year's Eve. And they all jack up. They give like a stock menu. You have to order these things. They jack up the prices.
Jacked up prices. Service is going to be slow because there's so many people that are there. The poor people that are serving you the food are overworked and probably not going to get that much of a tip because of how many people are not getting their food on time. Yeah, it just adds up.
About 47% of people in relationships say that it's made gifts harder to afford at Valentine's Day.
It is. They jack the prices up on flowers, that's for sure.
Oh, flowers is such a rip.
So do y'all get the vibe that the discounts are not really discounts? Like,
oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's everywhere, right? Like it says it's a discount. I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah,
that's what their whole business model was. Like, here's some coupons in the mail.
Right.
Oh, wait, I'm just paying what I could have gotten this online for by going in store to get it?
I'm going to guess the girlfriend's a big Bed Bath & Beyond person.
No, this is just the experience that I had back in the day because I remember I got coupons in the mail. I'm like, awesome. I'm going to get sphere. I didn't realize it was, not getting much of a discount on it at all.
Womp womp.
And by the way, 25% of people said that they will take on debt for Valentine's Day.
Wait, how many?
25%.
I gotta feel like that's a lot of them are being sarcastic.
I did. I took on debt. I don't have a job, full-time job right now. You know, so I'm in the bullpen for Sports Radio 610.
That's fair.
It's not a regular paycheck; it's a semi-regular paycheck.
Well, here you go. 30% said they were going to cook at home for Valentine's Day. So there you go.
I think we got to normalize cooking at home. Everyone, guys out there, learn how to cook. It's a tremendous money saver. You'll eat healthier. It's fantastic.
Also, in terms of like Valentine's Day or things like that, anniversaries, I also think that is a lot more, like that's more touching to actually make the meal at home than to just go somewhere and spend money. Anyone can do that. Anyone can make a reservation, but to actually take the time and effort to make a nice dinner for somebody.
I love cooking for my girlfriend. So I think I've cooked.
Lucky.
I think I've cooked every meal that we've made together, and I have no issue with it at all. I love cooking. I really do. I just don't like cleaning up.
Yeah. Well, if you cook, the other person should clean.
That's what it's supposed to be. But every now and then, I'll clean up.
You're just being a gentleman. That's all.
Lastly, 8% said they were celebrating Valentine's Day on a different day this year to, I'm sure, save money. So there you go. Especially because it was a Saturday. You had no excuse this year. That was the perfect time for Valentine's Day.
Well, next year's going to be interesting.
That's right. On the Super Bowl, apparently, which seems so late for the Super Bowl. But I guess the season's starting later next year? I don't know.
President's Day weekend Super Bowl, the one that everyone always wanted so that you could be an absolute degenerate on Super Bowl Sunday at blackout drunk.
Be off on Monday. Yeah, Valentine's Day is going to be interesting next year. All right, there you go. There's your Valentine's Day recap. In a similar vein, the Olympics, they've gotten out of control here. They had to bring in more prophylactics. I don't know what terms we can use or not use. They had to bring in more rubbers to the Olympic Village after, I believe, just 3 days. 10,000 free condoms gone in 3 days at the Winter Olympics.
Hell yeah. Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around.
By the way, some of them are being sold online for $125. I assume unused.
Good job for Italy. And listen, I mean, anyone who's unfamiliar with what goes down in the Olympic villages, they are just bleep palaces. That's what they are. It's the most athletic and virile of all of the world's athletes all together in one little area for a couple of weeks. What do you think they're going to do? They're not there for the medals. They're there for the sheboinking.
It's
Ever
true.
heard that term before?
No, I didn't.
That's a term.
Oh, yeah. I'm familiar with Sheboygan.
Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, and also, by the way, it's a perfect situation because it's people you're probably never going to see again. They're from other countries.
Well, you don't believe in love? What, they can't have a long-distance relationship?
So that's not what they're looking for. They got their mind set on curling.
He does speak for Italy. He's wearing his...
That's right.
Wearing it because you saw that story today?
No, actually, I had no idea.
These little horny Italians.
I know. I do love. It was Cuomo in New York who had the scandal, and he was like, "I'm just Italian. That's all." We're very friendly people. We're very touchy.
Very touchy.
Yeah,
Baby,
that was his
don't
excuse.
hurt me.
That
no
was his
more.
whole. That was his PR statement. I didn't mean to do anything wrong. I was just Italian.
That was crazy.
So yeah. But yes, you have people from all over the country, so it's different walks of life. Like if you ever wanted to run the gamut of partners and be like, oh, I've always wanted to be with so and so. This there you go.
You're just promoting hoe culture right now, sir.
At the Olympic Village.
Go be a skank. Screw it.
Yeah, that's right. Why not?
Get yours.
Yeah, we'll get you out of here on this one because it is President's Day. So we have to get to this. Former President Barack Obama apparently saying that there's aliens?
Yeah, so he was on a podcast, and I like to think he's being sarcastic or tongue-in-cheek with this answer here. Here is former President Barack Obama being asked straight up about the existence of aliens.
Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51?
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they hid it from the President of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens?
I mean, I want to know as well if we've stumbled across some spacecraft. So you hear this and you're like, oh, wow, maybe Barack Obama is confirming that there are/have been aliens. But in a post that he made to Instagram, he actually walked those comments back a little bit, which is very disappointing.
All right.
Unless someone from Area 51 knocked on his door in the middle of the night and said, hey, Mr. President, you're going to need to say something differently here, or we're going to give you to the aliens.
Weren't there testimonies like a year or so ago, like, hey, aliens are real, buddy?
Yeah, but that's been going on for the entire history of the world.
Yeah, well,
Lots of people have been giving testimonies.
It's just the government being more open about it, but I guess not in this case.
Yeah, a little bit. I think they like the many distractions they have for us to keep us otherwise occupied from other things, if you will.
Without hopefully regretting the question, if you did become president, what would be the first thing you guys would want to find out?
Well, I don't know. I think today there's only one thing that you should be in charge of going and getting it. I think everyone wants it. And we know what I'm talking about here, right? That list.
Okay, that's what I thought, but I
the
wasn't going to make any assumptions.
It's the list. Like, give us the list.
That's a good one.
The Texans are the only team to not be mentioned in the files.
That's true. Congratulations to the Houston Texans. Is that real or not? I don't know. It seemed like it was some random guy just posting it, and everyone went with it because
I'm going with it.
Apparently, half of it's redacted. How would we know? But hey, the unredacted parts, they're not in it. That actually is pretty crazy. That they're the one team that allegedly is not in it.
The Russell Wilson one is kind of crazy, where he was gonna buy the jet, but he had no idea.
Allegedly.
Was the jet? Allegedly.
That's the tough part with it too. Is like you could just be mentioned just like as a innocent bystander. You get like a drive-by comment.
Yeah.
And then just because your name, people see that like, oh, Russell Wilson was mentioned in the files or he's on the list. And it's like, well, it was something completely different. He was just trying to buy a jet, and then realized and was like, oh no, thank you. But yeah, that's a good one. I was going to say JFK.
Oh, that one too.
But yeah,
I read a book. I'm pretty sure I know what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's an inside job.
All right.
which is what everyone says.
Yeah,
mine would be what's inside Fort Knox.
Okay.
That's like what was in Al Capone's.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault. Let's get Geraldo Rivera on the case and see what he finds out. Coming up, we'll let you. Paul will let you know who did kill JFK, and when we come back, also we will catch up with the fellas.
If we come back,
we'll catch up with the fellas from the drive, and who or what is the key to unlocking the Rockets now post All-Star break? "Quote unquote" second half of the season. What's the key for the Rockets? We'll get to that next. It's in the loop.
Got to mention D&M Auto Leasing. Since 1970.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Is this working? There we go. Who or what? I didn't know if I couldn't hear myself.
I didn't
hear me. Okay.
Oh no, it's not y'all. It's just me, boys.
No
I was
worries.
not being. I was not in my super producer ways.
Oh no.
That's okay. Coming down the home stretch here. Who or what is the key to unlocking the Rockets post All-Star break? That's what I was trying to get out. As we wrap up this Monday edition, this President Day edition of In the Loop, I'm Luke Morrow alongside Paul Gallant, Colin Neal, the other voice you heard on the steel wheels today, and we'll catch up with the fellas of the drive here in just a few minutes. But, Paul, I think we would have the same answer, but for different reasons maybe. We talked about the Rockets earlier. If you were trying to pinpoint what or who would be the key for them down the stretch, second half of the season, as the quote-unquote second half begins Thursday, who or what would that be?
It's got to be Reed Sheppard on the court. So for the sake of being different, because I think you're going down the same road I am, I'll say Ime Udoka's got to be different. Udoka's got to get this guy on the court as much as he possibly can. And look, you're going to need a montage kind of situation. If you've ever seen South Park or the Team America World Police movie, you would know that there is a song called Montage. We're gonna need a montage. Show a lot of things happening at once. Remind everybody what's going on. In every single movie from the 80s, they used to have montages where somebody would get significantly better at something in a short amount of time. And you need a montage for Reed Sheppard. The only way to get that montage for Reed Sheppard is for Reed Sheppard to play more and not seemingly be randomly punished by Ime Udoka because Sheppard isn't the most intense person defensively.
Yeah, I'm with you. So it's Reed Sheppard for me, and specifically for the shooting. I know some people think maybe he could be the fix at the point guard position. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I think it's the shooting. I think either way you have to find out. And I know Raphael Stone said at the trade deadline, we're not a developmental team, but this is pretty important for their success, is to try to develop Reed Sheppard here in year 2. And like I said, I think it's more so for the shooting just because that hasn't been there enough. They thought by simply bringing in Kevin Durant that the shooting would be solved, and it still hasn't been. I mean, Tari Easton's shooting a career high, but he averages, if you account for the games he's missed, it's an average of 1 3 per game, so that's not good enough. Jabari Smith has been lousy for the majority of the season. Dorian Finney-Smith, in part because of injuries, but that's been a bust, and he's shooting 24%. This is a Rockets team that shoots the fewest threes in the league, and I think that's something that they need to try to improve, and Reed Sheppard could be that piece. And to your point, Paul, it is very vexing with the handling. There was last month he had that stretch where he helped them come back and beat the Spurs, and he played a big role in the second half. And then the very next game, they came back and forced overtime against the Sixers, and Reed had, whatever it was, like 12 second-half points or something, and then didn't play overtime at all. It's like, what are we doing? He was one of the big reasons why you were led back. And then the other night, I know is the case when, was against the Clippers, where it's a one-possession game down the stretch. He's one of your better shooters, and he's not on the floor at the end of the game. It is very confusing or very odd, the decision-making in terms of his usage. And I'm with you that I do believe it's because of lack of defense, and Ime is a defensive coach. But it goes back to probably my 4th reference today of raising kids, of like eventually you kind of just have to throw them in the deep end. You can't wait till everything's perfect and try to make it a perfect scenario for them to go and do something. Sometimes they just kind of, you have to have some of those growing pains and some of the learning curve and all those other cliches. And I think that's the case for Reed, where you have to sacrifice what happens on the defensive end to get what he brings offensively, and most importantly, just to get the development. Let him sink or swim, and let's see what we have. But to potentially waste a second year of Reed Sheppard, especially when Fred VanVleet is out for the entire year. I mean, what are we doing? We're going to head into year 3 like, he's the 3rd overall pick. We still really don't know exactly what he is.
That's the biggest frustration. What was the obstacle in the way of Reed Sheppard this year? It was Fred VanVleet. But you haven't seen Fred VanVleet at all this season. So now what's the obstacle?
Right.
Is it trying to make Amin Thompson this point guard? And I don't know, maybe down the road it'll pay dividends. Maybe down the road, Amin Thompson will be a more confident and capable ball handler, and the offense can actually go through him. But the big problem for a guy like Amin Thompson is the range is not here yet either. And that's something else that needs to develop the game. So guys can sag off, and they don't have to give him as much attention as they would for a guy like Reed Sheppard, who, again, might be undersized, might be somebody you can target defensively. But at the very least, when that guy is on from outside, he is the only guy on the Rockets that's dangerous, that's not named Kevin Durant from outside. Like, that's it. Everybody else, it's like, okay, like, I take your shots. I'm not expecting you to make that many of them, whether it's Jabari Smith or Dorian Finney-Smith or any of these other guys. But Reed Sheppard, I feel like, can give you 14 and a quarter after hitting like 5 or 3 or 4 threes or so.
Right. I'm with you. I like Rob's efforts on YouTube. He said, hashtag let Reed feed, and also hashtag feed Reed.
Feed Reed, I think, is
Feed
the better
Reed,
one.
yeah, I was about to say.
There we go. He stumbled into it. But listen, we like that he was workshopping it.
Or just free Reed. And actually, let's play him here. He's still averaging.
Reed.
He's still averaging to play only about half the game, and his minutes have actually gone down in the last month. It should be going up as the season goes on.
I've always found it very weird that Stone said that we're not a developmental team. Like, I feel like that's the key to long-term success for any team in any sports league, is to be to focus on development of the young players that are eventually going to take on that mantle.
I get what you're saying. I think that the reason that Stone said that was entirely a shot at the previous regime. It was a shot at Raphael Stone, or not Stone, at Steven Silas. I think it was more like, hey, we're not doing this little Rockets daycare like we had before. Got all the guys who were running around like a bunch of Jalen Greens and who was that dumbass that Kevin Porter Jr., that idiot. Like a bunch of people like that, like this is a real operation, but it's weird. Reed Sheppard seems to be punished for being young more than anything. And one way to make a guy seem a little less young on the basketball court is to let him play.
I'm with you. The base power text line, a listener said it's Amen Thompson for him. The key to unlock the Rockets down the stretch. It's evident that adding Kevin Durant and slowing the offense down has affected his play. I think he's another good one as well. Trying to be this point guard, he obviously hasn't been the same player that he was a year ago, or even trying to take that next. He hasn't taken the next step that maybe people thought or expecting he was going to this year prior to the Fred VanVleet injury.
Do you think he's having a bad season?
I don't think it's a great year. I think it's
really?
I think it's worse than last year. Yeah, I think so. I think he's taking a step back. You disagree?
Yeah.
You disagree.
I don't think he's taking a step back. I'm trying to listen to it. I don't want to just throw it in the trash, but I think obviously taking into account that he is probably being thrust into a role that he is just learning at the time. But I mean, my man is 18, 7 and 7. That's hard for me to say he's taken a step back. But
I think what you just said right there about the role that he's being put into, that's why things seem as fun for us watching him.
Yeah.
And why it doesn't seem as easy for him this season. And is that necessarily a step back, especially if Ime Udoka is the one that's forcing him into this position?
Yeah, maybe it's a lateral step. I don't think this is the best fit for him, and I don't think we've seen the progression that we were hoping for Amen this year. As the Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, and the voice you heard, obviously, Ron PC's alongside as well here for the drive this afternoon.
I think he slid down like early in the year. I thought he is coming on. I think much like the Rockets, his last since the first of the year has been there's been 2 different seasons for the Rockets, and I would say there's been 2 different Amen Thompson type seasons as well. In the last month plus, it hasn't been the way it was before. So I don't know.
Hey, happy President's Day. Do you guys have any fun presidential facts? We were getting into that earlier.
We're working today. Well, that's our fun presidential fact.
There you
Be
go.
cautious with Creighton
Today,
tonight.
that is true. The presidents didn't serve in office for 4 years.
What are the fun
for us
facts
to take
that
off
you-
too?
What are the fun facts that you had here? I'm that's kind of my second bag there.
Here, I'll give you a fun presidential fact.
Okay.
First president to throw out a pitch at a baseball game. William H. Taft, 1910.
Big
I was
fella.
going to guess that.
Big man.
Would you like to guess the teams that played that day?
The Washington Senators.
That is one.
Okay.
The Reds.
That is incorrect.
The New York Giants.
That is incorrect.
New York Yankees?
Also incorrect.
Boston Red Sox.
Go in the direction.
Okay.
The Cardinals?
I'll give you a hint. They were recently homeless.
Oh, the then Philadelphia Athletics.
Philadelphia Athletics.
Yeah. The homeless A's.
There you go. Didn't he throw it from the stands, I think,
He
right?
did.
Not out in the field.
Oh, that's
yeah,
weird.
we couldn't get him out there.
No, he's stuck in the bathtub.
Yeah.
Put wheels on that thing.
Can't get him out in the
There's
mouth.
a fun presidential fact whipped right out the back door on the spot.
Perfect. Yeah. Very good. There you go. That fits the bill. T. Mills here, of course, as well. I saw his top 5 list of the best Robert Duvall movies.
Damn it, we lost Robert.
Yeah, unfortunately passed away today at 95. What would you say is number 1, Robert Duvall?
We were talking about this, and that's the first thing I said. Like, what? Like, I don't even know what the number 1 is. I guess Godfather or whatever.
Yeah.
But that's not like, what is the movie? Like, when you close your eyes, and you think Robert Duvall. Like, what's the movie that comes for you?
Honestly, I mentioned it earlier. For me, because it was when I was growing up, it was Gone in 60 Seconds is what I think of first.
Yeah, I didn't even. I forgot. I don't know why. Four Christmases still stays with me.
Yes,
I don't.
Absolutely.
I don't know why. And The Apostle. That one was a crazy ass movie. As he was a preacher, but Four Christmases still just hangs with me.
Falling Down with Michael Douglas in that movie as well.
A great movie.
It's a very, very dark but good movie.
I got Falling Down.
As I say, outside of The Godfather, for me, it was The Natural.
Yep.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
He played Stalin in a movie. I just found that out today.
Yeah, Robert Duvall.
Yeah. Well, 95, so lived a long, great life, great career.
Good run.
Yeah. Maybe you'll hear the full top 5 list from T. Mill over the course of the
I was
the next
hoping
4 hours.
he'd at least catch our first segment before we lost Robert. He listens every day. Robert Duvall listened every day.
Big fan.
Huge fan. He was a big fan. I was hoping damn.
Most frustrated Texans fan alive.
He is. He
Well.
just really loves Sports Radio 610. 30-year listener.
There you go.
Robert Duvall.
Well, the rest of the Duvalls will be tuned in to hear the honoring for the rest of the day. Hey, as mentioned, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Paul, it's a pleasure to finally be able to work alongside you.
Thanks, Luke.
That's Paul Gallant, Luke Morrow. Appreciate Colin Neal on the other side as well. Well, our time is done. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station, and The Drive is live.
And tonight's time and temperature brought to you by the park. Are you going to continue here? You going to call balls and strikes?
Yeah, that's right.
My man Luke, boy, he gets in there. He starts calling balls and strikes. Man, I feel like he's in the 6th every time I come in here. He's in the 6th, about to send us to the 7th. All right,
that pitch was just a bit outside. Brought to you by.
Now there's Tommy Hain. He's been batting .376 on the season. I remember he was involved in a trade with Glenn Allen Hill back in 1991. I feel like that's where he's.
Brought to you by 76 Fuels. Of course, you get the best fuels. 76 Fuels. Do they even still exist? Is 76 Fuels still a thing?
What's the hot dog brand in L.A. Vince Scully? Is it Farmer John's or Farmer Dave's hot dogs? He would hit that number all the time. I feel like Luke is ready to do that. Luke he's got 9 in him. I believe he can go call 9 innings real quick. But the Drive is live. There is our guy T Mill in the background. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us there. If you are on the Base Power text line, we appreciate you stopping by. 713-572-4610. As you can see and hear, Clint is out today, but PC. Patrick Creighton, you normally hear him on Area 45. He is in the building today, and I felt it happen, Tyler. We had one of those situations where, all right, we both do shows, and I think we both do shows in the same seat. And we got in here, and we're trying to figure out who's going to, which
I didn't
seat.
think about that, but you're right.
Which seat are we going to roll with?
Yeah, it's where you find PC on Area 45 typically.
And then it was like, all right, who's gonna step off this?
Look, this is your show. You sit what you want to sit.
That was very nice. That was very nice of him. But I said, what are we gonna do? Does it feel weird being on the other side? You're a veteran in this game.
I will say what feels weird is that the microphone here is not broken.
Yes.
Because a lot of times this microphone is broken.
Yeah. Well, Clint Stoerner's a good culprit over there who takes down that microphone. But it wasn't Clint last time. It was Cat Guy, Paul. Paul was the one who broke that microphone and had to hold it in his hand the duration of the show.
See, that's why you never trust a cat guy.
Man,
Polly Kittens.
First time I ever met a cat guy right there was just last week. All right, a lot to get to today here on a Monday. And the Astros, I feel like everybody was around today. It was full effect. We've started here, people over the weekend. And I want to start here with the people, 713-572-4610. You can jump in. And then obviously on YouTube and Twitch, go ahead and do your thing there as well. And I want to start here because, Patrick, I look at the Astros, and I would say this to the people as well. I look at them, and I think even though they have an outfield that is, to me, just horrid. I mean, when I look at it, it's just like, whew, my man Zach Cole's got about 47 at-bats, and he seems to be a shoo-in in one of these spots that they really, really like. And Cam Smith and Jake Myers, we'll see if he can respond. But you look at an outfield, that is not exactly a championship type of outfield that you think about. That's not the outfield that you think about when you say, oh, it's going to be AL West champs. There we go. But even within that, PC, I think that they have enough bats in their lineup where they can still do what they need to do offensively. They may not be coming from the outfield. You hope that it would. But when you got Payne and you got Jordan and you got Altuve and you got Correa and you got Yainer Diaz, who does need to bounce back, but, Yainer Diaz ain't pathetic. And you got Christian Walker, who had a really good second half, still led your team in home runs and RBIs last year. I feel like you got enough bats, right? Go take a look at that Toronto Blue Jays lineup at the end of the season. I think that they can match what that is. To me, it is all about, do they have enough pitching to be able to play with the Mariners and play with the top teams in the American League? That's, to me, is what this is about. If you are going to argue and think they don't have enough bats, all right, that's your thought. I don't know where you are, PC. I think they have enough at the plate to be able to compete. It's, to me, about the pitching because I feel like they got one and then a bunch of hopes. And so that's where I start this out. 713-572-4610. Do you believe the Astros have enough pitching to be able to overtake the Mariners and be a real player in the American League? Your thoughts?
All right, well, number one, let's keep in mind, once upon a time, the Mets got to a World Series with an outfield of Timo Perez, Jay Payton, and Benny Agbayani.
Payton, wow. Benny Agbayani would come up big now. Don't do that to Benny. Benny was nice. What was he?
Do you remember Benny?
He had an offensive lineman number, didn't he? Was he 53 or something?
He was 50 because
50,
Hawaii,
yeah,
50th
right.
state.
There we go.
Benny once handed the ball to a fan after making a catch, not realizing that there was only 2 outs.
That's all right, man. It happened.
Yeah, that. Then tried to get the ball back. Didn't quite work that way. Do they have enough pitching? You should feel good about Hunter Brown.
Oh, he is I feel great about him, but also he does have pressure. He's got to perform, right? Because of what they have behind him. But I feel like the Hunter Brown we saw last year and the second half of the year before that, I think that's the guy.
I feel good about Tatsuya Imai.
You do?
I feel good about Imai. I think that there's a guy who was a dominant pitcher in Japan, and we have seen often when guys first come over from Japan, they dominate. Now, a couple of years later, that might not necessarily be so true. Guys coming over from Japan, guys coming over from Korea, but usually that first year, those young guys who come over their first year, they pitch great. And this is a guy who, coming into the offseason, was considered one of the top 3 free agent pitchers in the market. And they just happened to get him on a discount because, well, everybody coming over from overseas this year was kind of on this curve where they all signed at discounts. Even Murakami came on a discount, and that dude's supposed to have generational power. So I feel good about him pitching maybe a 2, at least a 3. That's what I was going to say. What's your expectation of what he is? Because I love the stuff, but I do have concern
Like, is he going to be able to translate over here immediately? I think there is a deal of people haven't seen him for a little bit, and that might help with him. But so you think he has? You're confident he's got front of the rotation type. That's what he's going to potentially bring to the table. If that's the case, that changes the game. The hell yeah, they got enough.
I think legitimate possibility he pitches like a 2. I think possible Christian Javier returns and looks like a 2. Might be more probable he looks like a 3. But if Javier at least pitches like a 3, I think you're getting a lot of Christian Javier, who will then be another, a full season removed from having Tommy John surgery and maybe gets that feel back. You saw last year he had games where he had really good stuff, and he had other games where he seemed to struggle with his command. And now being a full year removed from that surgery, is he able to, look like his old self? And if he is, that's a really big deal for him.
No, that's the why. Like, Christian Javier has had moments where he's looked like an ace. He's pitched. There have been moments where you could argue he was the best pitcher in postseason runs.
He's come up with combined no-hitters, going 6 innings, no-hit ball at Yankee Stadium, at the Vet. Well, not the Vet, now it's Citizens Bank Park.
The Vet. My
Citizens
God.
Bank Park, but you can tell I've been
the Vet.
I once got
That's
thrown.
where they tear ACLs at the Vet. Was that Willie Gault who ran a? This is before your time, Tyler. Willie Gault ran a go route and got in one of them seams at the Vet, tore both his knees up.
I almost got murdered at the Vet. 2 Phillies fans tried to throw me over a rail.
Why? What did you do? No. What did you do?
I wore a Mets jersey.
You wore a Mets jersey and they tried to throw
enemy
you
territory.
over the rail. And they tried to throw you over somebody.
Dude, there was a cop right there looking at us, just didn't do nothing.
So how did you not go over the railing? Because I mean, no offense, I feel like if 2 people tried to throw you over the railing and the cop was going to let it go, like
I got all the way down to the ground and I blasted one of them in the sack.
And then what happened? They just walked away.
That's when other people started getting in, and I was able to escape.
I blasted one in the sack.
And that drew a crowd. And as the crowd came in, I was able to sneak out.
All right. So you do think so? With all that being said, you do think they have enough pitching?
I think it's very reasonable to think they have enough pitching, right? I think Mike Burrows is going to look a lot better after the Astros get him in the lab and show him very much like they did with Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole's first day with the Astros, like, hey, look, need to, after just playing catch, just get the catcher asking him, hey, is this how you want the ball coming out of your hand? Do you like when the ball comes out of your hand this way? Nobody ever asked him these questions before. Then, like, okay, look, you need to go in and do some film review. And he's like, film review? It's my first day. Like, what are we reviewing? They pulled up all kinds of film on him. Like, this is when you look at your best. This is when you don't look your best. This is how your pitch looked. This is your pitch shape. This is your release point. The Astros break everything down. And he's going to get that here probably for the first time in his career. And at that point, I think Mike Burrows will probably be a better pitcher. The Astros are excellent at maximizing the most they get out of a pitcher. And I think Mike Burrows will feel that. Then you've got Spencer Arrighetti coming back from just a lost season with injuries. You have Ryan Weiss, who just threw nearly 180.
See, now you're getting a little too far now. I'm glad you hadn't brought up Lance yet. We got to hear from Lance McCullers here in a little bit.
Yeah.
This is getting rough. Listen, you have more confidence than I do right now. My biggest space of confidence is I do believe that they'll be able to figure out the pitching part, because even if it comes up, I think, as you said, they have been pretty good over the years with getting the best out of guys. So I think they will get some of these guys to step up to be quality starters. I don't know if they're going to be, and now this all goes with Hunter Brown, right? Being Hunter Brown. But I think they will be able to get enough. My biggest, if I'm an Astros fan, positive feel I feel about the pitching, because I do think most of it is more hopes and unknowns, is they legit have a clear piece or a clear pieces that at some point they could trade if they needed to get what they need to get, right? Like we understand the influx of the infield, which means they have a move to make to go get a quality pitcher. So even if it doesn't, it's like, to me, they're not just screwed with what they have here. They'll be able to get somebody if they need to.
My biggest concern about the pitch is not the rotation.
Oh, it's the bullpen.
It's
yeah,
Josh Hader.
It's getting to him.
It's Josh Hader.
Him and it's Hader.
It's Josh Hader, because the entire pen is built around Hader and Abreu. And if you lose Hader, and then you have to accelerate Abreu to the 9th, right now there's not really a bridge to Abreu.
Yeah, and
that really you look at last season and how this Astros team managed to overcome injuries time and time and time again. What was the injury that broke them? It was Josh Hader. If they lose Hader, it accelerates the whole pen up an inning, and they don't have enough depth in the pen right now that you could say they can withstand that. And Josh Hader coming off of what they called a sprained shoulder capsule. Now, a sprain can be anything from a sore muscle to a torn ligament. Right? A sprain encompasses so many different things.
And he's coming in now still not right.
And he's coming in with, he had a setback. He's got bicep tendonitis. And look, no way to know whether or not that's in any way related to the fact that he had this sprained shoulder capsule. And was he compensating? Did he make an adjustment to his delivery? Because you remember back, was it late November, he had that toy drive at Dyken Park, and he said, I'm throwing, I'm up to 85, I'm on the mound, and now all of a sudden he's throwing on flat ground. So there was a setback, and as we learned, he developed this bicep tendonitis. If Josh Hader can't go to start the year, that's a big concern. And no matter what happens this year, because you're talking about shoulder capsule being a very serious injury. Now, that's the kind of injury that when you tear a shoulder capsule, it can end your career, because it is an injury that historically diminishes a pitcher's stuff. If Josh Hader is an injury risk all year, and I think you have to call him that, they really need to find another leverage arm, preferably right-handed leverage arm, for that bullpen. Whether that guy is on the team or not yet on the team, they need that.
You sound really concerned about Josh Hader.
I'm concerned about Josh Hader's health, yes.
We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully, because what they're saying is that's not what the problem is right now. But obviously, as you said, if he loses some miles off his fastball, if that breaking ball is not breaking the way that we're accustomed to seeing it, if he has lost anything, that is a big change. All right, as we continue here, we are live here on The Drive here on a President's Day. Happy President's Day. As PC is in coming up. Simply this: did the NBA have a good weekend? Because this is usually the worst weekend for the sport. Did they have a good weekend? We'll discuss next.
It's that time of year again. The Houston Livestock. Panthers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I want to get into if the NBA had a good week or not in just a second. PC is in the building. Patrick Creighton. Clint is out. Be back tomorrow. I will just simply throw this out. It does not have to be long. It doesn't have to be well thought out. Doesn't have to be long. Doesn't have to be something that you deep dive into. Pause. The Dolphins released Tyreek Hill. Any interest?
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
No.
None, huh? None at all.
You want to talk about
no.
A guy
Just
who would be
curious.
the antithesis of anything swarm related. That, and I kind of have a thing against guys who have the domestic issues of Tyreek Hill.
That's fair. I've really pissed him off and the entire Chiefs communication department one time. He hit me with a strong "if looks could kill." I tell you about that, Tyler.
I know this story, yeah.
Hold on. This sounds like story time with Ron.
This pissed off everybody else who wanted to get their questions in. This was one of those numbers where we're 2-3 questions in. I'm about the third question, and an interview that ended with Tyreek Hill.
Oh, you got the walk off.
First time we were able to speak to him. He got traded. I did the draft, and I was like, I was doing the draft when they drafted him. I was like, man, I know that name. And then oh yeah, that guy. Oh yeah, that guy. When you looked at that foul, and I remember I said to him, I said, hey man, with all the negative things that have gone on in the off season with your drafting here, like, are you using this as fuel to prove that you belong here? And he looked at me and he said, what negative things? I said, well, everything that surrounded you being a 5th round draft pick and why you dropped in the draft. Oh, no, I haven't noticed anything negative. And then they walked off.
As soon as you say, like, what negative things? All right, now you're asking me to air your dirty laundry. Like, don't be stupid.
Come on, man. You know the hell I'm talking about. The whole reason why we're here, we're 6 weeks into training camp and you haven't talked yet. The whole that man gave me that look. I did. I got a little.
You know, that's a bad job by Chiefs PR in prepping him for that interview. That's a bad job.
I never heard about that. Yeah, I didn't have any real interest in him being a return man. I just wanted to see what I want to see about that. I mean, I will just say that the Texans could really use an explosive player. I don't know. Maybe Tank Dell is going to be that guy. I don't know, boy.
And they say no.
Now he is over 30, and he has that he had an awful leg injury, and I don't know. Maybe that's not what you want to have connected to your young quarterback who you're trying to get back with. But I don't think you're right. I don't think the Texans would even think about it with what they're looking for. But I am really intrigued to see where he goes.
I think we both know where he's going to go. He's going back home.
Oh, I don't know.
He's going back. He said, you know what?
We'll see.
I'm going to have my favorite quarterback of all time throw me passes again.
I don't know. We'll see.
And that might be the thing that gets Travis Kelce to stick around for the year.
We'll see. I don't know. We'll see what happens there.
We're going to Las Vegas.
We'll see. There's interesting. Yeah, the Dolphins went clearing house. Bradley Chubb out there too. They released. So yeah, we'll see what they're going to do there. Bobby Slowick got a lot to work with. No Tyreek Hill. Damn. Good for you. All right. Which
should make who's the other receiver that I just drew a blank on?
Waddle.
Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle's fantasy stock up.
Yeah, there you go. Tyler be on that. Where you guys going this year to do it?
Nashville.
Good job.
Yeah. Way better than Albuquerque.
Yeah, I would think. This is usually the weekend where the NBA has to take cover because the All-Star weekend generally says, all right, we're going to talk about all the worst that has with the NBA. And especially last year where they had that little hockey thing rolling at the same time. And PK, he was just coming out and that was a terrible setup for the NBA. 713-572-4610 on the base power text line, YouTube and Twitch. Do you think the NBA had a good weekend? I do. First off, I don't think we're coming out of it talking about how terrible everything is. That's a good start. Second, if you watch this little round robin thing they're doing now, it feels silly that they have had to do this. But this round robin thing that they're doing where they've got the world as a team and the young American stars versus what feels like the more veteran, older American stars. And they were really playing ball until them old dudes ran out of gas at the end and then just got the ass kicked. But it was good. It was good basketball. It was intriguing to watch. The stars came out. I thought it was a really, really good weekend for the NBA.
Here's my issues with NBA weekend. I'll try to keep this short. Number one, the dunk contest, which I used to love when I was a kid, now ZFG, because when it comes to who's in the dunk contest, the NBA, clearly ZFG. And when the guy winning the dunk contest is averaging, hold on, let me look this up, 3.1 points per game. Tell me why I care that he won or that he competed.
Yeah, Saturday night. The Saturday night portion of the events, that was probably the slam dunk contest, probably the tough spot of it. I will give you that.
Damian Lillard, who's not playing this year because of a ruptured Achilles, wins the 3-point contest. I don't really have an issue with that. I do find it ironic that a guy who's unable to play basketball this year due to injury won the contest. I thought that was hilarious, but I don't have an issue with that. Lillard's a great player.
The 3-point contest is pretty good because generally you get players you know. Shooters you know.
Let's say, you get guys who that you've heard of, guys who can really, actually play. The actual All-Star game this year, they did like the 4 quarters with the different things. Man, the year that they made the commitment of we're going to try to get to 200 points each, that was when I stopped caring about the NBA All-Star game because, man, they don't care about the NBA All-Star game. And if you total up the point totals for the winning teams and the losing teams, it was like 174 to 153. Defense.
Yeah, but I mean, it were 12-minute little games. Like it was like when you watched it, it wasn't like those days. Like those days, they're just coming down and just free lanes and going, and no semblance of defense occurred till like maybe middle of the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
this game they were playing like that was. Hell, LeBron went and followed a layup and did a putback. There wasn't none of that happening in an All-Star game. So
listen, if you're scoring 48 points in a quarter, there ain't a whole lot of defense getting played.
Yeah, I bet. But if you watched it, it wasn't like, hey man, open up the lane, everybody get a dunk here, get a dunk there. No,
because
it was competitive.
Half the shots are threes now.
Well, I mean, but that's the game though.
Yeah, but I think that's part of it is, we're going to play 12 minutes and we're going to shoot 19 threes.
I think the best part, someone texted in, I like the All-Star game. I did too. I enjoyed it. I think the best part of the All-Star game and why I think this was a great weekend for the NBA is I think they have found their face of the league, and not just found their face, but I think he is willing to be it. And Victor Wembanyama, we'll see how this works because he's a Frenchman, and I don't know how well we've seen the NBA and that go with a non-American as the legit face of the league. But he came out and said, I want to push the great players of this sport to play in the All-Star game just as hard as I will. We'll see how it goes. But if they don't play hard, I'll do it without them. And then after the game, after the whole thing, when Anthony Edwards, the other young star, won the MVP, he said, hey, man, Wemby came out and set the tone. And, I think that's – Wemby seems like he wants to be the face of the league. Anthony Edwards keeps telling – he even did it yesterday. keeps telling people he doesn't want it. Wemby wants to be the face of the league, and he came out, and the All-Star game has been a negative thing for the NBA, and I think it seemed like he changed the tone on this. So I think that was probably the biggest part of the weekend for the NBA.
Wemby's the same guy who openly cheered when he found out the Rockets wouldn't be able to draft him. So I hope he suffers a grade 3 ankle sprain every single night.
What is wrong with you? No, you can't hope for injury. Grade 3?
Not serious, but basically the same thing that's got Steven Adams out for the year. Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Be back next year. Grade 3 ankle sprain.
Tyler, I thought you were a Psycho fan. You're across the line.
I mean, I'm not advocating for him to be.
You are. You said I hope he has a grade 3 sprain.
Yes.
You wanted to have something that keeps him out for the season like it's doing Steven Adams. That's awful.
My heart pumps battery acid for him. I'm like I said, I'm not advocating for him to be basically tied to a bed and have somebody smash his ankle with a sledgehammer like it's misery. But
I don't know. I think you'd be down for it.
I might not shed a tear.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
Might not shed a tear.
Listen to this dude, man.
Dude was so happy not to come here. Good. Hope every season you have is ruined.
I say ruined, but you want injury. My God.
Hey, life's the son of a bee.
I bet you there's some people out here who love everything you're saying. Coming up, speaking of injury, Tyler, there's nobody that I root for more on this Astros team than this guy. God, just have something good to him. If you want to hear sadness, I'm sure Tyler will have some great background music to play behind this guy. I mean, if you don't have a heart, when you hear this, you might shed a tear. We'll let you hear what Lance had to say coming up next.
Bury me in the H.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They want to be a
Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I do want to get to Lance McCullers. This was sad to hear him. I feel like he's got a lot on his mind and has for a while. We'll let you hear that in just a second. From a texter on the Base Power text line. The NBA is pretty much dead. They wrote their own story when they stopped calling fouls on an even playing field. It's a joke. Texter, I would say that you have thought the NBA was dead since the NBA started.
Oh, my God.
At least since 1991.
Listen, I can assure you that Larry and Magic weren't getting calls. They weren't evenly distributed. All right. I can assure you they were maybe getting some calls that Cornbread Maxwell didn't. So I don't think I'd assume Jerry West probably got some favorable calls that maybe some others had some issues with. That has been going on in the NBA forever.
I feel very confident that by 1991, both Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars and Bill Laimbeer all felt they were 100% getting the short end of the stick on every officiating call every time they played the team from Chicago.
Yeah, I think they felt the same way in the 80s when they played the team in Boston. That can't be. You've just never thought the NBA was alive then. That's just your point.
I can tell you that everybody
I bet you that person watched basketball in the 90s and really thought that Michael Jordan was getting the same level of calls as Craig Elo. I bet you that person does.
I can tell you, those of us in New York definitely felt there was a different whistle.
I'll never forget that man Reggie Miller when they got mad.
People in Cleveland thought there was a different whistle.
He said, of all people, the Chicago Bulls complaining about officiating. Get out of here. No, man, that you just don't like that. That's always, hell, that's been the case in damn near every sport. You kidding me?
You ever watched the NHL in the heyday of Wayne Gretzky?
I'll tell you what, right now.
Couldn't get within 5 feet whistle.
Tell you what, Tom Glavine had a different plate than a lot of other people's did. And when he was pitching in the 90s.
At least when he pitched in Atlanta. When he got to New York, not so much.
Especially when Eric Gregg was out there. He had a different plate. So no, man, that's been happening in sports. You just don't like basketball or these guys for whatever reason. All right. Lance McCullers is somebody that I keep seeing when I see previews of potential rotations. He keeps sneaking his way in the 5th spot, sometimes the 4th spot that I've watched over the offseason. But this was Lance talking to reporters as they are in the building, and like I mean, I wanted to reach out and give him a hug after he got done with this. Here's Lance McCullers kind of reflecting over his time here recently and what this year can be like.
I have no, reservations about my future in baseball. If God's blessed me, man, I have 2 beautiful daughters. I'm a beautiful wife. We've been married 10 years together, 16, 17 years. So if the future for me is to be home with them, I'll be happy with that. I'll be content with that, But the future for me is to be in this game. If I can be healthy and I can help a team win, I'll be happy with that too. So I don't have I'm not coming here like, gosh, if I don't pitch well or if I'm not healthy, what am I going to do? I'm going to be able to provide for my family and we're going to be able to spend a lot of time together. But if I am healthy and, if that's in the plan for me, I would love to keep playing baseball. But it's not like something for me where it's like it has to swing one way or the other, And so that's a good place to be. And so I'm hopeful that it's healthy. I'm hopeful that it's good for the fans, for the organization. I would love to leave on that type of note. So we'll see how it plays out.
God, has he given up?
I'll tell you what.
Has he quit? You know when it's problematic when you kick it off with, hey man, just thank God, man, and my family. If I have to go home to be with my wife and kids, it's up like, Joe, hey man, hey dude, Come on, man. It's a new season.
Didn't instill a lot of confidence in me. Tell you that.
Lance.
Last year when he went on the IL for the last time last season with the Sucks, and, fastball couldn't break a pane of glass, barely throwing 90 on his fastball. And it's like, you know what? If you're a right-handed pitcher and your fastball ain't hitting at least 94, you probably don't have a major league fastball. And when you're throwing at 90, you definitely don't. You don't even have AAA fastball. And I feel like for an offseason in which he was finally healthy for the first time, and I want everybody to understand, I know how hard Lance McCullers has worked to rehab, to get back on the field.
I'm rooting for Lance,
that dude
man.
has worked his ass off. But at some point, the body no longer conforms to what the mind wants. And I feel like if he had been experiencing an increase in velocity in the offseason while he was working out, we would have heard about it. It would have been news. The fact that we haven't heard a single dang thing about Lance McCullers the entire offseason tells you they didn't want us talking about him. If he comes out here and he's throwing, barely throwing 90 miles an hour again, Lance McCullers isn't making this team.
Tyler, how hard did he sound like he throws? Just listening to him right there.
Like his best fastball right now today?
Yes. 87?
82 and a half.
Like Grinky? That's how hard.
His fastball's about as hard as Charlie Huff's knuckler.
Come on, man. Like the way he sounded like you said, Tyler, that's not a lot of confidence. I'm gonna do the best I can. And if that's not good enough, it's not good enough. Like, hey, dog, he'll lie to me. Lie to yourself. Be delusional.
He hit 10 years of service time with the completion of last year.
Man.
So his pension is set. He doesn't need to hang on for another year to get that magical 10 years of service. And
he ain't got to sound like that though, PC.
Well, this is not good.
Yeah, he doesn't look. It pretty much tells you probably doesn't have any new velocity.
Yeah, you're right. He probably went out there and said, "Damn, I'm throwing 88."
I mean, last year you saw him. He's throwing curves and sliders, and those are his two best pitches right now. And they both have a ton of movement, but none of them A, get quick outs, and B, he doesn't throw them for strikes consistently. So he's walking a bunch of guys, and then he winds up having to try to force one over the plate, and then bad things happen. It sucks because after he had Tommy John surgery and he started having issues again, the Astros knew he had bone spurs, and instead of just having him get surgery right away, they told him to rehab it.
Well, he also wanted to avoid getting surgery so he could be back.
Ron, you can't rehab a bone spur.
Oh, I mean, I would. I don't. I think I know that. But PC and Tyler, we are clear to understand that training staff may not have known that.
They that training staff
that training staff, they may not have known that you couldn't avoid surgery.
But they did stay in a Holiday Inn Express the night before.
And then the following
year,
has
never applied more to anybody than the Astros training staff.
When he was hurt the following
year, I wouldn't let them clip my toenails.
And they had the lockout, and he had the setback during the off season. That right there, that was where everything just kind of went to hell. He missed like the first 4 months of the season. He came back like late August, and then that year he's hurt again at the end of the season. Like remember he has a one game in the playoffs, and they try to bring him back on short rest, and that was the end of that. There are definitely missteps the Astros organization made when it comes to Lance McCullers' arm that have greatly negatively impacted him. And he has been the good soldier. He hasn't thrown anybody under the bus. All he does is continue to try to work and get back. And that is a guy you absolutely want to root for.
But I want to root for him, but I don't think he believes in himself.
There's no more gas in a tank.
That was just that. But hell, he sound lie. I would have rather him come out there and say, Hunter Brown, I'm coming for your ass. I'm gonna be the ace. I'm pissed off that you wouldn't give me a chance to start opening day, as opposed to this. Hey guys, I don't think I got it. That's basically what he sounded like. He said, "Hey man, I'm gonna try."
Hey, if we're gonna,
I have a beautiful wife and kids at home, man. That's all. That's what matters.
If we can give a nod to the recently deceased James Vanderbeek, he came out and said, "I just want to thank God."
We lost him too.
Which, if you remember, was the the first time he does an interview with the media in Varsity Blues is, I just want to thank God, and then the chick he's dating starts making fun of him.
Yeah. I went back this weekend, fellas, and watched the scene where he had to run. He had to run to catch up to Billy Bob's car to jump in the front seat.
Classic.
Yeah. And he said, "I love that dog. That's a pig." Yeah. Damn, Mox. But no, man, Lance, man. Hey, man, somebody get a hold of it. Get a hold of yourself. Lance, man, maybe you'll get it. Don't give up that quick. Good Lord.
I will not be surprised if he, right before the season, winds up retiring as an Astro. Won't be surprised.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
I think the Astros will pay him anyway.
All right, coming up, want to hear from you, 713-572-4610. You can call in, grab a line, Tyler, get you ready. Should the Astros just put Yordan Alvarez in left field and be done with it? Should that be the move? Because today, the manager, Joe, said, I never said I wouldn't let him play left field. Should that be the answer to the issues the Astros have? We'll hear from you. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland, but team president Mike Tillman told Payne
ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in, as it is The Drive, live right here on a Monday. Happy President's Day. As you can see, if you are on YouTube and Twitch, that is not Clint Stoerner. That is Patrick Creighton in the booth. You normally hear him. You normally hear him on Area 45. Tyler, why are you...
What is going on there? That was a very long pregnant pause. Tyler, what are you saying to Ron?
He wasn't saying anything. He was giving...
I was just interacting with our YouTube viewers.
Very sexually. Like...
Oh, were they nipples?
No, it wasn't. I would have felt better about the nipples. Dime size right there in the building. And no, it was more of a sexual, seductive, let's have a dirty Valentine's Day type of a thing.
Only way I know how.
It's not true. I think you have versatility where you could be nice. Like, there's a card in roses, Tyler. That was whips and chains.
That's
what Rihanna was talking about.
That's how they get down in College Station.
You damn right. Nasty with it. Here for you, Drive family.
Sit there and make your dogs watch, huh? That's the kind of nasty you get in.
I do leave it on for them.
Mm-hmm. Frank on the YouTube wants to know if I'm Gen Z.
Oh boy,
you're off by 2.
Yeah, a couple there.
By 2. It's like I'm so old. I'm Gen X.
What are you? Are you a millennial, Tyler? Do you still?
I am a millennial.
You sneak in there? I just sneak in as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Clint's whatever you are.
Old.
No, but thanks.
Obsessed with showing his nipples on the camera. That's
right.
Clint is here.
Yeah.
I don't think we should be talking about Clint like that when he's not here.
I mean, you, PC, and Clint seem to be in that same division right there. That same spot right there. But no, thanks for jumping on with us. Please hang out with us on the Base Power text line 713-572-4610. And like I said, man, normally on Mondays around this time, 3 o'clock, we'd like to hear from you. Tyler will open up the phone lines and give us a call, 713-572-4610. Because I think with the Astros, like, you look at what they have, I think the Astros have a legit chance to reclaim what they have been for the past 7, 8, 10 years. And that is owning the West, getting into the postseason, and being the dominant franchise in baseball in the postseason. Them and the Dodgers have been the two top organizations in the sport over the last decade. And I think they have a chance to get there. They have some weird stuff going on with their potential lineup, the crowded nature of the infield and the DH spot that they've got to figure out. And your man, Yordan Alvarez, he finally spoke to the media with his interpreter. He was the one. He was asked about playing DH. He said, I've never gotten hurt playing left field. All my injuries have been from different ways and running. But I haven't had any serious injuries actually playing left field. Like, Tyler, you know Clint would bust one through the seams right now if he were here.
I think I hear him screaming somewhere off in the distance.
Lost his mind.
Yep.
My thought to you, and 713-572-4610, there's a line for you if you want to jump and get your thoughts in on this. Do you think the Astros should just put Yordan in left field, which would solve issues, right? You put Yordan in left field, then you can put either Altuve or Paredes, either one of them are going to play second or DH, right? And then you have that solved. Should that be the route they go?
That sounds like the route Yordan would like them to go. And interestingly enough, you know, the point that's come up on Area 45 before about, hey, you know, as much as we try to protect Yordan and, you know, don't play him in the field because you don't want him to get hurt, well, he gets hurt in the batter's box. He gets hurt stepping on home plate and get hurt playing the field. And the most games Jordan's ever played in the field is 56 games. And he finished third in the MVP. The second most games he's played in the field was 53, and he finished ninth in the MVP. Those were his only 2 top 10 MVP finishes. And if you look at his...
Feels like all the other years he was hurt.
Well, if you look at his numbers, right, as, like, for his career, he's a 297 hitter, 389 on base, 961 OPS. Those tremendous numbers.
And I think even better in the playoffs or in big moments, it feels like.
Now, when he plays left field, those numbers are notably better. 330 average, 415 on base, 1046 OPS. And that is 896 plate appearances, so it's not a small sample size. He does actually hit better when he plays the field. And he's such a great hitter that he hits great when he doesn't. But when he does play the field, he's like next level. You know, you're hitting 330 with over 1,000 OPS. That's some next level stuff. And he wants to play more outfield. Of course, you know, every statistic will tell you he's a terrible outfielder. And the reason they tell you he's a terrible outfielder, he's got no range, right? He's slow. Jordan has a very strong arm. Jordan has a very accurate arm. But he's slow. He doesn't get to a lot of baseballs. But you do have some guy in center field named Jake Myers who runs everything down.
Yeah, and if Jake Tyler could just catch him, toss him to Jordan, and let Jordan throw him in, hey, man, we got something cooking. We got something cooking out there.
You know, but you also have guys like Zach Cole and now Joey Loperfido who can also play center field. And Cam has shown a lot of range in right field. So all the other guys who play outfield for you right now, they have range if you had to live with Jordan in left field. There's 2 sides to this. One, would they just listen to Jordan and let him play the field more? 2, will they have a choice? Yeah. And will they have a choice is, hey, is there going to be a deal that materializes for either Paredes or Walker that they're willing to make between now and the start of the season? Because if that deal doesn't happen, and Dana has kind of shown he's not going to make a deal just for the sake of making a deal, he needs to get a real return back for a guy like Isaac Paredes. Well, you may not have a choice. You got to figure out how to get your best bats in the lineup.
Listen, for me, like in the postseason, that feels different, right? If you get in the postseason, or let's say a huge series against Seattle in late September or something, I do think you would approach things differently. But we got to get through 162, right? And for me, as you put it that way, would you say, do you listen to Jordan? And if you listen to Jordan would probably want to play left field every day? And my answer to that would be, hell no, you don't listen to his ass. No, I am sorry. Like, I would say there is a true argument that the biggest reason them jokers didn't hold their spot and make it to the playoffs is because Jordan played under 50 games last year. I think he was their most important player. And yes, I know what Jordan said. I haven't gotten hurt playing in left field. I don't know. You did get wheeled off on a cart in New York. And by the way, they didn't know you were fully on the cart, and they drove off, and you fell down off the cart again. I don't know if you remember that injury, Tyler. I know that Jordan may miss it. You had a concussion, and you missed some time, so you have been injured playing in left field. I guess that doesn't calculate as serious to him. He has an injury issue. And I don't think for me to say, all right, he gets injured stepping on home plate. He gets injured in the box. He gets injured with his hand. He gets injured running the bases. He's had 2 knee injuries and has had surgery on both knees. That then doesn't say to me, this is our most important hitter. Let's go ahead and trum his ass out there in left. Because you know what else he does when he goes out in left? He wants to prove so bad that he's a good outfielder that he goes reckless. He's running after everything. He's going after everything. And so, no, I'm not saying, as Joe said, never play him out there. I'll throw him a bone a few times. But, like, his primary position has to be DH to me, because I just don't believe playing outfield is going to diminish his ability to get injured. I just don't believe that.
I think Jordan's thing isn't, hey, I want to play every day in the field. I think he just wants to play more in the field.
I just want you to more. I just want you to play more.
Hey, listen, and there's no argument to that.
Hell,
but
where more?
Is there a magic number to you of where you draw this proverbial line in the sand and say, this is the maximum number of games? If there's no deal and you've got Walker and Paredes both on the team, what is the maximum number of games you are willing to play Yordan Alvarez in left field so that you can get your full complement of best hitters on the field?
Two things with that. One, when you bring up Paredes and Walker, like first off, like the number one thing, even when you bring them up, is what do I have to do to keep Yordan Alvarez in the lineup? Like it's not Paredes. That is the number one thing. How do we keep this dude in the lineup? Now, that other stuff, those are secondary things. The number one thing is how do we keep him in the lineup? Now, we're looking at Paredes and Walker. Maybe we got to go in different other positions besides that. But Yordan, we have to keep. I'll throw him out there. I want to say once a week. That's
26 games.
That feels good. Then let me go. I'll go once a week. And then if there's important series late and we just want to get our absolute best lineup in, then maybe I could see him playing 2 out of 3 in Seattle, and then he DHs the day game or something. I could see that. But yeah, man, I thought once a week, baby. You get Fridays.
I think Yordan would like to play 3 times a week.
I think Yordan can kiss all of my ass.
Well,
I think Yordan. I'd like
guy,
to see you play 7 days a week, Yordan, at the plate.
It helps.
All I know is
it helps to keep him healthy when you don't play him with a broken hand. It also helps to keep him healthy that you actually run tests to see if his broken hand has healed before putting him back in the batter's box.
I agree with that.
So wild ideas, I know. But if you make sure he's healthy before he goes on the field, chances are he is going to stay healthier.
I think that's a great plan, Tyler.
Now,
you get Fridays, Yordan.
If you are
Fridays in left,
talking about Yordan playing 3 times a week, well, that's 78 games in left field.
Yeah, that's too much.
Well, he's never played more than 56. I think that might be max Q. I think 80 games in left field. I don't think you can possibly, in any scenario, think he is going to play more or even be capable of playing more than 80 games.
Where do you stand in? Is that where you want him? You want 80 games in left field? Where do you stand? I'm once a week. I love it. We could do a bobblehead around it.
Probably pushing the cart a little too hard. But can you get 65 games out of him in left field?
I'm soft.
Because if I can get 65 games out of him in left field,
that's too much.
That's 65 games. I got Altuve and Paredes on the field together.
I got to figure out something else. How come nobody won't send Paredes to go play left field?
Because he can't play left.
We
don't even know if he can play second base.
Shoot, I don't know. Well, they seem gung-ho about that.
They tried Altuve.
They tried Altuve out there. Damn it!
And that was probably the biggest disaster. And the fact that they had Altuve out there tells you if you were willing to live with Altuve as bad as he was in left field, you can't really be averse to having Yordan out there because probably better than Altuve.
Man, whatever. You remember the days where guys like Pete Incaviglia played in left field? That's where they hit people.
I remember
when
when
the
the Mets
home games.
tried Todd Hundley in left field.
Yeah.
That might have been the biggest disaster of all time, and that's a team that tried Daniel Murphy in left field.
Didn't Butch Husky live in left field? I believe Butch Husky lived in left field.
Not very well, but he did.
He lived over there. Let Paredes play the home games. Left field. Short porch. Come on, baby.
I'm done with taking guys who have never played a position and saying, hey, you know what? 2 weeks before the season starts, you're going to play here.
Well, I'm with you. But, I mean, everybody keeps trying to swing the person who gets hurt all the time to play in the field more or the guy who's 5'7" to go out there. You know, send Paredes out there. If he could play second, damn it, he can negotiate left.
Now that being said,
maybe
Jason Stark had a column out today.
Maybe that was aggressive.
Where he had said that it looks like the Astros are getting a lot more aggressive with trying to make a move to clear their infield.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
So that came out from Jason Stark early this morning.
We talked about this last week. The thing that concerns me with that PC is, like, I'll throw this out. How many times do you think the combination of players of Jordan, Altuve, Correa, Pena, and Walker, how many times do you think those players will have IL stints?
Walker's biggest issue last year was the oblique injury he had late in camp.
He's probably the one that's probably most durable.
Same injury he had the year before and the year before that. Pena missed time last year. He got hit by a pitch and
I don't mean to wish ill. We've watched this. Correa is going to go on the IL twice this year. He gets hurt every year.
He did say that playing third base was a lot easier on his body. Made him feel more refreshed. So maybe Correa gives you 135, 140 games this year. I think that would be a solid number for him.
I just say that because I do think, like, if you make the move, and Paredes seems like the guy, if you make the move, like this isn't a group of young dudes that don't get injured, right? Like, we see Jordan has had a lot of injuries in the past, right? Altuve has had him some, and he's going to be 36. Correa has, like, in Minnesota, you go look at it, his years look weird because he's missed a lot of time, right? We watched Paredes miss a lot of time, and he's the youngest one. Pena went on multiple times with the rib. He had lower half injuries, and he's the one that you would think would probably be as durable, but he's a shortstop, so you never know. Walker's getting an age. The other part to that is, should they kind of stay put right now and see how this thing shakes out? Because it may kind of solve itself depending on what kind of injuries we see.
It could, but if you don't have somebody go down with an injury where a guy's going to get regular playing time, you're going to have some very unhappy players. And especially a guy like Paredes, who is getting closer and closer to free agency, he needs to stack up those numbers so that he can get that payday that he's going to want to get after next season.
Yeah. We'll see. A lot going on. This Jordan, man.
People have asked me about, well, can you move Pena to second and Correa to short? No, you can't.
No.
Pena is your best defensive shortstop. You're not moving him. Also, he's going to be a free agent in 2 years. His maximum earning value is at shortstop. Pena's not going to move. If they try to ask him to go to second base, going to tell him to go to hell. Damn, Correa wanted to play third base because playing shortstop beats him up too much. This is why they're where they are, and they're happy there. You can't ask those guys to do more things
straight
they don't want to do. It's not going to happen.
Send them Kane. Their asses to hell right now. Hellfire and brimstone right now.
Have the fire from shooting out of the four poles.
There you go.
Hold on, so.
Pause. Have that fire shooting from those four poles.
Four poles.
There you go. All right, coming up. This to me will be the move or the thing for me to watch where we'll take Nick Cacerio and D'Amico Ryan serious about really fixing this offensive line. We'll discuss that next.
Coming out of the All-Star. Fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Weekend's best, weekend's worst coming up here at the bottom of the hour, so stay tuned with us. We appreciate you jumping in with us. I know a lot of people are off work today and hanging out with the fam and doing some things, and we certainly appreciate you jumping in with us. Clint's out today, but Patrick Creighton is in. We're in good hands. Are they dipping? I'm sorry. Are they, on this Dairy Queen commercial, are they dipping these tenders in vanilla ice cream?
They are indeed.
Sinful, man.
Dipping it in soft serve.
I knew it was popular for folks to dip the French fries into like Wendy's, Frosties, and ice cream from Dairy Queen, but I've never been about that. Never understood it, and I think it's sinful.
I know, man. Y'all put ranch on your pizza, so
that is real. That is
normal.
Fair.
Once I got down to Texas,
shut up. That is a
nuts.
real. That is Kansas City too. Stop that. That is good.
That is
now not disrespectful, right? If you go to a place that's got a really, they're serious about their pies. Like, hey, I went somewhere. I had it was sausage and apple. That was a combination right there,
dude. If I brought you to Brooklyn and you put ranch on your pizza, they'd throw your ass out the door.
I put ranch on it when I went to Brooklyn. So,
yeah,
they'd throw your ass out the door.
Was very good too.
No, but we're not going crazy mixing salty with sweet like this ice cream with chicken tendies.
It's kind of weird.
Like I'm not gonna lie to you.
Where are you with potato chips on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches?
What?
Sinful.
What the hell?
Something kids do nowadays.
Really?
Yeah.
Dumbass kids.
Yeah, my kids don't even. My kids eat 6 things, and that's not one of them. They're probably a little strong with that dumbass kids line.
I think it's that because they're not allowed to have potato chips.
No, they eat potato chips. They eat potato chips. Shoot, Nicholas ran through 2 of them at this party yesterday. No, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, and I'm gonna just be honest with you. And there are some people who might have an issue with it. That commercial looks very much like a Two Americas thing. I'm not saying all. That looks like white folks taking chicken fingers and sticking it in. Come on, Tyler. You know I don't mess with me. That right there. That looks like something white folks do.
That's what the whites used to do.
I'm just saying. Come on in, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I'm sorry. There are just certain things. Yeah, that's us.
If it is.
Or that, no, that's right there. There ain't been no black or brown person that said, you know what? Let me grab this chicken finger. Let me bypass a good honey mustard somewhere. Let me bypass some barbecue sauce. Let me bypass some ranch. Let me give it the same. Let me shake it in this vanilla ice cream, as you so eloquently put, Patrick, soft serve. No.
Nasty.
I'm sorry, man.
It'd be nasty.
That is not, yeah, I'm sorry.
Foul.
That's just, that first person who did that was white.
That's the kind of thing.
I am certain of it. I'm certain of it.
If I had been.
And the last 13 people who have done it are white.
If I had
somewhere in between there may have been. Maybe it's something else.
If I had been on an early date with someone and they did that, that would have been grounds for termination.
That a deal breaker?
100%.
Get the hell out the car.
That would have been.
Because I'm trying to eat my peanut butter parfait in silence here, and you're here dipping it in. I mean, who in the hell?
Same person that thought, hey, you know what? This tomato juice is missing something. How about we put a little clam in here? Same person who thought that up.
God.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's ridiculous. You got come on, man.
That is a fireable offense.
I just don't like what made Dairy Queen say, let's go with this. Everybody's doing it.
There must be
something to it.
Gen Zers.
Like there's some things that I look at, fellas, where I'll try it. I'm not trying that.
There's got to be kids who are like 18 to 24 who do this thing.
I'm not trying that.
I've never even heard of that.
That's first timer, right there.
You'll do some nasty.
I'll be honest with you. I'm intrigued by the peanut butter and jelly with the chips. I'd like to know what type of chips. I'm intrigued to it's not something I see you shaking me off, Tyler. All right, I'm going to stay.
I've tried it. It's
I'm going to
gross.
stay with the fastball. I'm just saying.
Why did you try it?
Because I was curious.
Well, you didn't like what kind of chips though? Like what's the
I
chips?
feel like it's normally
Lay's?
Ruffles.
Lay's or Ruffles?
Or
It's got to be
Lay's,
something
maybe?
plain.
I don't know.
It can't be anything that.
Were there any?
That can't be no kettle barbecue chips.
Any Tide Pod flavored chips?
Ooh.
Man, let's not talk about Tide Pods. I don't know if Sean is still ready.
Man, that's a sensitive subject at this station.
I looked at Sean's eyes. I'm telling you, I looked at Sean's eyes the next day. I said, I don't think Sean's ready to joke about this yet, folks.
Is it because his eye was still red from getting beamed with that Tide Pod?
That might have been it.
See, here I am. I'm just talking about young kids eating the Tide Pods because those kids are like 25 and 30 now.
I'm talking about guys in their late 40s throwing them at guys in their early 50s. That's what I'm talking about.
Assault on the elderly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone texted in, Hispanic people no effing way with chicken tenders. Yeah, I don't like they even started it with the gravy. Isn't that Dairy Queen does that with the gravy?
Oh yeah.
Like I think I can at least get that. But I can't even do that.
Hey, chicken tenders belong in gravy.
Okay, see,
fries belong in gravy. Fries with melted mozzarella cheese definitely belong in gravy. But
I'm not going to fight you on
soft
that.
serve?
It's not my. Yeah, I'm not going to fight you on that.
I eat my fries with ranch.
Oh, me too, man. I'll try a lot with ranch.
Hell
like
yeah.
I had opened up the door to a lot with ranch. I have really gotten fat with ranch.
It's a versatile dipping sauce, no doubt about it.
I've had the fat moment with ranch where I'll go. Let me get this queso right. Let me mix a little like picante in there too. Get that stir in.
Did you ruin a perfectly good queso by adding ranch?
And then let me take a little dab of a couple of ranches in there, stir that in there real good, and warm it up. This was back when I was crying for help. But
y'all going straight to hell. Even Satan's going to ask you, what the hell were you doing?
Yeah. Text line coming in. Leave it to Ron to do the race baiting. Hey, Ron, I just watched the news and saw a bunch of killing and robberies. And guess who the suspects were since we're playing that game?
They're probably white.
I'm sure you probably guessed too. Like, again, I have expressed this to many of you. Just go away. Like, I mean, if you want to take your life that serious, yes, of course there are things with race.
I mean, if you didn't figure out that Ron was having fun with the idea of chicken tenders and ice cream, because I know this is really offensive to the world. People died for this.
I'm dead serious. If that touched you today on this President's Day, if that touched you, I mean it.
Somebody touched you when you were a child?
Okay, I did not say that. But this show is not for you. Like, if you're taking it that serious, go away.
Also, no show is for you ever in the history of mankind?
I'm just telling you, man. I'm not even upset about it. Like, we'd love to have you as a listener, but this ain't for you. If that's where your mind went from soft serve, yes. Got some guys jumping off, bungee jumping off the top of NRG. I'm gonna go white.
Well, we got here a couple of haters.
And if you're bringing up crime, I mean, pretty much every serial killer that's ever existed has been a pasty face, so just throw that in there.
Yeah. I mean, listen, right? You got your fried chicken jokes. Come on. Let's go, guys. Let's just have a little fun.
If only those darn black people would stop taking shots at our president. Oh, wait.
Come on. I'm just saying, let's have a little fun here. Now, if that gets you, I mean this with all the respect I can. Just go away. I promise you there's another show.
Do you mean that with all the disrespect you can?
No, I mean it with all the respect. This just isn't for you. Go, yes, go away.
Don't go away mad. Just go
you don't have to be a hater or a snitch and hit up my boss like many of you like to do. Just go. Switch. Even get my comments in and my thoughts in. But I will say, on your way from going away, could you please stop dipping your chicken fingers in that soft serve ice cream? That must have touched your ass because you must have tried it and liked it. That must have been what happened. Week Hits Best coming up next.
It's that time of year again. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. 2. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Before we get to weekend's best, weekend's worst, it was brought to my attention by someone I am messaging with here. What about sticking the fries at Wendy's in the chocolate Frosty? I've seen that one a lot. I've not tried it. It feels different, kind of, than poultry in soft serve. But I do see that one as a popular thing. That's not one that I would mess with, that I'm good with. But that is one I have seen more. That's the first time I've seen that that craziness.
You people and your whataboutism.
That's all he's
So
got
we're not
there.
going to use real ice cream. We're going to use fake ice cream. That makes it better.
I can't get myself to do it. I've seen people order a small fry and a Frosty and just go to town.
Yeah, like you said, I've seen that quite a lot. I think it's fairly popular. Still sinful to me.
See, Tyler, you were talking about taking the salty and the sweet and mixing them together. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about you're taking the hot and the cold.
Yeah.
And who the hell wants cold fries?
Well, I don't mind. I like hot and cold in certain things, but not savory and fries.
I don't want my fries
Or
cold.
savory and dessert. Not that.
Cold fries are awful.
Not down with it.
No, I can't do it, man. I think the chicken is worse. But I
gotta agree on that.
I don't even know what makes I don't know what makes you sit there and say, you know what? Yeah, let's go.
You know what make my piping hot fried chicken taste amazing? Putting ice cold ice cream on it. It wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
That's what Frenchies should start doing, man. Just setting bowls of ice cream right next to your chicken.
I have people like, you should try this. You should try that. Almost every time somebody gives me something strange and say, you should try this, I look at them like they've got 6 heads and they should probably be locked in a round rubber room and told to go sit in the corner.
All right, let's do a little weekend's best, weekend's worst, and let's. I'm gonna start with weekend's best, and there's a guest in the house. I'll let you go. I'll start you. What's your PC? What's your weekend's best?
So there's not a lot about NBA All-Star Weekend that I give a flying rat's tail about.
I really enjoyed it.
This is one of the 2 things that happened during NBA All-Star Weekend that made me feel a positive way.
That's good. The one. That's good. That's the one. Count it. Let's go. Greatness. 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 Greatness.
All I heard was last one, and I did not get down. Come on.
That is Steph Curry hitting a shot from the broadcast booth on the second level.
Steph, first shot, wasn't it?
First shot, basically one-handed, nothing but net. Steph Curry is the greatest shooter ever. Sorry, Larry Legend. Sorry, Michael Jordan, who wants to tell you it's Larry Legend.
Well, Michael Jordan's not in the conversation with best shooter ever.
It is Steph Curry, and he continues. And he didn't even play in the All-Star game. I guess he was not
injured.
feeling it. Yeah,
he's injured. Yeah, he's been hurt.
Well, not so injured. He can't be hitting 90-foot shots from the second level in the broadcast.
Well, and he
does,
and he does it, and he lets Reggie Miller know time and time again that you are not as good as a shooter as I am. I'm going to do it right here in your face.
You should let Reggie know.
Reggie wanted no parts of the ball after.
Reggie, not as good a shooter as Cheryl, let alone Steph.
That was unnecessary, PC. That really was. He's been dealing with that his whole life. He's been struggling with that his whole life.
You know what?
He made a lot more money than she did. He's in the Hall of Fame. She got there first. He's been struggling with it, and you bring that up.
Life's not fair.
That's unnecessary. That really was.
Life ain't fair. Get over it.
That money doesn't even recover it. How old do you think Reggie was when he could beat his sister? 20s, right? There's no way in high school Reggie could beat his sister.
I was going to say college age for Reg.
Well, I don't know. I think Reggie played for the Indiana Pacers when he could first beat Cheryl.
Was Cheryl pregnant at that time?
I don't care. Healthy Cheryl. I just think she physicaled him. I mean, she's stronger. I'm certain of it. She's stronger than him.
The only guy not physically stronger than Reggie Miller was Greg Anthony. Only guy.
They had that box at UNLV. It was bad. All right, that's PC's weekend's best. My weekend's best, Tyler. It happened. It finally happened. At 41 years old, I finally got my first massage.
Really?
Yeah.
I knew you had to this point, as far as I knew. You hadn't had one. Life-changing, ain't it?
It was. Shout out. Had it set up Saturday night. Go out and shout out to the people at Now Massage. They took care of I believe the young lady's name was Chloe. I didn't know.
Did you ask Deshaun for her number?
I did not. I did not bring Deshaun into the table. I didn't know what to do, by the way. I kept my drawers on. Is that weird?
When you're starting out, that's pretty
I didn't know
normal.
what to do. Like,
you'll get to a spot where you know to
should I take in?
Get naked.
So is this an individual massage or a couple's massage?
And they weren't good draws either, man. They were like they were
Were they the Stoerner special with like 5 holes in them?
No, they didn't have holes in them, but I mean they were the Hanes that were old, like, you know, they weren't.
You didn't wear the ones that said "Home of the Whopper" right across the front?
They were a little. They could have been ironed, but I just kept them on. But man, hey, she did deep tissue. She took the elbow, and she drove that bitch right up my. Excuse my French, but she drove that bitch right up my whole. I mean, it got me right up into the neck. Oh boy, that was. Girl? I know. What's that sound that PC makes? I think I did that. Yeah, that one. I did that a couple of times. Man, that was amazing. Like, I mean, the foot and the leg rub. That was wow, life changing. That done me in.
Did you let out a wow Kelly Clarkson at any point?
I didn't.
This?
I said, whew, my goodness. I said that was it.
Welcome to the world of magic fingers,
I was
man.
like, man, I'm out of the budget. Was
this a couple's massage or an individual massage?
It was. I mean, we were there together, but it was individuals in her own room. Some gentleman taking care of her, and then I was in mine.
That's like your third pause today.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that, but I mean, yeah. But boy, man, that was it, boy.
Get your glutes worked?
No, I didn't.
That is key. And I've told you this.
She did the legs, but I didn't. She asked me what were your problem areas. I said my shoulders, upper neck, like that back area, and that's when she drove. She went in.
Did you practice any air humping?
I did not. I'm trying to be professional. I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm not trying to be Deshaun. All right. I let 4 have it. I'm not trying to do that.
I was well versed in massages and already knew I loved them before I reached the point in a massage on a vacation one time where she really did some work on my glutes, and it changed my life. So now every time I get a massage, I'm like, yeah, that's a problem area.
YouTube and Twitch, Rob Torres, Duran Watson is what was just sent in. And don't put me in Mr. Nasty's camp.
Nah.
I went in there. I was cognizant of it. Boy, that when she ran that elbow from the bottom of my back, and I mean, she put some weight on it and carved that sucker up.
Mm-hmm.
That was it right there. All right, what's your weekend's worst?
All right, so this is why we can't have nice things. Ever go to a basketball game and, well, there's a fire, and the reason there's a fire is because somebody's an idiot? Well, Oklahoma-Georgia college basketball game on Saturday. They found themselves in a delay because somebody set fire in the building. And how did they do this? Popcorn machine. Popcorn machine in the concession area burst into flames. The Lloyd Noble Center at Oklahoma filled with smoke. Fans are busting out as this huge orange ball of fire is in the upper arena. It happened during the first media timeout of the game, right? It's 11-7. First media timeout. All right, time to call the fire department in Norman and get all in there, and the sprinklers are turning on. And, like, how dumb do you have to be to set the damn popcorn machine on fire? I don't know what kid is operating that thing, but they better not be passing this year.
Yeah, that's rough. That's rough to come back from. Almost burned up the Lloyd Noble Center. Beautiful things that have happened there. Porter's probably going to get fired. He's going to be the next after Jerome Tang. But yeah, I saw that. I mean, it wasn't a small one, man. That thing,
no, it's huge.
They had to get serious with that thing. All right, my weekend's worst was a slam dunk contest. I thought NBA had a really good weekend. If you missed that, we talked about that earlier in the 2 o'clock hour. I thought they had a good weekend for especially how it's been talked about. But this slam dunk contest is just it's rough. And I'll be honest with you, like, I don't really know. Besides having the players that people want to see, like, besides Morant and Anthony Edwards and, you know, guys that we look at that are big dunkers in the league, with the exception of that, still even with that, what is this? How long we've been watching these dunk contests? 40, 50 years? Like, PC, I don't know what anybody else can do new. Like, I don't know what can be done where we'll be like, I mean, we've jumped over cars. We've jumped over Shaq. We've jumped over Yao. We've tried to take a selfie. We've tried to, like, they've done everything. I don't know what else can be done. And even if Anthony Edwards were in it and he just, like, I feel like the creativity is lost. The difference, the home run derby, it's just cool to see home runs get hit and how far they get hit, and I guess they get tired of it. Like, I don't know what else people can do. And that like, I think that's the big part of it, even though these guys don't want to repeat or compete. And as you said earlier, the worst players or players they had to bring Mac McClung or whatever from the G League. Hell, they had to keep him a job in the G League so he'll be eligible to be in the dunk contest. It's just something they probably need to shut down.
I mean, honestly, I don't even, like, you don't have to do the wild, crazy dunk. I just want to see the best players in the world competing. Yeah. Like, I want to see the best players in the NBA or the guys who are in the dunk contest, not, hey, this guy got a DNP CD last game. Why? Well, because he's a scrub.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll hold it down. Dirty's Daily. He is not here today. Clint's out, but we'll hold it down. And coming up, Brandon Scott, our guy you hear on here often. He's here with us every single Wednesday at 4:40. I thought he had an interesting thought about C.J. Stroud that I think will be good for us to discuss. We'll do that on Dirty's Daily coming up next. But before we get there, listen, I want to talk to you about why I made the switch to base power. I know a lot of you have gone through this, and this happens to me. I've done podcasts. I'll be doing podcasts at the house, Tyler, and then all of a sudden, bam! I have just lost power for like 10, 12 minutes, and it has messed it up, and I'm like, what the hell has happened? And then I just have to wait till it kicks.
cough drops. Use as directed.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in. Dirty's Daily right here. But Clint is out. PC is in the building. And he is here for us. We're in good hands. If you miss Patrick is on every night. Area 45. Him and Sean Bijani. Although I don't believe there's Area 45 tonight, correct?
There is no Area 45 tonight.
None tonight, but
I get to go home at a normal hour.
All right, you get to catch him every night. They generally there anywhere from 6 to midnight. Usually here lately 7 to 11. But you can catch him each night here, right here on Sports Radio 610. But not tonight. But that's where you normally hear PC on Area 45, him and Sean Bijani each and every night. All right.
Very unusual for me to be here when the sun is still up.
Yeah, that's probably right. Yep. Yeah. Oh, hey, man. Night owl. There you are. I thought Brandon Scott, and again, B. Scott with us each and every day, 440. I thought he had something interesting to say. He described, fellas, C.J. Stroud as the golden handcuffs, meaning C.J. is too good to move on from, but also feels like he needs a lot of help around him to get to where you want. So it's just like, yeah, he's not Josh Allen. He's not Matt Stafford. He's not that, but it feels like he can be what the quarterback who just won the Super Bowl is. That's what I think some potentially feel. And do you give up on that? If you have at a base a Sam Darnold, like, do you move on from that? And then it gets you to the place on how you can build around him. For me, PC, I am really surprised because I understand the theory he's saying right now. He is clear right now. What he has shown is if you take over the 3 years, right, especially in the system that he's in, you're probably going to need more help around him, right? He's not going to just drag a mediocre offense and raise the level of them consistently, right? I don't think he is going to do what Josh Allen does to the skilled position guys that he has with Buffalo. Don't think that after year one, thought he could. I don't think he can do that now, so he'll need some more help. But I'll be honest with you, PC. I understand the money piece of it when you got to pay a guy $50, $60 million and it takes things away. But I'm really surprised of the people that are in the camp of moving on from him after 3 seasons based off what we've seen in that 3-year period. This is very much to me like Trevor Lawrence. Like Trevor Lawrence was in the space where it's like, oh, move on, and then bam, he got the kind of right stuff around him. We saw it turn, and now he's a top 5 MVP finisher last year. So I am shocked by those, but I do agree with the theory. He is. I just don't think you can move on from him after 3 years. I do not think you can move on from what he has done and just move off of that and start over at the quarterback position. Not for no damn Davis Mills, not for whatever in the draft that you're. I don't think you can do that when you're competing like this. But understand, like, yeah, your running back's going to need to be better. Maybe your skill position guy's going to be better. Your offensive line's going to be better because I don't know that he's just somebody that can fix everything.
I think there have been too many recent examples of, I guess, what you might call a quarterback reclamation project between Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold and Geno Smith and Trevor Lawrence and Daniel Jones. How you get guys out of bad situations and they get better coaching and they get better situations and they play really good football. And it's not lost on me that C.J. Stroud absolutely elevated a bad offensive situation his rookie year And the longer the Texans have coached him, the worse he has gotten. I don't think that that's an accident. I don't think the Texans put as much into their offensive coaching as they do into the defensive coaching. They've got better coaches on the defensive side of the ball. They make sure they got all the right players on the defensive side of the ball, right? Defensive tackle 2 years in a row was considered a question mark for this team. Wasn't a question mark for them this past year, but offensive line continues to be a question mark for this team. And his first year, think about CJ's first year, they were using offensive tackle 6 and left guard 8. I mean, they were burning through offensive linemen. Laremy Tunsil played on one leg, and CJ put up the best numbers of his career.
But you agree, you can't move on from him, right?
I think that the idea of moving on from CJ Stroud to play Davis Mills, you're a drug addict.
Well, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm just talking about moving on.
There is heavy drug use. If you're going to move on from CJ Stroud, there's got to be an improvement coming, and an improvement is not taking a shot at somebody in the draft, nor is it letting your backup quarterback come in there. If you told me there was a way to take the draft picks that you get in exchange for CJ Stroud, and you've got a deal already in place that you're going to take those picks, maybe pack up another pick, and go get Joe Burrow, sold. If we're not going and getting Joe Burrow with a fistful of draft picks or whatnot, I'm going to roll with CJ Stroud. And then I'm your option. And if I got to tag him, I'll tag him. But I'm not, like right now, I'm not ready to give him no $50+ million a year. But it's got to be a really unique situation where I am going to go from CJ Stroud to an elite existing quarterback if I'm moving on from him this year.
But do you agree with this thought and this theory that, like, he's too good enough to just let go, but obviously he puts you in a situation that you need more help around him right now? Like you talked about the first year, and then you said the more they've coached him, the worse he got. However it gets to it, do you get the belief that, all right, we're not going to get the year one CJ? Like maybe it's somewhere in between year one and where he was this year, and it's closer to Sam Darnold. Because year one, hell, I've said it on here. You thought he had passed up Josh Allen. We'd had discussions over there, right? We were talking about him in that range. I don't think he's in that range, but I damn sure think he's in the Sam Darnold range. And that you like Sam Darnold, you got to have a really good O-line. You got to have Kenneth Walker, a really good back around him. You got to have what came out or production-wise, the best receiver in football, in Smith and Jigba. I feel like we're in that range. He feels like, at worst right now, this is a Sam Darnold situation, and you've got to build more in him. Now, I don't know if he's going to accept the Sam Darnold money, which also helps Seattle to be able to do this. But he does. I am moving away from C.J. Stroud being the guy that I felt was closer to an elite quarterback after year one. But I at least in the space that he's a good quarterback, and now you just have to put more around him.
I think CJ is still young enough where you can look at him and say, he's shown it to me once, so it's in there.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah.
It's in there. How do you get it out of him?
Well, but the setup, PC, is, and I think me and you are in the same mindset here. The setup that he is under, I don't think is going to get out of him. But I do think I do think the setup around him can give us like good and above average, which I think is what Sam Darnold was.
I'm mostly on board with that, right?
I think that, at least that.
On board with that. But I do have concerns that the Texans' offensive designs are not meant to cater to CJ's strengths. And I feel like the way they currently want their offense to operate is always going to have CJ never operating the way that he would be at his best. And I feel like CJ is a guy who is going to be better at whatever his next stop is. Because they don't, like you've got a head coach that wants to play 80s football. He wants to play defense. He wants to run the football. He only wants his quarterback to throw it when he needs to throw it. And like the NFL is just not built that way anymore. And they certainly do not have the pieces on offense. They don't have the personnel to be up there imposing their will at the line of scrimmage and playing smash mouth football. They don't have those guys. They don't have the offensive linemen. They don't have the running backs. So you're asking your offense to do something it's not going to be good at, and then wondering why, man, why is my quarterback failing? Well, because he's getting immediate pressure because your interior offensive linemen are awful pass blockers. Well, at least they were at center and right guard. You don't have the dependable big bruising running back that you want to play smash mouth football with. Your number 2 and number 3 best receivers were guys that, number 1, your number 2 best receiver, you didn't want to really put him on the field until halfway through the season. And your 3rd best receiver, you wanted to make him just a return guy and not let him get offensive snaps. None of these things make sense. And then, okay, CJ, it's 3rd and 11. Go make some magic happen. Okay, complete for, and then what do we get? Ineligible lineman downfield, illegal motion, 57 did not report as eligible. There's always some penalty at the absolute worst time that this team gets. You can, on one side, say, well, you know what, maybe CJ with more on his plate this year than he's ever had before, right? He was the guy who was supposed to be getting up to the line and making the adjustments and making the reads. It's tough to make those reads when you keep getting the line with 6 seconds. And the fact that we were in the postseason and they were still having trouble getting plays into the huddle on time, what the hell have you been doing for 18 weeks? Yeah, a lot of things are not in place for him to be successful, and I think that is why when you say, hey, they've got a lot of things they've got to make right around him, I think they may have damaged him to the point where now they need to make it right because he doesn't feel like he can do it anymore.
I just think their system and what they want to do needs to be better around him because he's just not in the situation right now, and that has to do with his play and has to do with what's been around him, that he's not the guy that you feel like can carry you like you thought when he first got onto the scene.
And maybe he can, but not this year. Like, this has got to be a rebuilding year.
I don't think you go into it thinking that.
I think they've got to rebuild him this year.
I want to see that guy again, but I don't think you walk into it thinking this. We have to get to this real quick because we can because there's some text that's coming in, and maybe we revisit this here coming up after the break because there's some text coming in about the CJ thing that I'd like to address. But we have to address this. There was a fight Saturday between the Providence Friars and the St. John. What do they call those now? They're the Red Storm. We lost Redmond. They're the Red Storm, and 6 people were ejected. Then later on, an assistant coach, he got ejected as well. And the real person that was behind it all was Duncan Powell. I just told Tyler to look up Duncan. And if anybody there, if you have any free time right now and you're not driving, why don't you take a look at Providence, Duncan Powell, and look this up. He tried to kill a guy in the air, right, Tyler? You saw this. Have you seen this, PC?
Yes.
He came in like there's no play on the ball. There's nothing. That is a get up, we fighting.
Yes.
Type of thing. He
100%.
just came over the face and head, yanked him down, and they were ready to go.
He had his hands around the driving player's face like his hands were trying to make the Bane mask.
And I will sit here and it was like it got ugly. And I will sit here and tell you, none of that is the story. The story is, as I said, if you've got free time, look up Duncan. What in the hell is Duncan Powell doing with that haircut? I'm serious. Do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor. What in the world? Who is the barber who put their name on that, Tyler? Who's the one who said, I know you're... He was on Turner. He was on TNT. He was on national television.
That's a nightmare atop a head if I've ever seen one.
He is clearly losing it.
Behind the head anyway.
And what my man is doing... And it would have been better if it was straight bald, but he looked like he was a week out from a haircut. And he still had hair there, Tyler. And then he went all the way down and went to the shag in the back, and that's it. But it wasn't even a nice one. See, that's a nicer one right there that he's got. His was just all the way down, just at the back, like a damn chin strap connected just to the back.
More ridiculous.
What is he trying to prove?
Reverse chin strap on the back of your head or half a swirly mustache across your face.
That's what Duncan did. His haircut looks like he would make a decision the way he did on there. He should have got his ass kicked for the haircut. What kind of friends do you have? Who's going to let you just walk out there?
Guessing with looks like that, you don't have friends.
There better not be a lady Duncan in this.
I would tell you.
I'd end it with him.
Lady Duncan.
Could you imagine if your daughter was dating that guy and he walked out there and this is what he's out here trying to prove? I've lost it. I'd rather you go strip.
I think the Lady Duncan was born a man.
I'd rather you be a stripper than to date Duncan. I take that back. But that is like that. What is he doing?
We learned that a jackass haircut breeds jackass behavior.
He tried to kill a guy in midair, and I didn't even flinch because all I could look at was that haircut. Paused it, tried to zoom it in. It is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
You already know what the stripper he was hanging out with, what she sounded like. Hi, I'm Lola.
Yeah, well, Lola's not gonna. I wouldn't give him a dance. I wouldn't take his $20, whatever it is now. How much does it cost for a dance now? About $30. I wouldn't take it. That is like he tried to kill somebody. 7 guys ejected. He got suspended. How many games? 3 games. And his haircut is the biggest story.
I've been in.
Please
Houston.
look at Duncan. It is a shame before God.
I've been in Houston 13 years. I have never been to a strip club in the city of Houston. I have no idea what it costs.
Yeah,
that is outside my range. Maybe
somebody who's a frequent visitor of Onyx or wherever it is that you go. I know Tyler's going to chime in here in a second.
Can you text James Harden real
couple.
quick and just ask him?
Treasures.
No, well you can't ask James. James is not playing the regular prices. I just want to know like one song, one dance, like how much that costs.
Well, one of his bodyguards has to know, right?
That guy doesn't have bodyguards.
What about?
I wouldn't be seen with Duncan.
What about Mo Malone Jr.? Does he know?
That's ridiculous. I can't believe he's got that haircut. And the barber who cut his hair, who put his name on that, you got to be ashamed of yourself.
Man, the barber who did that probably charged him like $400.
I wouldn't accept it. I wouldn't accept it. You're not putting me out there like that.
I'd be like, you want me to do what?
No, I'm not doing
$400? Okay. And as soon as he walked out the door, they were probably laughing ass off.
Not doing it. All right, I want to jump on some of these texts people have sent in about CJ.
Somebody did text us on the Base Power text line, Treasures, $20.
Hey, it's up to 20? Yeah. Man. All right, well,
what did it used to be?
We'll get your thoughts coming up next.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland, but team Town postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Whoever texted in about the $2 Tuesdays at Onyx, I'd like for you to fill me in a little bit more on that. That's not making sense to me.
Thank you for making my Tuesday plans for me, friend.
Oh, I want you to go in Onyx.
We should all go. Patrick hadn't been to a spot in the city yet.
I don't know.
I plan on keeping that streak going.
That's probably not a great idea.
Well, never mind.
If I wanted to work into someplace dirty and throw money away,
Onyx,
I could go to Wendy's.
Just don't eat your damn Frosty with fries.
That's right.
Sickos out there.
I want to address some of these texts we talked about, and I said I thought Brandon Scott had a really good thought. Called it the kind of the golden handcuffs. You got a quarterback that is too good to just say, all right, man, we out. Like, I don't think Minnesota's dealing with this. Minnesota is like, sorry about that. I don't know about J.J. McCarthy. Does he look good? Like, C.J.'s been a lot better than that. I think Jacksonville was in that space. God, how good is he? Like, he's a good quarterback. He's had a good year. We've taken us to the playoffs. We won a playoff game under him. He was a number 1 draft pick for us. We haven't had the best around him. We had that jackass Urban Meyer with him, and then Doug Peterson is usually about 2 to 3 years before he wears it out. And then they stayed with him, and then he had a hell of a season. And coming into it, I bet you Jacksonville fans felt probably similar to the way that they felt about CJ. And CJ's had a much better 3-year run to start than Trevor did.
Duval. You got 3 postseason wins.
Yeah.
Including one on the road.
Yeah. But I see some people roll in here, and I just said, like, he's too good to give up on, but he also puts you in that quandary of he's too good to give up on, but he is not good enough to where you can skimp on things, right? You're going to need to have a good offensive line around. You're going to need to have skill position guys that help him because he's just not going to drag a team. He's not going to take the roster that Josh Allen has offensively and be as productive. Like, Josh Allen has taken those skill position guys, and they've had the number 1 offense. Like, top 3 offense the last couple of years. CJ, I don't think CJ has that in him anymore.
No, but what sparked the Bills having that kind of an offense? They put together a badass offensive line, and they got James Cook.
Yeah, they added. They've done some things, and they kind of changed their thought process of how they were gonna do it. But still, Josh makes that work. Like, Josh is a big part of all of how that works. He makes life with his legs easier for Cook and the offensive line.
And they actually became a better offense when they got rid of Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis.
Yeah, they got worse.
And they stopped relying on Josh to make all the plays, and they became a team that got a lot more balance with the run game. They're one of the best rushing teams in the league. They have a terrific offensive line. And yeah, when you have a guy like James Cook and a guy like Josh Allen who's as good with his legs as he is, you always have to account for Josh Allen could break one. If we lose contain, Josh Allen's going to take off. And that's allowed him to be successful despite the fact Khalif Raymond might be their best receiver. I mean,
Keon Coleman was getting
benched.
Yeah, I don't like it. I think Shakur is their best receiver, but they don't have guys where you look at it like, damn, man, like what Hurts is dealing with or what Goff is dealing with, right? Like, he doesn't have those weapons. But yet their offense is still up there with those teams. Somebody texted in, PC. These are back-to-back texts that are interesting. Ron, CJ is not the answer. Why do you keep making excuses for him? And the OC matters. Quarterback excels in good offenses. To the first one, I am not one to believe that CJ is not the answer. Now, you can believe that all you want to. That's you. I ain't going to tell you that, man. I don't agree with that. And when you say don't keep making excuses. I'm just simply giving you an explanation of what happened. I'm not lying to you. He is like he's not had a great offensive line, a good offensive line. To be honest with you, they finally stumbled upon something,
and it's hard
but still, it's not like that's finally they stumbled upon something. He's not had great backs except for Joe Mixon for that year.
Well, for what, 10 games?
Like he's not had great like the facts are like Tank Dell has never played in a game past week 14. He's never played in a playoff games. We've seen it like he's had injuries to Diggs, to Nico has missed significant time. Nico just missed the playoff game. It's like all of those things are not. I'm not making excuses. They're just real.
It's hard for me to take on one hand. CJ is 100% not the guy. And then on the other hand, offensive coordinator matters, and these guys have been lousy. Well, if you know you're not coaching him, how can you pass final judgment? And this is what I mean. The longer he's been coached by the Texans,
and that's also
the worse he's gotten.
That's also the explanation, right? Like, is the coaching over the last 2 years, and especially this year, and then whatever was happening in the building with Bobby Slowick and the others around him, right? I think there were a lot of people weren't on the same page.
I mean, he can't be rotating guards
right.
week 8.
Yeah, they're rotating. Yeah, they put some guy in a practice squad that never played that just jumped in and just made weird decisions.
He lasted 6 snaps?
Yeah, it's. So I think all of those things are explanations, and he hasn't played as well as he could. He has been off at times. He has missed some throws at times. I'm not saying it's one thing, right? But, he has been overall in the 3 years, to me, has played at a certain level at the entirety of the 3 years where it's like I'm out to give up on him right now, which is weird when you look at all of those factors. You all know Nick Cacerio isn't a top coordinator. You know it. You watched him. Nick Cacerio. Sorry, Nick Cacerio is not one either. But Nick Caley.
It's not factually incorrect.
Nick Caley, rather. And you all told me last year how much Bobby Slowick needed to be getting out of town. And he was bad. Like he did. Caleb Williams has got Ben Johnson.
You know, Ron.
Look, Trevor Lawrence has he's weird, but he's got Lane. Or Liam Cohen.
This is something that I know you talked about it. I know we talked about it when it happened, right? When the Texans had fired Bobby Slowick and we all celebrated and, drank our beers and tipped our waitresses. And then they hired a guy who has, hey, this is the Texans team that is looking to get to its first AFC title game, wants to get to a Super Bowl, thinks that it has the pieces in place to be a real Super Bowl contender, and they replaced a guy who they hired as a rookie offensive coordinator who never called plays and replaced him with another rookie offensive coordinator who never called plays. It's hard to say, hey, the number one goal for us is to get to the title game, to try to get to a Super Bowl, when we can't bring in a real, proven, experienced offensive coordinator that we know and trust is going to get the best out of our quarterback, the best out of our offense. We went and hired another guy who was completely unproven, and the results were supposed to be the same as they would be if you hired a truly experienced offensive coordinator. And we said at the beginning of the year, this is a really risky move for the Texans, that this is a move that could backfire terribly. And you know what? It kind of did.
My guy here, this is my favorite, Tyler. I know we got to go to break. Exactly. So trade CJ and secure a better fit with the money saved. Like if the thought is, let's trade him to get a better fit, I'm sorry. That guy finished 8th in the MVP 2 years ago.
You know the answer to that.
I got to have the coach figure out the fit. If you can't fit a 24-year-old who has a top 10 MVP finish, Like if you can't fit the move isn't to trade the guy, the 24-year-old. That ain't the move.
And that's why I said if you're trading C.J. Stroud and you're not talking
because he's not a fit.
There's another trade for Joe Burrow on the back end, then you're not trading C.J. Stroud.
I got to have the coach be able to fit that.
Your coaches need to stop being so in love with their systems and their plays and their setups and understand the strengths of their talent and cater to it.
If he was 30-something, I got you. Trying to fit Russ, got you. Yeah, it's 24, 2 years removed from a top 10. I know it's 2 years ago. Yeah, but I'm sorry. You got to figure it out.
Andy Reid trying to make Patrick Mahomes run the same offense Alex Smith ran?
Well, let's just not put Patrick in any of this.
Or the same offense Donovan McNabb ran?
He doesn't count.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, he changed it up with Alex. All right, coming up, what should we expect from Altuve? Is this year we see real slippage? We'll discuss that next.
Coming out of the All-Star break.
and mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at buddy.com/610.
It's good.
Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm going to get off this CJ thing, I swear. Because I think there's an interesting conversation with Altuve. But shout out to my man Alpha One, who is on YouTube. Hello. You get to see me in this light brown. I'll be honest with you, it's a good color for me. I just want to say that. Just get out in front of that.
Looks good. Not as good as salmon, but it looks good.
I'm not going to fight you on that one now. Green's pretty good, too. I've seen every other starting quarterback pump guys up on the sideline, but not CJ. Bro puts his head in his head and damn near cries. Like, I think this is the tough thing about where we are in this day and age. But the last two games has legit made people just invent things in their heads or forget. Now you're going to sit here and tell me, over the course of the 52 games that C.J. Stroud has played, you've never seen him on the sideline pump up his teammates? You never seen him walk up and high five teammates? You really believe? You really that's you really believe?
Recency bias is a thing.
These like seriously, and listen, I get you, Alpha. You mad, baby? You hot? It's hard to get over. I know it. You saw Jarrett Stidham standing in your way to get to a place you've never been before.
Oh no!
That was there. You could taste that. You could taste it. And he played that like that. But C.J. Stroud has pumped up his teammates on the sideline. Oddly enough, I know compared to some of you in the fan base, they really believe and follow that joker. All the other ones, all the top players, they believe and follow that joker. Unless they're really, really great actors when they're talking. And Will Anderson is not a great actor. They believe him. Contrary to your amnesia, he has come up big and played well in big games too. Because that we forgot about that.
That's what makes the whole thing so mind-boggling. Is this is a guy who has always played his best in the biggest stage and the brightest lights. For him to have the meltdown that he had,
he had a meltdown,
is out of character, as well as just people had expectations, fair or not, that they thought, oh my God, this defense is so good, we're going to go to the Super Bowl and we're going to beat this team. And now they look at C.J. Stroud because he played poorly and they lost. Dang it, it's his fault alone.
It's a lot of his fault in that game. But I mean, like you said, he had a breakdown, and I watched Patrick Mahomes take his pants down and take a dump in the middle of New Orleans last year in the Super Bowl.
It's hard to play when your offensive line can't block.
He wasn't pumping. No, it wasn't just his offensive line couldn't block. They struggled there, but he threw awful passes that we're not accustomed to him seeing him throw. It got to him. He was shook in a way we hadn't seen Patrick Mahomes be shook.
He was tired of getting hit.
It was before he was getting hit too, PC. I'm just going to be honest. I mean, Patrick this wasn't the Tampa game. He was bad as they were. And he wasn't pumping nobody up on the sidelines either. He was sitting over there looking stunned too.
He probably was going to say, "Can you bleepity blankers frickin' block?"
I'm not saying that C.J. Stroud is Patrick Mahomes. I'm just telling you, I watched the best quarterback of this era right now take a dump on the field in the Super Bowl in a manner. He had a pick six in that game. He had multiple turnovers in that game. Take a dump just like C.J. did.
Damn near 40% pressure rate. Yeah, you're not going to play well,
right? So it happens. It happens to the greatest. It happens. All right. Altuve is what we're approaching. 36 years old.
Yes.
36 years old. I know he's your all-time favorite, Tyler, and many of you all. And I do think, like, this lineup and the bats they have, I think they have a real chance. Is this the year? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Is this the year that we start to see slippage? Like, are you still confident that you are getting not, all right, prime MVP Jose Altuve, but Jose Altuve still, PC and Tyler, over the last 3 years has been, a well above average hitter, one of the top 3 hitters in the lineup, and somebody you have to have in the lineup. Any concern yet, PC, and I know you follow this team as much as anybody, any concern that we potentially see some slippage from Altuve?
Of course there's concern. How could there not be? Yeah. But that being said, you're entering this season looking at Jose Altuve as one of the 3 most important bats on your lineup. And you are expecting Jose Altuve is going to bounce back from what was a tough season for him last year. Especially the way he ended the season, fighting through a foot injury, and really, you think about how many times in Jose Altuve's career did he play a full season? So I'm not going to count 2020, that joke of a season. Not going to count that, but how many times Jose Altuve hit less than the 276 he hit his rookie season? And the answer is last year. That's it. Last year. And Altuve, in a piece written by Chandler Rome of The Athletic, was talking about he recognized a flaw in his batting stance. He talks about how he takes a step forward every time the pitcher's getting ready to deliver the ball. He takes a step forward, but that he was taking too big of a step forward, and it was causing his back foot to turn almost straight to the pitcher, and that's why he was getting so pull happy and pulling off the ball. And when you're pulling off the ball, you're waving at pitches outside, and you're not making contact. And he pulled the ball at the highest rate of his career, over 52%, and went up the middle at the lowest rate of his career at like 31.5%. So while a lot of his power comes when he pulls the ball and he you're going over the boxes, and those are nice home runs for him. At the same time, because he was pulling off so much and getting too pull happy, he wasn't making the contact he usually was. He wasn't using all the fields, and he didn't make as much contact, didn't have as many hits, wasn't as productive. And he thinks that the adjustment that he has made for this year will help him get back to, look, even if it's something that gets him back to what he looked like just a year ago in 2024, he hit 295, he had a 790 OPS. Now for him, he thinks he should always be over 800. But if Jose Altuve is right around 790, 800 at 36 years old, I won't be upset about it.
Listen, you see, I got to see, and Tyler, I got to witness the slippage. Like, I got to look, like, right now, still in my head, I still think Altuve is a top 3 hitter on this team, right? Like, Alvarez, when healthy, obviously. Like, I love what Pena did last year, but, like, hey, I'm not going to just – I need to see that more.
I was about to say, you just need a little more consistency from that one.
And then – so I'd still put him over that, right? And I like Correa, but Correa I don't think is a better hitter than him. I don't think that I put him above him. Maybe Paredes, but I still think I would put him over him. I gotta witness it first. He's like, to me, going to be like Steph Curry, where the defense, yeah. I mean, we slipped a long time ago. The base running, I mean, I don't know if it's slippage or that's just what he's bringing to the table. Yeah. But like, I think Steph is going to be able to shoot threes
forever
until he's 40, and like an NBA rate. At a high rate till he's like 42 if he wants to.
Steph Curry is going to be 96 years old in a wheelchair hitting him from the logo.
And I think that Altuve's always going to be able to hit. Like I don't think that I need to see that drop. Now obviously maybe it will, but I need to see it first, and I don't think that I'm in a place where I've arrived to where he's going. Now the field stuff, that's different. But if he's hitting second every day and he knows it, I think he's going to hit.
Believe it or not, last year at second base, Jose Altuve graded out 0 runs, outs above average. So essentially league average fielder at second base. The year before, he was like -8. But last year, he was a 0. If you can get anything close to a 0, outs above average from Jose Altuve defensively, win. That's a win.
Text line or YouTube or guy Gene Altuve is 36. If he's one of your top 3 hitters, then we got some problems. No, you don't. Not if it's Jose Altuve, and the other ones are Carlos Correa and Jeremy Pena and Isaac Paredes and Christian Walker. Oh no, I think you're good.
Like remember, Jose Altuve had a down season. He hit 26 home runs and had a 771 OPS.
Yeah,
that's a down season.
That's a down one. I'll take that right now. I'll press the button. Coming up, I think the big fella has thrown his thoughts and feelings in a hat on how the Astros can solve their problems when it comes to the crowded infield and DH spot they have. Are they going to need to do something with NRG? We'll tell you about what happened over the weekend. And one team in the AFC is starting to release some guys that could be team changers next year. A couple of former Pro Bowlers and all pros are on the market, released by the Dolphins. We'll discuss all of that coming up more.
It's that time of year again. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is around.
right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old PC show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And Tyler, you got to keep your tongue in your mouth, man. Dude, like, you can't. Like,
I can't help it.
Yes, you
Especially
can.
when I hear Psycho T.
You can help it, man. You're not this horny all the time, man.
Well, I don't know. Wait. He's still under 40. Yeah, he is that horny old.
No, he's not.
It never lasts more than 4 hours, or I go to the doctor.
It does last
so at
more
4
than,
hours
it has
and
lasted
30 minutes,
more than 4 hours.
He
That's
just
not
goes
true.
for the next pill.
That's not true. There has got to be a guy out there that's got a thing that's got multiple pills in there. got a blue chew, got a yellow one, got a red one,
my God.
Got a syringe. There's got to be. Okay, anyhow. Here we go, 5 o'clock fire.
Make them start sending you to the low T center so you can get your T shot and then start taking the pills. And you can do actual, like, construction work with it.
Maybe you will have a problem keeping your tongue in your mouth like that. All right. Yordan Alvarez, he's a part of this crowded situation, right? It's an infield, but then it's the DH spot where it feels like at the earlier part of the offseason where Joe Espada said that he is going to play the bulk of his time as the DH. He was asked over the weekend about his thought playing DH, playing left field, because it's no secret, right? Yordan likes to play in the field. He would, if he could start 160 games in the field, that would be his preference. He was asked about the left field DH situation. He said it depends on how you look at it. I've never gotten hurt playing left field. All my injuries have been some different way of running, but I have not actually had serious injuries playing in left field. And Joe Espada also today said he never said that he wouldn't play any left field. He just simply said that DH is going to be where he is. All right, I think he will play some left field. Obviously, PC, if he played left field, it would solve a lot of the issues of the crowd, because he would be in the outfield. Then he's not dealing with the DH situation, and you could maneuver Paredes and Altuve in that area, and, everybody's in the lineup. But clearly, guys, he didn't play 50 games last year. I believe it was like 47 games he played last year. They can't have that happen. That's like Aaron Judge coming out and playing less than 50 games for the Yankees. Like, that's probably going to doom them. And kudos to the Astros from hanging around that long. I know you're looking it up. How many games he played last year?
48.
He played 48 games last year. And I'm certain probably 3 of them he came out early. I mean, and so, like, that's your big piece. They want to avoid that.
And the first, 27, he played with a broken hand.
Yes. Yeah, more of that. Yeah. So, but for you, what feels right to you in playing him in left field? Like, how many games, if he's going to play some, what feels right to you? Because obviously you're weighing his injury history and trying to keep him as healthy as possible, and you're weighing that against being able to get your best lineup in and being able to let your guys play.
I think low end for him is probably, if he plays the whole season, low end for him is probably 35 to 40 games. That's a little over a game a week. Right? A game a week is 26 games. If he's 35 to 40, that's a game and a half a week. So I think that's the lower end. I think the high end for him would be 60 games. I think if they really got aggressive, 80 games would be max Q. And I don't think they'll really go to 80 games unless they find themselves in a situation where Man, they need offense.
Yeah. No, to me, in the important, like in the playoffs, where you know how many games you're going to be playing and you want to put your best lineup forward, I don't have a problem with. But I'll tell you, PC and Tyler, I don't love. Yeah, man, he's going to get 70 out there.
Because I think something you said earlier weighs a lot here. And you had mentioned earlier, hey, when you're at home, you got the short wall.
Yeah, you can control.
You can play more Jordan at home. You don't want to play Jordan where there are big left fields.
Yeah, I don't want him to be in Kansas City.
He's not playing in Yankee Stadium.
No.
He could play at Fenway. Maybe you want to mitigate how much he plays at Camden Yards.
Yeah, I'm good with him with that short wall in Anaheim to flip. So you remember he flipped himself in Atlanta? I'm good on that.
Maybe you don't want him playing at whatever they call Angel Stadium nowadays.
Yeah.
Not Edison Field or whatever it's been.
I think it's just Angel Stadium.
Can he play the outfield in Sack of Tomatoes? Sure. Small ballpark from the PCL. But yeah. I think if you're smart about what stadiums you play him in, you can maximize his exposure while minimizing his injury risk.
No.
But that's going to, when you go to Yankee Stadium, it's going to be really tough for you to have Jordan, Altuve, Paredes, and Walker all on the line.
But like I said, games that matter, I get that. But, boy, filling out 160, man, I told you, Tyler, I am. Hey, man, them Fridays are yours, baby. You got Fridays. Jordan Fridays, baby. You get to play in left field on Friday. You get to look forward to it. Build your week around it.
When Bobby Valentine was the manager of the Mets, Sundays were like designated backup day.
Let's do it.
And they would wear their softball jerseys on Sunday. So every Sunday, every backup would play. It was just a thing. Every backup would play. And so if you were somebody who we're going to go to the game on Sunday, we're only going to see half the team. That was just the thing. I don't know if Jordan. I don't think Jordan becomes a Sunday player, but I think that if the Astros were at home, I think he could see more time. And if they're on a road trip where left field is big, he's going to see less time in a field.
Yeah, like I said, October, Seattle, you got two of these starts in here. What'd you say? Once a week, once a Friday, 26 ball games? Man, that sounds great.
Jordan.
Get your fix, consistency. You know where you're going to be? Get your ass in that DH spot.
You know what?
They won a World Series with your ass being a DH.
When Hunter's on the mound.
Why? Because you was playing.
He can play left field. When Javier's on the mound.
Why not?
Hell no.
Yeah, let's do it.
Ground ball pitcher. Well, Hunter gets a lot of ground balls. Javier doesn't get any.
Shade over here, Jake. Shade your ass over here. And toss him the ball when we want to throw it in.
He's big as hell.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this was interesting over the weekend. I know it rained a lot Saturday as we were out and about on Valentine's Day. But downpours in Houston. And what was it, Monster Jam that night?
Yeah, them big old trucks.
Didn't they have to stop? That thing was, they got a roof, right?
They have a roof, but it was coming through. I only saw one video, but that water was coming through quite easily.
Didn't they just fix the panel? Like at least two of them?
Yeah.
That's interesting. They talk about building all this stuff here, PC. Like, at what point are these McNairs going to get fancy? Because they built this thing right on the cusp of now where we're starting to see, like NRG. And they still get a bunch of events. They get the Final Four. They get the college football championship. They get a lot of events. But, when you start looking at these new stadiums being built, and especially a stadium gets a ton of use with the rodeo and everything, like I wonder, are we about to start hearing, can we get a new stadium in here?
I would not be surprised if that's already happening behind the scenes.
Yep, I wouldn't be either.
The shelf life on stadiums lately has been about 30 years.
Yep.
And NRG's getting there.
What about 03, 02, whenever it was finished, something like that?
They, Texans first started playing in 2002. So, you're getting there. And you know what? You've got to – there's lessons to be learned from the Oilers here in that you don't want to throw away hundreds of millions of dollars on repairs if 3 years later the building's still obsolete. And as NRG ages and becomes more obsolete, it doesn't make sense. Hey, we're going to spend $800 million in repairs. No, you're not. If it's going to cost you $2 billion to build a new stadium or $800 million to repair this one, you're going to build a new stadium.
Yep.
You're not going to bother wasting all that money just to turn around and blow the building up 10 years anyway. In 10 years anyway. So if that's the case, just go forward with the new stadium. And going forward with the new stadium is either going to mean you're moving locations or the dome's coming down.
But I mean, but even the thought of it, like NRG is hey, listen, we enjoy it, great stadium, but you start comparing it to SoFi, you start comparing it with all of the other, arenas that's starting to come up. I know Kansas City's going to have one in about 5 years, and what we've seen of these new ones coming up, like it's starting to feel 30 years.
You've been to the Death Star in Vegas?
Oh yeah. That one is nice. I mean, Jerry built his ahead of his time, so that one's going to have some standard. But even Jerry's is still a lot more recent than NRG. So
and Jerry keeps putting a ton of money into it every year.
Like this is the second time there's been a roof situation with weather. Like they just had, I think, Burrow, the hurricane, where they were without two of the
panels. Yeah, that was just 2 years ago.
Yeah, two of the panels, and now it's seeking through again. I mean, I know it was raining hard that night, but damn,
they're all fixable.
I thought NRG would be able to hold on to it.
Man, I got home from UH, and when I was getting home from UH, when the rain was coming down so hard, all the streets in my neighborhood were like under 2 inches of water. The water was already up to almost the curb. And I got in the door. My wife and I, we were planning on going out when I got home. We weren't going to because it was pouring. It was like, okay, I can't cook. So you go outside on the grill. It was pouring way too hard. Let's just go out. We'll get some margaritas. It was raining so hard. My wife looked at me. She's like, I'm going to order pizza, and we're going to drink some wine. I said, okay.
That's a winner. Get that wine, baby. Not a bad time.
We went out yesterday instead.
There you go.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Miami Dolphins in the AFC East, they are clearly making some moves. This is, and I don't blame them. Like let's tear this thing on down. All right, let's get it on. We just hired a new coach. We'll see what Bobby Slowick can do. They got some parts in there, but they have released a couple of veterans. Tyreek Hill is the headliner. They also released, at 29 years old, former Pro Bowl linebacker Bradley Chubb. Now, I talked about this before. I do think the Texans need to add a weapon. I think we all agree that Tyreek Hill at 31, coming off the injury, and that he is Tyreek Hill, is probably not the fit there. And then Bradley Chubb, you wouldn't think, obviously, the position he plays and where they have, that's probably the Texans' strongest position, arguably, on the team.
It would be an embarrassment of riches.
This is where they would go. But I think these are two guys that still have, some in the tank and can still go. These will be interesting watches to see where they go, because right there, those are two players that, and I think the Texans actually fit this. I just don't think they fit them. That are, all right, you're a team that's close. Let me add that guy to me. Like, Seattle maybe thought they were close. This feels like a DeMarcus Lawrence going over to Seattle. These two guys, this will be an interesting watch to see where Tyreek Hill and Bradley Chubb end up.
You know who should be interested in Bradley Chubb?
Who?
Team that finished in the division, one win ahead of the Texans.
Yeah. No, yeah, that could be a fit for them. All right, they've got young guys on the edges, but not great pass rushers. Yeah, that would be an interesting fit. The Colts too. You talk about somebody else in the division, they could use some pass rushers. Baltimore could use pass rushers. Kansas City damn sure could use pass rushers. And these guys, these two guys are probably going somewhere where they can potentially win.
Depending on how well Tyreek Hill comes back from that injury, man, the Ravens should 100% be all over that. Could you imagine the Ravens with Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, then you add in Tyreek Hill, would say, like, they would have a legit, like, that would be a legit badass offense.
Yeah. You think Tyreek Hill still has? I think Tyreek's probably, well, you just can never tell. I mean, it was an ACL and dislocated knee. I mean, it wasn't quite tank, but it was
But with him aging paired with that injury, I think it's hard to say maybe. But
see, my thing with Baltimore is, and I because they need it, but I don't know. I guess dude over there is the one, but like it's better if he is not thought to having to be the top guy anymore, right? Like if you're not bringing him in, it's to me it's bringing him in the way that the Patriots brought in Diggs. I don't think that they intended Steph Diggs to be their number one receiver. This is just another veteran fit that can play a role. He ended up being their number one receiver, but I don't know if that is.
No, I think Baltimore would still be looking at Zay Flowers as that one.
Yeah.
But, Tyreek, if he's, let's say he's 85, 90% of what he was, that's probably still good enough most days to be a weapon in that offense when you got to be aware of Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson off the feet, that he can sneak behind a defense.
I think he does want to go to Kansas City.
I think he wants to go to Kansas City.
He's made comments about that. I think he does want to go to Kansas City, but we'll see. He'll have some suitors.
5 o'clock fire.
I did want to get this in. Big game tonight. I know Ocho's on it. I see him talking to me already, but the Cougs, man, Houston, they have, and this, everybody in the Big 12 has this stretch. They have a hell of a stretch, and it starts tonight. They're in Ames tonight. Little Hilton Magic. They got
Iowa State.
What are the polls just came out?
Iowa State 6.
So they got Iowa State at 6 coming up on the road tonight. They've got one loss, and now they're in first place with Arizona dropping 2 in a row. But they have a stretch, PC.
Zone is 4.
It starts tonight. They play Arizona at home on Saturday. So they're at number 6 Iowa State, and then they come home to play number 4 Arizona, who is recently 23-0 before this last week. And then they go on the road to number 8 Kansas.
Yeah.
Okay. And that is a stretch. And all 3 of these teams are teams that are at least top 3 seeds that they've got to face. By the way, Houston moved up to number 2 in the polls. So this is a stretch. Like I said, this Big 12 is nuts.
It is the first time in school history the Cougs are going to play 3 top 10 teams in a row. And it's only
2 on the road.
It's only the 4th time they're going to play 3 straight ranked teams. But yeah, you're talking about the Big 12, man. The Big 12 is so far away.
Every night, baby.
The best basketball conference. I remember when the Big East was like the basketball conference, and they would be putting 7-8 teams in the tournament. The Big 12, man, they got 4 teams in the top 10. It's insane how good and how deep the Big 12 is.
Arizona was 23-0, and they just lost. They lost to Kansas and Texas Tech back-to-back. Like just Texas Tech, another really good team.
Tech is 13th.
Yeah, they're a really good team. That they just ran through the gauntlet. Tech just had Houston, Kansas, Arizona all in a row. Like everybody has this situation. So it is a hell of a thing.
And BYU is 23rd. I mean, you got 6 ranked teams.
They're another. Yeah.
4 of them are in the top 8.
Go Cougs!
It's crazy how good that conference is.
All right, coming up as we continue, a little T-Mill's best bet. See if we can start this weekend off right. I don't know the rest of it, but I sure as hell saw what happened with Wisconsin and Michigan State, and I know those two didn't help. But we'll get T-Mill's best bet, start off a good week, and I don't know what to make of listening to Lance McCullers, but he, tell me if you feel like he feels he's going to win the Cy Young this year. We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They want to be a team that runs the football and controls.
Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, beautiful people, welcome back in as The Drive is live. Coming up here in just a few minutes, we will get T-Mill's best bets. I believe it. This is going to be a big week. All right, I'm calling. I think 60% or better this week.
We're due, that's for sure.
Safely in the green. I'm feeling it. Absolutely feeling it. Sorry for saying it like that.
I liked it.
So coming up in just a bit, T-Mill's best bets. All right. We're seeing a lot of guys here with the Astros arrive in West Palm, including Lance McCullers. And there is nobody I root for more. I think PC described this earlier. Like, I feel bad. My man's getting death threats to his family. My man has not been able to go. He's had injury issues. He's had, how can I put this nicely without drawing any controversy? He's had
since when are you afraid of controversy?
He's had an ignorant to dumbass training staff that let him make decisions on his own with bone spurs.
Hold on, so
which probably should have had surgery, and he's never been the same since.
Bury me in the H.
Man, he wants it, man. That dude has he's serious about that. Bury me in the H. Like, he wants to be here. He wants to play well. And I legit root for him. I have no confidence based on what I just heard from him today. Here is Lance McCullers describing his season, and I guess now he's having a flashback of his life and career. I don't know what it. Listen to how unconfident Lance McCullers sounds going into spring training.
I have no, reservations about my future in baseball. If God's blessed me, man, I have two beautiful daughters. I'm a beautiful wife. We've been married 10 years together, 16, 17 years. So if the future for me is to be home with them, I'll be happy with that. I'll be content with that, But the future for me is to be in this game. If I can be healthy and I can help a team win, I'll be happy with that too. So I don't have, I'm not coming into the year like, my gosh, if I don't pitch well or if I'm not healthy, what am I going to do? I'm going to be able to provide for my family, and we're going to be able to spend a lot of time together. But if I am healthy and, if that's in the plan for me, I would love to keep playing baseball. But it's not like something for me where it's like it has to swing one way or the other, And so that's a good place to be. And so I'm hopeful that it's healthy. I'm hopeful that it's good for the fans, for the organization. I would love to leave on that type of note. So we'll see how it plays out.
For just 45 cents a day, your donation helps take care of all of these people and all of these children. Please think of the children.
You ain't lying, man. If you'd have told me right there that he was jumping into a St. Jude's commercial right then and there, or those dogs that Sarah McLachlan is singing or talking about, that I would have believed it.
Got to change channel.
Does he need a coffee? What? I mean, what was man? Lance is just he's in it is what it is mode. Hey man, when you start you're in a tough spot when someone asks you about, hey man, how do you feel about the year? And somewhere within the first 20 seconds, you start counting off how long you've been with your wife. And not just the years of marriage. You are also going to the years of dating. He said, we've been married for 10 years, 15, 16 years. Where the hell that come from? My man said, man, if it means I got to go home and be with them, then cool. Or if it means I stay healthy and I come out and play here, cool.
It's not ideal. He just took out his first whole life policy and made sure to name his wife as the primary beneficiary and his children as the subordinate beneficiaries.
I'm thinking, man, go take this fifth spot. Go take this fourth spot. I think he's willing to go to the bullpen now.
You take that fifth spot in the fifth row.
You remember he refused to go to the bullpen? He's probably like, Joe, man, where you need me? Space Cowboys, where you need me?
We'll get all this little funk.
God, dog, Lance, come on, man. Lance has ended his career with the Astros also. I don't know if you heard that. Like, this is it. Like he said my last year. Like he's ended it. There's nothing here.
It didn't sound like he was ending his career. It sounded like he was ending his career. Like,
I'm talking about. I'm just saying as an Astro. He sound like it's
my last year here.
My last year here. I'm like, damn, man. You don't think you can maybe get it back? Justin Verlander's been here 8 times. God,
I honestly think that there is a legitimate chance he retires as an Astro right before the season starts.
I was going to say when the break, the All-Star break. Like, damn, man.
But I don't see how he has a chance of making this team.
I thought he was going to break up, Tyler. I swear, watching it, I thought he was going to break up.
Well, especially with how he started it, like you said, he starts it real solemn.
It never came up.
Damn.
He needs to get one of them coffees from his spot.
He's got his 10 years in.
Maybe some Liqueur 43 in there.
He's in the last year of his deal. The Astros are gonna pay him. I think it's very possible he winds up retiring before the season starts so they can clear that spot.
I want to believe in you, Lance. I really do.
But you got to believe in yourself.
God, dog, man. Man, when you start rolling off, man, it's been 10 years we've been together or been married, 15, 16. What was that?
Astros ambassador, Lance McCullers Jr.
Stop, man. You will, man. You'll be up there doing whatever Josh Reddick is doing. All right. Let's get T-Mill's best bets. What you got today again? If you not hear them or you want to go revisit them, please check out at T-Mill Real Deal. That's a good spot to look. He'll have those posted if you want to fade or if you want to go with him. I think he's going to have a big week. What you got tonight?
We are due, like I said, Ron. Hopefully it is a very green week. We got 3 bets on a Monday to get you started. Best bets tonight around college hoops. Some top 25 action. 2 of these 3 involve the hometown Cougs who are facing off with Iowa State. So let's get started there. First, those Cougs, number 3 team in the nation, +3. Number 3 team squad, +3 for Samson's Cougs tonight in Iowa State as they face off. In that same game, I'm on the under.
Smart.
I'm on the under 134.5 is what I got it locked in at. Cougs, Iowa State, under.
I like the under, although Houston is scoring at a rate that they have not usually score under Kelvin Sampson. But this game here, this is going to be football. Those officials are going to have to be forced to see how many times you're going to blow the whistle. Because I believe they can foul all 5 guys out in the first 10 minutes of the game if they're willing to call what legit fouls are. Because Iowa State plays football, and Houston has no problem putting on pads and getting in 3-point stance and playing with them. So I like the under because this is going to be a physical defensive game. So
I like that play. You like it. Usually bodes well for me. So is your Cougs action right there. Cougs +3 in the under in that game at 134.5. And then lastly here, got Syracuse at number 4 Duke tonight. I'm on the under in this one as well. Bit of a bigger number, under 142 points between Syracuse and Duke tonight in that game. Those are your 3 best bets.
Yeah, Duke's going to beat the hell out of them. I would advise Carmelo to stay home for that one. I wouldn't go watch my son there. I mean, it's tough. You don't get to go see your son play at Cameron Indoor a lot. Like, there's probably one before the season. Like, oh, man, they're going to be there? Oh, no, man.
Let's go, man. I could go for a 3 for 3 tonight.
Him and Lala together? Yeah, I don't know. That +3 is that's a tough one on Houston and Iowa State. Iowa State obviously plays a lot better at home. Even though they beat my Jayhawks pretty good, I wasn't real impressed by them. But they certainly had Kansas in the bonus by the 12-minute mark in the first half. That Kansas was shooting free throws. So and I think Houston gets right with them. All right.
So you got the under on UH and Iowa State?
Yes, sir.
What do you think about Iowa State actually favored in this game -2.5? Not that it's an official best bet. Just what's your lean on it?
No, I like the Cougs plus the points.
Yeah.
Also like the Cougs plus the points. They had done a whole workup on, the ranked teams like this and how in these games the underdog is covering.
Only thing is weird stuff happens at Hilton. That's what I call it, Hilton Magic. Weird stuff happens there. All right, there it is at T-Mill Real Deal. You can find your best bets. All right, where do you land on this? Do you believe that the Texans are in that weird space where C.J. Stroud is too good to actually move on from with his age and how well he has played, but also needs more help than someone you would hope to have as your franchise quarterback? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland, but team president Mike Tillman told Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up behind us, it is Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will hold it down again as you hear Patrick Creighton, who is normally on with Sean Bijani, Area 45. No Area 45 tonight following Texans All Access, but I believe the fellas will be back tomorrow, just as Clint Stoerner will be back with us tomorrow as well. Again, Texans All Access, they're looking at cut and trade candidates to consider for the Houston Texans. And as we look at players like the Dolphins let go Tyreek Hill, Bradley Chubb, it should be several on the market. So be ready for that coming up after we get done. I did want to fill in a story that we talked about last week. I just sent this to both of you, and it looks like, Tyler, that the Olympic Village has restocked the condoms. They just had a huge condom truck drive in.
Good.
To get this thing rolling. If you missed it last week, they rolled through 10,000 condoms in 72 hours in the Olympic Village. No more left, and they needed to. And now they got the big joker in there. They got the big truck in there. So Tyler, I know you were concerned, but it looks like there should be a few less pregnancies potentially, or things being passed around there because the condoms are restocked.
They needed it, and I mean, if they didn't do this, you would have had an army of super athletes coming out of this year's Olympics. So smart move.
I want to know how fast that truck got there. Because was it a day? Was it 2 days? When did the restocking occur? Because just because a restock needed to occur does not mean the actions that led to them needing to restock were going to end. They continued. We just had people taking shots.
Let's
get it on, baby.
Who comes to the rescue? Trojan Man.
That's right, man.
Hey, could you imagine you're like in your early to mid-20s? You're in like absolute world peak physical condition. You've been training your ass off for years. And now here you are. You're now in a village where like some of the all-time biggest smoke shows are also there, having like the same kind of insane bodies that you have.
Thinking the same things that you're thinking.
Sodom and Gomorrah takes place in that Olympic Village.
Wanting the same thing you're wanting.
And you know what? They earned it. They can go have all the
casual, nothing serious,
all the bouncy bounce they can handle.
Let's get it on, baby.
At least it's not like Brazil where they had people like baiting guys on apps like Grindr so they could find the athletes who would come meet them and then basically take pictures of them and then extort them.
Yeah.
Here they're just, a lot of whamming and bamming.
Yeah.
Maybe not a lot of thank yous, but definitely the whams and bams.
Yeah, there's some whams and bams, yep, and finishes. So good for them. Hopefully they got that truck there fast enough, because I'm saying, what'd you say? A lot of what?
A lot of whamming and bamming.
That didn't stop.
No, it did not.
No, it didn't.
Dude, spit on that night.
Thanks, Tyler.
And if they had them on those cardboard, still didn't stop them.
Text line coming through, man. Y'all don't have anything better to do than rag on Lance. He knows his career is over. No, I'm not ragging on him. I'm hopeful. I root for Lance.
Open your ears.
Lance doesn't sound. Lance sounds like it's over. That sounds like, as you said it, PC. That sounded like somebody who should retire. That sounded like somebody who is like you wonder. I'm not going to speak it to him because I don't know him or know what he's. But you wonder, does he have the competitive juices that you need to have to be able to perform at the level he needs to perform. Like he seems like he doesn't really like kind of care which way it goes.
He 100% sounded like a guy who knew his train pulled into the last stop. I think he is very much a guy who, in his mind, he wants to do it. He wants to work hard. He wants to be great. But the damage to his arm over the years has been so severe to this point. He just can't do it anymore. And it sucks. This is, unfortunately, how most careers in sports end. It ends when the body can no longer do what the mind is trying to will it to do. And you can't be a major league pitcher as a right-hander throwing 90 miles an hour. You can't. It's an unfortunate reality of the current game. And no one will ever question Lance's heart or his toughness. The injuries have just caught up to him, and it's unfortunate.
Let me, that is the case. 713-572-4610. If you're on the Base Power text line, please text in. You can be a part of this. YouTube and Twitch as we finish things off, nearly handing it off to Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, and Texans All Access. Do you believe we've reached a point going into year 4 where maybe C.J. Stroud is in a position where he needs more help, more skilled positions, more, one would say, play caller? Do you feel like now, seeing 3 years, this is a guy that is closer to somebody who needs, assistance, needs help, needs a good running game, needs a really good offensive line, needs good skill? I would liken to what we just saw with Seattle. A guy that had a lot around him. He's got the defense around him, but a guy that had a lot around him like Sam Darnold. Or do you think he is still in that space where he is somebody that can carry a team?
What do you think about Sam Darnold? He had, a guy who maybe is the best wide receiver in the league right now.
He did. Most productive, damn sure.
They had a killer running game.
Yep. Great offensive line. They had a great play caller.
Can CJ get the offensive line and the running game anything close to that? Like one time.
But do you think he needs that? Like, do you think right now, are you in a position where you watch CJ and you're like, all right, this is not a guy that's in the Josh Allen, the Burrow, the Mahomes, the Jackson, the Stafford, to where he's got to have other above average to elite parts around him to be able to get the best, like a Sam Darnold?
Well, I mean, to be fair, Josh Allen's got a great offensive line, a phenomenal running game. Joe Burrow had Jamar Chase, one of the greatest receivers in the league, also had T. Higgins, and for a lot of time had Joe Mixon, and they replaced him with Chase Brown. So while the offensive line in Cincy hasn't been good, their skill players have been phenomenal.
I just say those guys have had major parts of their team that they've had to overcome.
So
right?
for CJ,
I don't know that he can do that anymore.
He's got to overcome the line. He's got to overcome their inability to run. And when Nico Collins isn't on the field, which happens, he's got to overcome not having a whole lot of weapons around him either.
And I would add one more. He's got to overcome, to me, the coaching staff.
That is 100% accurate. It's a head coach who doesn't want to play the kind of football that would take advantage of an elite quarterback, and you can see it trickle down. You had 2 different offensive coordinators the last 2 years, and how many times did the offense seem similar? How many times did they have the same issues, the same problems? Like when you go 2 different offensive coordinators, 2 different systems, you can be seeing the same issues and same problems. I could understand you see different problems, but the same ones? And we talked about this earlier. The fact that you can't get your play calls in week 1, okay, but you can't get your play calls in the postseason? What the hell have you been doing for 18 weeks? There were a lot of things wrong with the Texans. The Texans' offense is dysfunctional, and that is from the coaching staff down. That is not any one player. It starts with the coaching staff, and it works its way down. They are dysfunctional on offense, and when you think about how well they are coached, the experience they have on defense in the coaching, and then what they keep throwing newbie after newbie after newbie on offense, if you would treat the offense half as important as you treat the defense, maybe you wouldn't have so many issues.
No, I definitely think I have reached the point where at least you have to approach this year, and I think this offseason we don't have maybe what we thought we had in year one. Maybe in year one, fellas, we thought, well, maybe we don't have to